Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 323, CH 323, Naruto of Another World. Naruto widened his eyes, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Naruto, you're sleeping in again. Be careful, or Mama Natsu will come in and scold you, a voice sounded from nearby. Naruto turned his head and saw a familiar figure hurriedly getting dressed. He studied the person carefully for a long moment before finally speaking. Sasuke. The other boy looked at him. His appearance was slightly different from what Naruto remembered, and more importantly, the usual coldness between his brows was absent. Even the warmth in his tone made him feel like a stranger. Naruto was dazed for a moment before suddenly sitting up in bed. What time is it? Are we going to be late for school? Sasuke chuckled at his words. It's not even your turn to go to school yet. What are you freaking out about? With that, he quickly stepped toward the door. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't get up soon, you'll be in trouble when Mama Natsu comes in. Left alone in the room, Naruto sat there in a daze, unable to process what was happening. Who is Mama Natsu? Where is this place? And why is Sasuke being so friendly to me? Naruto tugged at the corner of his mouth, making sure he wasn't dreaming. Looking around the lavish bedroom with 3 beds, Naruto was certain this wasn't his room. Before he could think further, the door suddenly swung open, and a woman with short brown-green hair walked in. Naruto. It's already late, and you're still not up. Her sharp tone made Naruto instinctively shrink his neck, replying in a small voice. I was just about to get up. Still confused about the situation, Naruto grabbed the clothes beside him and started putting them on. The fabric felt far more luxurious than anything he was used to, though it also felt a bit small on him. As he stood up, he was shocked to realize that he seemed shorter. The brown-green-haired woman walked up to him and began adjusting his clothes. How many times have I told you not to laze around in bed? It's a bad habit. Naruto stood there awkwardly, watching her fasten his buttons, before cautiously speaking up. Mama Natsu. Are you Mama Natsu? Natsu looked at him strangely upon hearing his question. Naruto scratched his head. Do we know each other? Natsu furrowed her brows slightly, studying the little boy in front of her. His eyes didn't seem to be lying. You don't recognize me. Naruto hesitated before slowly nodding. I don't remember. Do you still remember who you are? Uzumaki Naruto. In the living room. A large group of people had gathered around Naruto, making him feel somewhat nervous. The adults he remembered had never looked at him with kindness before. Naruto, do you still remember me? A little girl with white eyes asked. I'm your sister, Hinata. Ayano, standing beside her, shot Hinata a glare, signaling her not to cause trouble. Naruto, however, directly called out her name. Hinata. Hinata immediately beamed. Naruto knows me. The children clearly didn't grasp the seriousness of the situation, they just thought it was fun. But Naruto felt that Hinata was acting strange too. The Hinata in his memories was a quiet, shy girl who blushed at the slightest interaction. It was always such a hassle just to get a word out of her. Kushina, looking deeply worried, asked Naruto again, Naruto, do you really not remember me? Naruto carefully examined the beautiful red-haired woman in front of him and slowly shook his head. Ayari pondered for a moment before suggesting, let's call Makoto back first. I've already sent someone to get him, another person responded. How could something like this happen? Makoto pulled Sasuke aside, seriously questioning him about whether anything unusual had happened to Naruto last night. Sasuke looked completely innocent. He swore that nothing had happened, Naruto had just seemed reluctant to get up this morning. In fact, he even suspected that Naruto was just playing a prank, trying to avoid being scolded by Mama Natsu, but now the situation had gotten out of hand. Naruto, I'm your mother, Kushina said, tightly gripping his hands. Naruto hesitated for a moment before weakly responding, I don't have parents. His words only deepened the worry in the eyes of the women around him. About 10 minutes later, Makoto returned. What happened? Ayari quickly explained the situation to Makoto. Naruto had woken up seemingly half amnesiac. He didn't recognize anyone in the family except Sasuke and Hinata and even said strange things, like that he had no parents and was still in school. Makoto stepped closer to Naruto, while Kushina immediately pointed at him and said, Naruto, this is your father. Do you remember him? Sitting on the sofa, Naruto studied Makoto for a moment before shaking his head again. Makoto looked at his son, who had suddenly undergone a drastic change in demeanor, feeling deeply puzzled. After a moment of thought, Makoto asked, you still remember Sasuke and Hinata, right? Naruto nodded. What about Neji? Naruto shook his head. Kushina immediately interjected, Neji is your older brother. But Naruto firmly responded, I don't have a brother. Makoto gestured for Kushina to stay calm and then asked Naruto, who else do you remember? Naruto replied, I remember a lot of people. For example. Without hesitation, Naruto blurted out, Sakura. Everyone except Makoto exchanged confused glances. This was a completely unfamiliar name, and a girl's name, no less. As far as they knew, Naruto hadn't interacted with any girls outside the family. Makoto whispered to Sasuke, who is Sakura? Sasuke shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Makoto's eyes widened in shock, an absurd idea had already taken shape in his mind. You said you're in school. Who is your teacher? Iruka-sensei. And who is the current Hokage? The third grandpa. I think his name is Hiruzen or something, Naruto said, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. Seeing Makoto stand up, Ayari couldn't help but ask, Makoto, what's wrong with Naruto? Makoto wasn't sure how to explain it. The idea forming in his mind was too outrageous. Had Naruto from another world somehow crossed over into this one? Was it a temporary crossover, like in some anime filler episodes, or was it permanent? And if it was permanent, what would happen to his real son? Had his body been taken over? Makoto reached out and gently grasped Naruto's wrist, channeling his chakra into the boy's body to check for any anomalies. However, even after half a minute, he found nothing unusual. After a moment of thought, Makoto lightly waved his hand, and Naruto instantly fell into a deep sleep. Don't worry, I'm going to take him for a checkup. Noticing Kushina's worried expression, he added, Kushina, come with me. The two of them took Naruto to the Bioscience Research Institute, where Kabuto conducted a full-body examination. No abnormalities were found. Makoto was utterly baffled. The person had changed, the soul was different, how could there be no abnormalities? Kushina, growing impatient, demanded, what's wrong with Naruto? Makoto pondered for a moment before replying, he's fine, or rather, I can't say he's fine. He has become another person, another Naruto. What do you mean? It's hard to explain. You can think of it like this, there are parallel worlds, ones that are almost identical to ours but with slight differences. For example, in that world, I might not exist. The Naruto here now is from that world. Kushina tried to process what he was saying. Looking at Naruto lying on the examination table, she suddenly asked, but he's still Naruto, right? Yes. Kushina's gaze met Makoto's, her eyes flickering with emotion. Then he's still our child, isn't he? Yeah. Makoto brought Naruto back home and said to him, Naruto, I am your father. Naruto simply blinked at him. Makoto then pulled Kushina closer and said, this is your mother, your biological mother. He proceeded to introduce everyone in the household, explaining that Sasuke was his brother and Hinata was his sister. Naruto was utterly confused, feeling that everyone around him was acting strangely. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Kushina, hesitating for a moment before asking, are you, really my mom? Kushina nodded firmly, her expression nearly breaking as she reached out and pulled him into her embrace. Yes, I am your mom. I always have been, and I always will be. Naruto quietly felt the warmth of this embrace, something he had never experienced before. Deep inside, something stirred within him. Was this a dream? Even if it was, it didn't matter. Mom. For now, Makoto had no real solution. When it came to soul transmigration, he was completely in the dark. He himself had transmigrated once before and had always thought of it as either a coincidence or some higher-level joke. The only thing he could do now was let Naruto stay by his side and observe him over time. In the bedroom. Sasuke sat on the bed, lightly swinging his legs, his eyes fixed on Naruto, who was lying on the opposite bed. Hinata, too, sat backward on a chair, staring at Naruto. Under their intense gaze, Naruto felt incredibly uncomfortable. Are you sure we don't have school to go to? He asked. Are you really not faking it? Sasuke countered. Faking what? Faking memory loss. I didn't lose my memory. Then why do you say you don't know anyone? Because I really don't. Sasuke pouted. You don't even recognize Neji? Nope. What about Itachi, Tonari, or Yugo? No idea. Frustrated, Sasuke finally asked, then who do you remember? Naruto thought for a moment and then said seriously, Iruka-sensei, Sakura, Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, Oh, and Ino. After saying that, he felt like he had forgotten someone important, but he just couldn't remember who. Sasuke and Hinata exchanged bewildered looks. They didn't recognize a single name Naruto had mentioned. Hinata whispered, did Naruto hit his head in his sleep or something? Naruto instantly got mad. I'm not stupid. You guys are the ones acting weird. How are we weird? Sasuke, you're supposed to be arrogant, always looking down on others just because you get good grades. Sasuke was completely baffled by this. And Hinata, you're even weirder than Sasuke. You never talk much, and you're always blushing. Hinata frowned. That sounds even weirder to me. It's not weird at all. Naruto insisted. He felt like Sasuke and Hinata were just messing with him. I'm going to find Sakura. She'll definitely be normal. Naruto declared, standing up with determination. Sakura. Let's go, Hinata immediately said. The moms probably won't let us run off, Sasuke pointed out. Hinata's eyes darted around as she quickly came up with a plan. Naruto, you just have to tell them that seeing the Sakura person might help you regain your memory. And just like that, thanks to Hinata's plan, the three kids managed to sneak out of the house. Unbeknownst to them, Kushina, unable to let go of her worries, was secretly tailing them from a distance. But as soon as Naruto stepped out of the house, he was dumbfounded. Why is my house this big? Hinata giggled. When we first moved in, I used to get lost all the time too. Once they left the palace, everything on the streets felt unfamiliar to Naruto. The Hokage rock was gone, replaced by a strange towering structure, and in the distance, there was an enormous giant. What even was that? But at least he remembered where Sakura's house was. That much was still clear in his mind. When they arrived at Sakura's doorstep, Naruto hesitated. This was his first time visiting her house. He had imagined it countless times, but he had never actually gone through with it before. Hinata, however, had no such reservations and knocked on the door right away. A blonde woman in a white chipao opened the door and, seeing the adorable Hinata, curiously asked, "Hello, did you knock? Who are you looking for? Is Sakura here?" "Oh, so you're Sakura's friends. Come in, come in." Haruno Megumi beamed warmly. Inside the Haruno residence, Sakura stared at the three unfamiliar kids in front of her, completely baffled. Her mother had told her that some friends had come over to play, so she thought it was Ino. But these three, who were they? Sakura, Naruto called out eagerly, looking at her with anticipation. Who are you?" "I'm Naruto." Naruto panicked and quickly exclaimed. "Naruto. I don't think we know each other." "Then what about this guy?" "Sasuke, do you remember him?" Naruto pointed to Sasuke beside him. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, and suddenly, her face turned slightly red. This boy was really handsome. His name was Sasuke, right? In the end, the three children left Sakura's house. "Was that Sakura the one you knew?" Hinata asked. Naruto just hung his head in silence. Seeing him so down, Sasuke and Hinata exchanged glances behind him. Hinata whispered, "I think Naruto has a crush on that girl." Sasuke whispered back, "Her forehead is kinda wide." But Naruto, walking ahead, suddenly said, "I can hear you, you know." Sasuke sighed. All right, don't be upset. I'll treat you to a drink." The three of them headed to a popular drink shop. As they entered the new district, Naruto couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Everything around him, what was all this? "You guys, what are you doing here?" There weren't many people in line today. Just as Sasuke was about to step forward to buy drinks, he noticed Niji and his group were also there. "The three highnesses are here as well. Daigo, go buy drinks for them," Kensuke, always quick to read the situation, instructed. Sasuke, however, pulled Niji aside and spoke to him in a low voice. After hearing what Sasuke had to say, Niji looked utterly shocked. "Even father has no solution?" he asked. "Dad said, for now, he doesn't." Meanwhile, Naruto looked at the drink being handed to him. The boy in glasses, who was only slightly thinner than Choji, was looking at him with a flattering smile. "Your Highness Naruto, this is for you." Naruto took the drink. Seeing Hinata already sipping hers, he followed suit, inserting the straw and taking a deep sip. The delicious taste made his eyes light up instantly, and he started drinking rapidly, quickly finishing the entire cup. Hinata chuckled. "Were you that thirsty?" Naruto pointed at the drink cup in excitement. "This is so good." Hinata. Why did he look like a total country bumpkin? And in front of others, too, how embarrassing. Seeing this, Kensuke immediately said, "Daigo, get another one for His Highness Naruto." Naruto's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Can I have another one? I don't have any money on me right now." Kensuke waved his hand grandly, feigning displeasure. "Your Highness Naruto, that's far too formal. How could I ever let you pay when you're with me? Besides, all of Konoha technically belongs to your family." Naruto didn't quite understand the second half of his sentence, all he knew was that he could have another one of these amazing drinks. Soon, another cup was placed in front of him. At this moment, Neji and Sasuke finished their conversation. Neji said, "You guys shouldn't wander around outside. Just go home. We were just about to head back anyway." Naruto happily sipped his drink as Sasuke and Hinata led him away. Kensuke waved from behind, calling out, "Your Highness Naruto, if you ever want to come here again, just look for me anytime." Great. Now he had successfully built a connection with Neji's younger brother. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. On the way back, Naruto quickly finished his second drink and casually tossed the empty bottle onto the ground. Sasuke and Hinata both paused for a moment, surprised. Hinata immediately raised her foot and gave him a light kick. "If the moms see that, you'll get punished for littering," she warned. Sasuke bent down, picked up the bottle, and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Realizing his mistake, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. He remembered that Iruka-sensei had also taught him in school not to litter. "You really are different from before," Hinata remarked. She had also finished her drink, sucked at the straw a few more times until it made a slurping sound, then casually threw her empty bottle into the trash can. "You're not possessed by a ghost, are you?" Naruto ignored her last comment and instead focused his gaze on the drink in Sasuke's hand, which was still mostly untouched. As he stared, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sasuke noticed and smirked. "What?" Naruto just grinned sheepishly. "Hee hee. Here, take it." Sasuke generously handed the drink over without hesitation. Naruto chuckled, rubbed his hands together excitedly, and then carefully took it as if it were a precious treasure. "Is that stuff really that good?" Hinata asked, puzzled. She had thought it tasted pretty average. Sasuke added, "Naruto, aren't you going to say thank you?" Naruto, who had been walking ahead with his head down, sipping the drink, suddenly froze. He turned to look at Sasuke's bright, sunny smile, then, unexpectedly, his face turned a little red. Thank you. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 324, ch 324, The Power of Time and Space. Nighttime. Kushina sat by Naruto's bedside, tucking him in and gently stroking his cheek. "Mom." Naruto lay in bed, eyes open, looking at her. "Mom is here," Kushina said with a warm smile. Naruto asked, "When I wake up tomorrow, will I still see you?" Kushina replied, "Silly child, Mom will always be by your side. Sleep now." Naruto blinked at her, then nodded firmly. "Mom, see you tomorrow." See you tomorrow. This world had suddenly become very strange. Though strange, it seemed much better than the one he had come from. He suddenly had a mom and dad, and suddenly had many family members. Even that guy Sasuke wasn't as annoying anymore. Too bad Sakura, for some reason, didn't recognize him. He'd have to reintroduce himself to her later. Kushina left, and the room fell into silence. "Sasuke," Naruto suddenly spoke. Are we really brothers?" Naruto asked. "It's not just the two of us, it's the three of us. Neji is the eldest," Sasuke replied lazily, yawning. "Oh. Go to sleep, Naruto. Maybe you'll remember everything by tomorrow," Neji added from the other side. "All right, I'm going to sleep. Good night." Naruto pulled the blanket up to his mouth. It smelled nice, fragrant and soft, wrapping him in comfort. He remembered that his old blanket often had the scent of his own drool. The food at home, made by the moms, was delicious. He had eaten 2 big bowls of rice. The fridge was stocked with snacks, and he could take whatever he wanted. The wardrobe was filled with clothes, and Sasuke had pointed at a bunch, saying they all belonged to him. During the day, he had met many people who treated him with great respect, as if he were someone really important, so different from before, when people avoided him like the plague. This shouldn't be a dream, right? Staring at the pitch-black ceiling, Naruto suddenly felt uncertain again. He was scared. Scared that when he woke up, everything would go back to how it was before. "Sasuke," he called out once again. Naruto hesitated. On the bed, Sasuke suddenly turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" "I'm a little scared." Sasuke was momentarily stunned, and even Neji turned to look at him. "What are you scared of?" "I'm afraid that after I fall asleep, you guys will be different again." Sasuke tilted his head. "How could we be different? We've always been like this." Naruto fell silent. Understanding the situation, Neji said, "Naruto, there's no need to be afraid. We'll always be by your side. Our whole family will be here for you. Dad will protect all of us. Naruto thought of that unfamiliar father he had just met, someone he still felt a little afraid of. He felt much closer to his mother. Maybe this was what the books always described as a loving mother and a strict father. He didn't really know what a father and mother were supposed to be like, everything he knew came from books. Suddenly, Naruto threw off his blanket, got out of bed, and quickly walked out of the bedroom. He saw his mother talking with the other moms. Naruto. Kushina stood up in confusion. What's wrong? Naruto didn't say anything. He simply ran over and threw himself into her arms. Mom, good night. Kushina's expression softened as she gently patted his back. Good night. After letting go, Naruto turned and walked back toward the bedroom. When he reached the door, he looked back and waved at Kushina. Mom, see you tomorrow. Kushina smiled warmly and waved back. See you tomorrow. Naruto climbed back under the covers, feeling much more at ease. Sasuke. What is it now? Sasuke replied helplessly. He was really sleepy. Naruto hesitated for a moment. I had a dream before. What kind of dream? In the dream, I didn't have a mom or dad. Sasuke and Neji were both stunned upon hearing that. Naruto continued, in the dream, everyone hated me. I didn't even know why, but the adults wouldn't let their kids play with me. He recounted his original experiences, framing them as a dream. He figured that way, it would sound more believable. Perhaps because his words felt too real, Sasuke and Neji didn't respond right away. Idiot, that was just a dream, Sasuke finally said. How could you not have a mom or dad? Our dad is the strongest person in the world, and we have so many moms, each of them loving us so much. And there's Hinata too. Our family is perfectly fine, why bother worrying about a dream like that? Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. Ah, I got it. Good night, Sasuke. Good night, Neji. Good night. Naruto slowly closed his eyes, imagining the new life awaiting him tomorrow. A beautiful mother would come in and wake him up. With that thought in mind, he drifted off into sleep. Naruto. 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 Wake up, Naruto. Somewhere in between dreams and reality, Naruto felt someone shaking him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was met with a blinding white light. Naruto. A loud, angry, and incredibly familiar voice yanked him fully awake. As his vision cleared, he found himself sitting in a familiar classroom, surrounded by familiar faces. Naruto. Irika's booming voice came at him full force. Naruto, however, sat there in a daze, his neck stiff as he turned to scan his surroundings. Finally, his gaze locked onto a black-haired, handsome boy. Ignoring Irika, Naruto shot to his feet and rushed over, his voice trembling with excitement. Sasuke, do you remember me? The black-haired boy glanced at him strangely before coolly turning away. Idiot. Irika grabbed Naruto by the ear, yelling, Naruto. Sleeping in class is bad enough, but now you're disrupting the lesson too. Are you trying to cause trouble? But this time, Naruto didn't cry out in pain. He simply stood there, dazed and lifeless. It was a dream. So it really was just a dream. Such a beautiful mother, such a wonderful home, how could that possibly belong to him? As that realization sank in, tears suddenly began to fall from his eyes, dripping one by one onto the wooden floor. Irika was startled, thinking he had accidentally made Naruto cry. But no matter what Irika said, Naruto remained frozen, staring blankly into space, as if his soul had left him. The deep night. With doubts filling his mind, Makoto was about to sleep when he suddenly sensed something. Quickly getting out of bed, he left the master bedroom and headed toward the children's room. Dad. Sasuke rubbed his sleepy eyes as he looked toward the doorway. Makoto strode over to Naruto's bed and saw that he was fast asleep. He gently shook him. Naruto. Naruto groggily opened his eyes. Dad. Is it morning already? No, go back to sleep, my child. Makoto softly stroked his cheek and spoke in a warm tone. Then, after reminding Neji and Sasuke to sleep early, he left the children's room. That power just now. It had appeared out of nowhere, flashing by in an instant, too fleeting for him to grasp clearly. But one thing was certain, it was connected to Naruto's soul crossing over. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 325, ch 325, Hinata of Another World. Hinata stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling above her, struggling to process the reality of her situation. It took her half an hour to confirm that her body had indeed become smaller. She had suddenly reversed by decades. Just yesterday, she was a mother of 2, and now she was the same age as Himawari. And where was this place? Was this her room? The photos on the wall showed her mother and Aunt Ayari, as well as Natsu, whom she recognized. But who were the rest of these people? A strange man appeared in several pictures, standing intimately close to her mother and Aunt Ayari. And these children, seemingly her age. Wait, that was Sasuke, right? Hold on, wasn't that Naruto's mother? Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door startled her. Hinata, it's time to get up. That voice, was it her mother? Hinata took a deep breath, realizing she had to face the truth. Somehow, she had traveled back several decades in time, and this past was vastly different from the one she remembered. She quickly got dressed, only to notice that her clothing style was also different, surprisingly fashionable. Stepping out of her room, she was immediately met with a lively scene in the living room, filled with many people. Niji, remember to have breakfast before going to school. I know, I will. Niji. Niji and I. Hearing that familiar name, Hinata's eyes widened in shock. In her memories, Niji and I was already. She quickly turned toward the source of the voice and saw a handsome black-haired boy. However, he looked completely different from the Niji she remembered, not just in appearance but also in his clothing and demeanor. She had seen this boy in the photos earlier but hadn't recognized him as Niji. No. No, this isn't right. That boy wasn't Niji at all. Even after all these years, Hinata was certain Niji would never look like this. The boy who had been called Niji glanced at her casually and greeted, "Morning, Hinata." Without waiting for a response, he grabbed some breakfast from the table and headed straight for the door. "I'll eat on the way. I'm heading out now." A gentle, mature-looking black-haired woman walked out of the kitchen and sighed. That child, honestly. Then, noticing Hinata, she smiled warmly. "Hinata, you're awake. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Also, check if Naruto and Sasuke are awake yet." Naruto. Sasuke. Hinata stood there in a daze, feeling as if the world had been turned upside down. Whose house was this? Why had Niji changed so much? Why were Naruto and Sasuke here? Who exactly were all these people? Instead of calling for Naruto and Sasuke as she was told, she quickly returned to the room she had just come from. She pulled out the family photo again and examined the people in it. This was Niji, and this was Sasuke. He hadn't changed much. And this black-haired person, was that Naruto? A sudden thought struck her, and she turned her gaze to the unfamiliar men in the photo. Could it be that she and the people in this photo were all one family? Her original husband had become her biological brother. Hinata pinched the skin on her arm. The sharp pain made the absurdity of the situation even more real, and she sank weakly onto the bed. A few minutes later, a figure appeared in the doorway. "What are you dawdling for?" It was her mother, but compared to the gentle woman in her memories, this person carried a completely different aura. Mom?" Hinata hesitantly asked. "Breakfast is ready," Ayano said. Hinata was momentarily dazed before suddenly stepping forward, grabbing Ayano by the arm, and pulling her into the room, shutting the door behind them. "Mom, I need to ask you something." Hinata took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Who is my father?" Ayano was completely stunned upon hearing Hinata's words, while Hinata pointed at the unfamiliar men in the photo she was holding. He wouldn't happen to be my father, would he?" "Mom, do you know Hyuga Hayashi?" Ayano's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately grabbed Hinata's shoulders. "How do you know that name? Who told you?" As she spoke, a look of fear suddenly flashed across Ayano's face. She turned around and flung the door open. Makoto. Makoto. Something's wrong with Hinata too. A few minutes later, in the living room. It was almost the same scene as the day before, except this time, the one being surrounded and examined by everyone was Hinata. "I looked like this a few days ago," Naruto whispered to Sasuke from behind the crowd. "Pretty much. Why is Hinata staring at me like that? It's kinda creepy." "No idea." Hinata's gaze lingered on Naruto for a long time. This black-haired version of Naruto looked almost nothing like the one in her memories, which made her feel a little relieved. After all, having her husband suddenly turn into her biological brother overnight was something too absurd to accept. This red-haired woman should be Naruto's mother, just as beautiful as in the photo. Then, this man. Hinata carefully examined Makoto, while Makoto also scrutinized Hinata. "You are Hinata, right?" Makoto asked slowly. Hinata nodded, then looked at Makoto and asked, "Are you my father?" Ayano immediately responded, yes, Hinata. He is your father, and I am your mother. Hinata. Makoto had already figured out what was going on. Unlike when it happened with Naruto, he wasn't as flustered this time. Instead, he asked, Hinata, how old are you now? Hinata met his gaze and suddenly realized that he might know something. She hesitated before answering, Tai 2. Hearing such a shocking statement from a little girl was utterly unsettling. Everyone present exchanged stunned glances. 32. Makoto muttered under his breath. That means you and Naruto are already married. He even knew that. Hinata was utterly shocked. What? Married? With who? Naruto. The voices of the surrounding women instantly erupted in a chaotic chorus. Makoto quickly calmed everyone down and began explaining the situation step by step. The Hinata before them was no longer the Hinata they knew. While her body remained the same, her soul and consciousness belonged to someone from another world. That world had people and events similar to this one, but there were also significant differences. For example, in that world, Hinata and Naruto were not siblings. Makoto spent quite some time explaining before everyone, including Hinata, finally understood. In the back of the group, Sasuke chuckled and whispered to Naruto, in another world, you're supposed to marry Hinata. Naruto, however, looked extremely uncomfortable, his whole body covered in goosebumps. Marry Hinata? What a joke. He would rather stay single forever. Even if they weren't siblings in that world, he would never, absolutely never, marry that crazy woman. So, right now, Hinata's body is being occupied by the Hinata from another world. Ayano asked anxiously. Makoto nodded. Yes, but don't worry. Based on what happened with Naruto last time, Hinata will be fine. She'll probably just feel like she had a long sleep. And this kind of soul exchange should only last for a short time. Hinata's gaze swept over the people in front of her, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. A different world. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 326, ch 326, Spacetime Intrusion. The family was not particularly welcoming of the Hinata from another world, instead, they were more concerned about the well-being of their own Hinata. Especially Ayano, who repeatedly asked Makoto if Hinata would be alright. Makoto reassured her over and over again, saying that based on Naruto's previous case, Hinata should be fine, she would likely feel as if she had only taken a nap. Meanwhile, Sasuke was more curious about the world that Hinata came from. Sasuke-kun was very powerful there, one of the two strongest people in the ninja world, Hinata told Sasuke. Then who's the other one? Naruto. Their conversation piqued the interest of those around them, and everyone started asking about the differences between the two worlds. Kushina-san passed away very early, and so did Makoto-san. Kushina couldn't help but whisper to Makoto, it feels so strange when Hinata doesn't call me mom and instead uses honorifics. Makoto replied, same here. Niji-Nisan. When Hinata mentioned Niji, her expression turned sorrowful. He passed away on the battlefield at a very young age. Ayari felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this and gently embraced Hinata. After confirming that their own Hinata was safe and sound, the scene suddenly turned into a discussion gathering, with everyone chatting away. It was then that they learned that the other world didn't have Makoto, which led to many people having completely different fates. For example, the Uchiha clan had been completely wiped out. When Makoto heard this, she was utterly shocked and wanted to ask for details. However, Hinata noticed Makoto subtly signaling her with his eyes, so she refrained from mentioning the name of the person who had destroyed the Uchiha clan. At that moment, she realized that the father of her counterpart in this world knew many things. Kushina, who had been listening on the side, suddenly became curious, since Makoto didn't exist in the other world, then who was Naruto's father? But she kept the question to herself. Moreover, the Naruto from 2 days ago had said he had no parents. The Kushina and Naruto's father from that world must have been truly irresponsible to leave him all alone in the world. Hinata was careful with her words and only shared selective information when answering everyone's questions. At the same time, she was also curious about this world. Her father was the emperor who had unified the world, the strongest man in existence. With such a powerful figure, it seemed understandable that he would have multiple women by his side. After chatting for a while and satisfying the women's curiosity, Naruto and Sasuke finally had the chance to ask Hinata about themselves. They were especially eager after hearing that they would become the two strongest people in the world in the future. Who is Sasuke's future wife? Naruto asked. Sakura. Sakura, wasn't that the pink-haired girl from the other day? Sasuke suddenly recalled the girl he had seen when he accompanied Naruto. Am I really going to marry her in the future? Sasuke felt nothing about it. He only remembered that the girl's forehead was slightly wide. Near noon, Makoto took Hinata to see Kabuto for a routine physical examination. Just like with Naruto's case, there were no abnormalities. Hinata asked, "Didn't you say this situation shouldn't last long?" Makoto pondered for a moment. "There's only been one other case, so it's hard to say for sure." Hinata looked at him thoughtfully. "You seem to know a lot about my world. More or less. Why is that?" "My mother and the others don't know anything, so why do you know so much?" "Because I am strong enough," Makoto replied calmly. Suddenly, Makoto leaned in closer, staring directly into her eyes. "Don't you find my eyes familiar?" Hinata was stunned for a moment, and then a realization struck her. Tensigen, she exclaimed in shock. "How do you have Tensigen?" "I told you, because I am strong enough," Makoto responded. Hinata was speechless. She still vividly remembered the encounter with Otsutsuki Tonari, how he had only obtained the Tensigen by taking her sister Hanabi's. Makoto spent several hours in the research lab and eventually developed a special technique, a positioning seal placed directly on the soul. This technique would allow him to pinpoint the target's location at any time, no matter where they were. However, considering that this involved two different worlds, a standard tracking method might be ineffective. After all, Enko's kite mark had become untraceable after she entered Ryuchi Cave. To counteract this, Makoto enhanced the technique using his Tensigen. For some time now, Makoto had been studying the power of the Tensigen, not just his own but also the ones on the moon. Tensigen possessed the ability to manipulate spacetime, with abilities similar to the Rinnegan. Makoto engraved this technique, infused with spacetime power, onto Hinata's soul. Although he didn't yet understand why Naruto and Hinata had experienced a soul exchange, and despite there being no apparent negative consequences, it was still crucial to investigate the phenomenon. Previously, Naruto had arrived as a child, whereas Hinata had come after getting married and having children. If they both came from different points in the same timeline, could unraveling this mystery lead to control over time itself? That night, Makoto decided not to sleep, choosing instead to keep watch over Hinata the entire night. However, as the night passed, Hinata remained in bed resting, and when she woke up, she was still the same, she had not reverted to the original Hinata. This surprised Makoto greatly. The current situation differed from what had happened to Naruto before. He asked Hinata, "Before you came here, did anything unusual happen? Or did you do anything strange?" Hinata hesitated before shaking her head. "I was just organizing a photo album. I saw a picture of Niji and II at the time." Makoto paused for a moment before asking, "Back then, did you really want to see Niji again?" "I suppose so." Makoto brought Niji over to Hinata's side. Since he had spent the night researching the soul travel phenomenon, Hinata and Niji hadn't interacted much. Looking at Niji, Hinata hesitated before saying, "He isn't the Niji I knew." Perhaps because Naruto and Niji were now the children of different parents in this world, their appearances were quite different from what she remembered. Even her own reflection in the mirror showed subtle differences from the Hinata of her world. Sasuke, however, looked nearly the same, perhaps because he resembled his mother more. Makoto said to Hinata, "He is this world's Niji, and he is your brother. He takes good care of you." Hinata fell silent. She suddenly realized that since this world had already been unified, there would likely be no more wars in the future. That meant that this world's Niji would live a peaceful and happy life, without the tragic fate he met in her world. Thinking about this, Hinata suddenly felt that this world wasn't so bad after all. Naruto had his parents, and Sasuke's childhood wouldn't be filled with loneliness and grief. But just then, the Hinata standing in front of Makoto suddenly lost consciousness. Makoto quickly reached out and caught her in his arms. The girl in his arms blinked in confusion. "Dad." "Hinata, how do you feel?" I'm so hungry." Makoto couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. Hinata from the other world had barely eaten anything since she arrived. "Dad, what happened to Hinata?" Niji asked anxiously. After a brief pause, Makoto replied, "Nothing, she just took a nap." He could sense that the technique he had placed on the other Hinata's soul had been intercepted by something unknown. However, he could still feel its presence, it was just temporarily out of reach. Now, he was certain of one thing, whether it was Naruto or Hinata, their soul crossing required a trigger. Naruto's case had likely been driven by his strong desire to see his mother again, while Hinata's was caused by her longing for Niji. Once that desire was fulfilled in this world, their souls would be sent back. This also meant that such incidents could happen again in the future, the only question was, who would be next? At the same time, in Tsunade's home. Knock, knock. After a brief knock on the door, Shizen pushed it open and saw Tsunade sitting on the bed, lost in thought. "Lady Tsunade, you're already awake. Come out and wash up for breakfast." However, Tsunade just stared blankly at Shizen upon hearing her words. Lady Tsunade. Shizen felt that Tsunade's reaction was a bit strange, so she called out again. Shizen. Tsunade finally spoke. Why do you suddenly look so young? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 327, ch 327, A World Without Makoto. Shizen was stunned for a moment and asked, what? Tsunade got up from the bed, walked up to Shizen, and started touching her face directly. Lady Tsunade. Shizen didn't resist but found Tsunade's behavior rather strange. So weird, this is so weird. Tsunade murmured softly. Shizen suddenly looked much younger, and the layout of the house seemed somewhat different as well. She walked into the bathroom, looked at her unchanged reflection in the mirror, and touched her own face. Did I drink too much last night and haven't sobered up yet, she muttered. You didn't drink last night, Shizen suddenly said from beside her. Tsunade snapped her head toward Shizen so abruptly that it startled her. Why, you really didn't drink last night? Tsunade then noticed the calendar in the living room. She quickly walked over, grabbed it, and held it in her hands. Shizen. How old are you this year? 18. And me? Aren't you not letting me mention your age? Tsunade swallowed hard before asking, am I 40 this year? Shizen cautiously replied, F40, just a little over. She was bewildered by Tsunade's behavior. Did Lady Tsunade suddenly realize she wasn't young anymore, and the mental pressure was making her lose it a little? Tsunade plopped down onto the sofa, covering her face with both hands, muttering something about time reversal. Shizen stepped forward. Lady Tsunade. But Tsunade suddenly lifted her head, grabbing Shizen's shoulders with both hands, her face full of excitement. Shizen. Shizen was startled by Tsunade's abrupt reaction. I have something huge to tell you, something absolutely shocking. You mustn't be scared. What is it? Shizen thought that even if Tsunade told her she was actually 18 years old, she wouldn't be surprised at this point. Tsunade's eyes widened with excitement. I'm from the future. Shizen. I'm serious. I really came from the future. Is that so? Shizen responded with an awkward laugh, convinced that Tsunade must have hit her head or something. I mean it. Tsunade noticed the disbelief in Shizen's eyes and became anxious. I can tell you things that will happen in the future. Ask me anything you want to know. Shizen was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, who will be my boyfriend in the future? You won't have a boyfriend in the future. Just like me, you'll stay single. Shizen. Tsunade cleared her throat. Ask another question. She felt that saying something like that would only make Shizen believe her even less. This girl had such a tough fate, why hadn't she gotten a boyfriend yet? Back then, she really should have pushed her and Kakashi together. Shizen, now wearing an expression of, I'm just watching you act, asked again, who is Rin's future boyfriend? Is it Obito? Or Kakashi? Tsunade froze. Who? Rin. Did she accept Obito in the future or not? Tsunade didn't answer immediately but instead racked her brain, trying to recall. You're asking about Kakashi's teammate from when he was a kid. Nohara Rin. Shizen looked puzzled. Who else would I be talking about? Rin had even visited their house just the other day. Tsunade frowned. Didn't she die a long time ago? The palace. What? I married Naruto. After learning what had happened from everyone, the only thing Hinata couldn't accept was that the other world's version of herself had married Naruto. Him? Why him? Everyone, however, found her reaction highly entertaining. Ayano chuckled. You even had kids together. Hinata. Seeing Hinata's utterly defeated expression, Naruto scoffed, it's not like I wanted to marry you either. Even if I died, I wouldn't marry a woman like you. Hinata immediately exploded in anger and charged at Naruto, determined to teach him a lesson. Naruto, seeing this, had no choice but to turn and flee. Now that Hinata had returned to normal, everyone's worries faded. Instead, they started regretting not asking her more questions while they had the chance. Meanwhile, Ayano seemed a little down. The Hinata from the other world had told her she would have another daughter in the future, which dampened Ayano's mood since she had always wanted to give Makoto a son. Ayari consoled her, come on, don't overthink it. Makoto already said the two worlds aren't the same. Maybe this time, you'll have a son. Ayano pouted, how is that possible? Can the gender even change? Why not? That world didn't even have Makoto, yet Hinata and Naruto still ended up together. Anything's possible. When Ayari heard more details from the other world's Hinata, everything started making sense. If Makoto hadn't existed, then she really would have married Hisashi. But in a world without Makoto, she felt she wouldn't have lived happily. Even her future son would have died young. Sigh. That night, Kushina quietly snuck into Makoto's room. "Why did you suddenly think of coming to my place?" Squeezed together on the same bed, Makoto asked with a smile. When Kushina had come in, she had thought for a moment that Makoto was about to play some kind of romantic trick on her. "I have something I want to talk to you about," Kushina said. Makoto thought for a moment before asking, "Is it about what happened with Naruto and Hinata these past 2 days?" That Hinata said that in her world, Makoto doesn't exist. You remember that, right? You're not thinking about who Naruto's father would be if Makoto didn't exist, are you? How did you know that's what I was thinking? Makoto sighed helplessly. With that expression you had earlier, anyone in the house could tell. Hearing this, Kushina just wrapped the blanket around herself tighter and remained silent for a while before finally saying, "I really did think about it, but that world's Naruto said he had no parents. If Naruto didn't have me, and Makoto wasn't there either, just how hard would his life have been?" Makoto also thought of that timid-looking Naruto and felt her heart tighten. She had long since regarded Naruto as her own child, loving him no less than she did Sasuke. Kushina continued, "I've been thinking these past 2 days. If Makoto hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been a good thing for me. At the very least, it certainly wouldn't have been good for Naruto. That Naruto went back to his world a few days ago, back to a place where he has no parents." Sensing something off in Kushina's tone, Makoto gently patted her shoulder. Kushina then murmured softly, "Now, I feel really grateful to Makoto. He gave Naruto a complete family, a happy and beautiful childhood." Makoto smiled and said, "Why don't you go and tell Makoto?" But Kushina buried her head in the blanket. "I don't want to tell him." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 300+ ch. Chapter 328, ch 328, The Time-Traveled Lady Tsunade. Tsunade was certain that she had traveled through time. Just yesterday, she had stepped down from her position as Hokage, dumping all the mess onto Kakashi. To celebrate her newfound freedom, she had a drink, maybe a little too much. The alcohol had made her nostalgic, bringing up memories of the past, especially of that idiot Jiraiya. But when she woke up, she could clearly feel that her body had become younger. She was particularly sensitive to such changes. If Shizen was only 18 now, then she should be in her early 40s. That meant she shouldn't be in the village, Naruto should still be a little brat, and Jiraiya should still be alive. After confirming that she had traveled more than 10 years back, countless thoughts flooded her mind. However, what she never expected was that this world was different from the one she knew. Nohara Rin was still alive. The man responsible for starting a war, Uchiha Obito, was still a Konoha ninja and had even been honored with multiple medals. The 4th Hokage was now Orochimaru, and the 5th Hokage was some guy named Hyuga Makoto, whom she didn't even recognize. After digesting all this information, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a strong sense of absurdity about this reality. For example, when she searched her bedroom closet, she found an array of black stockings, along with various intimate items. Just looking at them made Tsunade's scalp tingle. There's no way I'd have such hobbies, right? This Belladorn thing, shaped like a mix between a cone and a spinning top. Where the hell is this supposed to go? Could it be that the Tsunade of this world was that adventurous? Doubts about herself started creeping in, so she questioned Shizen about various personal matters, like whether she usually brought men home for the night. The answer gave her some relief. Apparently, the Tsunade of this world was just, well, reserved but secretly bold, perhaps. Meanwhile, Shizen was utterly shocked by Tsunade's sudden change. The woman in front of her suddenly claimed she wasn't the Tsunade she knew, but rather another Tsunade from a different world. After a long explanation, Tsunade finally managed to make Shizen understand her situation. Shizen was shocked and immediately asked where the Tsunade of this world had gone. "She probably ended up in my world," Tsunade replied. If that was the case, then the other Tsunade was quite unlucky, losing over 10 years of her life in an instant. Tsunade, however, had no trouble accepting the fact that she had arrived in this world. In fact, she found it rather nice. After all, she had suddenly become over 10 years younger. Besides, she was quite curious about the current state of Konoha. The world had been unified, and the emperor of this new empire didn't seem to be an ordinary person. If that meant there would be no more wars in the future, then it was a good thing. After spending some time at home talking with Shizen, Tsunade got a general understanding of the differences in this world. Meanwhile, Shizen felt that the Tsunade in front of her wasn't any different from the one she originally knew. Her personality and behavior were exactly the same. "Let's go out for a walk," Tsunade suggested. All right. The two of them left the house together, and Tsunade's attention was immediately drawn to a towering structure in the distance. Why was the Hokage rock replaced with a tower? Shizen's expression turned a little odd. Because you destroyed the Hokage rock. That's the Solarite Tower. Shizen then explained how Tsunade had once shattered the first and second Hokage's faces on the Hokage rock with a single punch, possibly due to something related to the fourth Hokage at the time. Tsunade found it amusing, thinking that it did sound like something she would do. Orochimaru must have done something that really pissed her off back then. What is that? The brutal justice, though nowadays, everyone respectfully calls it the heavenly justice. The two hadn't walked around for long before Shizen led Tsunade to the new district. Like many others visiting for the first time, Tsunade was immediately dazzled by the sheer prosperity of the place. She considered herself well-traveled and knowledgeable, but she had never seen any city or even a single street that could compare to even a tenth of this. Is this still Konoha? Tsunade was utterly stunned. Of course, this is Konoha. Konoha is now the capital of the Sun Empire, Shizen explained. Empire. Tsunade murmured the word under her breath. It seems this emperor is truly an incredible person. Having served as Hokage for many years, Tsunade knew that governing even a single village was no easy task, let alone an entire vast nation. Yet, to develop it into something like this. She felt that no Hokage in history could have achieved such a feat. Lady Tsunade, Shizen spoke softly, in your world, there's really no His Majesty. Tsunade replied, I've never heard of anyone named Hyuga Makoto. What would a world without His Majesty be like? Shizen was deeply curious. As a Konoha ninja, she held immense admiration for the emperor. Practically every Konoha ninja revered him like a deity. After a brief moment of thought, Tsunade explained, the 5 great nations remained as they were. There was even a 4th great ninja war. I became the 5th Hokage, and Kakashi succeeded me as the 6th. Shizen was utterly shocked. After a moment, she murmured, it's a good thing we have His Majesty here. Tsunade chuckled. You seem to hold him in very high regard. Shizen replied matter-of-factly, what Konoha ninja doesn't respect His Majesty? Even you once served as his assistant. Tsunade was taken aback. Is that so? From the sound of it, she must have had a fairly close relationship with this emperor in this world. She had originally planned to meet him, but considering that she had traveled from another world, Tsunade thought it best to keep it a secret, especially from the leader of the nation. There was no telling how he might perceive her presence. Suddenly, Shizen exclaimed, oh, right. Lady Tsunade, you can go see His Majesty. Huh? Why? His Majesty will definitely have a way to help you. That, I'll have to think about. The two wandered through the streets of the new city for a long time. To Tsunade's surprise, she ran into an old acquaintance, Konan. Konan warmly invited them to her home, which left Tsunade stunned. Not only was Konan alive, but so were Yahiko and Nagato. There was no Akatsuki in this world. And Jiraiya was alive too. Tsunade politely declined Konan's invitation. She felt it was best not to meet too many familiar faces for now. If someone noticed something was off, it could be troublesome. Afterward, she asked Shizen about Jiraiya's situation. Shizen didn't hide anything and told Tsunade everything about Jiraiya's recent circumstances, including the fact that he had once been classified as a rogue ninja by Konoha. Jiraiya, a rogue ninja. After the initial shock, Tsunade was overwhelmed with fury. Jiraiya was someone who would willingly give his life for Konoha. How could he possibly be a rogue ninja? Shizen then mentioned Namikaze Minato, explaining that Jiraiya had been labeled a rogue ninja because he was trying to save Minato. For a moment, Tsunade couldn't determine whether the people in this world were simply different from those she knew or if something else was at play. The Emperor of the Empire, the 5th Hokage of this world. A sudden urge arose within Tsunade. She wanted to meet him and ask what had really happened with Jiraiya. Had the version of herself in this world not intervened in the matter? She asked Shizen if she had done anything when Jiraiya was in trouble. At the time, you kept pleading with His Majesty. Later, His Majesty didn't actually have Lord Jiraiya executed. I think it was probably because of your pleas that he was spared. I see. Tsunade let out a long breath. Perhaps, it was time to meet this emperor after all. There was no avoiding him in the future anyway. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 329, ch 329, Different Tsunade. Evening, at Tsunade's home. After spending an entire day exploring Konoha, Tsunade had gained a basic understanding of the current situation in the village. At the same time, she was also considering her present and future circumstances. If she were to continue living in this world, she thought it might not be a bad choice. A world at peace. A Konoha that was strong enough. No more endless troubles and headaches. A future where she could simply enjoy life. Although there were differences from her original world, it wasn't something she couldn't accept. She just needed to rebuild her relationships accordingly. As Tsunade lay in her bedroom, she suddenly heard voices coming from outside. Curious, she got up and walked out, only to find Shizun chatting with a young, beautiful girl in the living room. "Lady Tsunade, I'm heading out for a bit." "You should rest early," Shizun said. It seemed like the girl had come to find Shizun. Tsunade took a moment to observe her. As if realizing something, Shizun introduced, "Rin invited me to hang out at her place." So this was Rin. Tsunade couldn't help but recall something Kakashi had once told her, about how Uchiha Obito had started a war because of the death of the girl he had always been devoted to. She had always been curious about this girl. Now that she was seeing her in person, Rin was indeed pretty and cute, but not to the extent that she could bring about the downfall of nations. Still not as beautiful as me. That was what Tsunade thought to herself. She smiled lightly and said, "You two go ahead." Rin didn't notice anything unusual. She simply greeted Tsunade politely before leaving with Shizun. After they left, Tsunade, having nothing to do at home, decided to go out for a walk as well. The past few years of development had made Konoha's entertainment scene much more diverse, and nightlife had become a thing. After a quick stroll through the old district, she made her way to the new district. To her surprise, it was even livelier at night than during the day, with crowds of people filling the streets. She wanted to find an izakaya to sit down and have a drink, but every single one she came across was packed. Just then. "Lady Tsunade. It really is you, Lady Tsunade." Just as Tsunade was feeling a little frustrated, she ran into a few familiar faces. It was Kakashi, Guy, and Obito. "You guys." Tsunade looked at the slightly cool-looking Kakashi and the somewhat unfamiliar Obito in front of her, feeling incredibly strange inside. Though, she had to admit, this version of Kakashi actually looked more reliable. In her original world, when she passed the Hokage position to Kakashi, she always felt like he would be even lazier than she was. As for this Obito, she had just seen Rin a moment ago. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. She turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi, you're still single, right?" Kakashi gave her a puzzled look. Why was this the first thing she brought up after seeing him? Tsunade then bluntly followed up, "What do you think of my Shizun?" Kakashi. Obito and Guy, standing beside him, were completely shocked. Kakashi felt a bit awkward. "Lady Tsunade, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Tsunade chuckled. "You're both single and at the right age. You should consider each other." Obito gave Kakashi a light push and then started frantically winking at him. Kakashi sighed helplessly. "I haven't really thought about that kind of thing yet." But Tsunade insisted. "You should start thinking about it. If you don't date at your age, it'll be such a waste. Youth passes in the blink of an eye." As she spoke, she reached out and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi just felt completely baffled. Why was Tsunade suddenly so concerned about his love life out of nowhere? After giving a couple of half-hearted responses, he quickly said his goodbyes and left. Obito, however, couldn't hold back and said, "Wow, Kakashi, Shizun is such a great girl. You really lucked out." Deep down, he was actually hoping Kakashi would hurry up and get into a relationship. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about him being a rival for Rin. Kakashi just scoffed and replied, "Not interested." Obito, on the other hand, kept trying to persuade Kakashi and even tried to get Guy involved in setting him up with Shizun. After parting ways with Kakashi and the others, Tsunade originally planned to find a gambling den to play a few rounds. However, after wandering through several streets, she couldn't find any such establishments. She finally pulled aside a passerby to ask, only to learn that Konoha had abolished such places a long time ago. Tsunade couldn't help but curse in her heart, this Hyuga Makoto has no sense of fun at all. Since she couldn't drink or gamble, Tsunade had no choice but to sulkily return home. Shizun hadn't come back yet, so she went to bed early. The next morning, Tsunade asked Shizun how she could meet the emperor. "His Majesty is in the palace. You can just go directly, no one will stop you," Shizun replied. Dressed in casual clothes, Tsunade headed straight to the palace. Just as Shizun had said, the guards did not try to stop her. However, fearing that she might get lost inside, Tsunade took the initiative to approach a guard and ask, "Where is His Majesty right now?" The guard looked at Tsunade in surprise and said, "He should be in the front hall." "Lady Samui is definitely there, you can ask her." This palace was even more grand than the daimyo's residence. As Tsunade walked through it, she carefully took in her surroundings. When she arrived at the front hall, it was obvious that this was where the emperor handled official matters. She could see several clerks hurrying by, carrying stacks of documents. Upon stepping into the grand hall, Tsunade saw a woman with an icy yet stunningly beautiful appearance. She had golden hair, and her figure was no less impressive than Tsunade's own. "Why did you come dressed like that?" The first thing Samui said upon seeing Tsunade was a question about her outfit. Tsunade glanced down at her clothes, loose, sleeveless short top inside, with a long green haori draped over it. That was how she had always dressed. Did the Tsunade of this world not wear this kind of outfit? She suddenly recalled the special clothing she had found in the wardrobe. "Ahem, I forgot today," she said casually, clearly unconcerned about her attire. "Is His Majesty in?" Samui frowned slightly upon hearing this. "His Majesty hasn't arrived yet." "Oh, then I'll wait for him for a while." The front hall was divided into 3 areas. One was the main hall for important meetings, which was rarely used. Another was a loft for the emperor to rest and entertain himself. The last one was the daily office area where they were currently located. After saying she would wait for the emperor, Tsunade made herself at home and began wandering around, observing the surroundings. When she noticed another door inside, she pushed it open without hesitation. It was a lounge, similar to the one in the Hokage's office back in the day. Inside, there was a bed, as well as a refrigerator and a tea table, all fully equipped. Tsunade went straight in, sat down, and made herself a cup of tea. At that moment, Samui appeared at the doorway, looking at her with a strange expression. "What? Has His Majesty arrived?" Tsunade asked while sipping her tea. "No. You're acting really strange today." Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then quickly set down her teacup. Is that so?" Worried that she might give herself away, she immediately became more cautious. "Am I not usually like this?" Samui pondered for a moment. "No. I heard from a boy that you normally act this way, but never in front of His Majesty." Tsunade felt a bit confused. Mabui, wasn't she the Reikage secretary? Back during the 4th Great Ninja War, she had met that woman. Unfortunately, Mabui had perished alongside Shikaku under the Ten Tails attack. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a man's voice calling out. "Samui." Samui cast a deep look at Tsunade before turning around and leaving. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Had the Emperor arrived? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave 300+ ch. Chapter 330, ch 330, A Chaotic World. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tsunade still chose to stand up. Having served as Hokage for many years, there were few people in the world whom she truly respected. However, from what Samui had just said, it seemed that she usually wasn't too casual in front of the emperor. As her thoughts swirled, a figure appeared at the doorway of the lounge. With just one glance, Tsunade could confirm that she had never seen this person in her original world. His eyes were strange. Wasn't he from the Hyuga clan? Why didn't he have the Byakugan? And his age? He looked way too young. Was it really him who had unified the world and established an empire? The emperor also seemed briefly taken aback upon seeing Tsunade dressed so casually, pausing for 2 seconds before stepping into the lounge. Tsunade watched as he walked over and sat down on the sofa across from her, while Samui followed behind, holding several documents in her arms. "Your Majesty, these are urgent." Tsunade was still hesitating on how to start the conversation, but Samui had already begun briefing the emperor on official matters. Left with no other choice, she stood there, feeling slightly awkward. After finishing his official duties and watching Samui leave with the documents, Makoto leisurely began brewing himself a cup of tea. "What's going on today?" Tsunade was momentarily stunned before realizing he was speaking to her. Me." Makoto reclined on the sofa, holding a teacup in one hand, his gaze scrutinizing Tsunade. It had been some time since he had last seen her dressed like this. In his presence, Tsunade was always clad in a professional OL outfit, a black silk stockings and skirt ensemble, appearing obedient and composed. But now, this attire reminded Makoto of the first time he had met her, evoking the image of the bold and valiant Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. "You're not the Tsunade I know, are you?" Makoto's words sent a wave of shock through Tsunade. She forced a chuckle. "Why, Your Majesty, what do you mean?" "The Tsunade I know would never just stand there and speak to me like this," Makoto said. Again with these kinds of remarks. Tsunade felt a little helpless. "How the hell am I supposed to know what kind of Tsunade you're familiar with?" Thinking this, she simply sat down directly in front of Makoto. Makoto couldn't help but chuckle softly. This Tsunade had clearly misunderstood his meaning. When he said, "The Tsunade I know wouldn't just stand there and talk to me like this," he actually meant that the usual Tsunade would be kneeling before him. Moreover, he had previously given her explicit instructions to wear a certain item when meeting him. Still, he wasn't angry, just surprised that something like a soul swap had actually happened to Tsunade. Tsunade asked, how are you so sure that I'm not the Tsunade you know? She had already confirmed that he bore no hostility toward her, which made her secretly sigh in relief. Makoto didn't answer her question directly but instead asked, what's the current time on your side? Tsunade looked at him in confusion, unsure of what exactly he meant by time. Makoto then asked, are you the Hokage right now? Tsunade pondered for a moment before replying, Kakashi is the 6th Hokage. Kakashi. So the 4th Great Ninja War had already ended. Makoto made a mental note and continued studying the beautiful blonde woman in front of him. You know something, don't you? Tsunade questioned. More or less, Makoto replied, taking a sip of his tea. Tsunade immediately threw out a barrage of questions. What exactly is going on? How did I end up here? Will I be able to return in the future? Makoto, however, simply asked in return, do you want to go back? Tsunade was momentarily stunned by his words. She quickly calmed herself before replying, I just want to understand what's happening. She didn't directly answer his question, but to Makoto, her response was already an answer in itself. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. By the end of the 4th Great Ninja War, Tsunade was already nearing 60 years old, yet now, she had suddenly regained her youth. Makoto mused, whether you want to return or not ultimately depends on your own will. What do you mean? Before you came here, was there someone in particular you desperately wanted to see? Tsunade fell into deep thought, and Makoto didn't interrupt her. So you're saying, as long as I see that person, I'll be able to return to my original world. That's not exactly it. Rather, the key to returning lies in your own lingering attachment. Tsunade's expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholic. Lingering attachment. She thought back to her life in her original world. The war had ended, the world had found peace, and she had stepped down from the position of Hokage. On the surface, everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. But there was one thing that had never changed, she was always losing people. So, after realizing that she had arrived in this world, Tsunade found it surprisingly easy to accept. Was there anything in her original world that she truly couldn't bear to leave behind? No. On the contrary, after learning about this world, Tsunade found herself wanting to stay and start anew. She didn't want to leave. Her gaze flickered as she looked at Makoto, who was leisurely sipping his tea. You realized I'm not the original Tsunade, yet you don't seem to mind at all. After all, she was nothing more than an outsider who had intruded into this world. If Makoto had been close to the original Tsunade, shouldn't he be angry that her body had been taken over? Makoto simply shrugged. To me, no matter which version of you it is, you're still Tsunade. I was your assistant, wasn't I? Tsunade asked thoughtfully. And our relationship, was it just superior and subordinate? Upon hearing this, Makoto's expression twisted into a peculiar smile. Tsunade frowned at his teasing attitude and asked, what are you laughing at? Makoto stood up from the sofa, still holding his teacup, and slowly walked behind her. What do you think our relationship should be? Tsunade's heart stirred slightly. His tone and demeanor felt a little too suggestive, making her inevitably have certain thoughts. She thought about the lingerie and provocative outfits she had found in the bedroom wardrobe. It seemed that the Tsunade of this world was quite open-minded. But the age gap between them wasn't small, and he was even the emperor of an empire. The more Tsunade thought about it, the more awkward she felt. She quickly cleared her throat and said, ahem, if you don't want to answer, forget it. At that moment, Makoto suddenly leaned in from behind, his face extremely close to hers. This unexpected closeness made Tsunade's nerves tense up instantly. On the inside of your thigh, there's a small, barely noticeable mole, isn't there? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her entire body stiffening. If anyone had dared to tease her like this in the past, she would have immediately punched them into the ground. But at this moment, her rationality held her back from acting on that impulse. No matter how much younger she looked in this world, she was still in her 40s. Meanwhile, this guy didn't seem to be older than 20. Wait, did that mean she was the one taking advantage here? Hiss. A shiver ran down Tsunade's spine. Ever since arriving in this world, things had been manageable so far, but now, she was struggling to accept what was happening. She never expected that her private life would be this messy. She was still living with Shizune, which meant that she had been with Dan in the past. So why was things like this now? Tsunade suddenly shot to her feet, fists clenched tightly at her sides as she turned her back to Makoto. Makoto leaned against the sofa with one arm while holding his teacup in the other, watching her with a teasing smile. What's wrong? We. Makoto replied casually, we were quite close before. We did a lot of things together. Tsunade pressed her lips together. The lot of things he mentioned clearly included that, otherwise, how could she explain the provocative lingerie in her wardrobe? She actually, with this man. Just the thought of it made goosebumps rise all over her skin. For the first time in her life, Tsunade felt completely overwhelmed. Even back when she was Hokage, handling complex political affairs, she had never felt this flustered. If she was going to stay in this world, how was she supposed to handle her relationship with this emperor? With no clear answers, the only thing on her mind was escaping this situation as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now, she said hurriedly. All right. Makoto didn't stop her, still amused by this unfamiliar version of Tsunade. She was much more interesting than the obedient, submissive Tsunade from before. If you ever want to see me, you're always welcome. Like hell I want to see you. Cursing inwardly, Tsunade quickly left the lounge. In the office, Samui was still sorting through documents while speaking with a clerk who had come to hand over official paperwork. She glanced at Tsunade as she walked out but didn't say anything. Tsunade forced herself to stay calm as she exited. Only after stepping out of the front hall did she finally let out a deep breath. This world is a mess. That thought echoed in her mind as she prepared to head home, only to suddenly remember, she had completely forgotten to ask the Emperor about Jiraiya. She instinctively turned her head to glance back at where she had just come from. After a brief internal struggle, she ultimately decided to let it go. Forget it. I'll find another chance to ask later. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 331, ch 331, Tsunade Staying. Your Majesty, about Miss Tsunade. Samui approached Makoto, hesitating as she spoke. Makoto chuckled lightly. She's quite interesting now, isn't she? Samui paused thoughtfully. Is that how you see it? What did you think I would do? I thought you would punish her. Doing the same thing every day gets boring. If not for Tsunade's incredibly alluring body, Makoto would have grown tired of her long ago. In fact, he somewhat regretted being too forceful when he first took her. He had broken her too quickly, stripping away her spirit, along with the fun. He should have been more patient back then. Initially, Makoto hadn't realized how entertaining it could be to have people from the original world appear here. What truly intrigued him was the phenomenon of parallel world soul transfers and time travel. But during his conversation with Tsunade just now, he suddenly grasped something. This was the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, straight from the original timeline. He couldn't help but wonder, once she fully realized that, in this world, she was nothing more than his plaything, what kind of reaction would she have? Still, this situation served as a reminder. The ones who could undergo soul transfer weren't fixed, it could be anyone from the original world. Makoto planned to imprint the same coordinate technique he had previously engraved on Hinata in the other world onto everyone in Konoha. This could easily be achieved using the Tower of Solarity, allowing him to detect anyone who crossed over from that world the moment they arrived. Breaking the barriers between parallel worlds and mastering the method of traversal, this was something Makoto was determined to achieve. When Tsunade returned home, the first thing she did upon seeing Shizen was ask. What exactly is the relationship between me and that emperor, Hyuga Makoto? Shizen looked bewildered. What do you mean? Tsunade frowned. You don't know. Shizen hesitated. You. No, I mean, Lady Tsunade from this world used to work as the emperor's assistant for a while. Is that all? Tsunade turned and went straight to the bedroom. She yanked open the wardrobe, pulling out everything she had previously discovered inside, and dumped it all onto the bed. Shizen followed her in, and when she saw the messy pile of revealing, suggestive items, her eyes widened in shock. Lady Tsunade, this. Tsunade rubbed her forehead, feeling an intense headache. Why had she lost her cool like that? She let out a deep sigh, then sat down on the bed, deciding not to hide anything. These all belong to the me from this world. Shizen looked utterly stunned. Lady Tsunade she had always respected and admired, secretly lived like this. She found it almost impossible to believe. Tsunade didn't feel much psychological pressure, after all, she wasn't the one who had done those things. Shizen quickly calmed down as well. Without saying a word, she neatly gathered everything from the bed and put it back in the wardrobe in an orderly manner. Shizen. These are part of this world's Lady Tsunade's private life. We shouldn't be doing this, Shizen said softly, her head lowered. Tsunade was at a loss for words and could only let out a long sigh. Shizen then asked, You went to see His Majesty, didn't you? Yeah. Did you tell him about your situation? He saw through it immediately. I see. And what did His Majesty say? Tsunade placed both hands on the edge of the bed, leaned back slightly, and gazed up at the ceiling. Can you return to your original world? Even though the person in front of her was still Lady Tsunade, she wasn't the Tsunade that Shizen originally knew. This was a significant matter to her. To Shizen, Tsunade was like both a mentor and a mother figure, she couldn't just accept this situation as calmly as Tsunade had. If her Lady Tsunade had ended up in that other world, she was probably struggling to find a way back right now. Hearing this, Tsunade turned to glance at Shizen, remained silent for a moment, then said, I can go back, but it's a bit complicated. Shizen immediately let out a sigh of relief. But then, Tsunade suddenly said, Shizen, you don't seem very happy to have me here. Shizen was momentarily stunned, then quickly waved her hands. No, that's not it. That's absolutely not it. But after denying it, Shizen didn't know what else to say, and the room fell into silence. After a moment, Tsunade suddenly let out a soft chuckle. To be honest with you, I'm not really eager to go back. Hearing this, Shizen instinctively clenched the fabric of her clothes. Shizen, do you want to hear my story? Tsunade said calmly. Shizen took a step forward, moving to sit beside Tsunade on the bed, adopting a quiet and attentive posture. Tsunade, however, let out a sigh. Where should I even begin? She had been through so much, but many of those experiences were also ones that this world's version of her had gone through. Looking back on the past few decades of her life, the only truly happy and carefree times had been in her youth. But those memories didn't seem necessary to recount. So instead, Tsunade told Shizen about the years she spent wandering, the years during which Shizen had always been by her side. She spoke of the young boy she had met along the way, of the 3 legendary Sannin going their separate ways, of her taking on the mantle of Hokage, and of Jiraiya's death. Tsunade was telling it like a story, as if she were speaking about someone else. She spoke of many things in a light and casual tone, but Shizen could hear the deep sorrow hidden beneath her words. She had always been losing things. When Tsunade finally fell silent, Shizen slowly stood up. Are you truly not planning to go back? Tsunade tilted her head and suddenly smiled. How could I not? Since you're so worried about the Tsunade of this world, then the Shizen from my world is probably just as worried about me. After saying that, she lowered her head. Shizen could feel the loneliness behind that smile, and her heart tightened with emotion. Actually, as long as we can confirm that the Lady Tsunade of this world is safe and well, it doesn't really matter. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Maybe, after arriving in your world, she also found everything there intriguing and wants to stay for a while longer. After saying that, Shizen turned and walked out of the bedroom. Tsunade watched her leave, then silently chuckled and lay back on the bed. The blanket carried a faint fragrance. She took a deep breath, savoring it. She had noticed it last night, it wasn't just the scent of laundry soap. It seemed that this world's version of herself knew how to enjoy life better. Then, her thoughts drifted to Emperor Hyuga Makoto, and she felt a headache coming on. If she decided to stay here in the future, how was she supposed to deal with that guy? Maybe, she should just go on a journey instead. As Tsunade's thoughts swirled in chaos, Shizen suddenly walked back into the room. Lady Tsunade. If you plan to stay here, it's best not to let anyone grow suspicious. There are many differences between the 2 worlds, so I think it's necessary for us to do some special training. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 332, ch 332, Tsunade is scared. The very same day, Makoto began researching the coordinate inscription technique that would be imprinted on the soul. However, since it needed to be applied on a large scale, it took him quite a bit of effort. Eventually, he used the Tower of Solari to envelop the entirety of Konoha, marking every single person with a coordinate. The world had very little understanding of soul-related secret techniques, so when Makoto carried it out, almost no one noticed anything unusual. That night, instead of going elsewhere, Makoto came to Tsunade's house. When Shizen saw him standing outside the door, she wasn't too surprised. Instead, she respectfully invited him in. With everything that had happened to Lady Tsunade, it was only natural for His Majesty to come and check on her. However, Tsunade was somewhat resistant to meeting Makoto. After realizing that her counterpart in this world had a relationship with him similar to that of a secret lover, she felt an unsettling sense of infidelity. And this kind of affair was not something she enjoyed in the slightest. Do you need something? Seeing Makoto walk straight into her bedroom without hesitation, Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Makoto chuckled. Can't I come to see you without a reason? Tsunade had no interest in responding to such frivolous words. She wasn't some young girl who would blush at such teasing remarks. On the contrary, the fact that Makoto still maintained this attitude toward her even after knowing she wasn't the original Tsunade made her feel slightly annoyed. She had clearly underestimated Makoto's shamelessness. Under Tsunade's gaze, he casually sat down on her bed, leaning back against her pillow. Tsunade frowned slightly. It's late. I'm going to sleep. Perfect. Let's sleep together. As he spoke, Makoto even patted the bed beside him, motioning for her to join him. Tsunade suppressed the anger rising within her and forced herself to remain calm. Do you know how old I am in my original world? Makoto crossed his arms and smirked. So what? I don't mind. His attitude was beginning to test Tsunade's patience. In her original world, the only people who dared to act so flippantly toward her were the ignorant thugs she encountered during her travels. And without exception, those people all met very unfortunate ends. Forcing a smile, Tsunade spoke in a steady tone, Your Majesty, since you already know that I am not the original Tsunade of this world, I hope you can recognize the reality of our current relationship. After all, this was his territory, and Tsunade was already exercising the utmost patience. However, Makoto countered with a question, Our relationship? Tsunade, do you know what kind of relationship you and I have here? Tsunade responded, That was the relationship between this world Tsunade and you, not between me and you. I am not the Tsunade you knew before. To me, you're nothing more than a stranger I just met. Hearing this, Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. You're right. But before you arrived, I was already used to coming here at this time to see Tsunade. We were also used to doing some enjoyable things together. Now that you've taken over her body, why don't you? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a powerful gust of wind rush toward him. Tsunade's fist stopped just 2 centimeters away from his cheek. However, her punch did not land, instead, it was blocked by an invisible force. As she met Makoto's gaze, her expression was ice-cold, yet his smile remained unchanged. You've got some guts, he said. Do you know what happens to people who dare to raise a hand against me? Tsunade gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm down. But then, to her shock, she realized that her body was suddenly out of her control. Even though she wanted to pull back her fist, she found herself completely unable to move. She let out a cold snort and said, Aren't you the one deliberately provoking me? Makoto reached out and began stroking her face, gently caressing her cheek and chin. You can't say that. Do you know what your most important job is here? I don't want to know. Makoto grinned. It's to please me. You've seen it already, haven't you? Those fun little things in the wardrobe. Tsunade wanted to dodge his hand, but she couldn't even turn her head. A look of defiance filled her eyes. She hadn't expected to find herself in such a situation after arriving here. She could clearly feel that disgusting hand on her skin. Fortunately, it didn't last long before stopping. With her limited field of vision, Tsunade had no idea what Makoto was doing. She gritted her teeth and asked, What exactly do you want? At that moment, Makoto had opened her wardrobe and was rummaging through it. After searching for a moment, he pulled out that particular item. Ding-ling. The small bell was cleverly designed. Even when tightly bound by fabric, it could still chime clearly. Smack. Makoto suddenly slapped Tsunade, causing the tips of her ears to flush red. In all her years, she had never been so humiliated. The feeling was unbearable. Makoto held the item in front of her, shaking it lightly. Take a guess, what do you think this is? Tsunade let out a cold scoff. Why should I care what it is? How could it not concern you? Makoto grinned, then leaned in close to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing his words clearly, Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly. She struggled with all her might, but she was still powerless to resist. You bastard. How dare you? I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Hyuga Makoto. Her voice rose in pitch, sounding almost hysterical, as if his words had completely shattered her psychological defenses. Makoto, however, merely chuckled as he watched her reaction. He then sat down on the bed, toying with the object in his hand, observing the shifts in her expression while listening to her furious insults. Fortunately, he had already sealed off the sound in the room. Otherwise, not only would Shizune have heard Tsunade's shouting, but the entire neighborhood would have been awakened by her screams. Only when Tsunade had cursed herself hoarse did Makoto leisurely stand up again. He ignored her burning gaze filled with rage and hatred and said, Why are you so resistant? You used to beg me for this all the time. Realizing that resistance was futile, Tsunade fell into silence. She clenched her teeth tightly, her sharp gaze locked onto Makoto without saying a word. How about this? Makoto spoke again. Be good, and politely beg me. As he spoke, he dangled the object in front of her once more. If you beg me, I'll put it away. Tsunade instinctively wanted to lash out with another insult, but she suddenly stopped herself. To actually plead with him. It was indeed something difficult to accept, something that required her to abandon her dignity. But compared to what he was about to do, Tsunade's mind was in turmoil, struggling fiercely. Her eyes lowered, and she felt her entire body trembling. Why was this happening? Why had she suddenly found herself in such a situation? She was the 5th Hokage. Did the Tsunade of this world actually enjoy this kind of game? Have you made up your mind? My patience has its limits. Ding-ling. The sound of the bell rang out once more, like a haunting death knell. Tsunade suddenly felt regret creeping in. Why had she been so drawn to this world? After learning the way back, wouldn't it have been better to let go of her curiosity and return immediately? But now, it seemed too late for such thoughts. The object in Makoto's hand dangled before her, swaying back and forth. The crisp sound of the bell made her feel almost dazed. She bit down hard on her lip, so much so that blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Your Majesty. Makoto heard the slight tremor in her voice. I beg you, please let me go. Don't put that. Seeing Tsunade lowering her voice in plea, Makoto couldn't help but laugh. Tsunade, you were the 5th Hokage in that world, weren't you? 5th Hokage. Hearing that title now felt unbearably ironic to Tsunade. Would a Hokage really be subjected to such humiliation? Would a Hokage really be toyed with and shamed like this? I was wondering how the Hokage version of you would be different from the Tsunade of this world. Now it seems that even when begging, you both look exactly the same. Tsunade gritted her teeth and lowered her gaze. I've already done as you asked. Can you let me go now? Makoto shook the bell in his hand again. No. Tsunade froze for a moment before rage flared in her eyes. You. Makoto grinned and said, what? Did you actually believe me? I was lying. Ding-ling. Before Tsunade could spit out a curse, she felt his hand move to her waistband. A look of pure terror spread across her face. It felt as if she were falling into a deep, lifeless well, an abyss of darkness swallowing her whole. No. Don't. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 300+ ch. Chapter 333, ch 333, A Relieved Kushina. When Makoto stepped out of Tsunade's bedroom, he saw Shizen sitting in the living room, seemingly waiting for him. Since Makoto had isolated the sounds from inside, Shizen hadn't heard anything. Seeing him come out, she immediately stood up and approached him. Your Majesty. She bowed respectfully. Makoto responded casually and was about to leave. Your Majesty. Shizen quickly called out again, stopping him. What is it? It's about Lady Tsunade. She hesitated before speaking. Is Lady Tsunade from this world, all right? Seeing the worry on her face, Makoto gently patted her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, she's fine. When the two Tsunades switch back again, it'll be as if she just had a short nap. Hearing his words firsthand, Shizen finally relaxed completely, a smile appearing on her face. I understand. Thank you, Your Majesty. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Tsunade is quite exhausted, so don't disturb her. Safe travels, Your Majesty. In the bedroom. Tsunade slumped to the floor, her entire body drained of strength. Her clothes remained intact, and Makoto hadn't truly violated her, but what he did was even more unbearable. Before leaving, he told her that if she wanted to stay in this world, she could, but the price was that she could be subjected to his abuse at any time, anywhere. Tsunade no longer wanted to stay. At this moment, it felt like she had just experienced a nightmare. She wished that when she opened her eyes, she would be back in her own world, where Shizen would complain about her drinking again, where that brat Naruto would be noisily calling her Granny Tsunade. But reality wasn't a dream. What should she do next? What about tomorrow? For the first time, she felt lost. As the 5th Hokage, she had faced even an enemy as terrifying as Uchiha Madara without fear, holding steadfast to her beliefs. But Hyuga Makoto was a demon. He was an even more terrifying demon than Uchiha Madara, more terrifying than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Why had someone like him become the Hokage of Konoha? How had he managed to unify the world? Tsunade gritted her teeth, her thoughts seething with rage. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Lady Tsunade, have you gone to bed yet? Shizen's voice came from outside. Tsunade silently sat up from the floor. Would you like to take a bath before resting? If so, I'll prepare some hot water for you. All right, thank you, Shizen. Forcing her voice to remain calm, Tsunade responded. She placed a hand on the bed to support herself as she tried to stand up. Jingle. The sudden chime of a bell made her entire body freeze, her face turning pale, then darkening with fury. That damned bastard, I must kill him. As she seethed with hatred, her hand slowly reached into the waistband of her pants. After returning home, Makoto once again checked the soul coordinate techniques on everyone to ensure there were no issues. Tsunade's situation had lasted for several days already, which meant that soul traversal could persist in this world for an extended period. As for outsiders, Makoto didn't particularly care, but he did not want anything to happen to the people in his household. Even if something did occur, as long as things returned to normal within a day or two, he could simply treat it as a brief visit from the other world souls, nothing worth worrying about. That night, Makoto went to Kushina's room. After 2 nights without sleeping together, her enthusiasm took him by surprise. The two of them went at it until very late, and any frustration Makoto had built up from dealing with Tsunade was completely vented. Afterward, Makoto held Kushina in his arms and asked, "Why are you so proactive today? Have you been lonely since I haven't been with you for a while?" Kushina curled up obediently in his embrace, resting her head on his arm, her face pressed against his chest. "Did I? I feel like I'm just the same as usual." Makoto pinched her cheek with a chuckle. "Do you think I don't know how you usually are? Tonight, you were like a little chili pepper." To his surprise, Kushina suddenly took one of his fingers into her mouth. Even in the darkness without the lights on, Makoto could clearly see her large, shimmering eyes gazing up at him, so alluring, so seductive. In an instant, the fire that had just died down within him flared up again. Feeling his reaction, Kushina giggled softly. "Am I making you unhappy like this?" Makoto didn't answer with words, he simply lowered his head and sealed her lips with a deep kiss. Among the 5 women in the house, Kushina was the most beautiful. Her striking red hair always made her stand out, and even after living together for so long, Makoto still found himself captivated by her beauty time and time again. That was why, despite knowing that her heart didn't truly belong to him, he still kept her in his home, treated her as his woman, and let her form bonds with Ayari and the others as sisters. Kushina's beauty had ensnared Makoto completely. Even though he had once ravaged her mercilessly, he still couldn't get enough of her. After another bout of intense passion, Kushina lay in the darkness, panting softly as she gazed at him. "Makoto. Do you think our future will always be like this?" Makoto let out a chuckle. "What, have you fallen in love with me?" Love? Even Makoto himself found that hard to believe. At most, Kushina had simply resigned herself to her fate. In response, Kushina slid her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly. The two of them remained tightly pressed together, feeling each other's heartbeat. Makoto suddenly felt a strange stir in his chest and softly called out, "Kushina." Silence stretched in the darkness for a long while before he finally heard her voice again. "Makoto, my everything, belongs to you." After speaking, the woman in his arms seemed to press even closer to him. Her body was burning hot, Makoto had never felt such warmth from Kushina before. But now, he could feel it. He could feel her complete surrender. Makoto tightened his embrace around her and said, "What foolish words. You've always belonged to me." Lying in his arms, Kushina felt a peace and security she had never experienced before. Makoto was right, she had always belonged to him. Her body, her life. Before, she could still stubbornly tell herself that at least her heart didn't belong to him. But now, she didn't want to think about the past anymore. She didn't want to think about the people from before either. Those memories brought her nothing now, nothing but pain. She had once convinced herself that everything she did was for Naruto. That it was for the sake of giving him a happy family, for him to grow up safe and happy. Now, Naruto was indeed growing up happily. Everything he needed, Makoto had given him. So why was she still here, hesitating, holding on to pointless pride? Didn't she need all of this too? Everyone in this household, Ayari, Makoto, and the others, had always treated her as family. Niji, Sasuke, and Hinata all called her Mom. Everything she had once wished for. No, she no longer had a past. All she had was the present, and the future. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 334, ch 334, Rebellious Sasuke. A summer rain poured down in torrents, finally bringing relief to the stifling heat of the day. After the heavy downpour, fine drizzle continued to fall endlessly, lingering like the flowing hair of a woman resting beside her lover, strand after strand, unwilling to break away. Yawning, Naruto wandered into the living room and shut the window that had been creaking noisily in the wind. However, he left the door open, letting the cool breeze flow in. He opened the fridge and took out a can of soda. PSHH. Tilting his head back, he took a big gulp, feeling the refreshing chill spread through his body. At this hour, everyone in the house was taking an afternoon nap, likely sleeping soundly to the rhythmic patter of rain outside. Barefoot, Naruto sat on the wooden veranda, gazing at the dense curtain of rain falling in the courtyard. Droplets occasionally splashed onto his skin, sending a cool shiver through him. He noticed a figure walking briskly along the veranda. It was Hinata. "Where did you go?" Naruto asked curiously. "None of your business," Hinata shot back, cutting off his question with a single remark. Naruto smacked his lips in annoyance but didn't argue. he could easily guess where she had gone. At this time of day, the only place she would go was the front hall to see their father. Their father had always shown her a bit of favoritism, which was probably why she had grown so spoiled. That was something Ayari Mama often said. Naruto thought back to the Hinata from the other world a few days ago. She had been quite gentle, speaking in a soft and delicate voice. But in that world, it seemed like his other self didn't have parents, which was really unfortunate. After sitting at the doorway for a while and finishing his can of soda, Naruto turned back into the house and returned to his room, only to find Sasuke sitting on his bed. Since Niji had school, he wasn't home at this time. Not thinking much of it, Naruto casually greeted him, "You're awake." Stretching lazily, he lay back down on his own bed and started talking to himself. Hinata just went to see Dad again. She always picks this time to bother him. "You just mentioned Hinata." A sudden voice interrupted him. Naruto paused, turning his head towards Sasuke, only to be shocked by what he saw. His eyes were blood red, with 3 pitch-black tomo spinning within them. "Sasuke, you..." Naruto was utterly dumbfounded. "This is the Sharingan. When did you awaken it?" He was so shocked that he nearly jumped off the bed. Rushing to Sasuke's side, he couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe. Sasuke, however, simply furrowed his brows and remained silent, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Naruto. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Naruto, after rambling in shock for a while, finally noticed Sasuke's eerie silence and found it odd. Sasuke's gaze slowly swept across the room, taking in everything, the photos hanging on the wall, the framed pictures placed on the desk. One particular frame caught his attention. He suddenly grabbed it and stared intently at the image of a black-haired woman within it. "Sasuke." Naruto waved his hand in front of Sasuke's eyes, but Sasuke suddenly grabbed his wrist in a tight grip. "Ah, ouch. Let go. Let go now." Sasuke stared at Naruto for a while longer before finally releasing his hand. Naruto rubbed his aching wrist and, at that moment, finally noticed the difference in the person before him. There was a coldness and gloom between Sasuke's brows that he had never seen before. A sudden thought struck him, and he immediately bolted toward the door. "Mom. Sasuke is acting weird too." But just as he reached the doorway, he ran straight into someone's chest. "Dad." Seeing his father, Naruto immediately let out a breath of relief, then quickly said, "Dad, Sasuke is acting really strange." "Is he the same as me and Hinata before?" Makoto simply ruffled Naruto's hair lightly and said, "Don't worry, it's fine." Inside the room, Sasuke was now watching Makoto with a wary gaze. "No need to be so defensive," Makoto said as he took the initiative to speak and then stepped inside. He had originally been in the front hall when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the soul coordinate technique on Sasuke's body, prompting him to come over. But this time, he was able to confirm something. The soul travel phenomenon was indeed one way. The souls of this world didn't swap places with those from the other world. Instead, a soul from the other world would arrive here and temporarily take over the body of its counterpart. The soul coordinate technique that Makoto had placed on Sasuke had not suddenly disappeared like it had with Hinata, it was still within Sasuke's body. "Who are you?" Sasuke questioned. Makoto casually picked up a family photo from the table beside him and pointed at himself in the picture. "I am your father." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's expression instantly darkened. Makoto, however, chuckled lightly and said, "Don't get worked up. You've noticed your body is different, haven't you?" Sasuke frowned and remained silent. From the moment he became aware, he had realized something was off. His body had suddenly turned into that of a child. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but if that were the case, it would be an incredibly advanced one. Makoto continued, "Simply put, you've arrived in another world. This world has people similar to those from your original world, yet there are also significant differences. Can you tell me how old you originally were?" Sasuke did not respond to his question. To him, this explanation sounded utterly absurd. Another world. How could that be possible? Could it be Itachi's genjutsu? At that moment, several figures appeared at the doorway, having been drawn over by Naruto's earlier shouting. Sasuke turned his gaze toward the entrance, and the moment his eyes landed on a certain black-haired woman, he froze in place. "Sasuke." Makoto walked straight in, her face full of worry as she approached Sasuke. She then turned her gaze to Makoto. "Makoto." Makoto reassured her, "Don't worry, it's the same situation as Naruto and Hinata." Watching Sasuke's reaction, Makoto was also making some guesses in his mind. Seeing such a strong reaction to Makoto, the Uchiha massacre must have already happened. The 3-tomo Sharingan, the cold demeanor. Makoto hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sasuke, do you still recognize me?" Sasuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He lowered his head, avoiding Makoto's gaze, and brought his hands together in front of him to form a hand seal to dispel genjutsu. Makoto felt the chakra in Sasuke's body suddenly stagnate for a moment before flowing again. You are not under a genjutsu, Makoto said calmly. There's no point in trying. As Makoto spoke, he simultaneously gestured for the others to leave. Seeing this, Ayari led everyone out of the bedroom and closed the door behind them. Are you still following Orochimaru? Seeing that Sasuke's guard remained high, Makoto continued, I already told you, you're not under a genjutsu. If I had any intention of harming you, would you still be standing here unharmed? With that, he placed a hand directly on Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke was startled and instinctively tried to resist, but in the next instant, he felt the chakra within his body suddenly go out of control, surging wildly like a raging river. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness struck him, as if he were plummeting from 100-meter height into a bottomless abyss. However, the sensation came and went in a flash. By the time he regained his senses, Makoto had already withdrawn his hand, but Sasuke was left drenched in cold sweat. What was that just now? He lifted his head to look at the unfamiliar men before him and noticed that the other's eyes shimmered like dazzling stars. This is your mother, Makoto. The two children you saw earlier are Naruto and Hinata. But since they are my children, their appearances might be slightly different from what you remember. Sasuke shifted his gaze toward Makoto. Makoto said, Sasuke, do you not remember me? Sasuke swallowed, his throat moving up and down. M.O. Mom. Makoto immediately reached out and pulled him into her embrace. The warmth of her hug. This long-lost feeling made it impossible for Sasuke to maintain his cold demeanor. His trembling hands reached out, wanting to hold onto the woman he had longed for day and night, yet for some reason, his hands froze in midair. It's okay, my child. It's okay. Mom is here, Makoto gently stroked Sasuke's back and spoke in a soft voice. When Makoto finally let go of him, Sasuke remained silent, his gaze shifting toward Makoto. What? Do you want a hug from Dad too? Makoto teased with a grin, spreading his arms open. Sasuke's expression darkened. You're not my father. Makoto's face showed concern again. When the Hinata from another world had appeared, she had already vaguely guessed what her situation might be in that world. Makoto smiled and said, I may not be in your world, but in this world, your name is Hyuga Sasuke, and you are indeed my son. Seeing Sasuke's expression, Makoto pondered for a moment before saying, you also have an older brother. Do you want to meet him? The moment the word brother was mentioned, Sasuke's face instantly turned ice cold. His reaction made Makoto understand something. This kid was right in the middle of his rebellious phase. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 335, ch 335, The Cruel Truth. Why can only souls from that other world be transmitted here? Can the souls of this world travel to the other world? As Makoto looked at Sasuke, this question kept running through his mind. The soul marker he had placed on the Hinata from the other world had disappeared after she left. He could still sense its existence but couldn't precisely locate it. How could he break the barrier between the two worlds? Right now, it felt as if there was a mountain separating the two worlds, and he was the only one chipping away at it from one side. If there was another version of himself in the other world, perhaps the barrier could be completely shattered. But it was clear, the Hyuga Makoto of the other world had died on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War. Back then, Kakashi and Rin had only found a corpse. That was the original history of the Naruto world. Before long, Itachi arrived in response to Makoto's summons. Your Majesty. Itachi bowed respectfully to Makoto. He was now one of the 7 crown guards, exceptionally talented, and held an extraordinary status in Konoha. The moment Sasuke saw Itachi, his entire demeanor changed. His gaze toward Itachi was filled with deep-seated hatred, as if he were looking at someone with whom he had an unresolvable blood feud. And for Sasuke from that world, it was true, he had witnessed Itachi destroy everything he had. Fortunately, Sasuke didn't lash out immediately. Instead, he held himself back. Sasuke, what's wrong? Itachi noticed his abnormal reaction and couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Sasuke spoke up before Makoto could. I'm perfectly fine. Sasuke. Itachi looked at him in confusion, sensing the hostility in his gaze. Fortunately, Sasuke had already deactivated his Sharingan, preventing Itachi from becoming even more alarmed. Makoto spoke, do you believe it now? Sasuke remained silent for a moment before replying coldly, believe what? He frowned at Makoto. You seem to know everything. Makoto sighed inwardly. If his own son dared to speak to him like this, he would have to give him a proper lesson. But he understood what this Sasuke had been through. Back when he read the manga, he had always felt sympathy for Sasuke's character. Makoto said, before you, the same thing happened to Naruto and Hinata. Sasuke was startled by this revelation, showing a rare expression of surprise. Makoto continued, however, the Naruto and Hinata who arrived here came from different points in time. The Naruto who came was still attending the ninja academy, while Hinata was already married with children. Hinata told me a lot of things, including your future. Sasuke's expression shifted slightly. His future. And the truth about the Uchiha massacre. Do you want to know? As Makoto spoke, he couldn't help but wonder, was this considered a spoiler? Sasuke fell silent for a long time before finally speaking. What, truth? Makoto pondered for a moment before he was about to speak, but then his gaze shifted to Makoto and Itachi standing nearby. You two should step out first. Makoto gave Makoto a reassuring look. What had happened to Sasuke was far too cruel. Makoto didn't want Makoto to know. The door closed once again, and now only Makoto and Sasuke remained in the room. In your world, I don't exist, do I? Realizing he had just stated the obvious, Makoto took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and began telling Sasuke a story. He started from the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha, then explained why Itachi had massacred his clan. He spoke of the deal Itachi had made with Danzo, to spare his younger brother in exchange for carrying out the massacre. Then, he recounted everything Sasuke had done, from seeking revenge against Konoha for his brother, to his goal of destroying and rebuilding the ninja world by shouldering all hatred, and finally, to his reconciliation with Naruto. Makoto even told him how he eventually married Sakura and had a daughter. The story was long, but Makoto simply narrated it as a bystander. Sasuke remained silent the entire time, listening quietly with a blank expression that revealed nothing. That's all. Makoto asked after a brief pause, you don't believe me? Do you think I should? Whether you believe it or not, everything I've said is true. Sasuke suddenly said, I killed him. Makoto froze for a moment. Who? Sasuke said calmly, I killed Itachi. Makoto was taken aback, staring at the young man before him as his mind raced. Could it be that this Sasuke had traveled here just after killing Itachi? If it had been any later, he would have learned the truth from Obito, that Itachi had been protecting him all along. His hatred would have shifted from his brother to Konoha instead. But when Sasuke saw Itachi earlier, he was still full of hostility. Clearly, he hadn't learned the truth yet. I see. Silence. Makoto wasn't sure what Sasuke was thinking at that moment. Was it the cruel absurdity of the truth? Or something else entirely? Before coming here, was there someone you wanted to see more than anything? Yes. It was your strong desire that brought you to this world. Once you resolve that lingering attachment, you'll be able to return. Sasuke turned to look at Makoto, while Makoto pondered. Perhaps, at that moment, Sasuke had been desperate to see his parents again. Should he bring back the exiled Fugaku? You just said that this world is different from mine, right? Sasuke suddenly asked. That's right. Can you tell me what's different? Makoto thought for a moment before saying, do you want to take a walk around Konoha? Makoto then suddenly called out, Naruto, Hinata. Before long, the two children pushed open the door and entered together. You two, take Sasuke out for a walk. Huh? A walk? Where are we supposed to go? No need. Sasuke refused outright, then pointed to the figure standing by the door, Itachi. Let him go with me instead. Makoto nodded. That works too. Itachi had already learned some things from his mother. He knew this Sasuke was from another world. In that world, the Uchiha clan had apparently been wiped out, though it was unclear who the perpetrator was. Itachi still held feelings for the Uchiha, and Makoto had been grooming him as the clan's future leader. Itachi smiled at Sasuke. Then let's go, Sasuke. Under the watchful eyes of the family, Sasuke left, with Itachi following behind him. After the two left, everyone quickly gathered around Makoto, asking about the situation. Makoto wasn't worried about Sasuke. Someone who had suffered such immense hardship, once their fragile side was touched, would become much easier to guide. Meanwhile, Sasuke, led by Itachi, finally stepped out of the imperial palace. Sasuke, you're the Sasuke from another world, aren't you? Seeing that his younger brother remained silent, Itachi took the initiative to speak. Itachi smiled. In that other world, we're still brothers, right? That's good. Mom told me that in the other world, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. At those words, Sasuke suddenly stopped walking. Sasuke. Itachi looked at his back in confusion. Sasuke slowly turned around, his gaze coldly locking onto Itachi. Do you want to know who the culprit was, the one who massacred the entire Uchiha clan? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch. Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 336, ch 336, The Method of Time and Space Travel. The Culprit. Itachi looked into Sasuke's eyes, filled with hatred, and suddenly had an absurd thought. He couldn't help but swallow and asked, "Who is it?" Sasuke's gaze locked onto Itachi's eyes, where he saw a complex mix of emotions. Disbelief, confusion, helplessness. There were many pedestrians on the street, constantly passing by them. The noise was chaotic, like a blurred white noise. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Noticing his struggle, Itachi tried to speak again. "Sasuke." Suddenly, Sasuke seemed to deflate, his whole body relaxing as he lowered his eyes. "Nothing. The culprit. I've forgotten." With that, he turned around and continued walking forward. Can someone really forget something like a murderer? Itachi stood frozen in place for a long moment before silently following after him. The current Konoha was very different from the one in Sasuke's memories. He had been away from the village for too long. Fortunately, the old district of Konoha still resembled what he remembered. At first, Itachi had planned to take Sasuke on a proper tour, but he soon noticed that Sasuke was heading somewhere on his own. "Do you have a place in mind? Isn't the Uchiha district located here? A place this remote? The Uchiha district would never be here." Sasuke suddenly stopped in his tracks, only now realizing the truth. The fate of the Uchiha clan differed between the two worlds, and so did their treatment. The Uchiha, as one of Konoha's major clans, wouldn't have been relegated to the village's outskirts if they hadn't been ostracized. This thought involuntarily brought Sasuke back to everything his own world's Uchiha clan had suffered. After a long silence, Sasuke walked over to a bench by the roadside and sat down. Seeing this, Itachi said, "Wait here for a moment." With that, he vanished in a flash. 2 minutes later, he reappeared just as suddenly. "Here." He handed Sasuke a drink. "This is the flavor the you of this world prefers." Itachi smiled. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before accepting it. As a ninja, it would have been more natural to refuse a drink from someone he still held hostility toward. But Sasuke didn't hesitate for too long. He inserted the straw and took a sip. The taste was sweet. He had indeed liked sweet things at first, influenced by a certain person's preferences. This street wasn't very crowded, and the two of them sat quietly by the roadside. The only sound around them was that of Sasuke drinking through the straw. After a moment, Sasuke suddenly spoke. "Tell me about the me of this world." Itachi was briefly taken aback before he smiled warmly. "All right. Biotechnology Research Institute. Your Majesty, this kind of human cloning experiment is a first for me. It will require some time." Kabuto expressed his thoughts on Makoto's request. "How long will it take?" Makoto asked. "The cultivation process itself won't take too long, but rigorous testing of various bodily functions will be necessary afterward." Makoto planned to clone a physical body of Tsunade for the Tsunade from the other world to use. This would also free the Tsunade of this world, similar to how Orochimaru had once created soulless white Zetsu bodies. Since it was merely a plaything, Makoto dared to act so recklessly. Moreover, considering the recent occurrences of soul transference, time travel was theoretically feasible. A single timeline could contain countless versions of the same person. However, Kabuto had never attempted cloning an entire human body before. His past cloning experiments were limited to individual organs and body parts, such as Byakugan, Otsutsuki cell, and flesh-armored enhancements. A conservative estimate would be 2 months, Kabuto stated. 2 months, it wasn't too long. Makoto slowly nodded. Then start as soon as possible. Leaving the research institute, Makoto now held a vial of serum in his hand. This serum contained chakra from the Otsutsuki, developed using cloning technology from Tonari's body. It was thanks to this serum that Makoto had awakened the Tenseigan. There were 3 doses in total. He had used one himself, and originally planned to give the remaining 2 to Niji and Hinata in the future, allowing them to awaken their own Tenseigan. However, he now had a new plan. By the time he returned home, Sasuke was already back. With Itachi accompanying him, he had likely visited all the places he wanted to and learned everything he needed to know. "I have something to talk to you about," Sasuke said to Makoto. Makoto led him back into the bedroom once again. "I want to meet Uchiha Fugaku," Sasuke requested. This kid wanted to return to his original world. Makoto wasn't surprised. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "Why? Isn't this world good enough?" "For the me of this world, it is indeed good," Sasuke said slowly before falling into a brief silence. "But it doesn't belong to me." Even in his original world, this Sasuke was only 16 or 17 years old, yet he had experienced and endured more than most. Calling him rebellious was merely a label. Makoto sometimes wondered, changing this world was undoubtedly a good thing for many people, though few would truly understand. At the very least, in this world, Naruto and Sasuke, as his sons, could grow up happy. All right. You never truly belonged to this world anyway, Makoto nodded in agreement. Thank you, Sasuke suddenly murmured, lowering his head. Thank me for what? Makoto chuckled. After some hesitation, Sasuke finally said, thank you, for giving me of this world, my mother, and that guy, such a good life. Makoto let out a silent sigh and gently patted Sasuke's head. Sasuke stiffened for a moment but didn't reject it. Even though this man wasn't his father, he could feel Makoto's kindness. Then, Makoto took out a vial of serum. He spoke slowly, I can roughly guess the point in time when you arrived here. When you return to your own world, you'll still be trapped in a grand conspiracy. Even though you now know the truth, that knowledge might put you in even greater danger. At this moment, you're still not a match for those people. Sasuke pondered over Makoto's words. He had already learned everything and had considered what he would do once he returned to his original world. This is an Otsutsuki blood serum. It will transform your body and grant you immense power. Not just that. The body it modifies belongs to this world, Sasuke, but this serum can also awaken something deep within your soul. What do you mean? Makoto hesitated for a moment before explaining. The Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons. You are the reincarnation of one of them. When Makoto originally developed the serum, he didn't just use Tonari's DNA, he also included chakra from the 9 tails. In the original story, when Naruto became a perfect Jinchuriki, his tailed beast mode was different from others, it took the form of chakra rather than a solid beast. This was because the 9 tails chakra was the closest to that of the 10 tails, making it uniquely special. And the Rinnegan itself was the power of the 10 tails, which was essentially the power of the divine tree. That's why Makoto said this serum could awaken the Indra chakra deep within Sasuke's soul. Otherwise, relying solely on his distant bloodline relation to Himura might not be enough. Makoto spoke slowly, I need you to do something for me after you return. He planned to completely break down the barrier between the 2 worlds, and Sasuke was a key part of that plan. After all, with the Rinnegan, Sasuke also possessed the power of spacetime manipulation. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 337, ch 337, Connect the 2 Worlds. Cave. The dim candlelight flickered against the rocky walls. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes to an unfamiliar place. Your wounds have already been treated. A deep, low voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. You won. Sasuke briefly examined his body, his waist and abdomen were wrapped in bandages, and his entire right arm was covered. He had suffered severe injuries. So, I've returned. Clenching his fist, Sasuke lowered his gaze in thought. Footsteps sounded in the darkness, and a figure wearing a spiral-patterned mask emerged. But you've also taken quite a bit of damage. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Sasuke slowly raised his left hand to cover his eyes. The next moment, white flesh suddenly sprouted from his body, transforming into multiple white Zetsu clones, 6 in total. The masked man's expression immediately changed, shocked that Sasuke had managed to detect the spore technique. At this point, Sasuke shouldn't have had that capability. Uchiha Obito. The next second, Sasuke's words made the masked man's face freeze beneath his mask. You. The masked man, who had already prepared his carefully crafted lies, stood there in stunned silence. There were only 2 people in the world who knew his true identity. Or rather, 2 beings, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Sasuke slowly stood up, facing the masked man with his bare upper body. Slash. The 6 white Zetsu clones that had been crouching on the ground were suddenly cut in half at the waist in the masked man's eyes, instantly losing their lives. Do you want to have a chat? At this moment, however, the masked man was filled with caution and wariness toward Sasuke, who had just called him by name. His original plan was for Sasuke to become the most valuable chess piece in his hand, but now an entirely unexpected situation had occurred. For a moment, the masked man's thoughts raced, and he stood there in silence. Seeing this, Sasuke walked over to pick up his clothes. The fabric still carried the scent of blood that even the heavy rain had failed to wash away. It could be his blood. It could be Itachi's blood. Are you really Uchiha Sasuke? The masked man questioned in a deep voice. Sasuke exhaled slowly, buttoning up his shirt as he replied calmly, I am. I know what you're wondering. You were just about to tell me that you are Uchiha Madara, weren't you? Uchiha Madara is already dead. It was him who saved you when you were gravely wounded and on the brink of death, and it was him who changed you. Another dark figure slowly emerged from the rocky ground beside them. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression tensed as he formed a claw with one hand, and in an instant, his eye underwent a drastic change. Bansho Tenin. The Rinnegan. The masked man was utterly shocked beyond words, while the one being pulled toward Sasuke by the powerful attraction force was none other than Black Zetsu, still attached to White Zetsu. Just as Sasuke was about to grasp Black Zetsu with a single hand, an invisible force suddenly restrained it in midair. The next moment, black flames instantly engulfed its entire body. No. A hoarse, panicked scream came from within the pitch-black flames. No one had anticipated Sasuke's sudden attack, not Black Zetsu, nor White Zetsu. Black Zetsu racked its brain but could not comprehend how Sasuke had suddenly awakened the Rinnegan. Even if it was just in one eye, it was undoubtedly a true Rinnegan. The masked Obito, however, did not intervene. He merely watched the scene unfold before him. White Zetsu was something he could control, there were plenty more where that came from. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, was a hidden threat left behind by Madara. After completing his attack, Sasuke exhaled deeply. His body was incredibly weak at the moment, and he wasn't fully proficient in using these abilities yet. The Rinnegan was manageable, as he had practiced with it in the other world, but Kagutsuchi, this was his first time using it. The imperfection of his eye placed an immense strain on him, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. With a heavy tone, he asked, "Who, exactly are you?" Sasuke slowly regained his composure. "Didn't you just ask me that, Uchiha Obito?" The flickering candlelight cast Sasuke's shadow against the nearby wall, making it appear large and looming. "I just had a dream. I saw both the past and the future. Uchiha Obito, your future self fails." After a brief pause, he added, "And so does my future self." Obito remained deeply unsettled, still trying to grasp the situation. Sasuke dipped a finger into the blood stain on his clothing, then used it to carve a jutsu formula onto his unbandaged hand. As soon as the blood-etched seal was completed, white steam rose from his body, producing a faint sizzling sound. He rolled his neck slightly, feeling his injuries rapidly heal. A basic sage marking combined with a healing ninjutsu seal. Something Makoto had taught him in that other world. "I intend to change this world, but through a different method than yours," Sasuke stated calmly. "So now, tell me your stance, are you going to assist me? Or will you die?" At these words, Obito's gaze turned ice-cold. "Are you saying, you'll kill me?" Sasuke's fingers twitched, causing blue lightning arcs to flicker. The Kusanagi sword, resting at his side, suddenly shot toward Obito with blinding speed. Obito stood motionless, not believing such an attack could harm him. Crack! His mask shattered and fell to the ground. The Kusanagi sword embedded itself into the rocky wall beside him. For an instant, Obito was stunned. He reached up to touch the stinging sensation on his exposed face, his fingers came away warm and wet. Under the dim candlelight, he saw the black-red blood staining his fingertips. Blood. Kamui didn't activate. Obito's throat tightened. Sasuke gazed at him indifferently and spoke. "Don't you recognize this eye of mine?" His left eye, gleaming with a mesmerizing purple Rinnegan, shimmered ominously in the dim light. "Dad, what are you looking at?" Inside the Imperial Palace's inner hall, in the courtyard, Makoto lay leisurely on a rocking chair, his gaze quietly fixed on the full moon in the night sky. The summer night was pleasantly cool, with the faint chirping of insects coming from the trees. Watching the moon, Makoto replied. Niji brought over a stool and sat beside him, tilting his head back to gaze at the moon as well. Seeing this, Makoto chuckled. "It's time to rest." Niji responded, "I'm not sleepy yet. I want to stay up a little longer." Makoto reached out and gently ruffled his hair. "Did you have an exam at school today?" Just a small test. I heard you got first place. Why didn't you tell our family about it?" Niji looked slightly helpless. "This first place doesn't really count. I didn't want to mention it." Makoto raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "It's Tonari. He let me win on purpose," Niji explained. Hearing this, Makoto became thoughtful. Tonari was a sensible child and had grown close to Niji and Yugo, forming a tight-knit trio. After pondering for a moment, Makoto asked, "Does he know that you know?" Niji slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure. But I do know that Tonari is in no way weaker than me." At his young age, Tonari already possessed the Tensigen, putting his strength far beyond Niji's, something Makoto was well aware of. "If you don't like this, why not talk to him about it?" Niji hesitated. "I want to, but I'm afraid it will embarrass him. He did it for my sake." Makoto chuckled. "You're very close friends. Being honest with each other will only strengthen your bond. Don't worry." Encouraged by his father, Niji nodded seriously. "Is there a student in your class named Rock Lee?" Niji looked slightly surprised. "Yes, he's very strange." Makoto smiled. "He's actually a good kid too." Niji found it strange. Of course, he knew who Rock Lee was, an oddball in their class, someone with few friends and poor grades across the board. Gazing at his father's profile, Niji couldn't quite understand what his father was thinking. As he pondered, he tilted his head back and continued looking at the moon. Letting go of the topic about Rock Lee, he instead asked, "Dad, is there really no one on the moon right now?" "There are some workers. The moon has rich mineral resources." Oh. The moon's resources had barely been tapped, as the Otsutsuki clan had carefully preserved them. At first, Makoto had found this quite odd. Logically speaking, natural resources like these take billions of years to form. But since the moon in this world was created by the Sage of Six Paths, it had only existed for about 1,000 years. Upon further thought, he figured that perhaps the sage had transferred mountains, rivers, and lakes from Earth when he created the moon. Meanwhile, Niji was thinking that if the moon truly had no people, then Tonari must have been terribly lonely living there before. As his mind wandered, he suddenly noticed a flicker on the moon, its surroundings glowing with an unusual light. "Dad, the moon." Makoto's expression turned serious. He patted Niji's shoulder and said, "It's late. Go to your room and rest." Oh. Niji didn't dare disobey his father and, though filled with curiosity, obediently returned to his room. Makoto stood from his rocking chair, glanced in the direction of the moon, and then walked toward the living room. "It's finally here." He informed Ayari that he had to step out for a while, and then, without further hesitation, he flew out of Konoha. At the same time, in Tsunade's home. Tsunade had just finished her bath and was getting ready for bed when she suddenly sensed something unusual. She quickly stepped out of her room and stood at the front door, gazing in the direction of the moon. "What is this calling sensation?" "Lady Tsunade." Shizun also stepped out from inside. "Is something wrong?" Frowning in thought, Tsunade asked her, "Shizun, do you feel like there's something different about the moon?" Shizun looked up at the moon curiously and hesitated before saying, "The moon seems a little brighter tonight." Tsunade gently rubbed her forehead, feeling slightly dazed. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Shizun asked, concern evident in her voice. "It's nothing, I just feel a little unwell." "Did you catch a chill from taking a cold shower? You should go back inside and rest." Before turning back to her room, Tsunade couldn't help but glance at the full moon once more. She could clearly feel it, something was calling to her. After leaving Konoha, Makoto quickly arrived at the ancient teleportation array leading to the moon. He had established a base here, stationing a ninja force to guard the teleportation array. Aside from the fixed personnel, anyone wishing to enter or exit the teleportation array required the Emperor's approval. Furthermore, most people had no idea where the teleportation array actually led. Even the workers currently mining on the moon were completely unaware that they were, in fact, on the moon itself. With the Emperor's personal arrival, the person in charge of the site hurriedly came forward and knelt in greeting. Makoto did not waste time speaking with them and directly stepped through the teleportation array, arriving on the moon. He had visited here not long ago. Back then, the Sasuke from the other world had not yet left. Now, a week had passed since the soul of the other world Sasuke had departed. During this time, Makoto had not detected any further cases of soul traversal within Konoha. Hamura's temple. Makoto stood before the massive golden Tensigen. After unlocking the Tensigen himself, he had gained the ability to activate this gigantic Tensigen. Although he could not yet fully control it, using it for certain purposes posed no problem. The power of this enormous Tensigen was unimaginably vast, surpassing even the Solarite towers that Makoto had constructed on Earth. It could be said that this Tensigen was the ultimate crystallization of the Otsutsuki clan's power on the moon. Makoto's earlier idea of connecting the two worlds relied precisely on harnessing the power of this giant Tensigen. Before Sasuke's soul returned to the other world, Makoto had imprinted a coordinate seal on him, linking him to this Tensigen. Once Sasuke became strong enough in the other world, he would travel to the moon of that world and use its own giant Tensigen to establish a connection between the two dimensions. Previously, Makoto had also specially studied the ancient teleportation array linking the Earth and the moon. If everything went as he planned, it would be possible to construct a teleportation array between the two worlds. Now, it seemed that the plan had succeeded. With both the Rinnegan and Tensigen, Sasuke possessed the power to manipulate space-time. The soul coordinate placed on him had successfully linked the giant Tensegans of the two different worlds. As Makoto stood before this enormous golden Tensigen, he could sense the two linked coordinates more clearly than before. One was Sasuke, and the other was Hinata, who had once visited this place as an adult. Slowly, Makoto extended his hand. The golden giant Tensigen immediately responded. Before him, a pitch-black, swirling spatial rift gradually tore open. This rift resembled a doorway, yet it appeared the same from every angle, its form eerily strange, like a higher dimensional structure projected into a three-dimensional space. The existence of space-time in the ninja world. In the world of Naruto, the concepts of space and time had always existed. Techniques like Aim no Minaka, Yomi Hirasaka, Kemui, Amenoda Jikara, Flying Thunder God, and Heavenly Transfer Technique, along with various teleportation arrays, all fell under space travel techniques. Even time travel, though extremely rare, had manifested twice in history. The celestial Otsutsuki clan, and their divine figure, Otsutsuki Shirbai, possessed transcendent power beyond life and death, capable of crossing dimensions. Now, by relying on his own theories and Tensegen's power, Makoto had touched upon that boundary. The moment of decision. Perhaps stepping through this spatial gate would lead him to another world, another time. Yet, for the first time, Makoto hesitated. He could not confirm the stability of this spatial rift. He could not guarantee that he would be able to return safely after stepping through. And most importantly, he had no idea what awaited on the other side. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 338, ch 338, Time Space Travel Successful. Brilliant, flowing lights. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, stepping into the spatial rift led him into a corridor of shimmering, multicolored light. The dazzling hues surrounding him were mesmerizing, yet staring too long induced a sense of vertigo. Once inside, he lost all sense of direction, adrift like a lone boat upon a vast, boundless ocean. Fortunately, he could still perceive the locations of the two soul coordinates. This gave him a clear sense of direction, even if he had no idea where he was truly heading. Determined, he pressed forward toward the coordinates' presence. Reaching out to touch the surrounding prismatic mist, he felt a sensation akin to both vapor and flowing water. Swish. Suddenly, his ears were filled with an overwhelming cacophony of chaotic, inescapable noise. Then, with a thunderous boom, his consciousness darkened. It was an unprecedented sensation. He felt as if he had been dragged into an eerie, fantastical space. Countless threads, in tens of thousands, millions, even billions of dazzling colors, streaked past him. He was trapped within a vortex formed by these threads, struggling, drifting, unable to escape. At last, his vision began to clear, like vibrant ink slowly spreading across a black canvas. "Mom, he's awake." A child's soft, innocent voice rang in his ears. As his sight fully adjusted, he saw two figures, one tall, one small. The taller one was a woman with blue hair and white eyes, her features gentle and elegant. She wore simple, casual home attire. The smaller one was a young girl with short blue hair, adorable and full of curiosity. Her large blue eyes studied him intently, and on her cheeks were whisker-like markings. Makoto couldn't help but feel momentarily dazed, raising a hand to his forehead. "Are you Hyuga Makoto?" The woman hesitated, her expression filled with astonishment. Makoto carefully examined her before speaking. "Hinata." Hinata immediately covered her mouth with her hands, eyes widening in shock. Beside her, Himawari curiously observed the unfamiliar man. Did he know her mother? Why had he suddenly appeared in their home? Makoto took in his surroundings and realized he was in a modern-style living room, seated against the wall. The soul coordinate, physical body traversal. "I did it." His gaze then shifted to Himawari, contemplating for a moment before asking, "You're Himawari?" The little girl blinked her big eyes, glancing at her mother before looking back at the stranger. After a brief hesitation, she nodded slowly. At that moment, Hinata couldn't hold back her question. "Makoto-san, how did you get here?" Makoto let out a long breath and slowly stood up. After checking his body and confirming that nothing was amiss, he finally relaxed. Thinking back to that spatial tunnel, he felt a deep sense of relief. Good thing I left a soul coordinate, otherwise, who knows where I would have ended up. "I ran an experiment and ended up here," Makoto said. Half an hour later, the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, rushed back from the Hokage's office. Seeing an unfamiliar man sitting in his living room, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Hinata." Hinata immediately walked to Naruto's side and said, "Do you remember the long dream I once told you about?" Naruto nodded uncertainly. "This man, he's from that other world." "The one from my dream, my father." Naruto was instantly stunned. "What? A person from a dream, appearing in reality? Am I dreaming right now?" "Hinata, are you serious?" For a moment, Naruto's mind struggled to process the situation. If anyone other than Hinata had said this, he would have thought they were joking. Meanwhile, Makoto sat calmly on the sofa, sipping tea at a leisurely pace. As he observed this world's Naruto, he noticed his yellow hair and blue eyes, features more in line with the original manga and anime depiction. Since he already understood that this was a different world, Makoto felt no unnecessary emotions. The Naruto and Hinata before him were not his children. Moreover, Makoto could sense that this Naruto was incredibly strong, the 7th Hokage, a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of using Sage of the Six Paths Fox mode, and if Kurama was willing, even Baryon mode. This was already Naruto at his peak, his strength far beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, he was not an enemy. Naruto walked over. Seeing that Makoto had no intention of standing up, he simply took a seat across from him. "Hello." He nodded slightly in greeting. Makoto raised a hand, and in an instant, a pitch-black orb materialized in his palm. Naruto's eyes immediately narrowed. Truth-seeking orbs. There was no way he wouldn't recognize them, he had once wielded this power himself. Makoto chuckled. Coming here was just a coincidence. Don't worry, I have no hostility. No matter what, in that other world, I am still your father. Naruto. If Hinata hadn't told him about this before, he would have definitely thought this guy was just messing with him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto asked, "How did you get here?" By now, he was an experienced and composed Hokage, one of the two strongest ninja in the world. He was far from the reckless kid he used to be. At the same time, he had absolute trust in Hinata. Makoto didn't go into detail and simply said, "I ended up here by accident. I'll be leaving soon." Meanwhile, Naruto's mind was racing. Another world, just hearing such a thing was astonishing. According to Hinata, that place was a world similar to this one, with similar people, but each of them had lived through completely different experiences. But before I go back, I'd like to see Sasuke. Is he in Konoha? I can call him back. Makoto's demeanor was friendly, which gradually lowered Naruto's guard. He could clearly feel that when Makoto looked at him, it was with the gaze of an elder looking at a younger generation. But in reality, this Hyuga Makoto looked younger than him, probably no older than 20, while Naruto himself was already in his 30s. This made Naruto feel rather strange inside. Naruto proceeded to ask Makoto a few questions, all of them concerning Makoto's world. In particular, Naruto was very interested in the method of crossing between the two worlds. Makoto could understand. Given Naruto's current level of power, it was only natural for him to be curious about something like this. Makoto grinned. "What, you want to take a trip to my world?" Naruto chuckled. "I have to admit, I'm kind of interested." Makoto laughed twice. "I think you'd better not. If the younger version of you went, that'd be fine, but if you went now, you might just end up becoming my enemy." Naruto pondered his words but couldn't quite grasp his full meaning. This Naruto, this Hinata. Makoto didn't feel particularly close to them. Back when Hinata had crossed into his world and entered his daughter's body, Makoto had treated her as his own daughter. But looking at them now, Makoto only felt polite detachment. After all, they weren't the same people, not even their appearances were identical. As for the other close acquaintances in this world, Makoto saw no need to meet them. It was best to simply act as if they didn't exist. Naruto treated Makoto as a guest and arranged accommodations for him in Konoha. That same day, Makoto took a stroll around the village, gazing at the Hokage rock, which he hadn't seen in a long time. It left him feeling somewhat nostalgic. Naruto was efficient. By the next day, Sasuke had already returned. Upon receiving Naruto's summons, Sasuke initially thought something urgent had happened and rushed back to Konoha at top speed. The actual travel time was short, the main delay had been in getting the message to him. Makoto finally met Sasuke as he had hoped. Compared to Naruto and Hinata, Sasuke looked more like his son, as both versions of Sasuke from the two worlds bore a strong resemblance to Makoto. The one-armed Sasuke scrutinized Makoto with a sharp gaze, having already learned everything from Naruto. Makoto spoke first, "Looks like you don't recognize me." At this, Sasuke replied, "Should we know each other?" Makoto fell silent for a moment before smiling faintly. "No, it's normal that you don't." Just as he had expected, parallel worlds. The Sasuke who had gone to his world was around 16 or 17 years old, while Hinata was 32. If they had been from the same world, there was no way Sasuke wouldn't have known him. Ever since arriving in this world, Makoto had only been able to sense Hinata's soul coordinate. That alone had led him to this conclusion. "My doubts have been resolved. It's time for me to leave," Makoto said. Sasuke frowned slightly upon hearing this. He had rushed all the way back, only for the other men to say just these few words. "Thank you all for your hospitality. Let me leave you with a gift." Makoto left behind a scroll containing the sage imprint. While it might not significantly enhance Naruto and Sasuke's power, for Konoha, it was an invaluable treasure. Not intending to stay any longer, Makoto bid his farewell and immediately flew away from the village. Watching all this, Sasuke couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Makoto, familiar with the route, quickly located the teleportation array connecting Earth to the moon and arrived at the lunar surface. Hamura Shrine. As Makoto was constructing the teleportation array, he suddenly sensed a chakra presence rapidly approaching. After a brief moment of thought, he realized there was only one person on the moon, Otsutsuki Tonari. However, at this point, Tonari had already lost his Tensigen. Mistaking Makoto for an intruder, he moved to confront him. Makoto didn't harm Tonari, he merely subdued him and left a different kind of soul coordinate on him, distinct from the one he had placed on Hinata. After this brief encounter, Makoto successfully reopened the space rift. This time, without much hesitation, he stepped directly inside. Once again, Makoto found himself in the familiar seven-colored passageway, an easily disorienting space. Fortunately, he could still sense the soul coordinates connecting to him. This time, instead of immediately seeking out the location of those soul coordinates, he focused on studying this strange space. Sasuke and Hinata, who had traveled to his world, were clearly characters from the original storyline, just from different points in time. But why, when Makoto traveled to the world where Hinata was, did he not encounter that same Sasuke? After pondering for a long time, Makoto finally arrived at a conclusion. His very existence was something that should not have been in the Naruto world. His presence had altered the course of its history, causing his world to become a parallel one, distinct from the original. Perhaps there was no such thing as a main world, only countless deviations giving rise to different parallel realities. The Sasuke and Hinata who traveled to his world, after learning many things that they were never meant to know, would inevitably return to their own worlds, each of them now creating another parallel world in turn. Take Sasuke, for example, he was never supposed to have any connection to Tensigen, yet because of Makoto, he went to the moon and even helped activate the teleportation array. It seemed as though there were countless parallel worlds, so many that they were beyond measure. Realizing this, Makoto suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He was now heading back to what he believed to be his original world, but was it still the same world that he had once called home? Could it be that the moment he stepped into this spatial passageway, two different worlds had already been created? One where he had never embarked on this time-space journey. And one where he had. No. No. It shouldn't be thought of this way. Makoto suddenly broke into a cold sweat, trying to reassure himself. If that were true, then perhaps every single fleeting thought he had could spawn an entirely new parallel world. If this logic held, then when he woke up early this morning and ate breakfast, there could also exist another world where he chose to sleep in instead. There was no point in obsessing over such thoughts. As long as he followed the soul coordinates he had left behind before traveling, he would surely return to his original world. Makoto took a deep breath and started moving toward his initial coordinate. But what about time? A new thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing him to halt. Ahead of him lay a shimmering, colorful mist. If he continued forward, he would reach his original coordinate and return to his world. Yet he remained rooted in place. Makoto thought back to when he first saw that spatial rift. It was as if a projection of a higher dimensional space had been cast onto a three-dimensional world. He suddenly reached out his hand and waved gently. The misty haze ahead unexpectedly parted on its own. Though the surroundings remained an endless illusion, Makoto's dazzling Tensigen seemed to perceive something entirely different. Parallel worlds were like a cross-section. On this plane, countless different worlds coexisted. But what if he changed his perspective? What if he observed its longitudinal section instead? The infinite time points of a single world. The same time points across countless worlds. Makoto, as if entranced, slowly stepped forward, walking into the mesmerizing unknown, unaware of where he was heading. The world spun violently. By the time Makoto regained his senses, he found himself in the middle of a dense forest. The daylight was blinding, the buzzing of insects filled the air, and fragmented sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting speckled patterns on his face. This time, he had no coordinate. Unlike before, he hadn't immediately arrived at Hinata's side. And in this world, there were no soul coordinates for him to follow. Makoto lay quietly on the forest floor, covered in dried leaves and broken twigs. His gaze followed the birds darting between the branches above. Then, why the hell did we come to this creepy place? You're a medical ninja, for God's sake. You're getting way too lazy. I'm just here to kill time, but you just had to go picking herbs. Two voices grew closer and closer. They sounded young, female. Makoto turned his head to look, and was utterly shocked. Two grotesque, bizarre creatures were moving toward him. Their massive bodies writhed as they slithered, covered in numerous wriggling tentacles. They were even more terrifying than the aliens from his past life's TV shows. Yet, those monstrous beings could speak. As they drew closer and closer, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up in Makoto's heart. For a fleeting moment, his consciousness was thrown into chaos. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, gasping violently for breath. Are you okay? That familiar female voice rang in his ears again, making Makoto's eyes snap open in shock. But what entered his vision this time was a woman with delicate and charming features, her cherry blossom-colored hair swaying gently. Not a monster. A nightmare. He had actually had a nightmare. For a brief moment, his thoughts whirled chaotically. Makoto bent his knee, resting an arm against it as he pressed a hand to his forehead, slowly steadying his breathing and emotions. Why were you passed out here? Are you a ninja from the village? That questioning voice came again. Makoto looked at the two women before him, observing them briefly before recognizing them. Even though this was their first meeting. Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino. Judging by their ages, they were likely married women, no, adult versions. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 339, ch 339, The Power of Time. Makoto expanded his sensory abilities and quickly detected several familiar chakra signatures. And this familiarity came from the world he had recently visited, the most strikingly recognizable being Uzumaki Naruto. Makoto carefully studied the faces of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Though they had grown into adults, they didn't seem as mature as the Hinata he had encountered earlier. Perhaps this was still the same world, but at a different point in time. Are you okay? Haruno Sakura asked again. I'm fine, Makoto responded. I see, that's good. Haruno Sakura smiled. As Makoto stood up from the ground, both Sakura and Ino were surprised to notice that the dust and dried leaves clinging to his clothes fell off effortlessly as he rose. This dust-repelling technique was something neither of them had ever seen before. Are you a ninja from the village? The two exchanged a glance before Ino also spoke up. Yeah. Really? I'm a jonin from the village, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. Haruno Sakura smiled, though there was a hint of caution and probing in her tone. Makoto had already sensed the vigilance in her words, but he paid it no mind. Have you married Sasuke? Eh. The sudden change in topic left both Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino momentarily stunned. You know me. I'm a friend of Sasuke's. Sasuke's friend. Sakura and Ino both showed doubtful expressions. Did Sasuke have a friend they didn't know about? And if he was really a friend, why not introduce himself directly? Suddenly, Makoto sensed something and lifted his head to look at the sky. What happened next shocked all three of them. The sun, which had been high in the sky, began descending toward the distant mountains at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the moon rapidly rose into the sky, emitting an unusual glow. But the moon didn't stay in the sky for long either. It soon began to descend as well, and once again, the sun rose. This. What's going on? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were left speechless. Makoto watched the scene unfold, frowning in silence. The flow of time had changed, but why? Suddenly, Sakura raised her hands and formed a hand seal in front of her, thinking she might have fallen into a genjutsu. However, after multiple attempts, she realized it had no effect. At that moment, a figure rushed over from the distance. Sakura. Ino. The person quickly arrived in front of the three. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. As Naruto approached, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, lifted his head, and stared at the rapidly alternating sun and moon, his eyes widening in shock. How is this happening? Naruto muttered to himself. Then, realizing something, he hurriedly spoke to Kurama inside him. Kurama, help me break this genjutsu. This isn't a genjutsu, Kurama replied. The sun had risen and set 4 times in the span of just a minute or two. More ninjas soon arrived, a small squad this time. As they approached, they called out, Naruto. Makoto finally realized something and spoke. You should all stay away from me. The others looked at him in confusion. Makoto said to Naruto, Naruto, take everyone and leave now. But Naruto asked, what do you mean? Who are you? Makoto replied, there's no time to explain. I'm a friend of Sasuke's. Just take those umbu and leave. A friend of Sasuke's? Naruto looked surprised. Since when did Sasuke have a friend that he didn't know about? After a brief moment of thought, Makoto said, you're in Sasuke's first kiss, wasn't it with each other? Naruto. Sakura. Ino. Now do you believe me? After a short moment of consideration, Naruto waved his hand, signaling the approaching umbu to retreat. Sakura and Ino were about to leave with them, but Makoto added, can one of you stay? Sakura asked, who exactly are you? If you're a ninja from the village, why have we never seen you before? Makoto, however, simply pointed to the sky. Time is moving much faster now, 1 full day is passing in less than a minute. Naruto, was it like this before you got here? Naruto slowly shook his head. Sakura and Ino have been missing for 3 days. I came here to look for them. 3 days. Sakura and Ino exclaimed in unison. How is that possible? We were just. Makoto looked up at the rapidly moving sun in the sky and said, "It's not just 3 days anymore. Those Umbu were probably sent to look for you too, Naruto. You've also gone missing." After explaining the situation, Naruto and Ino left the area, while Sakura chose to stay by Makoto's side. Before Naruto left, Makoto told him that if time returned to normal after they distanced themselves, he should come back for them in a day. The sun rose and set once again. Makoto suddenly sensed more than a dozen chakra signatures appearing in the forest. They were likely Konoha's ninjas, but none of them approached. Naruto soon returned, accompanied by a white-haired man wearing a mask and a spiky-haired man with an onion-like hairstyle. "It's been a full day," Naruto said. Sakura was shocked. "But it's only been a minute." The spiky-haired man spoke up. "We investigated. Within a 100-meter radius, centered around you, time is flowing at a different speed." It seemed that Konoha had been investigating the phenomenon during this time. Makoto nodded slightly. "I'm going to move 10 meters north. Please continue your investigation to see if the area with the different time flow shifts along with me." The sixth Hokage, Kakashi, said, "That's exactly what we were planning to do." The three of them retreated again while Makoto moved 10 meters north with Sakura. Soon, Naruto and the others returned with their findings. It was confirmed that the area with the altered time flow remained centered around Makoto, maintaining a radius of about 100 meters. This result confirmed Makoto's suspicions. Was his method of time travel flawed? Was this world rejecting him? Without further delay, Makoto soared into the sky, intending to leave this world. To his surprise, Naruto followed after him. "Where are you going?" Naruto called out from behind. Unlike Makoto, he couldn't fly and had to keep leaping from the ground to keep up. "Leaving," Makoto answered concisely. "You said you were Sasuke's friend." "That was a lie. I don't belong to this world. Stop following me. Staying near me for just 1 day means nearly 10 years will pass outside." Naruto was momentarily stunned, seeming to consider following Makoto's advice and leaving. Seeing this, Makoto tossed a scroll toward him. "In the future, you will face many powerful enemies. Don't neglect your training. If you don't want to lose your comrades, this is a gift for Konoha." Naruto reached out and caught the scroll Makoto had thrown to him, slowly descending back to the ground. He opened the scroll and took a glance. It was filled with densely packed seals and runes, with a few large characters written beside them. Sage imprint. Meanwhile, Makoto had once again arrived on the moon. He didn't bother counting how much time had passed, both for himself and the outside world. As usual, he subdued the approaching Otsutsuki Tonari, activated the giant Tensigen within the Hamura Shrine, and began constructing a teleportation array. However, this time, something unexpected happened. Instead of the usual pitch-black spatial rift, a radiant glow of yellow and white light appeared, gradually enveloping him. When Makoto could see his surroundings again, he found himself in a space entirely different from the previous 7-colored passage. The colors around him were still dazzling and vibrant, but now, countless black cubes were floating in the void. Makoto himself was also floating in this space. As he gazed at his surroundings, he attempted to sense his soul coordinates. In an instant, millions of coordinates flooded his mind, nearly causing him to faint. He quickly cut off the connection before it overwhelmed him. After a long while, he regained his composure and began contemplating his current situation. The 7-colored passage he had entered before allowed him to travel to different parallel worlds. But through a special method, it seemed he had entered different points in time instead. Then what about this space? When he had just tried to search for his own soul coordinates, he had discovered an uncountable number of them, far more than he had ever left behind. The only possible explanation was that all these coordinates belonged to the same person, just at different points in time. Take Hinata, for example. 32-year-old Hinata had once traveled to the world where Makoto had been, and he had left a soul coordinate on her. After Hinata returned to her original world, that coordinate would remain on her soul throughout the rest of her life. The world he had just visited, where time flowed differently, might still have been Hinata's world, just at an earlier point in time. Based on Naruto and Sakura's appearances, they had likely just gotten married, or perhaps hadn't even married yet. But why was his time out of sync with the outside world? Makoto thought about it carefully and could only come to one conclusion. He had not actually mastered the correct method of time travel. He hadn't truly traveled through time just now. Instead, he had remained within the flow of time but had been projected into that world, which was why he seemed southwest out of place. Makoto began carefully investigating everything around him. Standing at the edge of the circular platform, he realized that his ability to sense anything had been completely suppressed. There was no trace of natural energy here either. Through his Tensigen, Makoto was able to see through the black cubes. Inside each one, countless points of light flickered. And these black cubes were everywhere, an endless sea of them. Parsing everything here completely would take an unfathomable amount of time. Suddenly, Makoto reached out toward one of the cubes. He grasped it, but in that instant, he saw his own hand rapidly aging before his eyes. His once fair and slender fingers withered, the skin sagging and decaying, until only bare bones remained. Even the bones began to corrode, disintegrating bit by bit. The transformation happened too fast. Shocked, Makoto immediately withdrew his hand, realizing that only this hand had been affected. His body remained unharmed. He stared blankly at his skeletal right hand, replaying the sensation in his mind. Then, he extended his hand toward the cube once more. This time, an astonishing scene unfolded. His skeletal hand began regenerating on its own. Flesh and blood grew back, restoring his hand to its youthful state, as if the entire process had been reversed and played in rewind. Makoto understood now. Time was flowing through his body, just as it had when he arrived in that other world. He hadn't truly traveled through time, time had traveled through him. Suddenly, a blue and white sphere of light formed in his palm. In the next moment, a golden beam of energy shot out from it. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Whoosh! The golden light, sharp as a blade, pierced through countless black cubes in an instant, tearing through the entire space. Rumble. From within the shattered black cubes, an explosion of countless blue light particles burst forth, engulfing Makoto completely. They shone as brilliantly as a celestial river in the night sky. Makoto felt the space around him begin to tremble, collapse, tear apart, and shrink in on itself. But in the next instant, the shaking suddenly stopped. In Makoto's vision, it was as if a paused frame on a television screen. Everything had frozen in place. He gazed at the pitch-black spatial fractures around him. At last, he could once again sense a familiar soul coordinate. This time, he did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he flew directly into one of the fissures. A brilliant white light instantly engulfed his vision. Even with his Tensigen, Makoto experienced a brief moment of blindness. But when his sight returned, he found himself standing before the giant golden Tensigen. This was his original world. He could feel everything that was familiar. Makoto extended his palm, and the familiar blue light particles manifested within it. In the next moment, dozens of pitch-black spatial vortexes appeared around the giant Tensigen. From each vortex, a figure stepped out, each one identical to him. These were versions of himself from different moments within the next hour. Makoto understood everything now. There was no need for words between him and himself. Without hesitation, every version of him turned and re-entered their respective vortexes. With a simple wave of his hand, Makoto erased all the black vortexes from existence. Had he mastered the power of time? Makoto remained calm as he contemplated this realization. He ran a sharp line across his palm, drawing blood instantly. Yet, in the very next second, the spilled blood flowed back into his body, and the wound closed as if it had never been there. This extraordinary ability did not bring him much excitement. Perhaps he had grown stronger than before, but he was far from being omniscient or omnipotent. He was simply stronger than before, once an undefeatable existence on Earth, and now, still an undefeatable existence on Earth. Exhaling slowly, Makoto turned and left this place. Konoha, the Imperial Palace. In the deep of night, everyone was fast asleep. Suddenly, Naruto let out a loud cry and jolted awake from his bed. This abrupt noise also roused Sasuke and Neji, who had been sleeping nearby. What's wrong? Sasuke rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked groggily. Naruto sat there, breathing heavily, his wide eyes filled with unease. Naruto. Neji also sat up, looking at him in confusion. I had a dream, a nightmare. It's just a dream, go back to sleep, Sasuke said impatiently. Neji lay back down as well, adding, dreams aren't real. Just sleep. Not real. Naruto sat there in silence for a while, then got out of bed and quietly left the bedroom. Neji watched his retreating figure but said nothing, turning over to sleep again. Naruto went to the living room, turned on the light, and poured himself a glass of water. As he drank, he felt a bit better. Just then, the living room door suddenly opened, and Makoto walked in. Dad. Why are you still awake? Makoto asked as he noticed Naruto standing there in his pajamas, drinking water. I had a nightmare and got scared awake. What kind of nightmare? Naruto hesitated before slowly replying, I dreamt that, you and Mom, you both, died. A lot of people were calling me a monster. Makoto froze for a moment, then quickly stepped closer to Naruto. Naruto, you. Naruto put down his cup and reached out to hug his father, though because of his height, he could only wrap his arms around Makoto's leg. Dad, I'm a little scared. Makoto silently rubbed Naruto's head, comforting him. It's okay, don't be afraid. Dad is always here. After soothing Naruto back to sleep, Makoto found that he himself couldn't sleep anymore. He sat alone in the living room, deep in thought. Was Naruto's experience just a dream? Or had something else happened, perhaps something similar to soul displacement? For now, Makoto couldn't figure it out. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 340, ch 340, Double Fun. Morning. The sound of clattering echoed through the living room, disturbing the morning peace. Tsunade, feeling a bit irritated, rested her wrist on her forehead and squinted at the morning light streaming through the window. Another day. From beneath the blanket, a plump, fair leg stretched out, toes painted with red nail polish. With a graceful movement, the foot nudged the window open, letting the chilly morning breeze rush into the room, gradually dispersing the lingering drowsiness in her mind. Tsunade, clad in a thin nightgown, walked out of the bedroom and glimpsed Shizen's hurried figure, likely busy preparing breakfast. "Lady Tsunade, you're awake." Tsunade lazily responded and started heading toward the bathroom. "His Majesty is here." After saying this, Shizen quickly disappeared into the kitchen, leaving the living room for Makoto and Tsunade to face each other. Tsunade's footsteps abruptly halted, her eyes widening in shock as she turned toward the living room, only to see a new figure standing there. "Morning." The men greeted her with a smile, as if nothing was amiss. Tsunade's expression turned ice cold. She hadn't seen him for quite some time, and had just begun to adjust to life here. But whenever she recalled the humiliation he had inflicted upon her, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in resentment. At first, she had thought about escaping, only to quickly realize how futile such a notion was. This Hyuga Makoto was strong, far stronger than Uchiha Madara, she suspected. No, she was certain of it. The Tower of Solarite in Konoha and the colossal statue of the Heavenly Justice outside left her with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, making her feel as though she was trapped in an inescapable prison. Having not seen him for so many days had brought her some relief. If only that bastard weren't here, this world wouldn't be so bad. But there was no if. That bastard was here again. Was he here to humiliate her once more? Tsunade clenched her fists tightly. She was not the kind of woman to be toyed with. If that bastard dared to force her again, she would fight to the death just to teach him a lesson. Makoto spoke calmly, "Go freshen up first. I have something to discuss with you." But Tsunade had no intention of freshening up now. She strode straight toward him. She asked coldly, "What do you want?" Makoto tilted his head slightly. "I've prepared a new body for you." Tsunade's expression stiffened. "What do you mean?" Makoto explained, "Right now, you're essentially occupying this world's Tsunade's body. Because of that, the original Tsunade here has been in a dormant state. So, I've prepared a new body for you so that the two of you won't interfere with each other. Don't worry," he continued. "This body is an exact clone of Tsunade herself, identical in every way. You won't have to worry about any issues. Though it is a bit younger." Tsunade fell silent, staring at Makoto with a blank expression. After a moment, she said, "If I return to my original world, this Tsunade will wake up as usual, correct?" Makoto smiled. "That's right. But you're a guest here. I've been such a gracious host, if you just up and leave like that, I'd feel a bit reluctant to let you go." Tsunade silently clenched her fists once more. Just as she expected, this bastard had no good intentions. But, could she refuse? She was, after all, occupying someone else's body. And Shizen had been waiting for the Tsunade of this world to return. She had merely been taking advantage of Shizen's kindness. Makoto spoke again. "You should wash up first. Since you're returning something that belongs to someone else, shouldn't you at least clean it properly?" Tsunade didn't respond but turned and walked toward the bathroom. Half an hour later. Tsunade emerged, dressed neatly as always in her sleeveless top and green haori. Makoto smiled, his eyes casually scanning her up and down. Tsunade, however, glared at him coldly. "Let's go," she said. "Why so hostile?" Makoto chuckled. "Weren't we quite close before?" His words instantly pushed Tsunade past her breaking point. She threw a punch straight at him. But of course, it was futile. Her fist was halted midair, caught by an invisible force, completely restrained. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her voice laced with pure hatred. "Hyuga Makoto, you'd better show me some damn respect. If you speak like that again, I swear, even if I have to die, I will kill you." Makoto, of course, was the last person to be intimidated by threats. He reached out and gently caressed her face. Looking into her furious, burning gaze, he smirked. "Tsunade, you really overestimate yourself. Without my permission, you couldn't even die if you wanted to." Makoto led Tsunade out the door and soared into the sky, heading toward the Biotech Research Institute. This wasn't Tsunade's first time flying. Back when she fought Uchiha Madara, she had borrowed the power of Anoki and Gaara to take to the skies. She had also heard that in this world, Makoto was the only person capable of flight, because he had killed Onoki in a single move. Makoto suddenly patted her on the butt, breaking her train of thought. "We're here for serious business, so behave." With that, he released the restraints on her body. Tsunade suppressed the urge to retaliate, forcing herself to stay calm. She repeated over and over in her head. "This body isn't mine. He's not messing with me. He's just toying with someone else." That was the only way she could convince herself to endure. Upon entering the Biotech Research Institute, Tsunade's eyes flickered with curiosity. The modern technological style was something entirely new to her. Aside from the scientists in white lab coats, there were also numerous mechanical puppets, the result of the Mechanical Science Institute's research into puppet technology. To Tsunade, everything here was unfamiliar. Her gaze swept the room, taking it all in. Makoto, meanwhile, ignored the bowing researchers and headed straight for Kabuto. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock upon seeing him. Him. She recognized him instantly. The Kabuto of this world, Makoto explained. One of the 7 crown guards and the head of the biotech division. Different worlds. Different people. Tsunade quickly regained her composure, her gaze settling on the young man before her. Kabuto spoke up. "I'm only the deputy minister, the second Hokage is the actual minister." Makoto replied casually, "The second Hokage is just a figurehead." The second Hokage. Tsunade had already learned that Senju Tobirama was alive in this world, though she regretted never having the chance to meet him. Makoto turned to Kabuto. "Let's begin." Kabuto nodded and led them into another room. At the center stood a surgical table, and on it lay a woman, one who looked exactly like Tsunade. Her figure was just as voluptuous, but her facial features appeared younger, no older than 20. The only difference was that her forehead lacked the diamond-shaped seal that Tsunade had always worn. Kabuto turned to Makoto. "Your Majesty, the body has been fully activated." Makoto nodded slightly and waved his hand. Kabuto bowed before leaving the room, and the automatic door closed behind him. Now, only Makoto, Tsunade, and the young Tsunade remained. Makoto smiled. "I prepared this for you. What do you think?" Tsunade stepped closer, placing a hand on the young body's arm. The skin was soft and elastic, undoubtedly a flawless body. Makoto spoke again. "From now on, just settle down and stay here." Tsunade let out a cold scoff, glancing sideways. "Stay here and continue to suffer your humiliation." Makoto stepped closer and pulled her into his arms. "Don't say it like that, Tsunade." Her face darkened with anger as she struggled. "Let go." Her resistance was useless, and all she could do was glare at him furiously. Makoto spoke slowly. "Tsunade, I really do like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble for you." Tsunade remained unmoved by his words. After everything he had done, the only thing she wanted was to tear him apart. Makoto let out a soft sigh. "Let's begin." Then, he released her and gently pressed a finger to the forehead of the young body lying on the table. Instantly, chakra surged into it. The once pale skin began to take on a healthy flush, and at the same time, a black marking spread downward from Makoto's fingertip, resembling an intricate seal pattern. He then stepped to a control panel, adjusting a few settings. Beside the surgical table, a second table rose from the floor. Makoto looked at Tsunade. "Lie down." This time, she didn't argue or resist, she simply followed his instructions and lay down. As the ritual was completed, Tsunade suddenly felt her body become weightless. A soft glow enveloped her, and in the next moment, she floated free, her soul leaving her body. There was no discomfort, no pain. Now in spirit form, Tsunade hovered above, looking down at the 2 bodies on the surgical tables, her current body and the new one. Then, she turned to look at Makoto, her expression unreadable. In the next moment, a powerful force erupted from the young body, pulling Tsunade's floating spirit toward it. The irresistible force dragged her in, and as it did, her consciousness darkened, and she blacked out. She had no idea how much time had passed. In a haze, Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. The bright ceiling came into view, along with the cold touch of the surgical table beneath her. "You're awake." Makoto's voice came from beside her. Tsunade sat up, feeling her new body, and then, her gaze landed on the person standing next to Makoto. A woman who looked exactly like her. "You." "I'm also Tsunade." The other woman spoke. She had woken up earlier and had learned everything from Makoto. Now, she was curious about this Tsunade from another world. "I see, so, you've woken up too." Tsunade muttered to herself as she stepped down from the surgical table. Ding-ling. A clear, familiar sound suddenly rang out, making both Tsunade's freeze. The Tsunade standing beside Makoto was the first to react. She glanced at her younger self, her expression thoughtful, and then, oddly amused. The younger Tsunade, now in her new body, suddenly reached behind and touched her butt through her clothing. Her face turned red, little by little. But at the same time, her eyes filled with bloodthirsty rage. Ah! You bastard! I'm going to kill you. She charged at Makoto like a madwoman, but, just like before, he easily restrained her. Makoto cleared his throat and said, "Don't be so worked up. You'll get used to it eventually." Get used to it. Those words nearly made young Tsunade pass out from sheer fury. Makoto then thought for a moment and said, "We should distinguish between the two of you from now on, so there's no confusion." His gaze moved between them. The Tsunade from this world looked as calm as ever. The other Tsunade, the one who had crossed over, was full of rage and hatred. Makoto turned to the calm one. "You will remain, Tsunade, as before." "Yes, Your Majesty." She bowed respectfully. Then, he turned to the furious one, the one who looked like she wanted to tear him apart. "And you? I will kill you. I swear I will," she shrieked, hysterical. Makoto laughed and said, "I'm afraid you'll never have that chance in this lifetime." She roared. "Then kill me now." Makoto gently caressed her cheek and said with a smile, "How could I possibly bear to do that?" Then, he continued, "You'll be Tsunade number 2. Or rather, I'll just call you whatever I feel like in the future." As he looked at the two Tsunades standing before him, his lips slowly curved into a grin. Double the fun, huh? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 341, ch 341, Hokage Tsunade's Resolve. After leaving the Biotechnology Research Institute, only the two Tsunades remained. Earlier, Makoto had made arrangements for the Tsunade who came from another world, the one who had once been the 5th Hokage, to continue living in the house of this world's Tsunade. "Are you afraid of him?" Hokage Tsunade suddenly asked. The way the other had behaved inside, appearing meek and submissive, made Hokage Tsunade feel irritated. But then she reminded herself that this person was also her, a strange feeling indeed. At first, she had assumed that this world's Tsunade had willingly compromised with Hyuga Makoto. But after what she had just witnessed, she now suspected that this version of herself had likely endured something terrible, which ultimately led to her current state. We have lived through different experiences. Why judge one another? Tsunade responded calmly. Hokage Tsunade opened her mouth, trying to explain, "I wasn't trying to judge you." Tsunade lowered her gaze and said, "In this world, just being able to survive is already difficult enough. You live for yourself, which is why you can afford to be so reckless. Let's go back." Shizen still doesn't know about this. Hokage Tsunade watched the other's retreating figure in silence before choosing to follow. Surviving truly was no easy feat. There were many in this world who never even got the chance. Having witnessed too much death, she understood this all too well. Even so, did that mean she had to accept her fate and compromise? No way. When they returned home, Shizen was utterly shocked to see two Tsunades standing at the door. Sitting on the couch in the living room, Tsunade briefly explained the situation to Shizen. Hokage Tsunade then said, "I don't have anywhere else to go right now. You're not going to turn me away, are you?" Shizen quickly responded, "Of course not. Even if you're from a different world, you're still Lady Tsunade." However, she then hesitated, looking a bit troubled. "But, since you're both Lady Tsunade, how should I address you to tell you apart?" Although the two Tsunades looked nearly identical, Hokage Tsunade was clearly younger and lacked the diamond-shaped seal on her forehead, making it possible to differentiate them. Tsunade said, "Just call me Shursho, master." Shizen was momentarily stunned before her face lit up with joy. "Why yes. Master." Hokage Tsunade chuckled at the reaction. "You were already her disciple, weren't you? Is it really something to be that excited about?" But Shizen simply stood there, grinning from ear to ear. She and Tsunade had always shared a master-disciple bond in name, but it was an unspoken understanding between them. Tsunade had always kept Shizen by her side, carefully guiding her, not just as a disciple but also as if she were her own child. Yet, they had never formally conducted a master-disciple ceremony. With just that one sentence from Tsunade, Shizen suddenly felt a deep sense of recognition and acknowledgement. Seeing how happy she was, Hokage Tsunade gradually realized what was happening. It made her think of the Shizen from her own world. Perhaps she, too, needed this kind of recognition, but Tsunade had never given it much thought before. Tsunade then asked Shizen to tidy up the guest room. The house they lived in had 3 bedrooms, which now happened to be just the right amount of space for them. Hokage Tsunade suddenly sighed, "Living with myself, This is such a strange feeling. Tsunade agreed. It really is. Shizen muttered under her breath, I have to serve 2 Lady Tsunades. That's what's really strange. Her words immediately drew Tsunade's displeasure. Sounds like you've been holding a lot of grudges against me, huh? Shizen quickly waved her hands. No, no. Not at all. Meanwhile, Hokage Tsunade burst into laughter at the exchange. While tidying up the room, Hokage Tsunade suddenly found 2 dice cups. Holding them in her hands, she gazed at them thoughtfully. With her luck that always guaranteed losses in gambling, Hokage Tsunade wondered, if she were to gamble against herself, what would happen? She really couldn't figure it out. She really wanted to try it. Tsunade also noticed what was in her counterpart's hands. She froze for a moment, then met Hokage Tsunade's gaze. How about? How about? They spoke at the same time, then nodded vigorously in unison. MM. Meanwhile, Shizen was busy tidying up the guest room, moving things back and forth. When she returned to the living room, she suddenly saw the 2 Tsunade sitting at the table, dice cup set up and ready. She couldn't help but groan inwardly. Serving 2 Tsunades is definitely not a good thing. First, 2 gamblers, and tomorrow, probably 2 drunks. Sigh, please, heavens, send over another version of me, too. At the gambling table, the 2 Tsunades engaged in an intense match, reveling in the thrill of competition. To their surprise, they were evenly matched, victories and losses balanced out, and even several rounds ended in ties. For once, the 2 women who were used to always losing in gambling felt an exhilarating rush. The last time they had won so comfortably was when they gambled against Grandpa. His luck was even worse than theirs. As she shook the dice cup, Hokage Tsunade suddenly spoke. I have something I want to ask you. Tsunade hesitated for a moment before responding, It's about Jiraiya. What exactly happened? Tsunade lightly pinched the dice between her fingers, falling silent for a moment before sighing softly. So, you still don't know. She tossed the dice into the cup and slowly spoke. You said that in your world, he doesn't exist, right? He, referring to Hyuga Makoto. Hokage Tsunade nodded slightly. Most of what she knew about this world came from Shizen, but that was only the surface. There were many hidden truths that only those directly involved would ever know. Tsunade continued, Hyuga Makoto, during the Third Great Ninja War, he nearly died on the battlefield. Ever since I learned about your world, I kept thinking about this event, comparing the differences. Perhaps, in your world, Hyuga Makoto actually did die back then. But in this world, he survived and returned, rising rapidly to become the head of the Hyuga clan. He helped Orochimaru ascend to the position of Hokage and, in a short time, went from an ordinary Chunin to a Konoha hero with power over the entire village. Tsunade grinned. Unbelievable, right? I don't even know all the twists and turns behind it. But back then, when the 4th Hokage was being chosen, the strongest candidate was Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru becoming Hokage meant that they became enemies. The conflict between them grew deeper and deeper, with neither side willing to reconcile. Eventually, when their final confrontation erupted, Hyuga Makoto, who had been secretly accumulating power and consolidating his influence, became the ultimate victor. Orochimaru died. Sarutobi-sensei also died. Minato became a criminal, and Jiraiya became a rogue ninja trying to save him. Tsunade recounted everything in detail, laying it all out plainly, including how she had once begged Hyuga Makoto to spare Jiraiya. There was nothing to hide between them now. Of course, there was no need to mention the humiliation and torment Hyuga Makoto had subjected her to. After listening to everything Tsunade had said, Hokage Tsunade finally understood the full picture. Opposing positions, victors and vanquished. Jiraiya had done so much that went against Hyuga Makoto's will. The fact that he was even still alive was already remarkable. And then, there was the question of why the other her had ended up like this. Tsunade continued, don't think of him as just some scheming, deceitful manipulator. You've seen his strength for yourself. Hokage Tsunade spoke slowly, I know. Tsunade lowered her gaze and added, and now, he set his sights on you as well. Crack. The dice in Hokage Tsunade's hand suddenly shattered between her fingers. Her expression was icy cold, and she remained silent. Seeing this, Tsunade sighed inwardly. If one couldn't defeat Hyuga Makoto in sheer strength, then everything else was meaningless. Then, Hokage Tsunade suddenly spoke. In my world, I've faced enemies far stronger than me, countless times. I have no ties in this world, nothing to hold me back. Even if I can't drag him down with me, I will make sure he pays dearly. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 342, ch 342, way out. The news about the two Tsunades spread quickly, and by the next day, people were already visiting Tsunade's house. Most of these visitors were friends from the hospital who knew Tsunade, as well as some of Shizen's friends. They all came out of curiosity, which greatly annoyed Tsunade. She shut the door and put up a sign saying, "No visitors." Of course, some guests couldn't be turned away, such as Sarutobi Biwako. No matter which Tsunade it was, both of them deeply respected their master's wife. Biwako was extremely shocked by the situation and left only after a thorough round of questioning. To better distinguish between themselves, the two Tsunades started paying attention to their clothing styles, mostly because Shizen kept calling the wrong one. Their differences were only in the details, making them hard to tell apart at a glance. The Hokage Tsunade changed her hairstyle from twin tails to a single ponytail. Because of her figure, she preferred sleeveless short tops. Since it was difficult to find properly fitting underwear, she simply chose not to wear any. Meanwhile, Tsunade changed her outfit as well. She had plenty of clothes, so she switched to a white top. One morning, the Hokage Tsunade woke up and walked out of her room, only to see Tsunade dressed in the black suit-like outfit she had previously seen on Samui. You're awake. Breakfast is ready, Tsunade said. Usually, Shizen was the one who did the cooking, but on the days she went to the emperor's place, Tsunade would prepare breakfast in advance. This was a set routine, and Shizen would take the chance to sleep in on those days. Hokage Tsunade asked, "Are you going to him?" Tsunade's expression remained calm. If you're feeling bored, you can go to the hospital and look around. I'm the head of the pharmacy department there. Your hemophobia is cured, isn't it? After saying that, she walked toward the entrance. Hokage Tsunade clearly heard a crisp sound. Ding-ling. The sound came from Tsunade's body. She shifted her gaze toward the black skirt that tightly wrapped around Tsunade's hips. She knew exactly what that sound was because she had suffered the same humiliation before. But judging by Tsunade's expression, she seemed to have already grown used to it. Hokage Tsunade couldn't help but clench her fists. "I'm leaving," Tsunade said, putting on her high heels at the door before stepping out of the house. The living room was now empty, leaving Hokage Tsunade alone. She wanted to smash something to vent her anger, but when her fist hovered just in front of the wall, she forcefully held herself back. If she really punched it, the entire house might collapse. She had to do something. That thought lingered in Hokage Tsunade's mind, but even though she had the will, she couldn't think of a good course of action. As she zoned out for a while, Shizen also woke up. "Good morning, Lady Tsunade. Has Master already left?" Shizen asked while yawning. "Do you know what she went to do?" Hokage Tsunade asked. Shizen replied, "Master is His Majesty's assistant." There was a tone of natural acceptance in her voice, as if this was just the way things were. Hokage Tsunade let out a long breath. She told herself that if she couldn't figure out a solution for now, there was no need to force it. She decided to follow Tsunade's suggestion. After breakfast, she would visit the hospital. Spending time with herself was completely different from spending time with Shizen. After just one night, she and Tsunade had already opened up to each other. Hokage Tsunade had also learned more things from Tsunade, things that Shizen didn't know. Leaving the house, she headed toward Konoha Hospital. She had passed by it before when walking around the village, but she had never gone inside. Konoha Hospital was much larger than the one in her own world. Even from the outside, it looked far more modern and advanced. She walked straight in. Many medical staff in white coats noticed her and immediately bowed in greeting. She wasn't surprised. Even if she was no longer Hokage, she was still one of the legendary Sannin. In the field of medical ninjutsu, there was likely no one in this world who surpassed her. She was well aware of her status in the minds of medical ninjas. What surprised her, however, was that Shizen wasn't working at the hospital with her. "Lady Tsunade. You're finally here. You haven't been to the hospital in days." A young woman in medical attire approached her enthusiastically. Judging by her tone, she seemed quite familiar with her. Her assigned department was the pharmacy, and the fact that no one had contacted her during her long absence suggested that she probably wasn't very diligent about her work. The Tsunade of this world also suffered from hemophobia. Hokage Tsunade pondered this as she walked. "Lady Tsunade, where have you been playing these past few days? Don't dump all the work on me. You promised Senior Akutagawa that you'd help develop the new generation of soldier pills, but there's been no progress at all. He's been hounding me non-stop." The young girl beside her chattered away, but Hokage Tsunade kept walking at a steady pace, moving forward without stopping. "Lady Tsunade, this way. That's the emergency department." Suddenly, the girl grabbed her arm, signaling her to change direction. Just then, the sound of wheels rolling down the corridor grew louder, accompanied by urgent shouts of "Make way! Move aside, coming closer!" Several medical staff were rushing toward them, pushing a hospital bed at high speed. Even from a distance, she could see red stains on one of their white coats, and the bed itself was soaked in a deep crimson hue. Lady Tsunade, we should go. The young woman's face changed slightly when she saw this, as if she knew what was coming. She hurriedly urged Hokage Tsunade to leave. However, Hokage Tsunade's expression remained unchanged. She stood still, unmoving, watching as the bed rolled past her. She clearly saw the situation on top of it. It was a young boy, likely in his teens, wearing a forehead protector. One of his arms had been completely severed at the wrist, seemingly chewed off by something. Although emergency treatment had been applied, the wound was too severe for it to be effective. Blood continued to pour out uncontrollably. The boy's face was deathly pale, and he had already lost consciousness, likely due to excessive blood loss. Wait a moment, Hokage Tsunade suddenly spoke, placing one hand firmly on the hospital bed to stop it from moving. Lady Tsunade. One of the medical staff pushing the bed was about to scold her angrily, but upon realizing who she was, his expression immediately changed. Lady Tsunade. The young girl from earlier also stepped forward. She glanced at Tsunade's calm expression, then at the gravely injured young ninja on the bed. A medical staff member explained, Lady Tsunade, this child was injured during a beast subjugation mission. Hokage Tsunade said nothing. She simply placed a hand lightly on the boy's severed wrist, her palm glowing green with healing chakra. The surrounding people instantly fell silent. They all knew exactly who was performing the jutsu, no one dared to interrupt. Before long, Hokage Tsunade withdrew her hand. When they looked at the boy's wound again, the bleeding had completely stopped. Although the injury remained gruesome, not a single drop of blood was leaking anymore. She suddenly frowned. Who treated this wound? This is far from acceptable. It was the team's medical ninja, someone replied. Hokage Tsunade scoffed. Medical ninja. With skills like this, they dare call themselves a medical ninja. The crowd looked embarrassed, with many inwardly thinking, of course, no one could possibly compare to you. Hokage Tsunade said, what about the severed hand? If you have it now, it can still be reattached. It was eaten by a bear. But don't worry, the hospital has the technology to attach a new one. We're very advanced in this area. Hearing this, Hokage Tsunade finally showed a hint of surprise. She waved her hand dismissively. All right, take him away. The medical staff pushed the bed forward, while the onlookers murmured in admiration, praising her skill, saying things like, as expected of Lady Tsunade. Hokage Tsunade remained indifferent. She had heard such praise countless times before. What truly mattered to her was that the child was out of danger. Lady Tsunade, you. The young woman beside her looked at her in astonishment. Hokage Tsunade replied calmly, let's go. I'd like to look around. If she really had to stay in this world for the long term and couldn't leave Konoha, then perhaps working at the hospital wouldn't be a bad option. But soon, her face turned cold again. Why am I even thinking about finding myself a way out? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 343, ch 343, Hokage Tsunade. In the evening, after finishing her day's work, Tsunade returned home. From the kitchen came the sounds of busy activity, most likely, Shizun was preparing dinner. I'm back, she called out, stepping out of her high heels. Standing at the entrance, she rested one hand on the shoe cabinet while using the other to rub her ankle. After wearing black stockings all day, they felt slightly damp to the touch. Hearing her voice, Hokage Tsunade emerged from the bedroom, holding a drink with a straw, sipping on it. What are you drinking? Tsunade asked. A drink called Mango Pomelo Sago, Kamachi bought it for me at the hospital. I liked it, so I picked up another cup on the way home, Hokage Tsunade replied, pointing at the coffee table, where two more cups sat, one for Tsunade and one for Shizun. Kamachi was the young woman Hokage Tsunade had met at the hospital. Tsunade knew her well, she was her subordinate and was often sent on errands. Looks like you had a good time at the hospital today. Don't even mention it. Hokage Tsunade sat down on the sofa and said, the doctors at the hospital, most of them are pretty incompetent. Tsunade explained, Konoha has made huge advancements in medical equipment, organ cloning, and bionic prosthetics. Because of that, the requirements for medical personnel aren't as strict as they used to be. They focus more on theoretical knowledge now. Hokage Tsunade scoffed, and what use is all that? Can it replace medical ninjutsu? Tsunade replied, things like limb regeneration can already be done. Now that there's no more war and the world is unified, emergency medical ninjas aren't as essential as they used to be. The focus of medical research has shifted toward treating complex diseases. Hokage Tsunade fell silent. She could understand everything Tsunade was saying, but she couldn't help but worry about the future of medical ninjas. Tsunade continued, our worlds are vastly different now. What I told you before isn't enough to fully explain it. In the future, you may find that even ninjas will become something unrecognizable to us. Since she often followed Makoto, she was well aware of many of Konoha's current research projects. The Mechanical Science Research Institute had recently developed a batch of machines that were still in the experimental phase and were being prepared for practical use. These machines resembled long-term stasis pods but were designed to intensively train a person's body, allowing them to achieve years' worth of training results in a very short period. Tsunade had been there with Makoto to witness these machines firsthand. She found them terrifying. This was nothing short of forcibly accelerating progress. While ninjas desperately needed strength, obtaining power in this way felt like it would ultimately destroy them. He is changing this world, changing this era. Hokage Tsunade remained silent, the drink in her cup already finished, making a faint slurping sound. Was everything Makoto had done truly good or bad? Advanced medical technology undoubtedly served people, but when tools became too convenient, they could also breed laziness. If machines could fully replace human effort, would ninjas themselves eventually become unnecessary? Ding-ling. The sound of a bell interrupted Hokage Tsunade's thoughts. She looked over to see Tsunade approaching, her expression slightly unnatural as she said, "Can you take that thing off first?" Tsunade's face remained calm as she sat down on the couch across from her. "It doesn't matter. I'm already used to it. If not for certain physical needs, I wouldn't even bother touching it." Her words were laced with numbness, leaving Hokage Tsunade at a loss for words. Tsunade picked up one of the drinks on the table, inserted a straw, and took a sip. "Does Shizun know?" Hokage Tsunade asked. "I don't know. I don't know whether she knows or not. She's not a foolish girl. Hokage Tsunade looked at her calm face and asked again, "Do you hope she can understand you?" But Tsunade countered with a question of her own, "Understand what?" "Understand that I was forced. Understand why I ended up like this. Do you even know what the child feels about us?" Tsunade continued pressing Hokage Tsunade. By age, Hokage Tsunade should have been older and more experienced, yet at this moment, Tsunade seemed to see things far more clearly. They had both experienced the highs and lows of life, separations of life and death, but only Tsunade had endured humiliation, coercion, being treated as a mere plaything, and having her dignity utterly torn apart. When facing Hyuga Makoto, Hokage Tsunade could still glare at him with defiance, choosing death over submission. Tsunade had once been the same. Yet, precisely because of that pride, she had ended up in such a miserable state now. Tsunade spoke slowly, "For Shizun, the best thing is to never know these shameful truths." From the kitchen, the sizzling sound of oil frying suddenly rang out, filling the living room with noise. Hokage Tsunade also found herself wondering, what exactly had she gone through to become the person sitting in front of her? Just how cruel were Hyuga Makoto methods? "I have something I want to say to you," Tsunade suddenly looked up at her. "You know he's set his sights on you now. If I'm ordered to do something harmful to you, have you thought about what you'll do?" With force, Hokage Tsunade crushed the empty plastic bottle in her hand. "What has he told you to do?" "It hasn't come to that yet, but it will soon," Tsunade said slowly. "I have a feeling, and I'm telling you in advance, when that moment comes, I won't refuse him. I can't refuse him. And I won't have any guilt about it, even if the target is you." Hokage Tsunade was silent for a moment before saying, "I am you, and you are me." But Tsunade shook her head. "No. Right now, I'm just someone called Tsunade, and you are Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. You've lived more than 10 years longer than me. I hope those extra years of experience will help you hold on to who you are." The living room fell into silence. Hokage Tsunade had thought she still had time this morning, she had been too optimistic. When the moment truly came, she would undoubtedly be caught off guard. After a long pause, Shizun suddenly peeked out from the kitchen, smiling brightly. "Master, Lady Tsunade. Dinner's ready, come help bring the dishes to the table." Shizun had put a lot of effort into preparing a rich meal, but Hokage Tsunade was preoccupied with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Tsunade ate with great enjoyment, chatting and laughing with Shizun about everyday matters. "Lady Tsunade, is something wrong?" "Ah. No, it's nothing. You look like something's on your mind." "It's nothing. Seeing how much effort you put into this meal just made me think of the Shizun from my world," Hokage Tsunade said with a smile. "Oh, I see." Shizun nodded thoughtfully before asking, "How old was I when you left your world?" Hokage Tsunade pondered for a moment. "Probably in your 30s. Shizun immediately slumped down in disappointment. 30-something, and still no boyfriend. Tsunade. Hokage Tsunade. Oh, right. Hokage Tsunade suddenly remembered something. When I first went to see Kakashi, I made sure to mention you. Huh? Shizen looked confused. Hokage Tsunade said, Kakashi is single, and so are you. I think you two would be a good match. I told him he should try spending more time with you. This statement made Shizen blush furiously. Lady Tsunade, how could you say that to him? Now how am I supposed to face Kakashi? To her, this was nothing short of a social death event. Would Kakashi think she had a crush on him and had asked Lady Tsunade to say something on her behalf? Tsunade chuckled. If you two really end up together, why worry about things like that? Shizen was exasperated. Master. The little commotion ended along with dinner. To avoid overlapping use of the bathroom, Hokage Tsunade had already taken her bath earlier upon returning home. She headed to her room and went to bed early. Lying in bed, her mind was a mess of tangled thoughts. She pulled open the curtains and gazed at the moonlit night in a daze. Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and a figure stepped inside. Jingle. It was Tsunade, wearing only a thin nightgown. Hearing the familiar sound, Hokage Tsunade froze for a moment before sitting up. You. She wanted to ask why Tsunade was here and why she still hadn't taken that off when it was already time to sleep. However, before she could react, Tsunade suddenly pushed her down onto the bed. Hokage Tsunade was shocked. What are you doing? She instinctively struggled, only to realize that in terms of strength, she was completely outmatched. Tsunade whispered, stop resisting. You know your own physical condition, don't you? You don't even have the Een seal. Hokage Tsunade's body was just slightly superior to an ordinary person's, she could use chakra but had never undergone real training. Compared to Tsunade's original body, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even though she retained her battle instincts, experience, and mastery of various jutsu and chakra control, they were meaningless when her physical abilities were so vastly inferior. Realizing she couldn't break free, Hokage Tsunade lay pinned against the bed, her hands tightly restrained. She demanded in a low voice, what do you want? The person holding her down suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, Tsunade finally spoke. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Hokage Tsunade froze for a moment, quickly recalling the conversation from earlier. You know he's got his eyes on you now. If I'm ordered to do something against you, have you thought about what you would do? Her eyes widened in shock. Then, she heard that all too familiar sound once more. Jingle. You. She understood now. Why was that sound still present, even at bedtime? Tsunade couldn't possibly have such a habit. That left only one conclusion. That thing had indeed been removed. And now, it was meant for her. Hokage Tsunade struggled desperately, but against Tsunade's overwhelming strength, it was futile. A wave of intense panic surged through her. This was different from when she had been forced by Hyuga Makoto before. Back then, at least she could curse and yell at him, venting her rage without restraint. But now, who was she supposed to curse? Him? Or herself? She felt a hand tugging at the waistband of her sleepwear. Biting down hard on her lip, she buried her face deep into the bedding. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 344, ch 344, Make Lady Tsunade Happy. Hurting herself, could that really be called ruthless? Tsunade had never considered this question. There were too few things left in the world that could move her. As she pinned Hokage Tsunade down on the bed, watching her struggle with all her might, she remained completely indifferent. After doing what she had to do, Hokage Tsunade finally went still, lying motionless on the bed. Her expression was hidden from view. Moonlight peeked through the window, bathing the bed in a pale glow. Golden hair spilled across the sheets, rising and falling with each heavy breath. Tsunade pulled her sleepwear back up for her, then left the room without a word. Master. A sudden voice shattered the silence of the night. Shizen stood at the bedroom door, the lights still off. The dim glow of the living room made it hard to see anything clearly. Tsunade had just stepped out of Hokage Tsunade's room, but Shizen still recognized her. You're still awake? Shizen was silent for a moment before answering, I was just about to sleep. The two stood in front of their respective doors, a distance between them. Tsunade couldn't make out Shizen's expression. Go to bed early, she said. As Tsunade returned to her room, Shizen stepped closer to Hokage Tsunade's bedroom door. She hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't reach out to knock. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, yet still, she said nothing. If she knocked on the door, what should she say? What should she ask? Perhaps she didn't even truly understand what had happened. If that were the case, would her self-righteous concern only end up hurting Lady Tsunade instead? Concern required no cost, but dignity did. The next morning, when Tsunade woke up, she found the living room unusually quiet. It was already 8 in the morning. Normally, Shizen would have been up long ago, preparing breakfast and waking them up. She walked to Shizen's room and knocked on the door. "Shizen, are you still asleep?" A moment later, a response came from inside. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade replied, "It's me," making it clear that she was Shizen's master, not the Hokage Tsunade. She pushed the door open and saw Shizen sitting on the bed, her hair messy as if she had just woken up. "Lady Tsunade." Tsunade tilted her head slightly. "I'm your master." "Ah." Shizen seemed dazed. She got up and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to look outside. "Lady Tsunade, where are we?" Shizen patted her forehead with a troubled expression. "Did I drink too much? Why don't I remember anything at all?" Tsunade observed Shizen's confused expression, then, after a brief silence, said, "Come with me." Shizen followed Tsunade out of the bedroom, puzzled. Tsunade walked straight to the Hokage Tsunade's door and knocked. "I'm coming in." Inside the Hokage Tsunade's bedroom, Shizen saw another Tsunade lying on the bed and immediately widened her eyes in shock. "Tsuna, you too." The Hokage Tsunade looked over with a blank expression, glancing at Tsunade. Shizen asked hesitantly, "Is this a shadow clone?" Her gaze shifted back and forth between the two Tsunades, filled with confusion. Tsunade asked, "You're not the Shizen from this world, are you?" Shizen quickly responded, "Huh? I am Shizen." "Lady Tsunade, what do you mean by that?" Hokage Tsunade froze for a moment before suddenly getting out of bed and striding over to Shizen. She grabbed Shizen's shoulders with both hands, her emotions visibly stirred. "Shizen, you." She seemed agitated, but when she tried to speak, the words got caught in her throat. "Lady Tsunade, you seem younger," Shizen said, looking at the Hokage Tsunade before glancing at the Tsunade behind her. You're both Lady Tsunade." Hokage Tsunade quickly regained her composure. After some thought, she looked at Shizen and asked, "What is my current status?" "What do you mean?" "I'm asking you, am I the Hokage?" Shizen tilted her head slightly and said, "Didn't you just step down? Kakashi is the 6th Hokage now." The Hokage Tsunade's expression instantly turned to joy. She immediately pulled Shizen into a tight embrace. "Lady Tsunade." "Shizen, it's really you, Shizen." Her embrace was tight, like that of a long-lost relative finally reunited. Tsunade, standing off to the side, silently watched the scene unfold. After releasing Shizen, the Hokage Tsunade said to her, "I know you must have a lot of questions. It's okay, I'll explain everything to you." Seeing Tsunade's emotional state, Shizen nodded. Earlier, when Tsunade first entered the room, Hokage Tsunade had appeared indifferent. But now, she was overwhelmed with excitement. It was understandable, after everything she had endured in this world, and most of it not being pleasant, suddenly reuniting with a loved one was nothing short of a miracle. Hokage Tsunade pulled Shizen to sit on the bed and began explaining everything about the two worlds, as well as how she had arrived here from another world. She spoke at length, holding Shizen's hand tightly the entire time. Whenever she recounted something amusing, she couldn't help but laugh. "I see. So that's how it is." After listening to the Hokage Tsunade's explanation, Shizen responded with a somewhat uncertain understanding. Hokage Tsunade then asked, "Shizen, before you came here, was there someone in particular you really wanted to see?" Shizen was taken aback. "Huh?" Hokage Tsunade went on to explain what Hyuga Makoto had once told her, that the reason they had come to this world was due to a strong desire to see someone who was no longer present in their original world. This lingering attachment served as the catalyst for their souls crossing, and only by fulfilling this longing could they return. Shizen hesitated for a moment, looking uncertain, before stammering, "It was Rin." Hokage Tsunade was thoughtful. "Rin, huh?" In her original world, Rin had indeed passed away. Shizen and Rin had been classmates and friends when they were younger. In this world, Shizen and Rin were also very close friends. Even after so many years, it seemed Shizen still held deep feelings for Rin. As the Hokage Tsunade reflected on this, she soon realized something. "If it's Rin, then it should be quite easy for you to meet her. Is something wrong?" Hokage Tsunade's gaze grew complicated. "That means, you'll be able to return very soon." Shizen smiled. "Well, if I go back, I go back." "Lady Tsunade, don't you want to go back?" Hokage Tsunade was speechless. She did want to go back now, but under Hyuga Makoto's manipulations, returning was no longer an option. This was something she didn't want Shizen to know. Shizen continued to ask, "Lady Tsunade, who is your lingering attachment?" Hokage Tsunade remained silent for a moment before saying, I've forgotten. Who was her attachment? The reason she came to this world no longer mattered now. Shizen said, I think our arrival in this world is just a coincidence. There are so many people in the world with lingering attachments, yet not all of them end up here. If there really was an attachment, it wouldn't be just because of a single person. Maybe we were also longing for a world like this. Lady Tsunade, when you were telling me about everything here just now, I could feel that you were truly happy. Hokage Tsunade wanted to deny it, that she wasn't happy here at all. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that all her unhappiness stemmed from Hyuga Makoto. If it weren't for him, she would have been more than willing to live in this world. Shizen continued, what matters is that everything we experience here is real. If we came here just to meet one person and then left hastily, would that really be enough to justify our journey here? Would that be enough to give meaning to this world? Hokage Tsunade stood frozen, staring blankly at Shizen before turning her gaze to the other Tsunade. Shizen. I'm here, Lady Tsunade. Becoming the 5th Hokage, leading the allied shinobi forces to victory in the 4th Great Ninja War, the unrivaled medical master of the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade carried too many titles. Whenever people spoke of female ninjas, they could never avoid mentioning her. In the eyes of many, she was powerful, heroic, determined, and bold. Throughout her life, she had feared nothing except loss. Even when facing the overwhelmingly powerful Uchiha Madara, she still fought fearlessly, prepared to give her life. After coming to this world, she had not experienced loss again. Instead, she might have even regained some of what she had once lost. There were no life-or-death battles, yet she had suffered humiliations and helplessness she had never known before. Even she herself had come to hurt her. And all she could do was struggle weakly, just like she had last night, pinned down on the bed. Many in this world bore faces she knew well, yet none of them could offer her any help. Worse, at Hyuga Makoto's command, they could even turn against her. This feeling of powerlessness filled her with pain. This world now felt unfamiliar and cold. She desperately wanted to go back. Hokage Tsunade spoke, Shizen, can you stay here with me? Lady Tsunade. Hokage Tsunade averted her gaze. Shizen, stay here. Compared to our original world, this one is quite interesting. In this world, Rin isn't dead. Asuma isn't dead either. She wanted someone to stay by her side, and there was no one better than Shizen, her Shizen. Her disciple, her child, the one she had always relied on the most. Maybe then, she wouldn't feel so lonely and helpless. But the cost was taking over the body of this world's Shizen. Perhaps she shouldn't do this. If it came to it, she could beg Hyuga Makoto to provide Shizen with a new body as well. Faced with Hokage Tsunade's plea, Shizen seemed hesitant to refuse. Shizen, step outside for now, Tsunade suddenly interjected. Shizen glanced at the other Tsunade, who had remained silent this whole time, then wordlessly left the room. The bedroom fell into silence. Hokage Tsunade sat on the bed, head lowered, while the other Tsunade stood across from her. Tsunade finally spoke. Now, do you still wonder why I became like this? Hokage Tsunade lowered her eyes without answering. Last night's events had dealt her a heavy blow and made her think a lot. But perhaps, compared to what this world Tsunade had experienced, it was still nothing. Tsunade spoke again. I didn't care when you took over my body before, but you can't do the same to Shizen. Even though they're both Shizen, they are two independent individuals. The Shizen of this world is only 20 years old. A few years ago, she was exactly the same as the Shizen you knew. Can you really bear to do this? Hokage Tsunade stiffened at those words. Could she bear it? No. Of course not. This world's Shizen, even after learning the truth, still treated her as her Lady Tsunade. And yet, now she was about to take away her freedom. Had she completely lost her mind? Tsunade continued, and if Hyuga Makoto finds out about Shizen, do you know what will happen? Hokage Tsunade's pupils shrank sharply, and she froze. What we've suffered is our own burden to bear. If you truly can't endure it, you can always choose death. The curse on you prevents you from taking your own life, but you can always ask someone else to do it for you. But if you plan on hurting Shizen, I will never forgive you. Silence. After a long silence, Hokage Tsunade let out a soft chuckle. Do I need you to teach me? Do you really think I would hurt Shizen? Tsunade replied calmly, if you were me, of course, you wouldn't. But who knows if everything that's happened these past days has already made you lose yourself. Hokage Tsunade's expression gradually became composed. She stood up from the bed and slowly walked out of the room. Lady Tsunade. In the living room, Shizen saw her coming out and couldn't help but call out. Hokage Tsunade looked at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled. You asked me earlier if I came here because I wanted to see someone, right? Shizen nodded. There was no one in particular. In our world, after stepping down as Hokage, life became boring, so I just wanted to find something interesting to do. Maybe the heavens knew about the thought and decided to toss me here. Shizen murmured, Lady Tsunade, you. Hokage Tsunade chuckled. This world is quite interesting, and I've decided to live here for the long run. Shizen, when you go back, don't feel too lonely. She waved a hand. All right, this world is already at peace, so there's nothing to worry about. Who knows? Maybe if you miss me enough, you'll come back again someday. Shizen stood there, pressing her lips together in silence. When you go back, find yourself a boyfriend. Honestly, if you already had that thought in your heart, why didn't you just say it? Kakashi's a decent guy. If you find him pleasing to the eye, go for it. Shizen's face flushed slightly. Lady Tsunade, please don't meddle in my personal matters. Hokage Tsunade, however, just laughed. If I don't meddle, then who will? Forget it, just go back. Rin, let her take you to see him. She waved nonchalantly, pointing to the other Tsunade at her side. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to being the Tsunadeheim of the past. Shizen hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Lady Tsunade, please take care of yourself here. Hokage Tsunade simply smiled and waved her hand. Tsunade led Shizen out of the house, heading toward Rin's place so that Shizen could meet the long-deceased friend from her original world. After walking in silence for a long time through the streets, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Why did you do it? Shizen's body trembled slightly. She bit her lip and said softly, You noticed a long time ago, didn't you, master? There was no response. Shizen continued, Then. Lady Tsunade, she must have also. Tsunade said, With acting skills like yours, if she were still her old self, she would have noticed too. Shizen whispered, I just wanted Lady Tsunade to have a better life. Maybe seeing the Shizen from her world would make her happy. Tsunade responded, her steps never slowing as she continued forward. They didn't head to Rin's house, nor did they seem to have a clear destination. You did well, Shizen. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 345, ch 345, Reincarnation Shattered, Sage of the Six Paths. Beneath the Tower of Solarite was originally the cliff where the Hokage rock was carved, a location of great elevation that provided a commanding view of the entire Konoha village. At Makoto's command, a grand hall was constructed beside the Tower of Solarite. This hall was not meant for residents. Makoto intended to build a teleportation array inside it, directly connecting to the moon. After several days of research, Makoto finally succeeded in linking the power of the Tower of Solarite with the giant Tensiken on the moon, or rather, projecting the power of the giant Tensiken onto the Tower of Solarite. The teleportation array within the hall was inscribed with a special sealing technique. In the future, any souls from other worlds that crossed over would be drawn to the Tower of Solarite instead of taking over existing bodies. The personnel at the Institute of Biological Sciences would then create a brand new body tailored to the form of the incoming soul. Makoto had long been having the researchers at the Institute study matters related to souls, and Kabuto had made some progress in this field. Makoto had always been very pleased with Kabuto, diligent, meticulous, and highly efficient in his duties. The boy was still young, and his future achievements could very well surpass those of the other 7 Crown Guards. After all, he was a scientist. Meanwhile, in another research facility, Tanagawa was working on the second giant mecha, a classified project unknown to the general populace. Makoto had already chosen a name for it, Cruising Destroyer. While the ninja world was currently free of threats, Makoto knew that members of the Otsutsuki clan could arrive in the future. Everything he was preparing now was for the day he would have to face them. Makoto originally intended to name it God Slayer, as the Otsutsuki were a group of beings who called themselves gods and viewed the people of Earth as mere lowly mortals. However, since the brutal Justice had already become revered among the populace as the heavenly god of justice, he decided to rename the second-generation mecha instead. The development of the giant mecha was an independent project within the Institute of Mechanical Sciences. All researchers involved were placed under a sealing curse, preventing them from leaking any information. Makoto's plans certainly did not stop at just 1 or 2 units. In the future, the research and production of mecha giants would continue without interruption. Once the technology became more refined, mass production of smaller-scale mechas could begin, whether for military use or industrial applications. Their utility would be immense. Another technological product, the body tempering chamber, was now officially ready for deployment. This was a creation based on Makoto's own body tempering methods. While it was similar to the machine used for forging flesh armor, it was also fundamentally different. After all, flesh cells do not feel pain, whereas humans have a limit to what they can endure. Because of this, the body tempering chamber did not provide enhancements as extreme as the flesh armor forging device. However, compared to conventional training methods, its effectiveness was far superior. The first group of test subjects had already been selected, the orphan children Makoto had personally trained. They were both young and unwaveringly loyal to him. With the body tempering chamber, Makoto could ensure that the strength of Konoha's ninja would forever surpass that of the wandering ninja across the world. Since the reformation of the Ninja Guild, ninja across the world had gradually adapted to this new way of life. Now, they all enjoyed stable incomes and a structured system of work. Under the framework of the Ninja Guild, a new trend had emerged: large groups of wandering ninja were beginning to band together to form new organizations. While reviewing the official reports submitted to him, Makoto noticed this phenomenon. However, he had no intention of stopping it. After all, humans were social creatures by nature, and seeking strength in numbers was instinctive. In the early stages of the Ninja Guild's reformation, those who had previously belonged to small villages or mercenary groups would naturally stick together. Not only would Makoto not suppress this trend, but he actually planned to encourage it. He was preparing to introduce a new policy regarding small-scale ninja guilds, officially recognizing these groups, granting them legal status, and simply imposing limitations on their size to maintain balance. Across the 5 major provinces of the empire, the ninja from the wind, lightning, water, and earth provinces had now been fully integrated and reorganized. The former 3 Kage had remained in their respective provinces to help manage the local ninja population. Makoto had granted them exceptional privileges, as the dominant ninja forces in these provinces still mainly consisted of Suna, Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa ninja. Keeping their former Kage in administrative roles was a practical decision. As for Iwagakure, however, there would no longer be a 4th Tsuchikage. With all the systems and structures in place, a new issue had surfaced: the number of mission requests was declining. Currently, most missions available were simple D-rank errands and odd jobs. In a peaceful world, even bandits and thieves had drastically decreased, resulting in a significant drop in C-rank mission availability. As for B-rank missions, reports indicated that they were now in extremely high demand. The situation had reached the point where as soon as a B-rank mission was publicly posted, it would immediately spark a frenzy among ninja eager to accept it. In fact, tensions had even escalated into physical clashes between competing factions fighting over missions. Fortunately, guild administrators had intervened in time to prevent large-scale chaos from breaking out. For A-rank and S-rank missions, while it was said that Konoha controlled their distribution, in reality, only a few had actually been issued. In the past, mission classification standards were as follows. C-rank missions, missions where the executor might be injured. B-rank missions, missions expected to involve combat against enemy ninja. A-rank missions, missions affecting the interests of a village or a nation. S-rank missions, missions related to top-secret national affairs. With the establishment of the Ninja Guild, most of the former rogue ninja and missing nin, who had previously survived by pillaging and looting, had now turned into legitimate workers. Almost no one engaged in criminal activities anymore. Moreover, the absence of inter-village conflicts had drastically reduced tensions between ninja factions. Covert operations such as espionage and assassination missions had essentially disappeared, leaving behind only escort and delivery tasks. If this situation continued, these formerly unemployed rogue ninja, who had just found stable jobs, would once again face the threat of unemployment. In turn, the Ninja Guild would lose credibility, becoming nothing more than an empty bureaucratic shell with no real function. The Naruto world was also quite different from other fantasy worlds. There were no goblins or other monsters to hunt for profit. After much thought, Makoto devised a strategy and discussed it with Konoha's higher-ups. The plan included redefining mission classifications, lowering the commission fees for missions, encouraging civilians to submit more requests to the Ninja Guild, significantly reducing the guild's share of mission profits to protect the earnings of rogue ninja. Honestly, this solution was only a temporary fix. In an era of peace, sustaining such a large ninja population would ultimately require boosting overall productivity. This led Makoto to accelerate the research and development of miniature mecha, expand the Mechanical Science Research Institute, and construct factories for mass production. Additionally, Makoto planned to provide salaries to rogue ninja rank special jonin and above. The number of such individuals was relatively small, as most were retired shinobi from the former 4 great ninja villages. To the empire, this was merely a trivial expense. However, this initiative would incentivize ninja to train harder and strive for higher ranks. The final initiative Makoto planned was to host an imperial martial arts tournament, open to anyone willing to participate. Participants would register at local ninja guild branches, where preliminary selection exams would be conducted. Those who passed would advance to Konoha to compete in the main tournament. Those who performed exceptionally well would be granted the opportunity to join Konoha. For many, joining Konoha was akin to leaping over the Dragon Gate, a chance to change their fate overnight. Anyone with true strength would never pass up such an opportunity. While these reforms might not completely eliminate the flaws in the Ninja Guild system, they would at the very least conceal them for now. Biological Science Research Institute. Minister Kabuto, the test subject has lost all vital signs. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Kabuto couldn't help but frown. The number of death row prisoners in the prison was dwindling, they were becoming rare resources. Once one was used, there would be one less. He stepped forward personally to examine the body. Confirming that the person lying there was indeed dead, he sighed softly. Minister Kabuto, the experiment results have been recorded. Kabuto responded calmly. He was dressed in a white uniform, with the green Konoha emblem embroidered on the cuffs and collar. This was the official uniform of the Biological Science Department. The uniform for the Scientific Craftsman Department was similar, except its emblem was black, with slight differences in other details. Just as his assistant was preparing to move the corpse, a beam of light suddenly shot down from above. Everyone in the laboratory was startled. Kabuto instinctively looked up, only to see a black runic formation appearing on the floor where the light had struck, seemingly piercing through the ceiling. Minister Kabuto, what is this? This is the light of the Solarite Tower, Kabuto said slowly, his heart filled with confusion. Why would the light of the Solarite Tower be directed here? Don't touch the corpse yet, he ordered. The subordinates obediently stepped aside as Kabuto continued to scrutinize the corpse. Suddenly, he noticed a faint, glowing white light emerging from it. A vague humanoid spirit slowly surfaced from the body before disappearing again. Abruptly, he spoke, "Bring me the soul goggles." One of his subordinates quickly responded and hurried out of the laboratory. Less than a minute later, they returned with a pair of strangely designed goggles. This was a device Kabuto had crafted during his research on souls. Normally, souls are invisible. However, spiritual bodies can be seen, as they carry chakra. What people perceive as a spirit is actually the chakra surrounding the soul. When a person dies, their soul and body completely disconnect, and the chakra dissipates, rendering the soul invisible to the naked eye. Kabuto put on the soul goggles and immediately saw a luminous soul moving along the beam of light, seemingly drawn toward it. Silently, he observed as the soul passed through the wall. Without hesitation, he rushed outside the research facility, just in time to witness the soul soaring toward the Tower of Solarite, guided by the beam of light. Inform His Majesty, he paused before correcting himself. Forget it, I'll go personally. Do not touch the corpse. After issuing his instructions, Kabuto leapt into the air, swiftly heading toward the Imperial Palace. 10 minutes later. Makoto arrived at the Biological Science Research Institute, accompanied by Kabuto. Personally inspecting the corpse, Makoto found nothing unusual, it was just a normal dead body. Was your experiment related to souls? Makoto asked. Kabuto shook his head. No, it was a flesh proliferation experiment, as you already know. Makoto pondered for a moment before saying, "Come with me to the Tower of Solarite." The Tower of Solarite actively summoning souls. It did indeed possess that capability now, but it was only meant to guide souls from other worlds. This was the soul-attracting technique Makoto had personally inscribed. Normally deceased souls should be drawn into the Pure Land by the Shinigami, so had something gone wrong? Bringing Kabuto along, Makoto proceeded to the grand hall beneath the tower, where they found the soul trapped within the ceiling formation. Did I make a mistake in my technique? Makoto murmured to himself. Suddenly sensing something, Makoto stepped out of the hall and noticed another beam of light shooting out from the Solarite Tower, this time directed toward Konoha Hospital. Kabuto, wearing the soul goggles, immediately saw a soul being pulled toward the tower by the light. The two men watched as the soul was drawn into the grand hall and confined within the formation. Makoto summoned an Umbu and ordered him to investigate the hospital to see if anyone had died today. A few minutes later, the Umbu returned. Your Majesty, at 3:35 p.m. today, a 67-year-old woman passed away at the hospital. Her name was. After hearing the report, Makoto dismissed the Umbu with a wave of his hand. Your Majesty. Kabuto couldn't help but speak. You don't know what's happening either. Makoto let out a long breath and prepared to return to the grand hall to re-examine the soul-attracting technique he had previously inscribed. But just then, a vortex suddenly tore open in the space before him. From within the swirling distortion, a figure slowly emerged, an elderly man, wielding a shakujo staff, with two horns protruding from his head. He was clad in white robes, and on his chest were 6 black tomo markings. But what stood out the most were his eyes. Aside from his purple Rinnegan in both eyes, there was also a red third eye on his forehead. Upon seeing this person, Makoto's expression subtly changed. The Sage of Six Paths. Rikudo Senin. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 346, ch 346, The Prelude to World Collapse. Judging by your expression, you recognize this old man, said the Sage of Six Paths as he gazed at Makoto and spoke slowly. How strong was the Sage of Six Paths? Makoto wasn't sure. 1,000 years ago, he and his brother had sealed away Kaguya because she was immortal, impossible to kill. What kind of strength did the Sage of Six Paths possess after a millennium? Perhaps only ghosts knew. Makoto considered himself invincible in the present world, yet even he dared not be arrogant before this man. I do recognize you. Makoto murmured. Standing nearby, Kabuto watched the Sage of Six Paths and his Rinnegan with evident shock. He was certainly familiar with the Rinnegan. After all, there was a pair stored within his research facility, which he had studied for a long time without making any significant progress. Sage of Six Paths then shifted his gaze toward the Grand Hall. He lightly tapped his black staff against the ground, and Makoto and Kabuto watched as 2 streaks of light shot forth and vanished. They were meant to go to the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths stated. A sudden thought crossed Makoto's mind. Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths controlled the Pure Land, and had come here to question him because the Solarite Tower had summoned those 2 souls? Based on the Sage of Six Paths' appearances and actions in the original work, this possibility did seem plausible. There's no need to be so hostile toward me, said the Sage of Six Paths, I am already dead. What you see before you is merely a fragment of my chakra. Besides, I do not interfere in the affairs of the living so easily. You are now the ruler of humanity, and that, in itself, is actually a good thing for this world. Makoto's eyes flickered slightly at the sage's words. He asked, why have you come? Is it because of those 2 souls? Yes and no, the Sage of Six Paths replied ambiguously. In the past, I would have advised you not to tamper recklessly with souls. But now. His voice was deep and solemn, his expression grave and serious. Hyuga Makoto, I hope that you can save this world. Upon hearing this, Makoto's eyelid twitched slightly. This world, what had happened to it? He felt like this Sage of Six Paths was acting suspiciously, almost like a con artist. Was he about to start preaching some child of prophecy nonsense like that toad from Mount Maiboku? What do you mean? Makoto asked slowly. The Shinigami, who governs reincarnation, recently visited the living world. Shortly after, it suddenly fell into a deep slumber. Without the Shinigami's management, the Pure Land has become a place of chaos, and the souls of the living now have no place to go. Makoto's eyes filled with surprise. He understood the sage's meaning now. If what he said was true, then it also explained why the Solarite Tower had begun summoning souls. The souls of the deceased are always summoned by the Shinigami. Makoto had learned this during his research on souls alongside Orochimaru. When attempting to transfer souls into new bodies, they encountered numerous obstacles precisely because of the Shinigami's presence. However, souls from other worlds were not affected by the Shinigami's summons. Makoto had utilized this loophole when constructing this grand hall. If the Shinigami was no longer overseeing the souls of this world, then it made sense that they had become the target of the Solarite Tower's summons. This Sage of Six Paths probably wasn't here to waste his time. Makoto asked, why did this happen? Sage of Six Paths slowly spoke a single name, Orochimaru. Makoto was immediately shocked upon hearing this. The sage continued, over the past few years, a large number of souls have emerged. After investigating, we discovered that these souls were not the result of natural deaths but were instead fragments of Orochimaru's own soul, which has been continuously splitting. Though they are mere fragments and have become so weak that they barely retain their original power, each of them remains an independent entity. The rate at which Orochimaru's soul splits is astonishing. Over the past few years, the number of fragments has reached an unimaginable scale. Because they exist as souls, they haven't directly affected the physical world. Orochimaru seems to have realized that his soul's division is uncontrollable, so he attempted to seal himself. However, the seal did not fully contain him. Countless soul fragments continue to escape and further divide. If this continues, the sheer number of souls will reach an overwhelming level. More recently, these soul fragments have begun absorbing the natural energy of the living world to strengthen and restore themselves. This forced the Shinigami to intervene. Orochimaru's soul fragments have grown too numerous to be allowed into the cycle of reincarnation. If they were to enter the Pure Land, it would cause a catastrophic disturbance. As a result, the Shinigami chose to eliminate and consume them instead. However, this process drained an enormous amount of the Shinigami's power, leading it to fall into a deep slumber. No one knows how long it will take for the Shinigami to recover. After explaining everything, the Sage of Six Paths patiently awaited Makoto's response. Kabuto, standing nearby, was still processing the shocking information. Though Makoto had never explicitly introduced this elderly figure, Kabuto had already pieced together the truth. A man possessing the Rinnegan, casually speaking of concepts like the living world, the Pure Land, reincarnation, and the Shinigami, who else could he be but the Sage of Six Paths? The fact that the Sage of Six Paths truly existed, and was still present in the world, left Kabuto deeply shaken. Makoto remained silent for a long time, lost in thought, before finally asking the sage, what would happen if we simply ignored these souls? Sage of Six Paths replied, this is not just a matter of the Pure Land. The cycle of reincarnation must not be broken. If it is, the continuation of human life in this world will also be affected. You are now the ruler of mankind, do you wish to see a future where every child born among your people is stillborn? I have been working tirelessly to transfer souls from the living world, but my power alone is not enough. Makoto asked another question, what about Orochimaru? Is he dead? You need not worry about that, he has been completely erased by the Shinigami. Makoto finally let out a breath of relief, then followed up, what do you need me to do? Sage of Six Paths turned his gaze toward the Great Hall and the Solarite Tower, saying, I hope you can expand this tower in the Grand Hall to cover as much of the inhabited world as possible. I will oversee the Pure Land in the meantime and restore the cycle of reincarnation. Makoto's eyebrows twitched slightly, this was no small task. It would require an enormous amount of manpower, resources, and time. After pondering for a while, a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps there's another way. The Sage of Six Paths looked at him with a hint of surprise. Makoto pointed to the sky and said, there is a giant Tensigan on the moon. I believe it alone can handle this task. I've already connected it to the Solarite Tower. We can use it to locate the wandering souls on Earth and bring them here. Sage of Six Paths pondered for a moment and then said, I will teach you the techniques for searching for and transferring souls. Makoto nodded lightly. But the Sage of Six Paths continued, this is not a power that should belong to humans. Hyuga Makoto, I hope you will always maintain the order of this world. Makoto sneered lightly. Haven't I done enough already? Sage of Six Paths said nothing. He slowly raised his hand and placed his palm in front of Makoto's forehead. Seeing this, Makoto didn't resist. The next moment, he suddenly felt a surge of power enter his body. In an instant, it merged with his limbs and bones, and his mind grasped the method to use this newfound power. You have already mastered Yin-Yang release. You should be able to use this power with ease, Sage of Six Paths said. Makoto looked down at his hands, this was a power completely different from that of ninjas, it was divine power. Suddenly, he reached out and slapped the shoulder of Kabuto standing nearby. In an instant, Kabuto's soul left his body, floating in midair, while his physical form collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty. Kabuto's soul, in a stunned state, looked at Makoto in confusion. Makoto lightly waved his hand, and Kabuto's soul returned to his body. Kabuto opened his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. With a mere gesture, Makoto could control life and death. Sage of Six Paths knew Makoto was testing the power and did not stop him. No wonder you said this isn't a power that should belong to humans, Makoto said, looking at the Sage of Six Paths, does this mean I'm a god now? Sage of Six Paths replied calmly, there are no gods. The Shinigami is just a title. This power was granted to me by him. Hyuga Makoto, you've done what I once tried to do when I created the ninja sect, no, you've done even better. There's no harm in you possessing this power. I believe you won't harm this world. His words made Makoto's heart stir. He asked, then, what exactly is Shinigami? Sage of Six Paths said, the Shinigami is an existence older, stronger, and more selfless than I am. Makoto then said, there's a forbidden technique among ninjas, called. That's just part of Shinigami's power, the Sage of Six Paths seemed to anticipate his words and spoke first. I don't know much more about him. There's no need to ask further. Finally, Sage of Six Paths said to Makoto, I will manage the Pure Land, and the world of the living will be entrusted to you. He came to Makoto solely because of the issue of soul reincarnation. This made Makoto regard him with a measure of respect. Such a sage, concerned about the world, deserved to be honored. Makoto didn't have many things to do, or else he wouldn't have agreed to this matter so easily. However, he never imagined that one day he would become a deity overseeing the reincarnation of souls. From now on, this great hall shall be called the Reincarnation Hall, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter or leave. Makoto looked at the great hall and said to Kabuto. Upon hearing this, Kabuto bowed deeply. After everything that had happened, his respect for his emperor had only grown stronger. The emperor was a god. Makoto placed the soul transfer technique within the great hall. Souls that came here would be transferred to the Pure Land. He then went to the moon and made some modifications to the giant Tensigan there, enabling it to search for souls on Earth, then guide them to the Solarite Tower in Konoha and the Reincarnation Hall. Once all of this was done, the giant Tensigan immediately responded. Every day, countless people on Earth died, and countless new lives were born. Even though the Shinigami had just fallen into a deep sleep, during the time he had turned his back, countless souls appeared. They were all guided by the Tensigan and made their way to Konoha, only to be transferred to the Pure Land. After carefully observing, it seemed like these souls were lining up. They were purely souls, without any chakra. Bound by the Tensigen, they couldn't do anything but passively accept everything. Late at night, it began to rain heavily in Konoha. Makoto held Ayari in his arms and slept especially soundly amidst the sound of the heavy rain. Boom. A thunderclap suddenly startled Makoto awake. He opened his eyes, but his gaze was unusually clear. It wasn't the thunder that had woken him, but something else. He quietly got up from the bed, not disturbing Ayari. The clothes on the nearby clothes rack flew over by themselves and draped over him. He walked out of the sleeping quarters, and the sound of the rain outside was deafening. He looked up at the sky, his expression filled with shock. Before him was an incredibly narrow, pitch-black rift in space, extending from the Temple of Reincarnation straight up to the heavens, with no visible end. Before this space rift, even the light from the Solarite Tower had dimmed. A figure appeared in an instant. It was a member of the Umbu. "What's going on?" Makoto asked, still gazing at the rift. A monster suddenly appeared in the Gakkai domain. Lord Hakumen has already gone there. The Gakkai domain referred to the moon. Since the moon remained a secret, it was given a different name. Some had heard of the Gakkai domain, but they only knew it was a top-secret place, with no idea of its location. A monster. Where did a monster come from on the moon? Makoto's expression remained calm as he pondered. When he had previously visited the moon, he had already scanned it. There were no signs of life there anymore, it was just a barren place with some abandoned structures. His gaze remained fixed on the rift in space. Such a large rift. How had it appeared? "Can't you see it?" Makoto spoke up. The Umbu member, hearing this, looked up in confusion. Seeing that Makoto's gaze was focused in one direction, he also looked toward the space rift above the reincarnation hall. But from his vantage point, apart from the heavy rain, he could vaguely see the Solarite Tower, and nothing else. He leapt into the air, intending to investigate further. The heavy rain poured down, but it didn't touch him. The dense raindrops parted as they neared him, falling aside on their own. Just as Makoto got closer to the space rift, he suddenly sensed something and looked in one direction. Through the rain, on a utility pole, stood a shadow. Makoto's eyesight was extraordinary, and he clearly saw the person's appearance and figure. A black kimono, a sword at her waist, short hair falling to her shoulders, and a small stature. It was a girl. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 347, ch 347, Intersecting Worlds. Moon, Mining Area. Boom. A gigantic black monster crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a calm expression, Hakumen dusted off the dirt that had settled on him and stepped onto the creature's body. The monster stood over 10 meters tall, wearing a strange white mask on its head. What was even more peculiar was the gaping hole in its chest. It was merely large in size, but not particularly powerful. Its only ability seemed to be shooting energy beams. Hakumen had easily taken it down without dealing a fatal blow. Lord Hakumen. A ninja approached. It was the overseer of the mining area. "How did it appear?" Hakumen asked. "It came from outside." "Outside?" Hakumen was slightly surprised. The mining area was sealed off, and most of the workers, even many of the ninjas, were unaware that they were on the moon. If it came from outside, did that mean this monster was native to the moon? But when he had first arrived with His Majesty, they had thoroughly explored this place. Hakumen furrowed his brows in thought. The creature was so massive that there was no way to transport it back to Earth via the teleportation array. He issued an order: send someone to report to His Majesty. Reassure the frightened workers and give them a pay raise. Yes. Meanwhile, on Earth, Konoha. The rain poured relentlessly. The figure perched on the utility pole had also noticed Makoto and turned their gaze toward him. In an instant, Makoto teleported right in front of the person. The girl was startled and immediately leaped backward, but the moment she did, she realized with shock that she couldn't move. Her entire body was frozen in midair. "Who are you?" Makoto asked. "Who are you? Where is this?" The girl shot back. Clang. The blade at her waist instantly left its sheath, now gripped in Makoto's hand. It was no ordinary sword. Makoto could feel the energy pulsing from it. Looking at the girl's appearance and attire, an absurd thought formed in his mind. After a brief silence, Makoto asked, "Does it have a name?" The girl's eyes flickered. "Sodi no Shirayuki." Clang. Makoto returned the sword to its sheath, then slowly guided the girl's body down to the open space in front of the reincarnation shrine. His gaze lifted toward the spatial rift extending upward from the top of the shrine. "Can you see it?" Makoto asked. "See what?" the girl responded. She was now able to move freely. Makoto had released his hold on her. Am I the only one who can see this spatial rift? Makoto pondered silently. The girl spoke again. Where exactly is this place? Who are you? This is Konoha. Konoha. She repeated the unfamiliar name under her breath. Makoto continued, did you come alone? A person from another world, yet she hadn't been summoned by the Solarite Tower. What was going on with the spatial rift above the reincarnation shrine? Just as Makoto was lost in thought, another figure suddenly appeared. A member of the Umbu, kneeling on one knee in the heavy rain. Your Majesty, the monster in Guangan grounds has already been subdued by Lord Hakumen. He requests that you come take a look. Your Majesty. The girl was utterly shocked upon hearing those words. She stared at Makoto, this man is an emperor. Makoto slowly asked, what did the monster look like? The Umbu replied, its entire body was pitch black, over 10 meters tall, wearing a white mask on its head, with a hole in its chest. It's a hollow. The girl's expression changed instantly, her emotions surging. Take me there now. Otherwise, it's going to be dangerous. Makoto cast her a calm glance. Didn't you just hear that it's already been subdued? What's the panic? The girl froze for a moment. Tell me your name. Kuchiki Rukia. The girl finally answered, then asked in return, and you? Just call me, Your Majesty. Makoto said indifferently before heading straight toward the reincarnation shrine. Follow me. Hearing this, Rukia quickly caught up. Inside the Great Hall, souls continued to be transported in an unending stream. Seeing this, Rukia was completely stunned. This. However, as soon as Makoto stepped inside, his brows furrowed. Originally, these souls should have been transferred to the Pure Land upon arrival. But now, the transfer technique was glowing with an eerie light, and the dark spatial rift had emerged precisely from this technique. What's going on with all this? Rukia couldn't help but ask. By this, she was referring to the souls. Send them to the Pure Land. Makoto commanded. Rukia frowned. Who exactly are you? This is supposed to be the job of a Shinigami. Makoto examined the technique carefully and discovered, to his shock, that its connection to the Pure Land had been severed. Alarmed, he quickly placed a soul coordinate on one of the spirits about to be transferred. As the soul disappeared into the technique, the soul coordinate vanished along with it. It had been completely erased, a fate different from what had happened to Sasuke and Hinata before. Makoto frowned slightly and immediately severed the Solarite Tower's connection. The souls within the reincarnation shrine were no longer restrained and began wandering about in confusion. What did you do? Rukia couldn't help but ask upon seeing this. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and used the hilt to perform soul burials for the restless spirits. Soul burial, as the name suggests, is the process of sending souls to their rightful place, the cycle of reincarnation. Makoto watched as a soul before him dissolved into shimmering light and vanished. Once again, he applied a soul coordinate to one of the spirits. Yet, after it underwent the soul burial, he realized that he could still sense it. It's still in this world. Without hesitation, he tore open a spatial gate and pulled Rukia, who had yet to finish performing the soul burials, inside with him. The two of them emerged high in the sky. Above them, blue skies and white clouds stretched endlessly, below them, densely packed buildings extended as far as the eye could see. This place is... Makoto murmured. The Soul Society, Rukia replied. But inwardly, she was in shock. He didn't use a Senkaman. He just directly traveled from the living world to the Soul Society. What the hell is going on? Before she could process it further, Makoto once again tore open a spatial gate and brought her back. Inside the reincarnation shrine, Makoto gazed out the window, deep in thought. The night was bitterly cold, and the rain poured down relentlessly. It was as if the blue skies and white clouds from earlier had been nothing more than an illusion. Makoto gradually pieced his thoughts together. The Pure Land of this world had only recently entered a state of paralysis, and he had just begun working with the Sage of Six Paths to repair it. Then, for some unknown reason, this spatial rift appeared, and people started crossing over. Or rather, it wasn't just people crossing over. The entire Soul Society had merged into this world. Possessing mastery over spacetime, Makoto was able to confirm it. Right now, the Soul Society existed within the world of the Naruto. But what had happened to the original Pure Land? Had the Soul Society replaced it? Beside him, Rukia suddenly raised her hand. A black butterfly fluttered from an unknown source and landed delicately on her slender fingertip. Her expression shifted slightly. A message from above? Shin asked. I need to go back. That hollow, are you sure it won't be a problem? Rukia still felt uneasy. After all, her original mission was to deal with it. What do you think? Rukia's gaze flickered uncertainly. This man was strong, so overwhelmingly strong that she had been powerless to resist him, manipulated by his will the entire time. Who, exactly are you? Makoto's voice remained calm and steady as he answered. I am Hyuga Makoto, the first emperor of the Sun Empire, the ruler of humanity in the real world. The present world is no longer the one you once knew, and the pure land of this world is no longer the one I once knew. We will meet again soon. Your superiors will likely come looking for me before long. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 300+ ch. Chapter 348, ch 348, Visitor from Another World. After understanding what had happened, Makoto no longer felt any urgency. However, the souls gathered from all over the world continued to converge at the reincarnation shrine, unable to be transferred away. As a result, they were accumulating in increasing numbers. Fortunately, since they were just souls, they posed no direct threat to the living world. Makoto then traveled to the moon, where he discovered that the spatial rift was directly linked to the giant Tensigan. As he had suspected, the issue stemmed from this. He had crossed spacetime multiple times before, venturing into parallel worlds, traveling across different timelines. After some effort, he severed the giant Tensigan's connection to Earth. As a result, the massive space rift spanning across space began to slowly close. Afterward, Makoto went to see the giant hollow. Your Majesty. Hakumen had been waiting there for him the entire time. The hollow had only been subdued, not destroyed. Its massive body was bound with numerous sealing techniques placed by the ninja. This gave Makoto an idea. Whether it was the Shinigami or the hollows, it seemed that upon arriving in this world, their power had been assimilated into its system. Makoto waved his hand and sliced off a portion of the hollow's arm. To his surprise, there was no blood, nor did it dissolve into spirit particles. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, dismember it and send the parts to Kabuto. Let him analyze what this thing is made of. Understood. Hakumen immediately responded and began organizing the ninja to carry out the task. As Makoto stepped out of the mining area, his gaze drifted toward the giant Tensigan in the distance. Suddenly, he spoke, looks like we'll need to build more solarite towers. There were already quite a few solarite towers throughout the empire. In every major city, at least one had been constructed, each overseen by members of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, the capitals of the 5 grand provinces housed branches of the ninja guild. However, the empire's citizens didn't just live in cities, there were also those in towns, villages, and remote settlements. If hollows like this were to appear in the future, there needed to be something in place to uphold the empire's security. Your Majesty, has something happened? Hakumen asked from the side. The world is about to change. All of a sudden, a thought crossed Makoto's mind. Hakumen, what do you think of that hollow's combat power? Hakumen was slightly taken aback. The hollow. You mean, that black monster? Shin nodded. Can a Jonin handle it? Hakumen replied, yes. The creature is just large and tough-skinned, but its combat style is very simple. However, it can fire a special energy beam, it doesn't seem to be chakra, but it's incredibly powerful. Ordinary ninja wouldn't be able to withstand a direct hit. Makoto considered this carefully. Since hollows had crossed into this world alongside the Shinigami, the ninja across the empire no longer needed to worry about a lack of missions. If these creatures were to start appearing in the living world, he could simply assign ninja to exterminate them. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely left to them, he would issue bounty commissions, but the empire's government would take the lead. It also depended on the Shinigami's stance and how they intended to handle the situation. Makoto had previously thought that this world lacked goblins for ninja to fight, yet now, something similar had arrived. This was good news for the ninja guild. The number of solarite towers needed to be increased, covering as much of the human-inhabited regions as possible. With these future matters on his mind, Makoto returned to Konoha with Hakumen. In the coming days, we may have some new visitors. They will arrive at the reincarnation shrine. Make sure you and your men greet them properly, don't let them feel disrespected. Sensing the weight of the situation, Hakumen straightened and bowed solemnly. Understood. After a night of relentless rain, the skies finally cleared. As the sun rose, an urgent report arrived. Makoto entered the front hall, where emergency messages from all major provinces had gathered. Each report detailed the sudden appearance of black monsters across various regions. From the descriptions, not all of them were Minos Grande, many were weaker hollows. This was better than Makoto had expected. It wasn't just the Soul Society that had been transported here, there was a strong possibility that Hueco Mundo had also arrived. With the world now in this state and the Sage of Six Paths nowhere to be seen, Makoto speculated that the entire Pure Land had been replaced, swapped out for the Soul Society. Hollows themselves are also a form of soul, capable of being killed or purified. When purified, a hollow can re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. the Shinigami are the ones responsible for purifying these evil souls. In the original Bleach story, the Quincy were considered a threat to the world's balance because they could completely destroy hollows, preventing their reincarnation. This led to a war between the Shinigami and the Quincy. This was something Makoto had to consider carefully. If a ninja kills a hollow, it could have the same effect as the Quincy's extermination. If Makoto were to order ninja to slaughter hollows freely, it could provoke hostility from the Shinigami. Though the Shinigami were the original inhabitants of their world, starting a war with them would not be ideal. Moreover, Makoto wanted the Soul Society to completely replace the Pure Land, maintaining order and stability in this world. Cooperation would be beneficial for both sides, rather than an act of concession. Emergency Imperial Meeting. Without hesitation, Makoto convened an emergency meeting in the Imperial Palace. The Grand Council Hall was rarely used, so when the ninja officials entered one by one, they immediately realized that something major had occurred. Makoto distributed copies of reports detailing the hollow outbreaks across various provinces. Upon reading them, the ninja all displayed expressions of shock. The ninja world had seen giant creatures before, but they were extremely rare. Moreover, most of these large creatures were intelligent, many even formed contracts with ninja, becoming their summon beasts. But an organized invasion of man-eating monsters on such a massive scale had never happened before. Makoto began explaining the nature of hollows. Though they were evil from a human perspective, their existence was a crucial part of the cycle of reincarnation. They could not simply be killed, they needed to be purified to ascend. For many, this was hard to believe, and someone couldn't help but ask why such creatures had never appeared before. Makoto had already prepared an explanation for this question. Of course, he couldn't directly reveal that the hollows had crossed over along with the Shinigami. That would only make people believe that the Shinigami had brought the hollows, which could stir resentment against them. Instead, Makoto rewrote the story about the Sage of Six Paths, saying that a sudden change in the world had caused the emergence of hollows. He further explained that the Sage of Six Paths had entrusted the Empire with the duty of protecting humanity. Beneath the Solarite Tower, within the Reincarnation Shrine. This place is so dark, where are we? Inside the Grand Hall, a group of people who had suddenly appeared on the Reincarnation Shrine glanced around at their surroundings. Someone couldn't help but speak up. "Shut up, Renji." A female voice immediately followed. The man leading the group lowered his gaze, looking down in thought. This seems to be some kind of ritualistic formation, but it's already inactive. The man wore a bamboo hat, a white haori draped over his shoulders, and a black kimono underneath. His face, partially hidden beneath the hat, revealed the features of a middle-aged man with a beard. The other six also examined the ground beneath them. As the hat-wearing man had said, they were standing on a circular platform. "There sure are a lot of souls gathered here," the middle-aged man murmured to himself. "Captain Kairaku, they possess the ability to guide spirits," Rukia spoke up. "It seems like this world is truly something extraordinary. I wonder how its ruler will treat us," said another middle-aged man, wearing glasses and exuding a gentle demeanor, though he, like Kairaku, was also draped in a white haori. "We'll find out soon enough," added the last haori-clad figure, a man with a refined but cold expression, a Kensikan hairpiece adorning his head, and a silver-white scarf around his neck. Just by appearance alone, he looked wealthier than the rest. The remaining four individuals were all dressed in black kimonos, each with a sword at their waist, without exception. At that moment, the Grand Hall's massive doors slowly creaked open, the sound heavy and resonant. A blinding white light poured in instantly, casting their figures into an illuminated silhouette. Someone stood at the entrance, but with the light behind them, their figure appeared hazy in the eyes of those inside. Kairaku narrowed his eyes slightly and was the first to step forward. The others followed suit. Outside the Reincarnation Shrine, a neatly aligned group of individuals stood waiting. At the forefront was a handsome young man in white robes. What startled Kairaku and his companions most was that this man's irises were pure white. Beside him stood a masked, silver-haired man. "Welcome to Konoha," the young man in white spoke. "I am Hyuga Hakumen, and this is Hataki Kakashi. We have been assigned to welcome our esteemed guests from the Soul Society." They stood atop a cliff above the Hokage Rock, looking into the distance. What they saw was a vast and flourishing city, even grander than the Soul Society itself, filled with towering buildings and an orderly layout. But what truly made their expressions shift was the colossal, godlike mecha standing beyond the city's borders, its peak vanishing into the sky. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 349, ch 349, Negotiation and Diplomacy. After concluding the ninja meeting, Makoto stepped out of the council hall and saw Hakumen. "Your Majesty, they have arrived." "Who are they?" Makoto asked as he walked toward the pavilion. They introduced themselves as 3 captains, 3 vice-captains, and 1 seated officer. The captains are led by the 8th Division Captain Kairaku Shunsue, followed by the 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke. Hearing that name, Makoto suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Hakumen also fell silent. Makoto pondered for a moment but did not extend his sensing ability to investigate them. Instead, he simply said, "Continue." The last captain is the 6th Division Captain Kachiki Byakuya. The 3 vice-captains are Ise Nanao of the 8th Division, Hinamori Momo of the 5th Division, and Abarai Rinji of the 6th Division. The seated officer is Kachiki Rukia. After listening to Hakumen's report, Makoto simply responded with a calm The only one who truly caught his attention was Aizen. Aizen was still a captain, and Rinji had become a vice-captain. It seemed that the Soul Society's timeline was right around the main storyline of Bleach. Perhaps Rukia was originally supposed to meet Ichigo, but then the entire Soul Society ended up crossing over instead. As Makoto thought about this, he found it highly likely. In the Bleach world, the only individuals Makoto considered potentially troublesome were Yamamoto, Yawatch, and the Monkey Tribe. Since they originally belonged to a different world, it was hard to compare their combat strengths, so he remained somewhat cautious. As for Aizen, he was just Aizen. Inside the reception room of the pavilion, the space was expansive and open, with a simple yet subtly luxurious decor. Kachiki Byakuya sat upright on the sofa, maintaining a dignified posture as he calmly sipped the tea that Samui had served. Rukia, in the presence of her elder brother, did not dare to act out of place and stood quietly beside him. Aizen, meanwhile, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire city. His gaze lingered on the distant giant figure, his eyes flickering with thought. The entire world had suddenly changed, and the Hogyoku had vanished. His carefully laid plans had crumbled in an instant. Just what exactly had happened? I forgot to ask that young lady for her name, Kairaku sighed, referring to Samui, who had just served the tea. Ise Nanao couldn't help but smack her captain on the head. "Captain, you are representing the Soul Society right now. Can you be a little more serious?" Kairaku shrugged helplessly. "I am serious. I even left my favorite outfit behind." He then glanced at Rinji and Rukia, who were still standing. "Ah, no need to be so formal. You two can sit." Neither of them dared to respond immediately. Instead, they both turned to look at Kachiki Byakuya. Seeing that he remained silent, they chose to continue standing. Kairaku had no choice but to shift his attention to Aizen. "Captain Aizen, you've been looking for quite a while. Have you noticed anything?" Aizen turned his head and gave a warm smile. "Not really. After all, this is a completely unfamiliar world. But I am quite curious about that giant." Kairaku nodded lightly. "It is quite intriguing." After arriving here, he could no longer sense the spiritual pressure of the people in this world. According to Rukia's earlier report, the Emperor of the Sun Empire seemed to be an exceptionally powerful individual. Following the world's sudden transformation, Yukatake had also mysteriously disappeared. No, at this point, it was certain he had vanished into thin air. Kairaku's eyes flickered slightly. In response to the crisis, the Soul Society had swiftly made a decision to first meet with the ruler of this new world. Finally, after waiting for quite some time, they heard the sound of a door opening. The ones who had been hosting them, Hyuga Hakumen and Hataki Kakashi, were now accompanying a young man dressed in black as he entered the room. Kairaku and the others immediately stood up. Without a doubt, this was the person they had come to meet. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Kairaku, representing the Soul Society, gave a slight bow to express goodwill. The others beside him also followed suit, bowing respectfully. Makoto's gaze swept across the group, lingering on Aizen for an extra second. "There's no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat." Makoto walked straight to the main seat of the sofa and sat down, while Hakumen and Kakashi stood on either side of him. After Makoto finished sizing them up, the Shinigami also subtly observed this Emperor of the Empire. Their first impression was that he looked far too young. Though as Shinigami, they knew better than to judge age by appearance, he was still a being of the living world, he shouldn't be an immortal, should he? Aizen, however, was drawn to Makoto's brilliant eyes. The moment he gazed into them, a strange sense of unease gripped his heart, sending a shiver through him. Kairaku, now seated again, spoke leisurely, "I didn't expect His Majesty to be so young." Makoto smiled. "Compared to you all, it hardly counts for anything." Sensing goodwill from Makoto's demeanor, Kairaku felt slightly relieved. He continued, "It seems that Your Majesty is quite familiar with the Soul Society." Makoto, however, went straight to the point. "More or less. We originally belonged to different worlds. Your arrival caused the disappearance of this world's original cycle of reincarnation." He glanced at them and added, "You must have noticed, didn't you? Just how many souls are gathered in the reincarnation shrine?" Makoto's words left the room in silence. Was he, holding them accountable? May I ask what your majesty means by this? Makoto replied calmly, the cycle of reincarnation in this world has already been thrown off balance. The souls of the deceased can no longer return to the pure land, and countless hollows have begun preying on humans in the living world. At this moment, Aizen suddenly spoke up. His demeanor remained refined and scholarly, exuding no trace of hostility. Your Majesty, such an occurrence was beyond our expectations as well. I believe it is unfair to place this unwarranted blame upon us. However, please rest assured that as Shinigami, it is our duty to protect humanity. No matter what world we are in, we will never allow hollows to run rampant. Kayaraku nodded in agreement. Captain Aizen is right. We have come here precisely to discuss the future of this world with your Majesty. The Soul Society itself relied on a steady flow of souls to maintain balance. This was a duty they could not ignore. If this world had only been inhabited by ordinary people, they wouldn't have needed to be so cautious. However, they had discovered that ninja existed here, warriors with formidable abilities, and, more importantly, that this world was ruled by a unified empire. Given this situation, they knew they couldn't afford to act recklessly. Makoto said, then tell me your thoughts first. Kayaraku responded, as Shinigami, we ourselves are souls. But after arriving in this world, for some unknown reason, we have gained physical bodies, and now, even ordinary people can see us. Regardless, we still bear the responsibility of guiding lost souls back into the cycle of reincarnation. We hope that your Majesty will offer us some assistance in this matter. What kind of assistance? We will not interfere in any of the affairs of the living world. However, regarding hollows, they cannot be killed, only purified. It is the duty of Shinigami to cleanse them and send them back into the cycle of reincarnation. After all, hollows are also transformed from souls. If they are slaughtered without restraint, the overall number of souls will dwindle, disrupting the world's balance. Makoto naturally understood everything Kayaraku had explained. The people of the Soul Society were making it clear that they intended to take responsibility for this world's reincarnation process. However, Makoto's demands were far greater than that. He challenged them, can you guarantee that you will always purify hollows in time? What happens if a hollow devours a human before you can act? Kayaraku explained, when a soul is devoured by a hollow, it becomes part of the hollow itself. Even hollows remain within the cycle of souls. However, before he could finish, Makoto raised his hand to interrupt him. When a human is eaten by a hollow, they die. Isn't that right? Kayaraku immediately realized what Makoto was getting at and responded, Your Majesty, within the grand cycle of this world, death is not the end. You must see the bigger picture. Makoto scoffed lightly, you're not wrong. But I am the ruler of the living. While I must maintain the balance of this world, I also have a duty to protect my people. Kayaraku quickly composed himself and asked, then, what is it that you want? Makoto replied, it's not about what I want. I simply refuse to let the living be slaughtered for no reason. If a hollow appears within my empire, then it is a monster that anyone has the right to slay. The reason why Shinigami despised Quincy was because Quincy absorbed spirit particles and completely eradicated souls, which broke the cycle of reincarnation. Would Shinobi do the same? The Shinigami did not know, but they could not afford to take that risk. Just then, Makoto spoke again. Of course, there is a better way. The moment he finished speaking, Rukia's Zanpakuto suddenly flew from her waist and landed in Makoto's hand. Rukia was momentarily stunned. She wanted to speak but ultimately held back. Makoto examined the blade and said with a faint smile, if we ninja were to wield weapons like these, wouldn't we become just like you Shinigami? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 350, ch 350, Work Together. The people from Soul Society left, with Kayaraku stating that they needed to discuss the matter and would provide a response as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Rukia and Renji were left behind to handle the accumulated souls at the Reincarnation Shrine and send them to Soul Society. Makoto wasn't too concerned about Soul Society's final decision. His orders had already been issued, ninjas in various provinces were allowed to capture hollows. Any captured hollow could be delivered to the local guild for a bounty, but killing a hollow would yield nothing in return. The order also came with a warning, if a ninja encountered a particularly large hollow, ordinary ninjas were advised not to engage. Instead, they should leave it to the guild personnel to handle. In reality, ninjas were unlikely to completely erase hollows in the same way Quincy did. Makoto was well aware of this. Given his mastery over time and space, he could easily open a portal to Soul Society and send wandering souls there. Yet, the reason he chose to handle things this way was his deep interest in Zanpakuto. If Konoha could gain control over that power, it would be ideal. And if Soul Society refused, he had plenty of ways to create a more obedient version of it. For now, this matter was set aside. Makoto turned his attention back to the numerous troubles caused by the world's sudden transformation, issues that required his personal attention. At noon, Makoto stretched lazily, having finished all his work. He felt a bit mentally exhausted. "Your Majesty, are you coming to our place later?" Samui approached and asked. "Too lazy to go." "Just call the two of them over," Makoto said lazily, reclining in his chair. Samui pursed her lips and hesitated. "But there's no bath here. Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" Hearing this, Makoto raised an eyebrow slightly and gave her a light slap on the butt. "So, you heard what Natsu said that day?" Samui lowered her voice. Lady Natsu wasn't exactly speaking softly. "I just think, Your Majesty, there's no need to upset Lady Ayari." Her words made Makoto agree internally. Ayari had already turned a blind eye to his affairs outside, coming back clean wasn't exactly a difficult task. After considering for a moment, Makoto suddenly chuckled. "First, go and call Tsunade over to your place." Samui was momentarily stunned. "Which one, do you mean?" There were two Tsunades, one from this world and the other from an alternate version of the Naruto world. Makoto's expression turned a bit strange. "Who else? If you can get both of them to come, then bring them both." As for the alternate world Tsunade, Makoto hadn't actually touched her yet, only played a few games with her. That woman still held quite a bit of hatred for him, which, if anything, only made Makoto all the more intrigued. Samui understood immediately and bowed. "I'll go right away. Mabui and Yujito are already waiting at home, Your Majesty can go over anytime." Makoto simply waved his hand. Samui left the palace and headed straight to Tsunade's residence. It was Shizun who opened the door. "Miss Samui, please come in. I'm here to see Lady Tsunade." "Which one are you looking for?" Shizun couldn't help but ask. She could distinguish between them in her own way, but others usually wouldn't. "Are both of them home?" "Ah, both Master and Lady Tsunade had some drinks last night, they're still not awake," Shizun said with slight embarrassment. It was already noon, quite a long sleep-in. Samui nodded slightly and glanced toward the master bedroom. "Can I go in directly?" Shizun quickly said, "I'll ask them first." She walked over and knocked on the door, calling out that Miss Samui had arrived. Samui walked into the room and saw Tsunade sitting up in bed. The curtains had already been drawn open, making the room bright. She closed the door behind her and said to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, go wash up quickly. His Majesty wishes to favor you." Tsunade was momentarily stunned but then nodded calmly. "Got it." She ran a hand through her hair and got up to rummage through the wardrobe. "What about the other Lady Tsunade?" Samui asked. "She's probably still lying in bed," Tsunade replied casually. Samui then asked, "Do you remember everything His Majesty ordered you to do?" Tsunade said, "Everything that needed to be done has been done." What was her reaction? Tsunade replied, "For something like this, why don't you ask her yourself? Or better yet, if you take my place and do it, you'll find out soon enough." She pulled out a pair of black full-body stockings and the outfit she often wore in front of Makoto. Then, without hesitation, she began undressing right in front of Samui. "Wait a bit," Tsunade said before stepping out of the bedroom and heading to the bathroom. In the living room, the Hokage Tsunade also came out. She had heard someone arrive, but the moment she saw Samui stepping out of the bedroom, her expression turned cold. Hating by association, Hokage Tsunade disliked Samui purely because of Makoto. "What are you doing here?" she asked bluntly. Samui replied, "His Majesty wishes to see Lady Tsunade. I came to summon her. If you want to go as well, we can go together." Hokage Tsunade's face darkened instantly. She could easily guess what Makoto wanted with Tsunade, and Samui's words only made her angrier. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Tsunade had begun showering. Tilting her head slightly, Samui asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to go?" Hokage Tsunade clenched her fists, holding back her anger. In the end, she let out a cold snort and turned to head back to her room. Samui sighed theatrically. "What a shame. If you went, you could at least help Lady Tsunade share the burden." Hokage Tsunade stopped in her tracks, frowning. "What do you mean?" "Nothing. If you want to know, you can ask Lady Tsunade yourself." Hokage Tsunade stood in silence for a moment before turning abruptly and walking straight into the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, she could see a vague figure inside, washing herself. You're going to see Hyuga Makoto again, aren't you?" she asked, her voice slightly hesitant. "Isn't that just normal?" the Tsunade inside responded. "When you're with him." Hokage Tsunade suddenly hesitated. "What? Do you want to hear the details?" "As long as I obey him, I can get what I want." No need to ask, everything I've done, you'll experience for yourself sooner or later, if you want to stay alive. The person inside didn't take long. Soon, she was finished, her hair washed as well, hanging damp over her shoulders. She glanced at Hokage Tsunade and said, either prepare yourself or make a choice. Tsunade washed up at the sink, then dried her hair before stepping out of the bathroom. Ding-ling. A familiar sound rang out, snapping Hokage Tsunade out of her thoughts. She walked out of the bathroom and saw Tsunade, now fully dressed, striding forward. She was clad in a professional outfit, elegant and composed, yet the formal attire still hugged her explosive figure. However, with every step she took, a certain humiliating sound followed, echoing in Hokage Tsunade's ears. It wasn't particularly loud, but each time it rang out, she felt the hairs on her body stand on end. After leaving with Samui, Tsunade soon realized that their destination wasn't the palace. Where are we going? The emperor is at my place. Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. If it was at Samui's place, then Yujito and Mabui would be there too. You and Mabui seem pretty close, don't you? Not really, Tsunade replied. No worries. His Majesty likes that kind of atmosphere. If that Hokage Tsunade were to come along with you, His Majesty would be even more pleased. Just hurry up. Don't keep His Majesty waiting. Truthfully, Samui had wanted to bring up Shizune, but she feared that mentioning her would earn her a punch from Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you'd best think this through. Being by His Majesty's side should be considered the highest honor. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 351, ch 351, Nirvana. 2 days later, the Soul Society sent people once again. They appeared at the Reincarnation Temple, just as before. However, this time, the group was slightly different. The 6th Division Captain, Kuchiki Byakuya, and his lieutenant, Abarai Renji, did not come. Instead, there was a rotund man wearing a strange mask, along with his adjutant, a tall, slender, and elegant young woman with braided hair. They also brought gifts this time, a total of 20 asachi. Makoto received them and, upon seeing the asachi, asked, "Is this all?" Shunsue Kairaku responded, "These are all asachi, the most basic form of a zanpakuto. Forging asachi takes time, but we will continue to send them in batches." At that moment, members of the Umbu entered and took all the asachi away, following Makoto's prior orders to deliver them to Kabuto. Makoto said, "Both of us seek the stability of this world. I am willing to extend this patience to you." Kairaku replied, "Thank you for your Majesty's understanding. As for the matter we previously mentioned, has your Majesty given it any thought?" Makoto then summoned someone, Yahiko. "This is Yahiko. From now on, he will represent me, the Empire, and the living world. You may discuss the details with him." What followed was the negotiation phase. Makoto no longer participated, instead delegating full authority to Yahiko before leaving directly. After a long period of discussion, the Sun Empire and the Soul Society finally reached a series of agreements. Mutual non-aggression. Neither side would interfere in each other's affairs, except for matters related to hollows and the purification of souls. The Shinigami would be responsible for purifying hollows in the living world and performing kanso, soul burials, to send souls to the Soul Society. When eliminating hollows, the Shinigami could request free assistance from the local ninja guild. The Soul Society would provide the Sun Empire with 20 zanpakuto, asachi, each month free of charge. Ninja guild members were forbidden from killing hollows at will, they were only allowed to capture them and hand them over to the Shinigami for processing. In addition to these terms, the Soul Society also planned to establish a base in Konoha, stationing Shinigami there to serve as a communication hub between the Sun Empire and the Soul Society. Since neither side had any direct conflicts of interest, no unreasonable demands were made. The negotiations proceeded smoothly, allowing Kairaku to finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the future, the Soul Society will be a friend of the Empire. May this friendship last forever, Yahiko said with a smile. Kairaku also smiled and replied, "It certainly will. Oh, by the way, His Majesty plans to hold an Imperial Ninja Martial Arts tournament soon. It will be a competition-style event showcasing ninja combat skills. We warmly welcome our friends from the Soul Society to attend and watch. A formal invitation will be sent in due time. A ninja combat tournament. This could be a good opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the ninjas." Kairaku thought to himself, guessing that the Emperor likely intended to use this event to demonstrate the power of ninjas to the Shinigami. Since His Majesty has so graciously invited us, how could we possibly refuse? With everything settled, the masked man standing nearby suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Yahiko, I find Konoha quite interesting. Would it be possible for me to take a walk around the city?" "Of course. I'll arrange a guide for Captain Kuratsuchi right away. No need. I'd prefer to wander on my own. In that case, please feel free. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. For Shinigami, Zanpakuto are very special, they are also their primary source of power. Each Zanpakuto, once awakened, possesses a unique ability. For example, the 1st Division Captain, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, wields Ryujin Jaka, known as the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakuto. Its first release, Shurkai, can unleash flames reaching 6,000 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the sun's surface. In its second release, Bankai, the flames can reach an astonishing 15 million degrees Celsius, the temperature of the sun's core, capable of destroying the earth with ease. Another example is Aizen Sosuke Kyoka Suigetsu, which grants the ability of complete hypnosis, allowing him to manipulate all 5 senses of his target. It was precisely because of the immense potential of Zanpakuto that Makoto set his sights on them. However, the prototype of all Zanpakuto, the Asachi, is forged by the swordsmith god Otsunomiya. Additionally, when a Zanpakuto is obtained, its true name is known to Ichibe Hyasub. This undoubtedly placed a significant weakness in the hands of the Soul Society. Makoto had considered this issue carefully. His goal in acquiring Zanpakuto was to fully analyze and comprehend their power. Inside the Biological Research Institute, equipped with the most advanced instruments, Kabuto had already gained considerable expertise in the study of souls. This thing is really difficult to analyze. Kabuto muttered with a headache as he looked at the Asachi before him. What lay in front of him was a sword, not some kind of biological entity. He placed the Asachi onto a scanning device, and the results revealed something astonishing. It was a highly dense and highly condensed energy construct, merely shaped in the form of a sword. The worldview of Bleach was vastly different from that of Naruto. In the world of Bleach, everything in the Soul Society was composed of reishi, spiritual particles. But after the fusion of the two worlds, if one were to trace back to the source, could these reishi be the same as the natural energy found in the Naruto world? Makoto stared at the Asachi for a long time before suddenly reaching out his hand. As soon as he touched it, a flash of light burst from the blade, and from it emerged a nude humanoid figure with only a nose and mouth. Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. This is the true form of a Zanpakuto, Makoto said, pausing briefly. You could also understand it as the soul of the Zanpakuto. Makoto had used the power granted to him by the Sage of Six Paths. This was the result of materializing an Asachi. Kabuto's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Zanpakuto are made from souls. No, Makoto denied. It's also possible that the moment a Zanpakuto is created, a soul is born along with it. We have no way of knowing for sure. How exactly did Otsunomiya forge the Asachi? Perhaps no one but himself knew, or maybe the so-called omniscient and omnipotent Yawach did as well. I have an idea, Makoto said slowly. Kabuto's expression tensed upon hearing this, standing ready to receive the Emperor's command. Modify this soul, forge a Zanpakuto that truly belongs to us ninjas. Kuratsuchi Mayuri wandered around Konoha for quite some time, surprised by the city's level of prosperity. As he strolled through the bustling streets, he noticed many electrical appliances. While they weren't particularly groundbreaking, the way they operated was entirely different from the technological civilization of the Soul Society. It was also distinct from the modern world he was familiar with in his own reality. The most intriguing sight in all of Konoha, however, was that towering structure and the colossal statue standing outside it. He instructed Kuratsuchi Nimyu to ask passers-by about them. He learned that the structure was called the Tower of Solarite, and according to the locals, it was capable of striking down evildoers. But when he inquired about the giant statue, the reactions of the residents changed immediately. Their expressions became animated, and they passionately recounted the legend of the Divine Guardian of Justice, spitting with excitement as they spoke. Unfortunately, the Captain Commander had issued strict orders, or else Mayuri would have definitely kidnapped a few ninjas for research. Passing by an electronics and home appliance store, he stepped inside for a look. He quickly discovered that these devices did not function based on conventional physical principles but instead relied on various special jutsu inscriptions. Curious, he questioned the store owner about how they operated and was told that they simply needed to be plugged in and supplied with energy to work. Mayuri could understand the concept of plugging something into an electrical source, but the idea of supplying energy made him ponder for a long time. It was clear that the jutsu inscriptions in these appliances required energy to function. Previously, the Soul Society had been investigating ninjas and had learned that they used an internal energy called chakra, which originated from within themselves. How is the energy supplied? Do you have to input chakra? Mayuri asked. He was now immersing himself in an entirely new technological civilization, willing to restrain his usual temper for the sake of learning. The shop owner chuckled, "You must be an outsider. How much chakra do you think you have to sustain its consumption?" There's an energy station in the city that continuously supplies electricity and chakra to all of Konoha. An energy station. Leaving the store, Mayuri and Nimue asked for directions once more and eventually arrived near the energy station in the eastern part of the city. This area was sparsely populated and guarded by ninjas. Even from a considerable distance, Mayuri could distinctly sense the vast, ocean-like energy surging from the buildings ahead. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This power, this kind of energy. He wasn't interested in claiming the power for himself, but he was desperate to understand it. At that moment, an Umbu suddenly appeared behind him with a flash step. Mr. Kuratsuchi, His Majesty has summoned you. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 352, ch 352, Terumi Mei. Province of Water. Compared to the original Land of Water, this province was now significantly larger. The empire had incorporated several surrounding smaller nations into its territory. A chief governor, dispatched from Konoha, managed all governmental affairs, while the former 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yugura, held an honorary position within the ninja guild. His primary role was to pacify the former Kirigakure ninjas who had become rogue ninja. Yugura was well aware of his position and responsibilities. He only did what was required of him, content to serve as a symbolic figurehead. 2 days ago, strange creatures suddenly appeared across various parts of the province. The ninja guild called upon the rogue ninja to subdue them, but few responded. In the end, it was Yugura himself who stepped forward and persuaded former Kirigakure ninjas to protect the civilians. Fortunately, some new imperial decree soon resolved the issue. Now, registered ninjas of the guild eagerly formed teams to hunt down these creatures, called hollows, as successfully capturing one could yield a handsome reward. This development meant Yugura no longer needed to concern himself with the matter. Deep down, he held great respect for the empire's young emperor. He had to admit that, in every aspect, the emperor far surpassed him. Resistance never crossed his mind, the gap in power was simply too vast. Lord Mizukage. A young and beautiful girl knocked on the door before stepping into his office. These are the newly delivered documents. She carried a stack of documents in her arms and placed them on Yugura's desk. Yugura frowned and said, I've told you before, stop calling me Mizukage. There are no more Kage in this world. If the wrong people hear that, it could cause trouble. The girl simply grinned. It's just a habit. Besides, there's no one else in your office. It's fine to say it here. Yugura sighed helplessly. Mei, you're going to get me in trouble. Take my words seriously. Yeah, I got it. The girl waved off his concerns nonchalantly, picking up one of the documents from his desk. Her name was Terumi Mei, formerly a kunoichi of Kirigakure. Unlike most who became rogue ninja after the ninja reformation, she had taken up a clerical job at the ninja guild. Naturally, this was because Yugura was looking out for her, ensuring she wouldn't have to struggle like the others. After skimming through the document, Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Why are they planning to build so many more solarite towers? Yugura replied, that's His Majesty's decision. Whatever he's planning, we don't need to understand it. We just follow orders. Yugura had already witnessed the power of the solarite tower. With it in place, the empire's stability was guaranteed, rebellions were practically impossible. Ordinary ninja stood no chance of shaking that towering structure. The solarite tower and the brutal justice. With these two forces alone, Yugura couldn't imagine what could possibly threaten the empire. Mei set down the document and picked up another. The first Imperial Ninja Combat Tournament. What's this? She asked. Yugura explained, it's similar to the old Chunin exams that Konoha and Sunagekure used to hold together, selecting outstanding ninja to join Konoha. But while the Chunin exams were only for genin, this tournament is open to all registered guild ninjas. Mei nodded thoughtfully. I see. Her gaze moved carefully over the document, reading through the tournament format, process, and various requirements. Seeing her interest, Yugura asked, what, thinking of joining? Mei chuckled. I'll pass. Yugura observed her for a moment before suddenly saying, in the current empire, if you could enter Konoha, your future prospects would definitely be much better than staying here. However, Mei responded with an indifferent expression, what's so bad about staying here? The village may be gone, but everyone is still together. However, Yugura shook his head and said, it's not the same anymore, completely different. Konoha is now the center of the world. If you can make a name for yourself there, it will also bring great benefits to your family. He continued, I'm serious. Think about it carefully. If you really want to participate, I'll support you. I'll also help you talk to your family. Mei fell silent. In the former Kirigakure, there were many clan-based ninja. Mei came from a distinguished family, and with her exceptional talent, she had already become a jonin years ago. She was known as a genius among the village's younger generation. Yagura had originally considered grooming her as his successor. Don't dwell on meaningless things, and don't listen to the old folks' nonsense. Kirigakure no longer exists. You have to see yourself as a ninja of the Sun Empire. Holding on to outdated prejudices will get you nowhere. Mei lifted her head and smiled at him. I'll think about it seriously. Thank you, Lord Yagura. She turned to leave but suddenly came back. From the stack of documents she had just delivered, she pulled out one and placed it in front of Yagura. Almost forgot, this one is urgent. Please prioritize it. Mei left, while Yagura looked down at the document on his desk, his brows furrowing. These guys just don't know when to quit. They even dared to call themselves the Pirate King now. Imperial Palace. Makoto once again summoned Kuratsuchi Mayuri and his expressionless, beautiful lieutenant, Kuratsuchi Nimue. With a faint smile, he spoke, "How was your tour around Konoha, Captain Kuratsuchi?" Mayuri replied, "Eye-opening." He meant it, many things in Konoha had truly amazed him. If possible, I would love to stay here and slowly immerse myself in this civilization and technology. As a Shinigami with a long lifespan, spending a few years studying something was hardly a waste in his eyes. Makoto said, "That's not difficult at all. Konoha will be establishing a department specifically for communication with the Soul Society. Why not have you oversee it, Captain Kuratsuchi?" Hearing this, Mayuri narrowed his eyes slightly. Each division had its own clearly defined responsibilities. A department like the one Makoto described would typically be managed by the 13th Division or possibly even the 1st Division. There was no way it would fall to him. "What is the reason for your Majesty's summons?" he asked. "It's nothing too serious, just an introduction," Makoto said warmly. At that moment, another person stepped into the room, a tall figure with slightly wavy black hair, dressed in Konoha's combat uniform. On the back of his clothing and at the cuffs, there was a distinctive fan emblem. "This is Uchiha Shirsue, one of the 7 Crown Guards, my personal escort." Mayuri felt a sense of doubt, unsure of what this Emperor of the Living World intended. He turned to look at Uchiha Shirsue, and the moment their eyes met, he saw that the man's pupils were a deep crimson, forming a strange 4-pointed pinwheel pattern. Those eyes were too eerie. As Mayuri gazed into them, he found himself unconsciously drawn in, his mind slipping away. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavat 300+ ch. Chapter 353, ch 353, Enemies are coming from the sea. Siriiti, Captain's Meeting. The captain of the 8th Division, Shunsue Kairaku, was giving a detailed report to the head captain and the other captains regarding the situation in the living world and all the agreements reached with the Sun Empire. Kairaku had been authorized by the head captain and the Central 46 to negotiate with the Sun Empire, and all the demands made and the costs paid were within the acceptable limits for Soul Society. "Captain Kairaku, how strong are these ninjas exactly?" someone among the captains asked. During this time, they had been investigating the situation in the living world, but the structure of the ninja system was different from that of the Shinigami. There were large numbers of so-called rogue ninjas, whose abilities varied greatly. Most of them weren't even as skilled as students from the Shino Academy. This finding had caused some captains to develop a sense of contempt. The one who had just spoken was a short-haired woman with a cold and sharp demeanor. Kairaku pondered for a moment before answering. "Regarding that, the Emperor of the Sun Empire will soon host a tournament called the Imperial Ninja Martial Arts Tournament. It will be a grand event featuring ninja combat, and we, the Shinigami, have been invited to attend as spectators." "Could this be a trap?" asked a man with braided hair and protective goggles. He was the captain of the 9th Division, Tozen Kanami. Kairaku replied, "The Empire likely fears our strength as well. Given the current state of the world, I don't think they would be foolish enough to make enemies of us." A hoarse voice suddenly interjected, "Ninja Martial Arts Tournament, is it a fight?" The speaker was a burly man with a fierce, menacing face, Zaraki Kenpachi, captain of the 11th Division. "In a way, yes. It's a competition between ninjas. Then can we join?" When Kenpachi asked this question, several captains in the room showed expressions of speechlessness. Kairaku explained once again, "This is a tournament for ninjas. We Shinigami are merely invited as spectators." But Kenpachi pressed on, "Then why don't we Shinigami hold our own tournament too?" Across from him, a white-haired youth nearly burst out laughing but managed to hold it in. In the end, the bald, white-bearded elder sitting at the head of the room tapped his cane against the floor, finally making Kenpachi quiet down. Head Captain Yamamoto spoke, "Our top priority right now is to quickly restore the operations of the Soul Society and accelerate our investigation of the living world. We have just arrived, and in many areas, we still need to rely on the assistance of the Sun Empire. What about the vacant captain position of the 13th Division?" The purification of hollows in the living world, as well as the entirety of the Kanso, soul burial, process, was originally the responsibility of the 13th Division. However, with the upheaval in the Soul Society, its captain, Joshiro Yukitake, had vanished without a trace. This even reminded many people of the soul disappearance case from long ago. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, "The vacancy will be filled soon. If you have any recommendations for a candidate, feel free to bring them forward." With that, the meeting was adjourned. Water Province, a certain island. The residents here primarily made their living through fishing, but not long ago, they were suddenly attacked by a group of pirates. Being located in the vast ocean, the presence of pirates was not unusual. Even before the era of the Empire, back in the time of the Land of Water, pirate troubles had been a frequent occurrence. Some of the larger pirate crews were composed of rogue ninja and defectors, but due to the presence of Kirigakure, they never dared to act too recklessly. After the establishment of the Empire, the formation of the Ninja Guild led many pirates to turn over a new leaf, opting to become regular workers. However, for some unknown reason, piracy had recently surged once again. Reports of raids and plundering had become more frequent. The governor of Water Province and the local branch leader of the Ninja Guild had discussed the matter together but could not uncover the root cause. Their only recourse was to continuously dispatch ninja forces to suppress the threat. They even issued bounties, encouraging rogue ninja to take up the task of hunting down the pirates. The ninja of Kirigakure had always been adept at water combat and water release techniques. The ocean was practically their domain, none of them feared these pirates. The moment the bounty missions were posted by the guild, countless rogue ninja set out for the open sea. The vast ocean stretched endlessly, its waves rising and falling without pause. Hoshigaki Kisame sat on a reef by the shore, the sea breeze brushing against his face. He listened to the crashing waves around him, yet his expression remained calm, as if waiting for something. Beside him, an unusual weapon wrapped in white bandages stood upright in the sand. "Kisame." A voice suddenly called out from nearby. It belonged to a man who wore his forehead protector at an angle and had his face partially wrapped in bandages. Carrying a massive sword on his back, he stood there watching. "Don't you think this is strange?" "Strange in what way?" "These new pirates that have been appearing, they don't seem to be ninja at all," Momochi Zabuza said. "Why?" Kisame's expression remained unchanged as he responded. Zabuza said, "Their way of fighting is strange, and there's no sign of chakra in them. You, of all people, should know this well with Samehada in your hands." Among the 7 swords of the mist, Samehada had the ability to absorb others' chakra and transfer it to its wielder. Yet, in the past few days of fighting these pirates, Kisame had discovered that these people had no chakra at all. Without chakra, they weren't ninjas. However, they still displayed extraordinary strength, which was baffling. Even the most skilled taijutsu practitioners among ninjas still had chakra, it was an unavoidable necessity. Zabuza continued, "I wonder if the higher-ups have noticed these guys." Kisame replied, "That's not something we need to worry about." After the ninja system was restructured, many of the former Kirigakure ninja formed small groups. As successors of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame and Zabuza naturally garnered respect and admiration. Many factions had tried to recruit them. However, Zabuza turned them all down, instead choosing to form his own small guild called the Demon Brigade. He pulled Kisame into it as well. With 2 of the 7 swordsmen among their ranks, their influence quickly grew. Zabuza had great ambition, he had always dreamed of becoming the Mizukage one day. But the rapid changes of the times had far outpaced his expectations. "Why don't you go ask that friend of yours for some information?" Kisame turned to look at Zabuza. "I'm talking about the genius young lady." Kisame replied, "Mei and I aren't really friends." Zabuza was about to say more, but Kisame suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the ocean. "They're here." Zabuza followed his line of sight and looked toward the sea. In the distance, where the sky met the ocean, a row of dark silhouettes appeared, it was a fleet of ships. Numerous smaller vessels surrounded one massive central ship. He narrowed his eyes. "Looks like a pretty big operation." Kisame added, "So far, this is the largest pirate crew we've encountered." Zabuza then said, "Kisame, you're also a member of the Demon Brigade. I hope you'll help me, I don't intend for the Demon Brigade to remain just a small-time group playing around in this region." Kisame's eyes flickered. "Let's finish this battle first." As they spoke, something suddenly flew through the sky, catching their attention. At first, they thought it was some kind of bird, but as it got closer, they realized it was a person, with a pair of wings made of blue flames. As he flew, he left a trail of glowing blue fire in his wake. Zabuza murmured, "What is that?" The pirate flag also seemed strange. The skull on it had an odd crescent-shaped marking that, upon closer inspection, somewhat resembled a man's mustache. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 354, ch 354, True Freedom. Inside the Emperor's office. These are newly arrived urgent documents, Samui said, pointing to a stack of files on the desk. The officials hope you can process them as soon as possible. Makoto picked up one and skimmed through it, his expression turning thoughtful. Pirates. A large number of pirates. He immediately sat down and began carefully reviewing the documents. The land-to-sea ratio of this world's Earth was similar to that of his previous life. Land accounted for only 30%, while the remaining 70% was all ocean. Pirates had always existed, but recently, for some unknown reason, incidents of plundering had become more frequent. What was even more alarming was that these pirates were now boldly raiding settlements on land, acting with complete lawlessness compared to before. After reading through all the documents, Makoto furrowed his brows. He had confirmed one thing: this world wasn't just visited by the Soul Society, the people searching for the One Piece had arrived as well. Since when did the Naruto world have a great treasure? Makoto felt a headache coming on. What troubled him the most was that, unlike the Shinigami from Soul Society, this bunch didn't seem like the type to negotiate or talk things out. These people were all ruthless bandits, accustomed to roaming freely without restrictions. There was no way they would accept any form of governance. However, Makoto couldn't just sit by and watch them invade and harass the citizens under his empire's rule. After thinking it over, it seemed like the only viable solution was to suppress them all completely. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. Setting aside the debate over whether Naruto or One Piece had stronger combat power, Makoto could simply tear open a dimensional rift and throw them all inside to wither away. Their power levels weren't even on the same scale. Not to mention, Makoto now possessed the ability to directly control life and death. Pirates. If they were willing to submit, he might consider sparing them. Makoto pondered for a moment before issuing his orders: strengthen the ninja forces in the Water Province. As the Emperor of the Sun Empire, he would not tolerate a single troublemaker. He prioritized the construction of more Solarite towers in the region and then dispatched Kakashi there. This was also the perfect opportunity to test the power of Kakashi's new sage mark. Water Province. Terumi Mei stepped into an izakaya, pushing through the crowd until she spotted Hoshigaki Kisame sitting alone, with same hata placed beside him. Kisame. Hearing the voice, Kisame looked up and glanced at Mei. "Oh, it's you." Mei asked, "I heard you encountered a powerful crew of pirates. Where's Zabuza?" Surrounding them were members of the Demon Brigade, and Kisame had only just returned. "He's dead," Kisame stated flatly. The moment these words left his mouth, Mei's eyes widened in shock. Zabuza had inherited the Executioner's blade, and among Jonin, his strength was by no means weak. Yet he and Kisame, two elite Jonin, had lost to a group of pirates. In her impression, pirates were nothing more than a bunch of rogue and missing nin thrown together. Against true Kirigakure elites, such people were nothing more than a disorderly rabble. The members of Demon Brigade all bore expressions of grief and fury. They had already learned of Zabuza's fate. "Kisame-san, you have to lead us to avenge Zabuza and I." "That's right, Kisame-san. From now on, you should lead the Demon Brigade." "Kisame-san." Amid the noisy chatter around him, Kisame remained unfazed. He slowly stood up, casually picking up same hata, and looked at Mei. "Can you take me to see Lord Yugura?" Hearing this, Mei nodded slightly. Then, noticing something in Kisame's expression, she turned to the others and said, "We need to report this to Lord Yugura first. Everyone, disperse for now." She led Kisame out of the izakaya, heading toward the local branch of the Ninja Guild. As they walked, Kisame tilted his head up, gazing at the tall tower looming in the distance. The Tower of Solarite, a symbol that this land was under the rule of the Sun Empire. When he finally stood before Yugura, Kisame's first words were, "Zabuza has joined them." Yugura was momentarily stunned. "Who?" "Those pirates. They call themselves the Whitebeard Pirates. They are very strong, possibly even stronger than you." Kisame's words were blunt and direct, which greatly surprised Mei. Just earlier, he had claimed in front of the crowd that Zabuza was dead, yet now he was saying something completely different. Yugura fell into deep thought before saying, "Tell me everything that happened." Kisame then recounted his and Zabuza's earlier encounter. The two of them had come across a pirate crew far larger than any they had ever seen before. Initially, they simply assumed it was just a matter of numbers. After all, Kisame and Zabuza had never considered the possibility of losing, especially not on the ocean, their home turf. But to their shock, this pirate crew was filled with powerful individuals. After a fierce battle, Zabuza decided to use a large-scale water release technique in an attempt to completely flood all the enemy ships. However, to their disbelief, a towering giant over 6 meters tall, wielding a massive blade, emerged. With just a single punch, he shattered the massive tidal waves they had summoned. The sheer pressure emanating from this one man alone was nearly unbearable for the two of them. With power like that, how could they possibly be just pirates? The two of them were captured and taken aboard the ship, but these people were not the ruthless and bloodthirsty criminals they had expected. Instead of torturing or humiliating them, the pirates expressed admiration for their strength. The towering giant who led them even claimed that he wanted to make them his sons. Zabuza agreed to join them. Kisame, however, refused, but surprisingly, they still let him leave freely. Kisame's story left Hyuga and Mei in disbelief. They had lived by the sea all their lives, yet had never heard of such a powerful group of pirates. It was true that there had always been pirates on the seas, but at most, they were ragtag bandits who preyed on merchant ships. Who exactly were these people? Where did they come from? Kisame added, besides their leader, many of their members are at least on the level of an elite jonin. Hyuga immediately thought of the recent surge in pirate attacks on coastal settlements. As the group was deep in thought, there was a knock at the door. A messenger entered and reported, Lord Hyuga, Lord Kyoto requests your presence. Hyuga Kyoto, the head of the Ninja Guild's branch in the province of Water, overseeing all registered ninja in the region. Upon hearing this, Hyuga nodded and replied, understood. Then, he turned to Kisame and Mei and said, come with me. The three of them arrived at the Ninja Guild branch leader's office, where they found not only Hyuga Seen but also a young white-haired man. Lord Hyuga, sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Hyuga Seen was a middle-aged man with a smiling expression, his demeanor warm and approachable. Hyuga also smiled and said, Lord Seen, you're too polite. And this gentleman is? His gaze shifted to the white-haired man standing nearby. Could it be Lord Hatake Kakashi, one of the 7 Crown Guards? The fame of the 7 Crown Guards had long spread throughout the entire empire. Even though they had never met before, Hyuga instantly recognized Kakashi upon seeing him. Seen then formally introduced Kakashi to Hyuga. Hyuga's attitude immediately became enthusiastic. I never expected to meet one of the 7 Crown Guards in person today. Kakashi responded politely, explaining that he had come to investigate the recent pirate attacks. Seen sighed, it is our failure in governance that forced His Majesty to intervene. We are truly negligent. Hyuga said, it just so happens that Kisame has some important new information. He then had Kisame share his account of the events with everyone present. Seen was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this and said, stronger than Lord Hyuga. Isn't that an exaggeration? After all, Hyuga was once the Mizukage, one of the top-tier powerhouses in the ninja world. Kakashi, however, fell into deep thought upon hearing this. As one of the 7 Crown Guards, he knew far more than most. For example, the matter of the Soul Society, though it was originally handled by Hakumen, without a deliberate order from His Majesty, Hakumen wouldn't have kept it a secret from him. Before arriving at the Water Province, Kakashi had received direct instructions from Makoto. These pirates, like the Shinigami from the Soul Society, were not natives of this world but had come from another dimension. His mission here was not only to suppress the rampaging pirates but also to identify the strongest among them and attempt negotiations. If an agreement could be reached, that would be ideal. With powerful individuals taking the lead, the pirate crisis would be much easier to resolve. However, if negotiations failed, then the judicator of brutal justice would descend upon this place, eradicating all who dared to disrupt order. How could the Empire tolerate defiance? Seekers of freedom. True freedom is what His Majesty grants. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 355, ch 355, A Son's Request. The news of the Imperial Ninja Martial Arts Tournament being officially announced spread across the land. Regardless of how many pressing matters Makoto had to handle, the organization of such a grand event would only further solidify the image of a thriving and peaceful era. Upon seeing the announcement posted by the local guilds, countless wandering ninjas became excited. If they could fight their way to Konoha, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rise to prominence. It was certainly far better than wasting away in some small town. This led to a massive wave of eager participants rushing to the guilds to register. Seeing the enthusiasm, the guild staff kindly posted an additional notice: ninjas ranked as Chunin or below should carefully consider their abilities before entering. Those who advance to Konoha for the grand event would be the strongest from each province, ninjas of Jonin-level power at the very least. The Imperial Ninja Martial Arts Tournament was far grander in scale than the previous joint Chunin exams and imposed no restrictions on age, rank, or other factors. As long as one was a registered guild ninja, they were eligible to participate. The battles would undoubtedly be far more intense and thrilling than simple fights between genin. Many who recognized their own limitations still eagerly planned to travel to Konoha just to witness the spectacle firsthand. Of course, the Empire would not allow an unchecked influx of people flooding into Konoha. Even in past joint Chunin exams, the village was packed to the brim, leaving no empty seats. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of this grand tournament. To address this, Konoha officially announced that the tournament would be broadcast live in major provincial capitals, allowing everyone across the empire to witness the event in real time. Television and movies theater had existed in the Naruto world for quite some time. With Makoto actively promoting technological advancements, these industries had rapidly evolved. The speed of technological innovation and product updates had significantly accelerated, leading to a boom in the entertainment industry. Compared to before, there were now many more films and TV shows available, making it easier to pass the time by watching television. The Imperial Ninja Martial Arts Tournament was established as a platform for ninjas from the former 4 great ninja villages. Those who performed exceptionally well would be granted the opportunity to join Konoha and become a Konoha ninja. Inside the Imperial Palace loft, a curvaceous blonde woman knelt on the floor, gently massaging the legs of a man lounging in a recliner. Today, she was wearing fishnet stockings, which looked even more alluring than her usual black stockings. "Your Majesty, here is the proposed general process for the tournament. Please review it," she said. Makoto took the document handed over by Samui, skimmed through it briefly, and then reached out his hand. Seeing this, Samui immediately handed him a pen. Without hesitation, Makoto crossed out the first item on the list. "This isn't a Chunin exam, there's no need for all that nonsense. Remove any written tests and any assessments that focus on theoretical knowledge. We don't need them." As he spoke, Makoto crossed out a few more items that he deemed unnecessary. This is a martial arts tournament, the biggest requirement is that it must be grand and spectacular. It should make everyone understand what kind of golden era they are living in. Budget is not an issue. Let them go all out and make it as extravagant as possible. Also, have Obito take the barrier team to the original Chunin exam arena and expand the venue. After giving his instructions, Makoto handed the document back to Samui. "When will these people finally start handling things on their own? Every day, I have to worry about everything for them." Makoto sighed, gently running his fingers through Tsunade's hair, as if he were stroking a pet. Tsunade, understanding his mood, leaned forward, subtly arching her back and swaying her hips. Jingle. Like a loyal pet dog wagging its tail to please its master, after this small display, Tsunade quietly resumed her work. Samui, already accustomed to such scenes, responded calmly. "Your Majesty's wisdom is beyond what those below can ever compare to." Makoto merely waved his hand dismissively, then closed his eyes to rest. Samui bowed and silently took her leave. The room fell into silence. With his eyes closed, Makoto appeared to be asleep, and as Tsunade felt the hand on her head gradually lose strength, she instinctively stopped her massage. But to her surprise, Makoto's hand suddenly moved again, sliding down from her head, tracing along her cheek, and then toward her collarbone. Tsunade had no choice but to lean forward slightly, continuing to kneel there, allowing him to do as he pleased. "You know." Makoto suddenly spoke. "What if I held a beauty pageant?" "A beauty pageant?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. "A competition between women to see who's the most beautiful. Your Majesty is the Emperor. Naturally, whatever you wish to do, you can do." Tsunade was momentarily stunned before responding. "A beauty pageant. Makoto, only you could come up with something like this." Tsunade secretly mocked his absurd idea in her heart. Makoto, however, chuckled and said, "If you were to participate in a beauty pageant, you would undoubtedly outshine all the others." "Your Majesty flatters me," Tsunade replied. "There are plenty of women far more beautiful than I am." Makoto was merely speaking on a whim. If he really went through with organizing such a competition, who knows what people would say about him? Perhaps he could let the common folk organize it themselves while he stayed behind the scenes. If he found someone to his liking, he could always engage in some private discussions. He already had plenty of women around him, just a bit of novelty now and then would suffice. Speaking of women, Makoto's thoughts drifted to the Shinigami of Siriitii and the pirates at sea. There were quite a few beautiful women among them. For example, last time, he had come across Ise Nanao and Rukia, both looking just like their manga counterparts. Makoto suddenly felt a bit excited at the thought of meeting even more Shinigami in person. The invitations to Soul Society hadn't been sent yet. So, on the spot, he issued a new order, to include an invitation for all captains and lieutenants to attend. Knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Makoto quickly withdrew his hand from inside Tsunade's clothing. Enter. However, when he saw who stepped inside, he nearly fell off his reclining chair. Niji. He hurriedly waved Tsunade away, trying to salvage what little remained of his fatherly dignity. Niji, however, remained completely composed. He was no stranger to such matters, he understood perfectly well what was going on. His father was the emperor of the empire, it was only natural that he could do whatever he pleased. Tsunade, with her head lowered, walked toward the door. As she passed by Niji, she gave him a respectful bow. Prince Niji. Makoto cleared his throat and sat up, trying to regain his composure. Ahem. Niji, what brings you here? He asked. Niji got straight to the point. Father, I want to graduate early. He had grown tired of the childishness and stupidity of his peers at school. He had no desire to continue staying with them. Makoto wasn't too surprised, he had already expected Niji to make such a request. This child had grown up alongside Itachi and had always admired him deeply. Itachi had graduated from the ninja academy in just 1 year, and now, Niji wanted to do the same. Makoto asked calmly, and your reason? Niji gave his explanation without hesitation. I feel that I'm no longer learning anything at school. I've already gone through the advanced courses, and they're far too easy. Itachi and I and Kakashi-san both graduated early, I want to follow in their footsteps. Makoto countered with a question. Then, in your opinion, between those two and Hakumen, who is stronger? Niji's expression froze for a moment. The truth was, no one could say for certain who was the strongest among the three. If the topic were brought up for discussion, opinions would surely vary. However, Hyuga Hakumen was the leader of the 7 crown guards and the person His Majesty trusted the most, so if people had to choose, many would likely pick him. After a brief hesitation, Niji answered, perhaps. Uncle Hakumen. Makoto raised an eyebrow and continued, back when we were in the ninja academy, both Hakumen and I completed all 6 years before graduating properly. Niji fell silent. Makoto gazed at him for a moment before speaking again. So the reason you came to me today, the argument you prepared, is simply that you want to follow the same path as Kakashi and Itachi. Niji stood there in silence. Makoto walked over and placed a hand gently on his head. Niji, you are the son of the emperor. If you truly desire something, you can just tell me directly. If it is your genuine will, I will not refuse you. But today, you came to me with a carefully prepared speech, thinking you needed to convince me. Tell me, Niji, what do you see your father as? Who do you think your father is? Niji, it's clear that you're not truly ready yet. For now, just stay in school and focus on your studies. But if you ever want to talk to me, you can come anytime. Niji remained silent, then bowed to his father before turning around and leaving the palace. Outside the front hall, Yugo and Tonari were waiting for him. Seeing Niji's expression, Tonari asked, His Majesty didn't approve. Niji turned his gaze toward the loft in the distance and replied, not exactly. It's just that. I'm not worthy yet, I guess. Tonari tilted his head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 356, ch 356, Terumi Mei in Konoha. So this is the imperial capital, Konoha. It really is grand. Terumi Mei stood before the main gates of Konoha, gazing up at their towering presence. Nearly 10 meters high, they gave the impression that she wasn't just stepping into a city but an entirely new world. The ground beneath her feet was made of smooth concrete, a stark contrast to the dirt roads she was used to. Compared to the once simple and modest entrance of Konoha, the newly expanded city was unrecognizable. This was a level of luxury and grandeur beyond any capital Mei had ever seen. She couldn't help but feel like a countryside girl stepping into a metropolis. But what truly shocked her was the colossal figure standing in the distance. The brutal justice. She had personally witnessed its descent upon Kirigakure. She had seen this mechanical god force the Mizukage to bow in submission. Accompanying her were numerous ninja from the land of water. Half were former mist ninja, while the rest were rogue ninja or warriors from smaller villages. All of them had come to participate in the Imperial Ninja Combat Tournament. Leading them was a Konoha ninja stationed in the land of water. He glanced at them and said, "Stop gawking, or people will laugh at you." He approached the checkpoint and presented the necessary documents. The ninja in charge of the entry records gave them a glance before commenting, "Is this all from the land of water? Compared to the other provinces, your numbers seem a bit low. Pirates have been causing trouble at sea. Many have set sail to hunt them down." The leading Konoha ninja explained. "Come register your identities." Mei and her group were called forward. The so-called registration process required each person to place a drop of their blood into a machine. The device then used the DNA to bind their information to the system. Once this step was completed, Konoha's Solarity Tower would be able to track their location at all times. After everyone had finished, the gatekeeper ninja said, "All set." Now take them to the tournament registration center to verify their information. Mei and the others were led into Konoha. Walking on smooth concrete roads, they took in the clean, bustling streets filled with unfamiliar electrical appliances, leaving them dazzled. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Konoha is incredible. It's even better than the City of Mist." The leading Konoha ninja scoffed, "You haven't even seen the new district yet. If you did, your eyes would probably pop out of your heads. Once your registration is done and we assign you temporary housing, you can explore Konoha as you please. As long as you don't cause trouble, your movements won't be restricted." Hearing those words, many people began to feel excited. Even if they didn't achieve a high ranking in the martial arts tournament, just coming to Konoha was already worth the trip. But you'd better bring enough money. Konoha's cost of living isn't cheap. Hearing this, Mei instinctively touched her wallet. Then, she quietly asked Kisame beside her, "How much money did you bring?" "Only a few tens of thousands of ryo." Kisame had also been recommended by Karatachi Yagura. Yagura understood that people like them wouldn't have much of a future staying in the Land of Waters province, mingling with wandering ninja. Mei regretted not bringing more money. She had forgotten that Konoha was the most prosperous city in the empire. Not properly exploring it would be a huge waste. At the martial arts tournament registration office, ninjas selected from each province came to verify and register their information. This department had been specially established by the emperor for the tournament. Today, the place was crowded. Mei and her group soon realized that they needed to wait in line. Why are there so many people? Seeing the long queue that even twisted and turned several times, Mei began to worry about how long they would have to wait. The Konoha ninja leading them explained, "There aren't many people coming from the four great provinces, wind, water, lightning, and earth. Most of them are from the fire province itself." As the imperial capital, Konoha's soaring housing prices made many people hesitant. However, the surrounding towns also rose in status and value. A large number of wandering ninja deliberately came to Fire Province. Those who couldn't enter Konoha settled in nearby towns. The wealthy ones bought houses, while those with less money rented rooms, taking on missions to make a living. On their days off, they would visit Konoha, dreaming of one day living in this city of the gods. The Imperial Ninja Martial Arts Tournament had now given many of them hope and opportunity. The sheer number of people waiting in line was overwhelming. Even the Konoha ninja leading Mei and her group grew irritated. He went into the office, and a few minutes later, he returned, gesturing for Mei and her group to follow him inside. Cutting corners like this seems to be unavoidable no matter where you go. Mei chuckled softly to Kisame beside her. "We just got lucky," Kisame replied indifferently. Under the watchful eyes of the long queue, Mei and her group walked straight into the office, drawing immediate discontent from those waiting in line. People started shouting in protest. "What's all the noise about? If anyone wants to be disqualified, step forward now." A Konoha ninja snapped, glaring at the crowd. Instantly, everyone fell silent and behaved themselves. Since Mei's group consisted of fewer than 20 people, their registration process was quick. The preliminary round is in 3 days. Use these 2 days to prepare. Only those who pass will get noticed by the higher-ups. Preliminary round. Didn't we already pass the preliminaries? Someone couldn't help but ask. What you went through before wasn't a real preliminary round. That was just to see if you were even qualified to participate. With the current number of competitors, the elimination rate for the first round is over 90%. You'd better pray for luck. 90% elimination rate. This number instantly turned many faces pale, as if they could already see their impending defeat. Even Mei looked serious. She was confident in her own strength, but there was no guarantee that other provinces wouldn't have powerful opponents as well. As they walked out of the office, everyone's expression was heavy with concern. Mei glanced at Kisame beside her. "You don't seem worried at all." Kisame was relaxed. "It's just a tournament. If I lose, I lose. Nothing to worry about." Their assigned lodging was a shared dormitory, with separate sections for men and women, 4 people per room, assigned randomly. The place was clean, well-maintained, and fully equipped, but for someone like Mei, who had grown up in a prestigious family, the idea of sharing a room with other women didn't sit well with her. To make matters worse, the tense atmosphere in the room was obvious. Everyone knew they were competitors, making things uncomfortable from the moment she walked in. Without hesitation, Mei went to the administrator and asked if she could stay elsewhere. The answer was yes, but it would have to be self-funded. The administrator was even kind enough to warn her that hotels in Konoha were very expensive. Mei wandered around Konoha for a bit before choosing a hotel with a decent-looking storefront. However, as soon as she stepped inside and saw the price list, her mouth twitched in frustration. Since the tournament would last for a long time, she realized she would have to write home and ask for money. With a pained heart, she paid for a week's stay. Fortunately, the room did not disappoint. It was a loft with an open view. Gazing out at the bustling city streets, May finally felt a little better. If I were to stay in Konoha in the future, it wouldn't be so bad, May thought to herself. In the distance, the Solarite Tower stood tall. It looked similar to the main city of the water province, Karigakure, except this one had a grand palace below it, built atop a cliff. The neatly arranged skyscrapers in the distance were likely the new district, though May had no idea just how luxurious it truly was. She also spotted a section of magnificent, opulent buildings, most likely the imperial palace, the residence of the emperor. Below her, the streets were filled with people, exuding a lively, bustling atmosphere. After resting in her room for a while, May headed downstairs and asked the innkeeper where the new district was, determined to explore the area. As evening approached, the streets grew even more crowded than in the afternoon. May finally arrived at the new district, standing at the entrance, staring at the dazzling neon-lit world ahead, momentarily dazed. The locals were already used to such reactions, first-time visitors always had the same stunned expression. And with the martial arts tournament bringing in an influx of outsiders, the streets were full of wide-eyed newcomers from the countryside. May stopped in front of a street food stall, hesitantly asking for the price. She was genuinely worried that the high prices in the city might be too much for her to afford. It was almost ironic, despite being a noble lady from a powerful clan, she was now watching her expenses like a commoner. So this is Konoha. May looked around, taking in everything around her. Near the entrance, there was a clothing store with 2 mannequin displays. The outfits on the mannequins looked incredibly stylish to her. I must stay here. She made up her mind. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 357, ch 357, Heartbeat. Beneath the Solarite Tower, within the Reincarnation Temple. The grand iron doors slowly creaked open, emitting a deep and heavy sound. A group of individuals clad in white haori over black kimono, with swords at their waists, emerged from behind the doors. Leading them was none other than the captain of the 8th Division of the Godai 13, Kaiaraka Shunsui. A total of 11 figures donned the white haori, excluding the head captain. Every single captain of the Godai 13 had gathered here. Behind them stood their lieutenants, both men and women. Welcoming them was Hyuga Hakumen, as Hataki Kakashi was away on a mission. Beside Hakumen stood Uchiha Shirsue. By the decree of His Majesty, we welcome our esteemed guests from Soul Society to Konoha, Haman said. With his usual easygoing demeanor, Kaiaraka stepped forward and exchanged pleasantries with Hakumen before proceeding to introduce the captains behind him. The petite yet cold and proud-looking captain of the 2nd Division, Soifan, an individual who was clearly not easy to approach. The ever-smiling, seemingly harmless yet enigmatic captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. With neatly braided black hair and a gentle, kind expression, stood the dignified woman, captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu. Following her were the previously introduced 5th Division captain, Aizen Sosuke, and the 6th Division captain, Kachiki Byakuya. Then came the 7th Division captain, Komamura Sajin, the 9th Division captain, Tozen Kanami, the 10th Division captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, the 11th Division captain, Zaraki Kenpachi, and the 12th Division captain, Kuratsuchi Mayuri. As for the lieutenants, Kaiaraka did not introduce them, but among them was Kachiki Rukia. Though she was only a seated officer, she had been the first to arrive and discover this place, so she had been brought along as well. After the formal introductions, a sudden beam of light shot forth from the direction of the Solarite Tower, enveloping everyone. This is the transfer light. Please do not be alarmed or resist, Hyuga Hakumen explained. The next moment, before they could react, their vision blurred. When they regained their senses, they found themselves inside a room. This method of instantly transporting so many people at once left all the Shinigami stunned. They couldn't help but re-evaluate their understanding of these ninja and their abilities. Even those who had previously harbored disdain now withdrew their arrogance. One side of the room had only a railing, allowing the Shinigami to see outside, a massive circular arena. Surrounding it were tiered spectator seats arranged in a ring, now completely packed with people. Above, numerous private viewing rooms overlooked the event, offering prime spots for VIP guests. They were in one of these exclusive rooms. Suspended in the air at the center of the arena were 3 giant screens, forming a cone shape that faced the audience. A countdown timer displayed on them, showing only a few minutes remaining. The final round of the martial tournament is about to begin. I won't disturb you further. If you need anything, simply summon the attendants at the door. Once the tournament concludes, you will have an audience with His Majesty, Hakumen informed them. Inside the room, luxurious individual seats were arranged, and the tables were already set with tea, fruits, exquisite delicacies, and even a well-stocked liquor cabinet. The sight of these refreshments immediately tempted several people. A small pink-haired girl eagerly grabbed a packaged fruit from the table, unwrapped it, and took a bite. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Ken-chan, this is really delicious." Kenpachi cast a glance over. "If it's good, eat as much as you want." Then, he turned his gaze back toward the arena below, impatiently wondering when the fighting would begin. A man with a topknot, a broad face, and a sturdy, muscular build also reached out for some food, only to be met with a fierce glare from his captain, immediately withdrawing his hand. Meanwhile, a voluptuous woman with long, wavy orange hair eyed the liquor greedily. Her ample chest was impossible to ignore, likely on par with Samui's in sheer presence. Kayaraku chuckled warmly. "Everyone, just sit and relax. The old man isn't here, after all. We're here to watch a tournament and unwind, no need to be so restrained." With his words, the atmosphere in the room eased considerably. The captains maintained their composure, refraining from any excessive indulgence, while the vice-captains eagerly began sampling the exquisite delicacies laid out before them. Rukia sat properly in front of her elder brother, maintaining a disciplined posture, while Renji, unable to resist the allure of the delicious food, joined the other vice-captains. He couldn't help but think it was a pity that Ikaku and Yumichika weren't here. "If you want to eat, go ahead." Byakuya sipped his tea with elegant composure, speaking to Rukia in a calm tone. Kayaraku reached for a bottle from the liquor cabinet, only to be stopped by his vice-captain, Ise Nanao. "You still have to meet the Emperor of the Living World later. You are not allowed to drink." Hearing this, the 10th Division Captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, also issued the same prohibition to his orange-haired, well-endowed vice-captain, Matsumoto Ranjaku. Both women looked utterly dejected. Just then, the arena outside suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers, soaring into the sky. Everyone turned their attention outward, only to see a young and handsome man appearing on the giant screen. He was dressed in a luxurious black formal suit, seated with an air of composed authority. Some in the arena below couldn't help but kneel in reverence, while others stood and cheered loudly. "Is this the Emperor of the Living World?" Anohana Retsu asked with a gentle smile. "The people of this world only have a lifespan of about 100 years, right? This Emperor is truly young," she continued. "Compared to us, he is indeed very young," Kayaraku nodded in agreement. "To be precise, he is the Emperor of the Empire. The entire living world is not under his rule," Aizen Sasuke remarked, his glasses reflecting a subtle gleam as he gazed at the men on the screen. "Recently, there have been many souls appearing in the seas." Hitsugaya added, "The reports say that he founded the Sun Empire and unified the world. He shouldn't be underestimated." Kayaraku sighed, "As long as he's not an enemy, it's fine." Currently, the Soul Society and the Sun Empire had reached a peace agreement, an arrangement that the Siriitii deemed the fastest way to establish their foothold in this world. But what the future held, no one could say for certain. A treaty on paper only held weight as long as both sides upheld it. This Emperor of the Living World, when he reached the end of his 100-year lifespan, his soul would inevitably enter the Soul Society. What kind of situation would arise then? "This Emperor is actually quite good-looking," Ranjaku remarked while munching on some food. "He is rather handsome," Kotetsu Aisane, a nearly 1.9-meter-tall silver-haired beauty, instinctively agreed. Hinamori Momo glanced at the image of Hyuga Makoto on the screen, then at her own captain, Aizen Sasuke, silently making comparisons in her heart. "This guy is only slightly good-looking. He's nowhere near as handsome as Captain Aizen." Meanwhile, many others in the arena, seeing the Emperor for the first time, were forming their own impressions. Among them was Mei, standing among the tournament participants. She had heard many rumors about him, but now that she was seeing the Emperor of the Empire, the man standing at the very pinnacle of the world, for the first time, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Young, handsome, and undoubtedly powerful. Most importantly, he was the same age as her. Even if it was just a brief glimpse, she had to admit, she was a little bit smitten. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 358, ch 358, Personal Guard. The venue for the Empire's Ninja Martial Tournament had undergone special expansions, with numerous barrier formations set up around it. These served two main purposes: first, to prevent large-scale jutsu used in battles from affecting the spectators, and second, to allow the battlefield to be altered at will based on the match requirements. For example, an entire forest could be summoned out of thin air, an environment where the ninja of the Fire Province excelled in combat. Alternatively, a vast lake could be created, providing a significant advantage to those proficient in water release techniques. Aside from these, other terrain variations existed, but like the matchups themselves, they were assigned at random. Whether a contestant encountered a battlefield that suited them depended entirely on luck. Hoshigaki Kisame stood atop the shifting water's surface, his massive sword, same hata, resting on his shoulder. Not far from him, the limp body of his opponent floated on the waves. The battlefield had initially been a vast expanse of sand, but Kisame had transformed it entirely with a single large-scale water release jutsu. The ability to generate a water source in a dry environment was one of the key measures of a water release user's true prowess. Kisame's overwhelming display of power had left much of the audience in shock. With the match decided, tournament staff quickly entered the arena to assess the fallen contestant's condition. A beam of white light from the Solarite tower descended, teleporting the unconscious fighter away. The giant screens above displayed the name of the match's victor alongside Kisame's image. A deafening cheer erupted from the surrounding audience, exhilarated by the intense battle. Many of them were regular spectators of Konoha's previous Chunin exam duels, but in comparison, those fights now seemed like mere children playing at war. By this point, multiple matches had already taken place, each one heart-pounding and electrifying. While not every battle featured large-scale jutsu, every contestant who had reached the final stage possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary jonin. Their understanding of combat, their ability to adapt to the environment, and their keen judgment of the situation far exceeded that of average ninja, making each fight an intense spectacle. Even the simplest tools, such as shuriken and kunai, were wielded with astonishing precision and effectiveness. Inside one of the luxurious VIP rooms above the arena, the Shinigami from the Siriitii were still immersed in the excitement of Kisame's battle. It seems that these ninja are truly not to be underestimated, Kairaku remarked with a sigh. Having watched several battles now, they had seen a variety of fighting styles, and it was clear that almost all of the participating ninja were at least at the level of a seated officer. As for the one called Kisame, his effortless demeanor throughout the match had not gone unnoticed by the captains. His true strength likely far exceeded what he had displayed. Only 20 years old. The variety of jutsu they use is vast, and compared to our Shinigami's Kido, they are in no way inferior. For many of the captains, this was their first true encounter with the power of ninja, and they observed the battles unfolding below with great focus. Even the vice-captains, who had previously been indulging in the luxurious feast, were now captivated by the matches. Bang! Kenpachi suddenly slammed his hand onto the table, shattering a section of its corner. Kairaku sighed inwardly at the sight, feeling a bit helpless. Before coming here, he had considered whether it was a good idea to bring Kenpachi along. Fortunately, the old man had given him strict orders beforehand, which was likely the only reason Kenpachi had managed to restrain himself this long. When are we Shinigami going to hold a tournament like this? Kenpachi muttered, barely able to contain his desire for battle. Aizen smiled warmly and said, even if such a tournament were to be held, as captains and vice-captains, we wouldn't be allowed to participate. It should be a platform for the lower-ranking Shinigami instead. He wasn't wrong, Soul Society's system was quite different from the world of the living. If the Siriitii were to hold a competition like this, the captains would undoubtedly be excluded from participation. Aizen adjusted his glasses and chuckled, however, I do think that if the ninja of the living world and we Shinigami were to have a friendly spar, it might turn out to be quite interesting. His words took everyone by surprise. Jin smiled slyly, Captain Aizen's ideas are always unique. Aizen let out a soft laugh. It was just a passing thought. As the captains continued their discussion, sudden news came from below, Kisame had voluntarily forfeited his next match. Forfeited. But he's so strong. Why would he surrender? Anohana calmly offered her insight, the tournament rules never stated that one must fight to claim first place. Judging by his previous performance, I'd say he has already caught the Emperor's attention. Kairaku nodded in agreement, he's a smart one. Upon learning of Kisame's forfeit, Makoto glanced at the display screen beside him, which showed the matchup for the next battle. If the winner of the upcoming match was Mei, then she would end up facing Kisame in the next round. Both of them were from the Water Province and had once been mist ninjas. Their bond was likely strong, and Kisame's intentions were obvious, there was no need to compete against a friend. Makoto merely smiled in understanding. The giant screen above the arena displayed the next matchup. Terumi Mei from the Water Province versus Gari from the Earth Province. Both were Kekii Genkai users. Mei wielded Boil Release and Lava Release, while Gari was a renowned Explosion Release user from Iwagakure. Seeing that the next contestant was a beautiful kunoichi, the crowd's excitement surged. Female ninjas were already rarer than their male counterparts, and strong, beautiful ones were even more uncommon. Ah, what a lovely lady, Kairaku murmured to himself, stroking his chin as he gazed at Mei on the screen. As Mei stepped into the arena, the deafening cheers of the crowd rang out around her. Her expression remained calm, but her gaze briefly shifted toward the Emperor's viewing area. From her position, she couldn't see inside, but she was certain, at this moment, the Emperor was watching her. The referee, Uchiha Shursue, gestured for both contestants to step forward. The Explosion Release user, Gari, was serious and silent, offering a polite bow to Mei before stepping back. The battlefield was a vast plain. With so many terrain options available, the chances of randomly getting a lake were slim, but Mei didn't mind. At Shursue's signal, both fighters sprang into action. Their high-speed movements were difficult for ordinary spectators to track, but the massive screens above ensured that their every motion was captured clearly. Ever since the Empire was founded and the ninja system was restructured, Mei had almost forgotten that she was still a ninja. And not just a ninja, she was a prodigy. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, Mei chose not to engage in close combat. Instead, she swiftly formed several hand seals. In an instant, a massive tidal wave erupted, towering nearly 10 meters high, completely surrounding Gari. The sheer scale of the water release technique went far beyond a simple wave. The battlefield was transformed into a vast water domain. Yet another water release master. This was the thought running through the minds of all the observing ninja. To unleash such a large-scale water release technique in a dry environment, only a rare few could achieve such a feat. The tournament had gathered the strongest warriors from all the provinces of the empire. These were the elites of their former villages, and standing out among them was no simple matter of just being a jonin. Even with the barrier in place, the audience could still feel the cool, damp air spreading from the battlefield. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion of crimson flames erupted within the water domain below. Unfortunately, with the entire area now submerged, its power was significantly weakened. From the very start, Mei had already determined the outcome of this battle. The elemental advantage was too overwhelming. Among all the remaining contestants, only Kisame could truly match her. But that guy had already forfeited. Was it because he thought losing to her would be too humiliating? Afraid she would mock him for it. Maki from the Wind Province was strong, but only strong. Darui from the Lightning Province, despite his proficiency with lightning release and his possession of the storm release Kekiaigenkai, was still too young. A mere teenager reaching this stage was already an impressive feat. As for this explosion release ninja, Gari. Mei stood calmly atop the water's surface, her expression unwavering as she weaved her hand seals. Two water dragons surged from the water below, lunging toward Gari from both sides in a pincer attack. This was an environment of her own creation. Under her control, the water dragons moved as if they were extensions of her own limbs, forcing Gari into a purely defensive position. With a powerful punch infused with explosion release, Gari shattered one of the incoming water dragons. However, as the water splashed around him, a second water dragon suddenly shot up from beneath his feet, its flowing body coiling around him tightly and launching him skyward. Boom. With a muffled explosion, Gari's upper garments were blown apart, the force of the blast aiding him in breaking free from the water dragon's grip. Taking advantage of his fall, he formed hand seals midair. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Rumble. The water below churned violently as a massive earthen wall erupted from beneath, soaring sky-high. Rising over 10 meters in an instant, it caught Gari in midair, providing him a foothold. The enormous earth wall stood like a sheer cliff, altering the waterlogged battlefield's landscape. However, after executing the jutsu, Gari appeared fatigued. Large-scale techniques like this consumed vast amounts of chakra, and casting such a jutsu midair only added to the strain. Mei gazed up at him, her expression still composed. Forming hand seals once more, she opened her mouth and expelled a large mass of acidic liquid. The moment the acid touched the earth wall, white smoke rose in thick plumes. As Mei continued her relentless assault, the entire lower portion of the wall quickly corroded and collapsed under the effects of the powerful acid. Rumble. The man-made cliff began to collapse. Mei did not give her opponent any chance to recover. She formed her final hand seal, and a massive water dragon, even larger than the previous ones, surged from the water's surface. It tore through the crumbling rock wall, swallowing Gari whole. The colossal water dragon shot forward at high speed, crashing directly into the barrier at the arena's edge. The water's surface rippled violently, but Gari himself was completely unconscious. Above, the giant screen displayed Mei Terami's victory. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Tournament staff quickly entered the arena, and under the radiant light of the Solarite Tower's teleportation, Gari was taken away. Mei tilted her head up once more, looking toward the Emperor's position before exhaling deeply and calmly leaving the stage. Upon arriving at the resting area, she spotted Kisame standing at the entrance. Without hesitation, Mei directly questioned him, Did you forfeit on purpose because you were afraid of losing to me?" Kisame shrugged and replied, "I just figured there was no need to fight. If nothing unexpected happens, I should already be able to enter Konoha. As for you, even if you forfeit now, the Emperor will still allow you to join Konoha." Mei countered, "If everyone ignored and manipulated the rules like you, then what would be the point of this tournament? If it were only about selecting powerful ninjas, there would be no need for such a large audience." Hearing this, Kisame tilted his head slightly once more. Mei continued, "His Majesty the Emperor is paying attention to everyone's performance in this tournament, including your deliberate forfeit. Do you really think your little scheme can fool him? We should go talk to the tournament officials about the upcoming matches. This isn't just a selection process for strong ninjas, it's also a performance for the world to see." Kisame shook his head. "Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. I was never that ambitious to begin with. His expression remained calm, and he showed little reaction to Mei's words. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Mei shot him a glare. Suit yourself. The next match was between Maki from the Wind Province and Darui from the Lightning Province. As expected, Maki won quickly. Darui was merely a teenager, and Wind-style techniques naturally countered Lightning style. Mei stayed in the waiting room for some time until the final match of the tournament arrived. Maki, originally from Sunagakure, specialized in wind release. Her overall abilities were well-rounded, all at the level of a high-ranking jonin. In the past, someone like her would have been considered a core talent of her village. She had reached the stage entirely through her own strength, but she was also fortunate, she hadn't encountered Kisame earlier. Now, in the final battle, she was up against Mei. Before the final match, the contestants had studied each other's abilities in detail. The battlefield was set in a sandy terrain with no obstacles, a favorable setting for Maki. Unlike her previous match, Mei didn't use large-scale water release techniques. Instead, she immediately activated boil release, continuously exhaling acidic mist and gradually increasing its concentration. As the acidic mist reached the boundaries of the arena, it was blocked and reflected back by the protective barrier, preventing it from affecting the spectators. Realizing the danger, Maki attempted to disperse the mist with wind release. However, whenever she blew it away, it quickly reformed. As Mei Terumi continued to increase the mist's density, the entire arena was soon engulfed in the hazardous vapor. Knowing she was outmatched, Maki had no choice but to raise her hand in surrender. Although this battle was not as dazzling and intense as the previous ones, it still received a great deal of applause. With this, all matches of the first Imperial Ninja Tournament had officially come to an end, and the final champion was Terumi Mei from the Water Province. All the contestants gathered at the awards ceremony, waiting for the Emperor of the Empire to personally present their awards. The large screens above the arena were broadcasting this moment live. Aside from the finalists, several other ninjas who had performed exceptionally well in the earlier rounds were also recognized as having sufficient skill or potential to join Konoha. Everyone knelt on one knee, heads lowered toward the ground. Even as the sound of approaching footsteps grew closer, no one dared to raise their gaze. The first reward they received was the Konoha Forehead Protector and Konoha Battle Uniform, symbolizing their official status. After the ninja reforms, only Konoha ninjas were allowed to wear this forehead protector, while all other ninjas were restricted to blank, unmarked ones. Additionally, each finalist was granted an apartment in the new district, an undeniably valuable reward. Those who had not made it to the finals did not receive this benefit. Real estate in Konoha's new district had skyrocketed in value, and such properties could not be given away lightly. Mei reached out to receive the uniform and forehead protector, keeping her head lowered as she knelt on one knee, expressing her gratitude. But the figure before her stopped in front of her and did not move away. Terumi Mei. A voice suddenly rang in her ears, carrying the authority of a ruler, its tone cool and composed. Her heartbeat quickened, and after a brief moment of daze, she quickly responded, "Present." When she first laid eyes on the Emperor of the Empire, she had felt a hint of admiration, purely the reverence one feels for a sovereign of supreme status. Such thoughts could only remain hidden in her heart, she would never dare act upon them. "Are you interested in joining the Crown Guard?" The others kneeling nearby couldn't help but lift their heads upon hearing this, all except Kisame, their faces filled with disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, Mei also couldn't help but look up at the man standing at the pinnacle of the world. For an instant, she felt as though she couldn't breathe, her mind replaying the question over and over, doubting whether she had misheard. Her throat tightened. "You mean?" The Emperor looked down at her and spoke again. "I'm asking you, are you interested in becoming my personal guard?" Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 359, ch 359, Girls. Makoto received the Shinigami from Siriidii, and the group respectfully bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Are you satisfied with Konoha's arrangements? Have there been any instances of neglect?" Makoto asked with a warm smile. His gaze swept over the gathered individuals. Based on his knowledge from his past life's manga, he easily recognized all of them. Anohana Retsu, Matsumoto Ranjaku, Kuchiki Rukia, Soifan, Ise Nanao, Kotetsu Isane, and others. Kayaraku responded, "Konoha's hospitality has been overwhelming. We are truly grateful." Makoto offered a polite response, "Shinigami and ninja are friends. Among friends, there is no need for such formalities. In the future, the living world and the soul society shall coexist harmoniously, and the friendship between the Empire and Siriidii shall endure for generations. Your Majesty speaks truly. We have come here precisely to strengthen our bonds of friendship." We did not expect the battles between ninja to be so thrilling. It has been an eye-opening experience, Kayaraku remarked. Makoto chuckled. If you are interested in the power of ninja, we would be more than willing to share our knowledge with the Shinigami. This statement surprised many present, though those with keen minds remained unfazed. Not to mention that the Shinigami had their own means of coming to the living world to acquire a ninja's power. When a ninja dies, their soul naturally enters the Soul Society. One day, the power of ninjas would inevitably be thoroughly studied by the entire Soul Society, and that day was not far off. The Emperor's words were merely a gesture of goodwill, a favor that cost him nothing. Kayaraku could only respond with a sincere expression. The Soul Society will remember your Majesty's kindness. Makoto then mentioned that a banquet had already been prepared to properly welcome the Shinigami. Faced with such hospitality, Kayaraku did not refuse. Their trip to Konoha was not only to observe and document the power of ninjas, it might as well be considered a state-sponsored vacation. The banquet was grand in scale, surpassing even the receptions Makoto had hosted as Hokage when meeting feudal lords and nobles. Inside the lavish palace hall, 2 long tables were set, laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. Dancers and musicians performed, adding to the festive atmosphere. Everyone, please enjoy. Your accommodations have already been arranged, so tonight, you need not hold back, Makoto said with a smile. Though Kayaraku was tempted by the rare opportunity to taste the fine sake of the living world, as the leader of this delegation, he only took a sip when the Emperor himself raised his cup. However, the others, especially the vice-captains, had no such reservations once they received their captain's approval. They began to thoroughly enjoy the banquet. Makoto sat at the head of the table, casually conversing with the Shinigami. He had no particular agenda, he was simply intrigued by meeting new characters and wanted to interact with them. The Emperor's approachable demeanor left a positive impression on the Shinigami. He carried no airs of superiority, and the banquet was filled with laughter as they exchanged stories about their respective worlds. Kayaraku even took the opportunity to boast about the great deeds of the Emperor of the living world. Before coming, they had done their homework. Everything publicly known about Hyuga Makoto's life and accomplishments had already been investigated. How often does your Majesty plan to hold such a martial arts tournament? Someone asked. Every 4 years, Makoto replied. He intended for the tournament to replace the traditional Chunin exams, but it couldn't be held too frequently. Flooding Konoha with too many new people every year would be unmanageable, and if it were held too often, the prestige of the event would diminish. Furthermore, additional restrictions and rules might be implemented in the future, such as setting an upper age limit. This would prevent people from coming to Konoha simply to retire. After all, how could they enjoy Konoha's resources without contributing to its cause? Aizen took the opportunity to praise the Emperor's foresight, stating that the existence of the martial arts tournament was undoubtedly a great benefit to the Empire. Makoto responded with a bright smile, then asked, "Oh. So the Soul Society doesn't have a similar competition?" Kayaraku explained, the structures of the Shinigami and the ninja are quite different. Shinigami don't exist as free agents, we are under a unified jurisdiction. Holding such a tournament wouldn't have much significance for us, it would just be a waste of resources. Makoto then continued, Kayaraku-san, I suddenly have an interesting idea. Please, Your Majesty, do share. Tell me, wouldn't it be possible for the ninja and the Shinigami to hold a friendly martial arts exchange event? His words elicited surprise from many of the Shinigami present, and Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Some of them recalled that Aizen had casually brought up a similar suggestion before, though at the time, most had dismissed it as a joke. Kayaraku glanced at Aizen, his expression thoughtful. Makoto smiled and said, the purpose of this exchange event is to promote mutual understanding between ninjas and Shinigami, allowing both sides to progress and grow together. In the future, when dealing with hollows, cooperation between ninjas and Shinigami will help both parties adapt to each other more effectively. As he spoke, his smile carried a deeper meaning as he looked toward Aizen. What do you think, Aizen-san? Aizen's heart stirred slightly at Makoto's expression, but on the surface, this was not something he could decide. Instead, he glanced at Kayaraku before offering a smile of his own. Your Majesty's foresight always surpasses that of ordinary people. Kayaraku said, if Your Majesty is truly interested in this, I will relay your proposal in full to the head captain. Several other captains also appeared to be lost in thought. 3rd Division Captain Ichimaru Jin sat silently in his seat, maintaining his usual smile while his half-lidded eyes flicked toward Aizen across the table. Meanwhile, Kenpachi, after hearing Kayaraku's words, simply grabbed a bottle of sake and started chugging it down in large gulps. Seeing this, Makoto chuckled. It seems there's at least one person looking forward to my proposal. Kenpachi looked at the Emperor of the living world, his gaze sharp like fire and steel, and grinned widely. Kayaraku chuckled helplessly. The only reason Kenpachi even bothered to attend such an event was that he had heard there would be fights to watch. The banquet lasted for a long time before finally coming to an end. Some of the Shinigami had indulged in quite a bit of drinking. Matsumoto Ranjaku, Kira Izuru, Iba Tetsuzeman, Hisejai Shohei, and Abarai Renji, among others. They were all vice-captains, while the captains, maintaining their dignity, drank only in moderation. Everyone was escorted to a high-end inn in the new district, with each person assigned their own private room. As night fell, Kayaraka sat alone in the courtyard, sipping tea in silence, reflecting on everything that had happened that day. The ninjas who participated in the tournament were all quite strong. The fact that people in the living world could reach such levels in just a matter of decades was truly astonishing. And within this world, within Konoha, there were undoubtedly individuals far stronger than those he had seen today. The most obvious example was the Emperor of the Empire himself. Despite his many years of experience, Kayaraka still couldn't gauge the depths of this man's power. What would happen to the world when this emperor eventually reached the end of his natural lifespan in 100 years? What kind of upheaval would follow? Kayaraka suddenly felt that if the emperor of the living world could continue to live indefinitely, it would be the best thing for this world. Captain Kayaraku has quite the refined taste, enjoying tea in the courtyard at this hour. A gentle voice suddenly rang out. Kayaraku turned toward the sound and saw that it was Unohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division. Though she appeared to be a dignified and gentle young woman, in reality, she was much older than he was, a venerable figure who had lived for 1,000 years. Kayaraku quickly smiled. There's no refined taste in it, really. I just couldn't sleep. Unohana sat down across from him. Seeing this, Kayaraku reached out and poured her a cup of tea. This is truly wonderful, she said. I mean the living world. Unohana held the teacup in her hands, her smile serene and tranquil. This living world is completely different from the one we knew before, there is no war. Kayaraku replied, but according to our investigation, this world was plagued by frequent wars not too long ago. And, do you really think the existence of ninjas is a good thing? In his previous world, war meant large-scale death and destruction. But here, the wars involving ninjas, though he had yet to witness one firsthand, must be far more brutal than anything he had ever known. Oh, you can't say that, Unohana said with a gentle smile. Ninjas are a natural part of this world. We, on the other hand, are the outsiders. The fact that they are willing to accept us is already a kindness on their part. Kayaraka fell silent, rubbing the teacup in his hand before tilting his head back to take another sip. Then, he let out a chuckle. Unohana had a point, but Kayaraka was viewing things from the perspective of a Shinigami. After laughing, he let out a quiet sigh. In the past, he never had to think about such matters. His days were spent leisurely drinking sake, wandering around, and teasing Nanao. But ever since they arrived here, Yukitake had suddenly vanished, and Yamamoto had spoken to him at length about many things. An unknown world also meant many dangers and challenges. Old Minyama would surely be the one standing at the very front. Kayaraku couldn't imagine anyone stronger than him, yet the way his teacher had spoken, it was almost as if he was giving his final instructions. If this world were to lose Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, then it would fall on Kayaraku Shunsue to carry his teacher's burden. Captain Kayaraku, if you dwell too much on heavy thoughts, people might start getting suspicious, Unohana suddenly said gently. Kayaraku was momentarily taken aback by her words. Unohana continued, at the banquet today, Captain Kayaraku's demeanor was quite different from usual. Kayaraku remained silent. Had she noticed how eager he was? With the same soft tone, Unohana reassured him, at least for now, everything is moving in a good direction. There's no need for Captain Kayaraku to carry such heavy pressure. Kayaraku took another sip of tea before smiling. You're right. Konoha's new city district, Commercial Street. Ranjaku-san, are you really okay? You drank so much at the banquet, Hinamori Momo asked worriedly as the group of girls strolled through the streets. Don't worry. That little bit of alcohol is nothing to me. But Kira and Renji, those guys are just too weak. Ha ha ha. Ranjaku laughed, patting her chest confidently. All of them had changed into casual outfits prepared by Konoha. The village had been considerate enough to provide several styles to choose from, all designed to blend in with the fashion of this world's civilians. They even received shopping cards that allowed them to buy whatever they liked within Konoha. This thoughtful gesture significantly increased their favorable impression of the village. However, no matter where she went, Ranjaku's stunning beauty and impressive figure always attracted attention. The other girls couldn't help but internally complain, after all, not everyone could hold their liquor like Ranjaku. But I didn't expect Konoha to be this lively. Rukia, why didn't you mention it sooner? Rukia explained, I didn't really notice it the last time I was here. The bustling commercial street dazzled them. In their original world, the human realm was already highly modernized. However, compared to what they had seen before, Konoha's prosperity was in no way inferior. In some aspects, it even surpassed the world they once knew. As they strolled through the streets, the group of girls chatted casually. But for them, shopping wasn't just a leisurely activity, they entered almost every store they saw, especially since they had shopping carts in hand. They spent most of their time in clothing stores, accessory shops, and beauty stores. By the time they finished, their hands were full of bags. In the evening, Ranjiku gathered all the girls, except for Captains Unohana and Soifan, into her room. She said that since they had finally come to Konoha and would be leaving tomorrow, it would be a waste to go to bed early. She ordered room service, which brought them some late-night snacks, along with a bit of alcohol. For those who didn't drink much at the banquet, now's your chance. The alcohol here tastes amazing, and since we're just going to sleep after this, there's no need to hold back. Rukia, Hinamori, and the others didn't refuse this time. Even the small and childlike Ichiru Kusajishi held a cup of alcohol in both hands. After downing a cup of wine, Ranjiku suddenly asked with a mischievous grin, "Rukia, how are things with Rinji?" Rukia was momentarily stunned. Huh. Her reaction caught both Ranjiku and Hinamori by surprise. Hinamori asked, "You don't know?" Rukia looked completely confused. "Know what?" Ranjiku, deep in thought, smirked. Looks like that idiot Rinji still hasn't said anything yet. Before the great upheaval of the world, before Soul Society was brought to this place, Rukia had been sent to the human world on a mission, while Rinji had just been promoted to vice captain. Hinamori, Rukia, and Rinji were all from the same generation. Everyone could see Rinji's feelings for Rukia, but because of her noble status, he had to suppress those emotions. When he finally became a vice captain, Rinji thought he had earned the right to confess his feelings to Rukia. But before he could, the world changed drastically, plunging Soul Society into chaos. With so much to deal with, that matter was pushed aside. Ranjiku, smiling mischievously, said, "Since that's the case, we won't talk about it anymore. Let's drink." Rukia. She wasn't an idiot. Seeing the expressions on Ranjiku and Hinamori's faces, she started to feel suspicious. That idiot Rinji, he wouldn't do something stupid, would he? Rukia tried to imagine such a scenario but immediately felt uncomfortable. A shiver ran down her spine. "We're just friends, just friends." She kept repeating that in her mind, then tilted her head back and drank another cup of wine. The group of girls had drunk quite a bit. By the time they dispersed, it was already late into the night. Each of them returned to their rooms, preparing for a good night's rest, as they would be returning to Soul Society the next day. Ranjiku, still feeling tipsy, took a quick shower. As she was about to draw the curtains and go to sleep, she caught sight of a silver-haired figure standing in front of a door in the hallway across from her window. She froze for a moment, her mind suddenly becoming much clearer. The figure also noticed her. The usual smile on his face seemed to soften, becoming a little less of a mask and a little more real. They locked eyes for a few seconds before he was the first to turn away, stepping into his room and closing the door behind him. A wave of emotions, melancholy and a sense of loss, washed over Ranjiku as she stared at the closed door on the second floor across the courtyard. Jin. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 360, ch 360, Undress. Terumi May was deeply anxious. She had envisioned many possibilities for her future, but joining the Crown Guards was never one of them. What was the Crown Guard? It was perhaps the strongest military force of the Empire. May did not consider herself powerful enough to stand among them. The legend of the 7 Crown Guards was known throughout the Empire, and the stories of each member were familiar to many. The leader of the 7 Crown Guards, Hyuga Hakumen, had defeated the renowned Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, when he was only a teenager. And who was the Yellow Flash? A formidable warrior who single-handedly annihilated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the pride of her village. Then there was Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, a prodigy who became a jonin at the age of 12. Every other member, except for Mitarashi Anko, whose reputation was less prominent, had their own widely circulated legends. May felt uneasy, doubting whether she was fit for such a position. If she performed poorly in the Crown Guard, it would not only be embarrassing for her but also a disappointment to His Majesty, who had placed his trust in her. That very night, she wrote a letter conveying the news and entrusted it to someone she knew, asking them to deliver it to her family and to Karatachi Yugura in the Water Province. She then went to the house that Konoha had arranged for her. As the champion of the first Imperial Ninja Combat Tournament, she had been assigned the best accommodation, a residence of over 150 square meters, more than spacious enough for one person. The house was fully furnished with all necessary living essentials, and the decor leaned towards a minimalist style, which she found quite appealing. That night, however, May had trouble sleeping. She tossed and turned in bed, wrapped in brand new bedding, as the words the Emperor had spoken to her at the ceremony kept echoing in her mind. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. The next morning, she was awakened by her alarm clock, looking visibly unrest. She went straight to the bathroom to take a shower, changing all her clothes, including her undergarments. Opening the balcony window, she took in the peaceful view of the affluent district. The fresh air filled her lungs, and May felt her mood lighten considerably. She changed into Konoha's combat uniform, put on her forehead protector, and headed for the Imperial Palace. Lady Terumi May. A guard at the palace entrance greeted her proactively. Hello, there's no need to call me lady, May quickly responded with humility. You will be one of the crown guards in the future. It is only proper to address you as such, the guard said respectfully. You may go directly to the front hall. His Majesty will meet you there. May made her way to the front hall. The palace was divided into two sections, the front hall and the inner palace. No special names had been given to them. The inner palace was where the emperor and his family resided, while the front hall was designated for governmental affairs and administrative duties. The front hall itself consisted of three main buildings, the council hall, the administrative hall, and a pavilion. Arriving at the pavilion, May paused at the entrance, hearing laughter and conversation from within. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she reached out and knocked on the door. Enter. Pushing the door open, May stepped inside. The room resembled a lounge, where several people were seated on sofas, engaged in conversation. As she entered, all eyes turned to her. She quickly scanned the room and recognized only one familiar face, Uchiha Shursue, who had been a judge at the combat tournament. Hello, everyone. I'm Terumi May. I'm new here, please take care of me, she said, immediately realizing the identities of those present. She bowed at a 90-degree angle as a sign of respect. Terumi May, your performance at the tournament was impressive. We were just talking about you, Shursue said with a light chuckle. No need to stand there awkwardly. Come sit down. We're all colleagues now, so there's no need to be so formal, added Hakumen. Still feeling somewhat nervous, May walked over to the sofa and sat beside a short-haired girl with black hair. Would you like something to drink? A blonde woman dressed in professional attire asked. May Terumi quickly responded, anything is fine. Shursue smiled and asked, do you recognize everyone here? I've seen your photos in magazines, May replied. The 7 crown guards were essentially celebrities in the empire, frequently appearing in publications. Among those present, the men with thick eyebrows and a bowl-cut hairstyle, dressed in a green bodysuit, was Might Guy. The youngest among them was the genius Uchiha Itachi. The silver-haired man with glasses was Yakushi Kabuto, while the elegant girl with short black hair was Mitarashi Anko. It's a shame Kakashi isn't here, Guy remarked. May quickly responded, I met Kakashi-senpai in the Water Province. At that moment, Samui brought over a drink. May immediately stood up and accepted it with both hands. I'm His Majesty's secretary, Samui. We'll be seeing each other often, so there's no need to be nervous, Samui said. Despite her reassurance, May couldn't help but feel tense in this situation. The people in this room were admired by countless others. And Samui herself was incredibly beautiful. Hakumen spoke to her, since you've just joined the Crown Guard, today is simply an opportunity for us to get to know each other. From now on, we'll be colleagues. After your official induction ceremony, we can all go out for a meal together, it'll be our informal way of welcoming you. May was overwhelmed with gratitude and said, thank you, senpai. Shursue sighed helplessly. You don't need to use honorifics. Hakumen chuckled. It's fine. You'll get used to it over time. The warmth and friendliness of the group reassured May, further solidifying her belief that staying in Konoha was the right choice. She then asked, may I ask, what exactly is the ascension ceremony that you mentioned earlier, Hakumen-senpai? Her question, however, caused everyone in the room to smile at the same time. Then, to her astonishment, strange black markings began to spread across their bodies. The intricate patterns slowly crawled over their skin, and on each of their faces, a distinct number appeared. Hakumen bore the number 1. Guy had 3. Anko had 4. Kabuto had 5. Shursue had 6. Itachi had 7. As these markings and symbols emerged, May could clearly sense that the atmosphere in the room had shifted. Their presence became unfathomably deep, their chakra exuding an overwhelming and terrifying power. Hakumen spoke, the difference between the Crown Guards and ordinary ninja is that we have received a power personally bestowed upon us by His Majesty. This power allows us to stand at the pinnacle of the world with ease. As he spoke, he unfastened his shirt, revealing his well-built chest. At its center was an even more intricate symbol, with the character 1 prominently displayed. This mark is called Kite. You can also call it the Sage Mark. With it, you can enter Sage mode and use Senjutsu, far more powerful than ordinary ninjutsu. May stared in awe at everything before her. This was something entirely new and unknown to her, but after understanding what Hakumen had explained, she felt a growing sense of anticipation. Greater power. She didn't bother questioning why this mark was called Kite, to her, the name didn't matter. What mattered was that it was a gift from His Majesty, an unparalleled honor. Anko, who was reclining on the sofa, glanced at May with an indifferent expression. She said nothing, simply continuing to sip her drink. At that moment, someone suddenly entered through the doorway without knocking. Seeing this, everyone immediately stood up from their seats, even Anko, albeit at a leisurely pace. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Makoto's gaze swept across the room. "I see you're welcoming a new companion." Hakumen responded that they were planning to go out for a meal together later. Makoto chuckled. "Terumi May just arrived in Konoha. Take some time to show her around when you can." After saying this, he realized that most of the group were men, who probably wouldn't have much to explore with a female companion. Anko wasn't exactly the ideal guide either, so he turned to Samui and said, "For the next few days, take May around and help her get familiar with Konoha." "Understood," Samui replied. Then, Makoto turned to May. "Come with me." May followed behind him, walking up to the second floor with Samui. The rest of the crown guards sat back down, waiting. Anko glanced toward the staircase and pursed her lips. Shursue suddenly spoke up. "Now that there are 8 members in the Crown Guard, we can't really call ourselves the 7 Crown Guards anymore, can we?" Hakumen nodded. "His Majesty once told me that he plans to recruit 10 members in total. We'll have 2 more companions in the future." Guy muttered, 10 Crown Guards. That actually rolls off the tongue better than 7 Crown Guards. The second floor was much more spacious than the lower level, with 3 walls made entirely of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a panoramic view. Makoto asked, "Did they tell you about the kite mark?" As the Emperor spoke directly to her, May tensed up once again. She bowed her head respectfully and said, "Hakumen-senpai told me about the Ascension Ceremony." Makoto smiled. Ascension Ceremony, that's just a name they came up with. In reality, it's simply the process of engraving the sage mark onto your body. However, don't underestimate the power of the sage mark. It will grant you tremendous strength. May's expression turned serious. "A gift from Your Majesty, I would never take it lightly." Makoto gave a slight nod. Then, in a rare gesture, he formed a one-handed seal. Instantly, the floor beneath May lit up with a brilliant blue chakra, flowing like water as it etched a complex and mysterious sealing array onto the ground. The radiant blue glow filled the space around her, and she could feel the overwhelming energy pulsing through the air. At that moment, Samui stepped forward and softly said, "Take off your clothes." May froze for a moment. What? "Remove your top. Everything on your upper body, nothing should be left." May looked at the Emperor in shock. Seeing his calm and composed expression, she gradually realized what was happening. Her face instantly turned bright red. This. How?" May stammered, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Samui calmly explained, "This is a necessary requirement for the technique." May stood in the center of the ritual array, utterly flustered. To bare herself completely before the Emperor, what kind of propriety was that? Just the thought of it filled her with unbearable shame. It wasn't that she believed the Emperor was trying to take advantage of her. He was the ruler of the empire. If he wanted beautiful women, he could summon them with a mere gesture. Even if he truly desired her body, May wouldn't feel much resistance in her heart. This was the Emperor of the empire. The strongest being in the world. What she struggled with was the idea of exposing herself in such an undignified manner before the one she deeply admired. She found it difficult to accept. Yet, in this situation, she couldn't refuse. If she hesitated too long, would it displease His Majesty? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she hesitated briefly before finally reaching for the hem of her clothing. One piece at a time, she began to remove them. Meanwhile, Makoto stood at a nearby table. He casually picked up a lychee from the fruit platter, gently peeling away its outer shell to reveal the tender, white flesh inside. "You don't need to take off the lower part," Samui helpfully reminded her. May's face turned as red as blood. She handed her clothes to Samui, standing there awkwardly, feeling incredibly self-conscious. "Relax. The engraving process will be over quickly," Makoto's voice sounded from behind her. May pressed her lips together and whispered, "Understood." Half an hour later, May was fully dressed again, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. She was only 20 years old, not yet the 5th Mizukage from the original story. Makoto placed another pristine, white lychee into his mouth and spat out the smooth, round seed. "You can try feeling its power now." He had already taught her how to activate the sage mark, as well as what to expect when entering sage mode. May took several deep breaths, steadying herself. Slowly, black markings spread across her face, mystical and intricate. At the same time, an unprecedented surge of chakra filled her entire body. More than that, she felt as if her entire being had been unlocked. With this sensation, May clearly understood that sage mode was different. It wasn't just a massive increase in chakra, she felt as if the barrier between herself and the natural world had vanished, her perception becoming far more acute. Her Sage Mark was the latest perfected version, refined through many improvements by the Emperor. The previous flaws had been eliminated, and activating it required far fewer considerations. Even if she exhausted her chakra, the Sage mode would automatically deactivate safely. How does it feel? Makoto asked. May looked at her hands, feeling both astonished and overjoyed. Your Majesty, I feel like I've been completely reborn. Makoto chuckled lightly. The potential of the Sage Mark is immense. Once you've fully unlocked it, that will be the true rebirth. By then, there will be few in the world who can stand against you. Overcome with gratitude, May immediately knelt. Thank you for your Majesty's great gift. In the future, I will dedicate my life to repaying your Majesty, even at the cost of my own. With a gentle motion, Makoto lifted her up with one hand, his tone warm. Enough, there's no need to be so formal. In Konoha, we don't have many strict rules. You can go now, Akuman and the others are still waiting to hold your welcome ceremony. May bowed to him once more before turning to leave for the staircase. As she stepped down the first stair, she couldn't resist sneaking one last glance back. Makoto reclined in a lounge chair, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. His profile was sharp and refined, every feature perfectly sculpted. May's heart pounded chaotically as memories of the recent moments flooded her mind, most vividly, the cool touch of his fingertips against her back. She swallowed hard and continued walking down. As she reached the first floor, everyone looked up and greeted her with smiles, offering congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Crown Guards. Everyone was warm and welcoming. They all treated her with kindness. And then, there was His Majesty. May gripped the stair railing, descending slowly. To be honest, compared to going out for a meal with everyone, she would much rather head home first, so she could change her underwear. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 361, ch 361, Revenge. After more than a month, Kakashi finally returned. This time, he brought a lot of useful information for Makoto. Initially, he had traveled to the Water Province to deal with pirate disturbances in the area, but later, he voluntarily wrote back, stating his intention to thoroughly investigate the seas of this world. In this world, only the mainland and the Water Province were under the Empire's jurisdiction. The vast ocean still had many islands, which the Empire had largely ignored when it was first established. Most of these islands were inhabited by fishermen. After a month-long cleansing operation, the pirates no longer dared to recklessly invade the Empire's borders. During this time, Kakashi had also completely mapped out the pirate forces scattered across the seas. While reporting to Makoto, he mentioned some names that Makoto found familiar, such as Whitebeard, Red-Haired, Straw Hat, Kuja pirates, and the so-called One Piece treasure that all pirates were pursuing. Did you fight any of them? Makoto asked. I encountered the Whitebeard pirates. How strong are they? Very strong. Did you lose? No, the fight wasn't finished. Makoto's expression remained unchanged. With Kakashi's current strength, he was already at the pinnacle of Kage-level combat power. If he had lost easily, that would have been truly surprising. Kakashi also mentioned the devil fruits, saying that they were rare but incredibly powerful abilities possessed by only a select few among the pirates. From what I've gathered, devil fruit users seem to have a fatal weakness, but now, that weakness has suddenly disappeared. As he spoke, Kakashi took out a strangely shaped fruit from his cloak. Makoto's expression shifted slightly as he observed the bizarre fruit in Kakashi's hand. I obtained this from a pirate crew. Makoto pondered over the meaning behind Kakashi's words. The known weakness of devil fruit users had always been their fear of the sea, but if that weakness was now gone. Did that mean devil fruit users were no longer affected by the seas of the Naruto world? This piqued Makoto's interest. If these fruits could be mass-produced, they would be a tremendous asset to the Empire. Taking the devil fruit from Kakashi's hand, Makoto examined it closely, even probing it with chakra, but he couldn't glean any useful information. It seemed this would have to be handed over to Kabuto for further research. For these pirates at sea, what do you think would be the best course of action? Makoto asked. Kakashi considered for a moment before replying. Among them, there are indeed strong individuals, but they are nothing more than a scattered and disorganized force. However, if we act too aggressively, we may push them to unite against the Empire, which could cause unnecessary trouble. Makoto chuckled, you're absolutely right. Makoto had more or less made up his mind on the policy for dealing with these pirates. He planned to start with the Whitebeard pirates. However, communication at sea was far less efficient than on land, so this plan couldn't be rushed. For now, all he needed to do was reinforce the Empire's coastal defenses. Once the pirates floating at sea realized that the world had changed, that would be the perfect time to make his move. For the time being, Makoto set the pirate issue aside and focused on another matter, his earlier proposal to hold a friendly sparring event between ninjas and Shinigami. Soul Society had already agreed to this. Currently, Soul Society's Shinigami outpost was stationed within Konoha, and Rukia was the primary officer working there. She was originally from the 13th Division, which had always been responsible for handling matters in the living world. However, after Captain Jushiro Yukitake suddenly disappeared, his duties were temporarily taken over by head Captain Yamamoto. Rukia relayed the Empire's proposal to Soul Society. Siriiti held a captain's meeting to discuss it, and the majority approved the idea. Makoto could already guess the key supporters of this decision. Aizen, without a doubt, was behind it. Aizen had Ichimaru Jin and Tozen Kanami under his command, meaning Tozen's support likely swayed Komamura Sajin as well. Kenpachi would naturally be interested in a fight, and with Kuratsuchi Mayuri now working for Makoto, it meant the villains had already secured the majority vote. Back at the previous banquet, Makoto had already sensed Aizen's true intentions. Aizen was probably planning to use this ninja vs Shinigami event as an opportunity to publicly demonstrate Kyoka Suigetsu's power. Kyoka Suigetsu, while a terrifying ability within Soul Society, was not something Makoto found particularly threatening. After all, the world of ninja had no shortage of powerful genjutsu techniques. And like all jutsu, the effectiveness of an ability ultimately depended on the strength of its user. No matter how powerful Kyoka Suigetsu was, Makoto refused to believe it could have any meaningful effect on him at his current level. During the captain's meeting, no one actually objected to the proposal from the Emperor of the Living World. They had already witnessed the power of ninja, and to some, this event was an opportunity to showcase the strength of Shinigami to the outside world. Soul Society suggested that the event be hosted in Siriiti, with the ninja acting as honored guests, upholding the spirit of mutual respect and diplomacy. Makoto immediately agreed to this request. It saved him the trouble of organizing the venue himself. The next step was to determine the participants and the rules of the match, which required discussion from both sides. Makoto then said, "Naturally, head Captain Yamamoto need not personally participate, but aside from him, I would very much like to see what all of your captains are capable of." In the end, both sides finalized the details, naming this event the Two Worlds Exchange Conference. The Empire and Siriiti each selected 10 participants to engage in friendly sparring matches. While there would be winners and losers, the focus was not on competition but on strengthening mutual understanding between Shinigami and ninja, with the shared goal of maintaining world stability, or so the official statement claimed. The event was set to take place in Siriiti, Soul Society, exactly 1 month from now. Meanwhile, Konoha would broadcast the matches live, allowing people in major provincial cities to watch the battles at their local guild halls. On Soul Society's side, the 10 participants would all be captains. Since there were 11 active captains, excluding the head captain, it meant one captain would have to sit out. At first, Captain Unohana wished to withdraw. After all, as Squad 4's captain, her role was primarily medical rather than combat-oriented. Everyone would have understood if she opted out. However, upon Makoto's subtle prompting, Kuratsuchi Mayuri was the first to step forward and excuse himself from participation, citing that he was currently developing a new device to facilitate Shinigami travel to the living world. As for Konoha's 10 participants, Makoto already had 8 members from his crown guards, and he had 2 more candidates in mind for the remaining spots. Inside Tsunade's residence, Hokage Tsunade was currently training in the Ine Seal, the S-rank medical ninjutsu she had created. The reason she had been able to maintain her youthful appearance all these years was precisely due to this jutsu. However, because she now possessed a new body, she had to start everything from scratch. That said, her chakra control remained as precise as ever, and she could still use all the ninjutsu from her memories with ease. If she had to point out any drawbacks, it would be that this body had very little chakra and that its physical attributes were quite weak. But there were also advantages. This brand new body was young, and its potential far exceeded that of her previous one. Tsunade had no idea how Makoto had created this body for her, but one thing was certain: if she trained at full capacity, she was confident that her future achievements would surpass those of her past self. During this period, Hokage Tsunade had completely immersed herself in training. Power was always a valuable asset, and the long-lost sensation of improving her strength made her feel a rare sense of satisfaction. However, from time to time, Tsunade would ambush her, sometimes even using a camera to record humiliating footage to show Hyuga Makoto for his enjoyment. At first, Hokage Tsunade felt nothing but rage and shame, resisting whenever she could, though her struggles were futile. Over time, she had become somewhat numb to it all. She knew that only by growing stronger could she change everything. That evening, Hyuga Makoto unexpectedly arrived at her door, much to Hokage Tsunade's surprise. Even more unexpected, he had come specifically for her. "What do you want?" Hokage Tsunade asked coldly, her expression dark. "I heard you've been training hard lately." Makoto's gaze fell upon her forehead, where a diamond-shaped seal had already begun to form, though its color was not as deep as the original Tsunade's. Hokage Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with shadowed emotions. Makoto smiled slightly. What's wrong? You desire power, don't you? Hokage Tsunade no longer bothered to conceal her thoughts. She knew he had already seen through her. A cold smirk appeared on her lips. That's right, I want power, because that's the only way I can kill you with my own hands. Makoto's smile remained unchanged, but a gleam flashed through his eyes. In the next instant, Hokage Tsunade's soul was forcibly separated from her body, floating in midair. Shocked beyond belief, she looked down at her own physical form, then turned to stare at Makoto, who seemingly hadn't moved at all. Tell me, with the way you are now, just how many years of training would it take for you to kill me? Makoto's hand gently brushed against Tsunade's cheek. Though she could no longer feel anything in her spiritual state, his actions still filled her with disgust and resistance. Gritting her teeth, she snarled in her soul form, I don't care. If 10 years isn't enough, then I'll train for 20. 50. 100. As long as you don't kill me, I will kill you one day. Yet, no matter how much she struggled, Hokage Tsunade found herself unable to control her spirit freely. She couldn't return to her body, nor could she leave the area. She knew she was entirely within his control. The sheer divinity of Hyuga Makoto's power terrified her. Though her words carried hatred, deep inside, she felt anxious and powerless. Makoto calmly placed a fingertip on Hokage Tsunade's physical body, pressing against her spinal column. A surge of blue chakra flowed into her, and soon, she noticed strange black markings beginning to spread across her physical form's face. Since you desire power so much, let me help you. Don't worry, it's free of charge. With just a single sage mark, even an ordinary ninja could instantly rise to the ranks of the strongest. Back when Makoto traveled to other worlds, the scrolls he left behind were an immense gift, allowing Konoha's power to soar to new heights. As for the fact that engraving a sage mark requires removing clothes, that was Samui's claim, not Makoto's doing. When Makoto first researched sage marks, it was indeed more convenient to apply them with clothes removed. Hakumen had been his first test subject. But now, with a mere thought, applying the mark was as easy for him as a regular ninja performing a transformation jutsu. Having completed the process, Makoto then summoned Hokage Tsunade's soul back into her body. What did you do to me? Hokage Tsunade demanded through gritted teeth, filled with hatred. She refused to believe that Makoto would so generously give her power for free. Makoto answered calmly, you should be familiar with Sage Mode. You now possess that power. Sage Mode. Hokage Tsunade's heart wavered with shock and suspicion. She was, of course, well aware of this formidable power. Her grandfather, the first Hokage, as well as Jiraiya and Naruto, had all wielded this strength. But mastering Sage Mode wasn't something just anyone could do. Despite her long-standing contract with the Shikatsu Forest, and her close relationship with Slug Sage, she had long ago been told that she lacked the aptitude for it. Makoto continued, I just placed a jutsu on you. The marking is now located on your chest. All you need to do is channel chakra into that spot, and you'll be able to enter Sage Mode. Hokage Tsunade's gaze flickered as she stared at Makoto, saying nothing. Deep down, she was trying to figure out what exactly this bastard was plotting. Was this yet another way to humiliate her? She could indeed feel something different in her chest area. When she had returned to her body, she had sensed a distinct cool sensation in that spot, yet just moments ago, Hyuga Makoto hadn't even touched her there. After some thought, she decided to give it a try, guiding the chakra within her body to converge at her chest. In an instant, an indescribable sense of enlightenment surged through her entire being. Every pore on her body seemed to open at once, greedily absorbing natural energy from the air around her. As this energy entered her body, it transformed into a violent, surging chakra. This power, this power. Hokage Tsunade was certain, even at her peak, she had never been this strong. Makoto spoke, this power is exclusive to the Crown Guards. From this moment on, you are one of them. Your body is unique, containing both the first Hokage's cells and the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. This sage mark will unlock your full potential. Once you push it to its limits, even would release will be within your grasp. Hearing his words, Hokage Tsunade had originally wanted to scoff at the so-called Crown Guards, thinking it was all nonsense. She had no interest in joining. But then she caught on to the last part of his sentence. Would release. Her attention was instantly seized. Makoto said, no need to rush. This power already belongs to you. You can take your time experimenting and getting used to it. Hokage Tsunade fell silent for a moment before speaking coldly, what exactly is your goal? Could such overwhelming power really come without a price? She would never believe that this man was simply being generous. After all the humiliation and manipulation she had suffered at his hands, Hyuga Makoto had long become an unforgivable enemy in her heart. At this point, it no longer mattered what he did, she knew she wasn't his match. But no matter what he tried, it wouldn't shake her resolve. As long as she was still alive, she would find a way to take her revenge. The Tsunade of this world had tried to persuade her multiple times, but every time, her other self only served as a harsher reminder. If she really listened to the Tsunade of this world, wouldn't she ultimately end up just like her, a broken shell, stripped of everything that made her who she was? Always claiming to act for the sake of others. But in the end, those words were nothing more than a fragile excuse to cover up their own disgrace. Hokage Tsunade thought about it every single day. Either she would die today, or she would live one more day to increase her chances of revenge. Hyuga Makoto. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze locked onto him with unwavering intensity. What exactly is your goal? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 362, ch 362, First Step of Mental Conditioning. If you can win in this upcoming competition, I can grant you even greater power. Makoto explained the details of the Two Realms Exchange Conference to Tsunade and made her an offer. Tsunade, however, scoffed at this. Why should I believe you? Makoto responded casually, you don't have to believe me. You don't even have to participate. This is simply an opportunity I'm giving you. Don't you want more power to kill me? To be honest, I don't think you'll ever succeed in killing me, so I have no reason to hesitate in granting you strength. You can choose to accept it or not. Tsunade's expression darkened and shifted unpredictably. She understood the meaning behind his words. He didn't consider her a threat, believing he had absolute control over her. But it was precisely this attitude that fueled her rage even more. She swore to return all of her hatred and fury to him one day. It's fine, Makoto said. You have plenty of time to think about it. Come find me when you've made up your mind. With that, Makoto turned and left. Tsunade suddenly thought of Sasuke from her original world, how he had willingly defected to Orochimaru in pursuit of greater power. She was well aware that Makoto had his own ulterior motives, just as Orochimaru did. But if following him meant obtaining the power she desperately sought, would she make the same choice? Is death scary? After Makoto left, Shizune approached Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Shizune, huh? Tsunade turned to glance at her. What did His Majesty want from you? Shizune asked. Tsunade's expression remained calm. Nothing important. She was never one to be indecisive. Direct and resolute, hesitation was not one of her flaws. After just one night, Tsunade had already made up her mind. The next day, she took the initiative to go to the palace. You've decided this quickly? Makoto asked with a smile. I accept your offer, Tsunade replied. Aren't you afraid that I might go back on my word? Makoto questioned again. Hearing this, Tsunade simply looked at him with a blank expression. She was already someone who had nothing left to lose. Whatever she did, she always considered the worst possible outcome. So what if he went back on his word? This man, Hyuga Makoto, was utterly self-centered, treating everything and everyone like pieces in a game. By now, Tsunade had completely seen through him. Come with me. Seeing that she had no intention of making small talk, Makoto abandoned the thought and led her to the Mechanical Science Research Institute. This is the latest model of the body forging pod, triple power output, upgraded in every aspect compared to the previous generation. It has not yet been officially rolled out, explained Tanagawa, the head of the Scientific Artisans Department, as he introduced them to a machine resembling a stasis pod. The so-called body forging pod was originally the machine used to create the Brutal Justice bioarmor. However, its power output had been drastically reduced to a level that the human body could endure. Currently, it had only been introduced in Konoha on a limited scale. Listening to Tanagawa's explanation, Tsunade was filled with doubt and astonishment. Could a mere machine really substitute for years of training and discipline? If this device were to be mass-produced, then surely no force in the world could rival the Empire. Among all tested users, even Jonin specialized in taijutsu can only endure up to the second power level. The only person capable of handling the maximum output is Might Guy. The process of using the body forging pod was excruciatingly painful, but this pain could be mitigated through medical technology. The true challenge lay in the human body's capacity to withstand the process. The principle behind the pod was based on Makoto's personal training method, using vibrations to continuously temper the body. The challenge was to achieve the strengthening effect without causing irreversible harm, which had been the primary difficulty in its development. Makoto said, your body has great potential, but potential alone does not equal strength. This body forging pod can help you quickly regain your former peak, and even surpass it. Tanagawa added, the new model of the body forging pod is equipped with comprehensive healing and anesthesia technologies. The experience won't be painful. After gaining a clear understanding of the pod, Tsunade decided to give it a try as the two suggested. She stepped inside, lying down as the pod door slowly closed. The confined space made her feel a sense of unease. Fortunately, the air inside wasn't stifling. Instead, there was a strange, soothing fragrance. As she inhaled, Tsunade felt her control over her body slowly slipping away. "Don't worry," Tanagawa's voice came through from outside the pod. "Your Majesty, let's start with the first power level." Tanagawa activated the machine, monitoring the data displayed on the screen. Once Tsunade had completely fallen into a deep sleep, he pressed the start button. In an instant, the entire body forging pod lit up with a bright blue glow, and the glass chamber was visibly filled with dense chakra. Makoto glanced at the data on the screen and said, "Set it to the third power level directly." Tanagawa was startled but did not question His Majesty's decision. He immediately adjusted the power output to the maximum. The numbers on the central screen spiked instantly, approaching the red line, but soon began to stabilize and gradually decreased. Tanagawa couldn't help but let out a quiet "oh" in surprise. Half an hour later, the pod door slowly opened. Inside, Tsunade's skin was flushed red, and steam was visibly rising from her body, as if she had just been boiled. She opened her eyes but did not get up immediately. Instead, she lay there, quietly staring at the ceiling. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Can I keep using this machine?" Tanagawa replied, "Every person's physique is different. After using the body forging pod, a recovery period is required. For ordinary people, the maximum frequency is once per month. However, your body is exceptionally strong, so we need to reassess the interval. I estimate you could use it once per week." Even though most people could only use it once a month, just 30 minutes inside the pod provided benefits that even half a year of rigorous training might not achieve. 1 week, huh? Tsunade muttered to herself. Suddenly, she felt that even a week was far too long. With this machine at her disposal, she firmly believed that one day, she would surpass Hyuga Makoto. Just this half-hour session had already transformed her completely. Supporting herself against the pod, she stepped out. She could feel the weakness in her body, but she didn't care. "How do you feel?" Makoto asked from the side. Tsunade glanced at him and, for once, didn't snap back at him. "Not bad." Makoto grinned. "As long as it's good. Remember our agreement, I'm giving you all this so you can win the tournament." Tsunade scoffed, thinking to herself, so what if I lose? There was still a month left until the Two Realms Exchange tournament. That meant she could use the body forging pod 4 more times. Coupled with the Sage Mark, surpassing her past peak was entirely within reach. After all, she was once the Hokage. It wasn't like she was going to face an enemy on the level of Madara again, right? The Shinigami. Makoto hadn't said what would happen if she lost. Punishments weren't necessary in his eyes. In the end, forcing someone would only produce resistance, and he had already done enough of that. If Tsunade were to lose the tournament, and Makoto didn't blame her, it would instead make her feel uncomfortable. Right now, her hatred for him ran deep, any guilt she might feel would be minimal at best. But even the smallest crack can be the first sign of a collapsing dam. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 363, ch 363, Terumi Mei's Obsession. Rukia had been having quite a good time lately. She worked at the Soul Society's consulate in Konoha, holding a clerical position. The daily affairs weren't too busy, and the job was quite respectable. At first, she thought her elder brother would look down on her current work. However, to Rukia's surprise, Byakuya actually approved of it, telling her to perform well in her position and not bring shame to the Soul Society or the Kuchiki family. Konoha had arranged proper housing for the station Shinigami in the consulate, but since Rukia was the adopted daughter of one of the 4 great noble clans, the Kuchiki family, she still insisted on returning to her home in Siriidi every day. If there was anything unpleasant, it was the fact that she could no longer see Captain Yukitake, whom she deeply respected, and some of her friends were now difficult to meet on a regular basis. However, as a long-lived Shinigami, Rukia didn't feel a strong sense of urgency about time. A year would pass in the blink of an eye, and she would eventually be reassigned elsewhere. She simply treated her time in Konoha as a vacation. She greatly enjoyed the liveliness and prosperity of Konoha. She also noticed that the people in this world were remarkably pure, life's pressures seemed minimal, and happiness levels were high. Almost everyone she encountered had a smile on their face. In contrast, the people of the living world in her original world were constantly struggling, toiling away just to make a living. This was one of the reasons she liked it here. The consulate was set up beside the reincarnation temple, perched atop a cliff. From this vantage point, one could overlook the entirety of Konoha. An elevator had been built on the cliff, allowing easy access to the lower levels at any time. On this particular day, Rukia was strolling through the streets in casual clothes, carrying a bag filled with drinks she had bought for her colleagues. Up ahead, a crowd had gathered by the roadside, seemingly watching something. Driven by curiosity, she walked over to take a look. It was a notice announcing that a two-world exchange event would be held in about a month, a friendly competition between Shinigami and ninja. The village would even broadcast the event live. A two-world exchange. Rukia had already known about this event in advance, including the list of participants from the Soul Society. Her elder brother was among them. Though the last Imperial Ninja tournament had greatly shocked her, she still didn't believe that these people could defeat Captain-class Shinigami. The captains had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. How could those with mere decades of life in the human world possibly compare? Brother, you're participating in this too, right? Rukia suddenly heard a voice beside her. Turning her head, she saw three young boys. One of them, with black hair and appearing slightly older, seemed to be in his early teens, while the other two looked only about 5 or 6 years old. If I participate, it'll just be to make up the numbers, Itachi said with a helpless smile. Though he was a crown guard, he considered himself the weakest among them. The main reason was his age. After all, he was only 13 this year. Nisan, you will definitely win. Defeat all those Shinigami. Sasuke said with a determined expression. Itachi and I believe you'll win too. Naruto chimed in excitedly. Hearing their words, Itachi simply patted both of their heads. With the entire crown guards participating in the tournament, there was no way the opponents would be ordinary fighters. He could only hope that he wouldn't lose too miserably. At least there were veterans like Hakumen-senpai, Kakashi-senpai, Gai-senpai, and Shisui to reclaim the honor if needed. Meanwhile, Rukia, who had been listening from the side, was completely stunned. This little brat was going to participate in the exchange event. And fight against captain-level Shinigami. She found the whole idea utterly ridiculous. Could it be that this so-called exchange event was truly just for cultural exchange, and that the Emperor of the living world didn't care about winning at all? Otherwise, wouldn't it make more sense to send those powerful fighters from the previous martial arts tournament instead of this young boy? With these doubts in mind, Rukia turned and headed back toward the consulate. Just as she left, Itachi, still standing in the crowd, suddenly glanced in her direction, his expression unreadable. Nisan, what are you looking at? Itachi and are you looking at that black-haired sister? No. Let's go back. Terumi Mei was also thriving these days. As a member of the Crown Guards, she was highly respected even in Konoha. Due to the martial tournament, she was recognized wherever she went, allowing her to fully experience the feeling of being a celebrity. To prepare for the upcoming exchange tournament, Mei was undergoing special training, striving to familiarize herself with the power of the Sage Mark as quickly as possible. She had chosen a sparring partner, Hoshigaki Kisame. Mei had always acknowledged Kisame's strength. Though they had never fought each other without restraint before, now that she had gained the Sage Mark, she could clearly feel that he was starting to fall behind her. Kisame, if you hadn't forfeited back then, you might have been recognized by His Majesty and joined the Crown Guards as well, Mei couldn't help but say during a break. Kisame, however, remained indifferent and replied, it's fine. My current status and position suit me well. He had secured a role in Konoha's system, and since he was new to the village, his ninja rank needed to be reassessed. His application for the Jonin exam had already been submitted. As a Jonin of Konoha, one could easily make a living even without putting in much effort, just by completing attendance tasks. Yet, Kisame often thought about Zabuza, wondering how he was faring while following that great pirate. Mei couldn't help but say, do you even realize how much of an honor it is to join the Crown Guards? Kisame shrugged. I'm not interested in honor. Instead of worrying about me, you should focus on yourself. Don't put on a poor performance at the exchange tournament next month. Her friend's attitude left Mei feeling helpless. She immediately retorted, annoyed, you jinx. Are you cursing me? Shortly after joining the Crown Guards, Mei wanted to gauge her own strength, so she requested a sparring match with someone approachable, Hakumen and Shisui. As for why she didn't pick Guy or Kabuto. Well, they weren't as handsome as Hakumen and Shisui. She ended up sparring against Shisui, and to her disbelief, she was defeated in a single exchange. Even after activating Sage Mode, she couldn't last long. The result was a heavy blow to her confidence. Hakumen consoled her, saying, there's no need to be discouraged. The power of the kite is strong, you just haven't fully unlocked its potential yet. That made Mei immediately rein in her arrogance. Even though she had entered the Crown Guards, she couldn't afford to slack off. If she were to be expelled due to her lack of strength, she would never be able to accept it. At night, after a full day of special training, Mei returned home and took a shower to wash away the sweat on her body. She casually prepared some food, then lay down on her bed. On the bedside table sat a photo frame. It was a picture taken after the martial tournament had ended, a photo of her with His Majesty. In the picture, she appeared reserved and shy, while the emperor stood confidently and amicably. Lying on her side, May gazed dreamily at the figure in the photo. She absolutely could not disappoint His Majesty's expectations. A sudden determination welled up inside her. Then, unable to resist, she reached out, picked up the frame, and held it close, gently caressing the surface with her other hand. Your Majesty. Biting her lower lip, May slowly slid a hand beneath the covers. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 364, ch 364, Shinigami vs. Konoha. Institute of Biological Sciences. In front of Makoto lay a black blade. Its form resembled an ordinary katana, yet the entire blade was jet black, exuding a sharp and chilling aura. This is the result of our research so far, Kabuto said to Makoto. Every month, the Soul Society would gift 20 Asachi to the Empire. However, rather than being put into immediate use, these Zanpakuto prototypes had been stored away, allowing Kabuto to conduct thorough research on them. Initially, he had no clear direction, but after secretly obtaining some data from Kuratsuchi Mayuri, the study finally made progress. A Zanpakuto is forged based on its wielder's soul, meaning that each one possesses unique abilities depending on the user. Additionally, it can undergo 2 stages of release, greatly enhancing the wielder's power. However, obtaining a Zanpakuto is not an easy feat. The Asachi, the blank prototypes of all Zanpakuto, were created by Otsunomaya of the Royal Guard. Only when a Shinigami engraves their own spirit and beliefs into an Asachi does it transform into a unique Zanpakuto. For the Shinigami as a whole, the existence of Asachi was a great benefit. However, the moment a Shinigami imprinted their soul onto an Asachi, Ichibe Hyasub, the leader of the Zero Division, would immediately learn the name and abilities of their Zanpakuto. For Makoto, however, this was not a good thing. How could he allow something that belonged to him to be controlled by another? Kabuto said, the connection to the original system has been completely severed. Now, this blade is truly masterless. Under Kabuto's modifications, the Asachi retained only its ability to imprint the wielder's soul while all other properties were completely removed. Additionally, he intended to integrate new features, such as the ability to absorb natural energy from the physical world. Makoto gazed at the pitch-black blade, lost in thought, before saying, from now on, it will no longer be called Asachi. Let it be known as Anchi, Dark Blade, instead. Then, after a brief pause, he added, and when it awakens, it shall no longer be called a Zanpakuto, rename it Nichiren, Sunwheel Blade. A blade belonging solely to the Sun Empire. How could Kabuto possibly object to the Emperor's decision? He immediately bowed and acknowledged the order. Mass-produce a batch as soon as possible, Makoto commanded. I want to see its effectiveness. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and now only 2 days remained until the grand exchange event between the ninjas and the Shinigami. The invitation from Siriiti had arrived long ago. A group of Shinigami had come from the Reincarnation Temple and had even specially constructed a dimensional gate in Konoha to welcome their esteemed guests from the living world. The 9th member of the 10 Crown Guards was none other than the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The final member was Bakura, once the esteemed 5th Kazekage. Makoto had personally transferred her from the Wind Province, bestowing upon her this great honor. In this world, there was no Dangai, the interdimensional void between realms. Instead, the dimensional gate directly connected the living world to the Soul Society. From the outside, it resembled a traditional sliding door, yet within, it was filled with a hazy white light, as if leading to heaven itself. Under the watchful eyes of many Shinigami and Umbu operatives, Makoto led the 10 Crown Guards and his entourage, stepping slowly through the gate. As colors returned to their vision, they found themselves under a vast blue sky, with white clouds stretching overhead. Before them lay a pristine, minimalistic white city, and on either side, a line of welcoming figures stood in orderly formation. At the forefront was not Kairaku Shuinsue, but an elderly, hunched man with a bald head and a long white beard. A cross-shaped scar marked his forehead, and he bore an air of dignified composure, tempered with a touch of benevolence. Draped in a white haori, he leaned on a wooden staff. Upon seeing this man, Makoto's eyes narrowed slightly. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the strongest Shinigami of the past 1,000 years and one of the absolute peak combatants in the Bleach universe. Perhaps the only ones who could truly rival him were Ichibe Hyasub and Yawatch. A warrior of such caliber, if placed in the Naruto world, would likely be on the level of the Otsutsuki clan. The haori draped over Yamamoto's shoulders fluttered despite the absence of wind. His slightly opened eyes also gazed at the Emperor of the Sun Empire as he stepped through the dimensional gate. But their eye contact lasted only briefly before Makoto was the first to reveal a warm and amiable smile. The head captain slowly spoke, on behalf of Siriiti, I welcome His Majesty, the Emperor of the Sun Empire, and our esteemed guests from the living world. Lined up on either side were not just the Godei 13 captains but also many individuals who were not wearing shahakusho. Judging from their attire, Makoto could already make an educated guess about their identities. Among them were members of the Central 46, representatives of the 4 great noble clans, including the Shihoin clan, known as the Divine Arms House, as well as the Tsuneyashiro clan, which managed the Great Spirit Book Gallery. The Kachiki clan was absent, as Kachiki Byakuya was already present as a captain. These individuals could be considered the true rulers and administrators of the entire Soul Society. Some were silently observing the Emperor from the living world, their minds filled with curiosity about the kind of power he possessed that allowed him to negotiate with Siriidii. Others were scrutinizing the 10 crown guards standing behind Makoto. The captains had already met the Emperor before, now, their interest lay in evaluating their upcoming opponents for the exchange event. Zaraki Kenpachi scanned the 10 crown guards one by one with the gaze of a predator searching for prey, contemplating which one would be the most enjoyable to cut down. Among the 10 crown guards, the most eye-catching figure was Uchiha Itachi. A young boy from the living world appearing in such a setting, and even set to fight against the captains, was naturally an unexpected sight. Kayaraku spoke with a barely suppressed chuckle to Hitsugaya Toshiro beside him. "Captain Hitsugaya, doesn't that person look a lot like your opponent?" Hitsugaya's face instantly darkened upon hearing this. His height and youthful appearance had always been a source of teasing. At that moment, Makoto finally spoke, engaging in polite formalities with the head captain. "You must be head captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni." The head captain, being living for thousands of years, was well versed in the etiquette and methods required to deal with nobles. He could sense that this emperor from the present world was incredibly strong. Though they belonged to different power systems, there was a resonance between them, a shared aura of supreme strength. But strength alone was not enough to impress him. Yamamoto had encountered countless powerful individuals, yet none had ever truly rivaled him. In his eyes, even if this man was formidable now, a mere 100 years later, when he succumbed to the limits of his human lifespan, he would still be beneath Yamamoto's heel. The head captain briefly introduced the nobles beside him. Though Makoto inwardly felt disdain, he did not let it show on his face. On the contrary, these noble members treated the emperor from the living world with the utmost respect and formality. They were acutely aware of every shift in the Soul Society and knew well that the living world was no longer the same as before, it now housed an entity capable of standing on equal footing with them. The gathering did not linger long in this spot. Led by the Shinigami, Makoto and his group proceeded to a massive open-air arena. This location was situated on the outskirts of Siriidii, as there were very few areas within the city suitable for battles between captain-level Shinigami. Even here, special spiritual pressure suppression techniques had been preemptively set up to prevent any unintended harm to Siriidii's residents. By the time Makoto and his entourage arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Most of them were Shinigami dressed in black shahakusho, among them, all 14 vice-captain of the 13 court guard squads, as well as the seated officers from 3rd seat to 20th seat, numbering a total of 234 individuals. Apart from the Shinigami, there were also some elegantly dressed individuals present, likely nobles of Siriidii. As soon as Makoto and his group arrived, all eyes turned toward them, filled with curiosity about what the Emperor of the living world truly looked like. "Your Majesty, please take your seat," Head Captain Yamamoto said. Makoto's subordinates took out their equipment and began on-site adjustments. Shortly after, 10 small drones lifted into the air, circling around the entire arena. Makoto explained that these were real-time broadcasting devices, allowing the ninjas in the living world to watch the exchange event as it unfolded. After speaking, he casually waved his hand, and a pitch-black rift instantly tore open in the sky. This display of power caused the expressions of many present to shift subtly. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Gargantai used by Hollows. The Soul Society and the living world are two separate realms. The signal from the devices cannot transmit easily, so I need to connect the two spaces, Makoto explained. There were 2 seats of honor, with Head Captain Yamamoto and Makoto taking their seats one after the other. The 10 crown guards and the 10 captains sat on opposite sides, while the 1st Division's lieutenant, Chojiro Sasakaibe, began reading out the purpose and rules of the exchange event. The general message emphasized friendship first, competition second, stopping before causing harm, and a strict prohibition on injuring opponents. At the same time, major cities in the living world were also broadcasting the event. In various locations, local ninja guilds set up giant screens, with the Tower of Solarite projecting the footage onto them. Below, countless ninjas gathered, watching in anticipation. Konoha Palace. Ayari and a few other women sat with their children, watching the live broadcast on their large home screen. "I see Daddy." Naruto suddenly pointed at the TV and called out. "Will Daddy fight those people?" Hinata tilted her head and asked. Niji responded, "Dad is the Emperor. There's no way he would fight these people himself. The ones participating in the exchange event are his 10 crown guards." Hinata frowned slightly. "I want to see Daddy fight." Niji sighed helplessly. "I already said, Dad is the Emperor. If he fights, it would lower his status. Ayari gazed thoughtfully at the screen before suddenly turning to Ayano and the others beside her, remarking, "The newcomers to the Crown Guard, they're all quite beautiful women, aren't they?" Ayano, Kushina, Makoto, and Natsu immediately understood the implication, their gazes becoming thoughtful. However, since the children were present, they refrained from commenting. Still, Ayari's expression had already turned noticeably unfriendly. On the other side, Rin, Shizun, Obito, Kurenai, and other friends of the same generation had also gathered together, watching the broadcast and preparing to cheer for their loved ones. "Kakashi is really in the limelight now, huh?" Obito said, his tone carrying a hint of jealousy. "Obito, why didn't you join the Crown Guard?" Genma Shiranui teased. Obito responded righteously, "That's because His Majesty values my other talents. He thought that joining the Crown Guard would be a waste of my true potential." Asuma nodded seriously and said, "That makes sense. After all, you're Konoha's most famous master builder now." Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, while Obito, embarrassed and annoyed, glared at them. It's starting. Quiet down, you guys," Rin suddenly pointed at the screen and said. Siriiti. After Sasakabe finished reading the objectives and rules of the exchange event, the 10 Crown Guards and the 10 captains, seated on opposite sides, bowed slightly in greeting. Though it was called an exchange event, fighting in front of such a large audience, especially with the battle being broadcast live to the modern world, had already turned this into a true showdown between the ninjas and the Shinigami. Each participant represented either the Empire or Siriiti, and no one dared to take this event lightly. Makoto chuckled and said, "No need to be so tense. This is just an exchange event. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The way you all look so serious, it's as if our Empire and Siriiti were actual enemies." Head Captain Yamamoto added, "His Majesty is right. Just demonstrate your usual strength." His slightly narrowed gaze swept across the captains, yet his words carried an unspoken weight that only increased the pressure on them. Kairaku let out a helpless chuckle. Anohana maintained her gentle smile. Hitsugaya appeared slightly tense. Byakuya sat with perfect posture, exuding confidence. Aizen adjusted his glasses with a warm, scholarly smile. Receiving a glance from Makoto, Hyuga Hakumen was the first to stand up. He stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to Makoto before turning to face the captains. "I am Hyuga Hakumen. I ask my Shinigami friends here to kindly grant me their guidance." The exchange event had not deliberately arranged a list of matchups, as its purpose was to minimize its competitiveness. Hyuga Hakumen. The same surname as the Emperor of the Living World. When they had previously visited the Living World, this man had been responsible for their reception, indicating that his status was high, and his strength likely no less so. The captain silently considered whether to accept this match, but Kenpachi was already unable to hold himself back, preparing to stand. A single glance from head Captain Yamamoto, however, made Kenpachi freeze in place and reluctantly sit back down. Kairaku felt that he should take the initiative to set an example. He slowly rose to his feet and chuckled, "Hakumen-kun, how about I accompany you for a few rounds?" Hakumen also smiled. "That would be my pleasure. I've always been curious about Captain Kairaku's strength." Kairaku stepped out of his seat as well, giving a slight nod to his teacher, Old Man Yama, and the Emperor of the Living World. The entire audience of seated officers erupted in an uproar. They hadn't expected that Captain Kairaku would be the first to step forward. But on second thought, every single captain present was an extraordinary individual, whoever took action would be shocking and exciting. To witness so many captain-level Shinigami in battle with their own eyes was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hakumen and Kairaku walked side by side toward the center of the arena, with all eyes following their movements. From her seat, Mei couldn't help but ask Itachi beside her, "Is Hakumen-senpai the strongest among us 10 Crown Guards?" She knew that the mark on Hakumen's body signified his position as the first, and she was also aware that he was the Emperor's most trusted confidant. Itachi pondered for a moment, unsure how to respond. Shursue, seated on his other side, chuckled and answered instead, "Hakumen-senpai was the first to receive the sage mark bestowed by His Majesty, so he has the deepest understanding of that power." Mei slowly nodded, not noticing the flaw in Shursue's wording, assuming he had confirmed her question. Itachi then added, "In truth, everyone has rarely ever fought at full strength." Meanwhile, Anko, seated between Guy and Kabuto, lazily yawned as she snacked on the refreshments set on the low table before her. She had already emptied one plate, and another was soon delivered by an attendant. Mei quickly swept her gaze over the captain seated across from her, secretly selecting a potential opponent, preferably someone who looked weaker. That white-haired kid seemed pretty weak. He was also quite handsome. Never mind, better leave him for Itachi. Those two actually seemed like a good match. In the end, her gaze locked onto a man wearing glasses. This man appeared refined and scholarly, not like someone skilled in combat, more like a clerk. According to the intel, he was the captain of the 5th Division. What was his name again? Aizen Sosuke. Noticing Mei's gaze, Aizen nodded at her with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm and polite. This further solidified Mei's assumption, aside from that white-haired kid, this guy must be the weakest. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 365, ch 365, Kayaraku Shunsui vs Hyuga Hakumen. Kayaraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, usually appears carefree, indulging in drinking and behaving frivolously. However, his strength is undoubtedly among the top tier of all captains. Among those present, perhaps only Yamamoto and Aizen surpass him. After Yamamoto's death, he was the one who succeeded him as head captain. Hyuga Hakumen, the Emperor's most trusted and capable guard, had his most dazzling achievement in his youth when he defeated the renowned Yellow Flash. For all the spectators, this battle reinforced their belief that their respective side would emerge victorious. This was also a fight that would reveal which was stronger, the power of ninja or the power of Shinigami. The two stood face to face at the center of the arena, watched by countless eyes. Hakumen-kun, you're not using any weapons? Kayaraku asked, noticing that his opponent was unarmed. Hakumen smiled. Ninja combat is quite flexible. My fists are the most fitting weapons for me. Hearing this, Kayaraku slightly raised an eyebrow. Due to the differences in power systems, he couldn't gauge the opponent's strength through Ryatsu alone, so he remained cautious. The 1st Division's lieutenant, Sasakabe Chojiro, acted as the referee for the exchange and briefly reiterated the rules. Let the spar begin. Whoosh. The entire open-air arena fell into complete silence, with only the wind rustling their clothing. Surrounding them were towering white walls, forged from Seiki stone, a material that suppressed Ryatsu. At the edges of the arena, all the seated officers sat upright, their gazes locked intently on the battlefield below. Captain Kayaraku, Hakumen kindly reminded. I'm about to begin. Hearing this, Kayaraku's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, in an instant, Hakumen's figure vanished from his sight. Such incredible shuinpa. No, that was the ninja's body flicker technique. Kayaraku's reaction was swift. With a sharp zing, his Zanpakuto flashed out of its sheath, slashing decisively toward the space behind him. The cold gleam of the blade streaked past Hakumen's waist in a horizontal arc boom. Just as the blade passed, Hakumen's palm strike followed immediately. Kayaraku blocked it with a bent arm. However, the moment their limbs made contact, a piercing pain shot through Kayaraku's forearm. Shocked, he swiftly leaped backward to create distance. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. Before Kayaraku could even land, a powerful shockwave blasted toward him. Bakudo number 8, repulse. Kayaraku raised a single hand, summoning a small barrier of condensed reishi to intercept the attack. Though the barrier absorbed the blow, the sheer force still pushed him back several meters. Seeing his opponent use a special ability, Hakumen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that his gentle fist appointment strikes weren't as effective against Shinigami. Kayaraku gently rubbed his aching forearm, letting out a wry chuckle. That really hurt. I didn't expect you to hit so hard. Hakumen replied calmly, it's not that I'm physically strong. My striking technique is just unique, it targets the body's meridian system. Kayaraku mused, I see. His opponent was openly explaining his own abilities, which aligned well with the spirit of this exchange event. Hakumen continued, Captain Kayaraku, why don't we both fight with our true strength? I'm genuinely eager to experience the power of a Shinigami. Kayaraku pondered briefly before nodding. All right. Without wasting any more words, he drew the shorter blade from his waist. Then, in a low voice, he began chanting. The winds grow chaotic, the gods wail. The heavenly winds are in disarray, the demons sneer. Heavenly. Kaiten Kayakatsu. As his incantation ended, the twin swords in his hands transformed, shifting from their original long and short form into 2 identical curved blades. It's been a long time since I last saw his shurikai, Yamamoto suddenly remarked from the chief seats. His tone carried an implication. Kayaraku's strength was formidable enough that few situations ever required him to release his Zanpakuto. Makoto, seated beside him, chuckled. It looks like today, head captain, you might witness many Zanpakuto being released after a long time. Yamamoto cast a sidelong glance at Makoto and replied, no. More than them, I'm far more interested in the Emperor's ninja. With his Zanpakuto now released, Kayaraku's entire aura shifted, his presence becoming distinctly more intense. Across from him, Hakumen's expression gradually grew serious. So this is Captain Kayaraku's Zanpakuto. That's right. It's been a while since I've fought with it, so you'd better be careful, Hakumen-kun. Bushigoma. Kayaraka's eyes sharpened as he swung his twin blades forcefully, unleashing a whirlwind that spun like a top, surging toward Hakumen. However, Hakumen did not attempt to dodge. He stood still, watching as the fierce gust rushed toward him. Boom. A far greater storm of energy erupted from Hakumen's body, instantly dispersing Kayaraka's attack. Black markings slowly spread across Hakumen's face, his robes and hair fluttering wildly as a rotating blue energy swirled around him. Kayaraku had no time to be surprised before he saw Hakumen slightly crouch, taking a stance. Shijushin Kajeki. 40 God Airstrike. Boom. The attack resembled the earlier shockwave, but this time, its range expanded exponentially, carrying a dazzling white radiance. Kayaraka's eyes widened in alarm. This light carried an overwhelming force, enough to obliterate anything in its path. If he were struck directly, he would likely be reduced to dust. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Splitting Void. Boom. The white energy wave slammed into a massive transparent barrier that had materialized in front of Kayaraku. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, but the pure energy clash produced no dust or debris, only light. The blinding white radiance momentarily dazzled everyone's vision. The spectators gasped. The battle had escalated suddenly from mere probing strikes to an intense clash of sheer power. They were equally astounded that Kayaraku had instantly cast a high-level Bakudo number 81 without an incantation. However, the colossal transparent barrier barely held for an instant before shattering completely. The Shijushin Kajeki surged forward, crashing into the distant Seki stone walls with a thunderous boom. The walls, known for their extreme durability, now bore a web of cracks. Where was Captain Kayaraku? The entire audience scanned the battlefield, but Kayaraku Shunsui was nowhere to be seen. Even though the Danku's strength was significantly weakened without an incantation, the sheer power of Hakumen's attack was beyond astonishing. Many captains in the audience were visibly shocked. After the deafening explosion, an eerie silence followed. Hakumen's veins bulged around his eyes as he suddenly snapped his gaze downward, toward the shadow beneath his feet. Rotation. Hakushukaten. His body spun rapidly, generating a powerful whirlwind of chakra that formed a dome-like barrier around him. Hidden within Hakumen's shadow, Kayaraku had been preparing to strike, but his heart jolted in alarm. Realizing the danger, he swiftly revealed himself and retreated. Strange. Too strange. This style of combat. After successfully forcing Kayaraku back, Hakumen instantly ceased his rotation and followed up with another palm strike. Shijushin Kajeki. 40 God Airstrike. The same technique, again. Kayaraku held his breath, focusing his spirit energy as his Ryatsu erupted without reservation. The overwhelming pressure bore down on the seated officers watching from the sidelines, making them feel an immense weight on their shoulders. This was precisely why only seated officers had the privilege of spectating this exchange. Ordinary Shinigami simply could not withstand the Ryatsu of a captain-class battle. If the fight escalated too much, weaker individuals might pass out just from the residual shockwaves. Kayaraku did not attempt to evade. Instead, he locked eyes with the approaching Shijushin Kajeki, 40 God Airstrike, standing his ground. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Splitting Void. Once again, he cast the same Kido spell, this time with greater composure. Boom. The Shijushin Kajeki struck the Danku barrier, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light and a chaotic storm of dispersed reishi particles. This time, Kayaraku successfully stopped the attack, but the Danku barrier was visibly fracturing under the immense force. Yet, he paid it no mind. Instead, he raised one hand high and began chanting. The crest of turbidity, seeping out. An insolent vessel of madness. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Black Coffin. Shijushin Kajeki. Both combatants unleashed their techniques almost simultaneously, but Kayaraku's incantation finished first. A pitch-black, coffin-like construct materialized around Hakumen, completely enveloping him. A massive black rectangular prism appeared in the center of the arena, resembling its namesake, a pitch-black coffin. Boom. Meanwhile, the previously clashing white light and Danku barrier finally reached their limit. The Shijushin Kajeki once again shattered the defense, but its trajectory had shifted, missing Kayaraku and instead shooting toward the distant Seki walls. Kayaraku panted lightly, his fluttering robes now settling as the winds died down. From the captain's seating area, Hitsugaya Toshiro swallowed hard. He had long known that Kayaraku Shunsui, as his senior, possessed unfathomable strength, but he never expected it to be to this extent. Casting high-level Kido spells in rapid succession, without incantation, and with such precision, this was beyond ordinary mastery. After a brief moment of dead silence, the seated officers were just about to erupt into cheers when... Crack! Fractures began spreading across the enormous black coffin. A dazzling white light shone through the cracks. What? Kayaraku's expression stiffened as he watched the fissure spread at an alarming rate. Finally. Shatter. A blinding surge of light burst forth as the black coffin was obliterated. A lone figure hovered midair, his upper garments tattered, revealing a well-built physique now covered in black markings. A symbol, 1, had appeared on his chest and cheek. Seeing this, Kakashi and the other crown guards froze in shock. Hakumen, since when could he fly? Kakashi turned to Guy, who also shook his head in confusion. Did His Majesty teach him? Shursue couldn't help but ask. In the Empire, they had always believed that only His Majesty possessed the ability to fly. Above, Hakumen stood in midair, raising one hand in a half-circle motion. In an instant, dozens of golden orbs materialized around him. The next moment, they rained down toward Kairaku, striking the ground and triggering a series of violent explosions. Kairaku had no choice but to continuously evade, weaving through the golden barrage. The technique Hakumen was using originated from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. After Makoto inherited all of the Otsutsuki's legacy, it included their techniques, once used by the moon's inhabitants. He had first chosen Hakumen to learn them. Kairaku seized an opening, leaping high into the air, charging toward Hakumen. Bushigoma. A whirlwind surged from his twin blades, slashing toward Hakumen. But Hakumen was far more agile than Kairaku had expected. He effortlessly dodged midair, while Kairaku, upon reaching a certain height, began to fall back down. Shinigami could fly, but only under certain conditions. By gathering reishi beneath their feet, they could stand in midair, but this ability was limited to the living world, where reishi was scarce and easy to manipulate. However, in the Soul Society, a world entirely composed of reishi, the density of spiritual particles was immensely high. Above the Siriitii, a Kekai barrier, Shikanmaku, existed to block external reishi interference. Thus, flying in the Soul Society was nearly impossible for ordinary Shinigami. Only beings of the highest caliber, such as Yawatch or Ichibe Hyasub, were capable of true flight in this realm. As Kairaku dodged the golden energy barrage, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of frustration. Hakumen's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use Bankai, defeating Hakumen would be incredibly difficult. Yet, Kairaku's Bankai was special. Before the exchange battle, the head captain had granted permission for captains to use Bankai in their duels. But Kairaku had always been reluctant, his Bankai had severe limitations. Once activated, it became a battle to the death, something neither the Shinigami nor the ninja wanted to see in a friendly duel. Maybe I should just surrender. The thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, however, Hakumen suddenly halted his attacks from the sky. He slowly descended to the ground, locking eyes with Kairaku. What's wrong? Hakumen asked. Captain Kairaku, you seem uninterested in fighting anymore. He then continued, his gaze sharp. I remember. Zanpakuto releases have 2 stages, don't they? Why don't you use your Bankai, Captain Kairaku? Hakumen could tell that his opponent had yet to go all out, which offended him. As a warrior, Hakumen had his own pride. Even if this wasn't a fight to the death, he refused to tolerate someone holding back against him. Kairaku grinned and chuckled. As for me, let's forget about Bankai. I'm not that proficient in using it. Such words might fool outsiders like the ninjas, but the other captains present were immediately startled. Why was Kairaku so unwilling to use his Bankai? Hakumen's expression darkened slightly. Captain Kairaku, are you looking down on me? Kairaku waved his hands in dismissal. Ah, Hakumen-kun, you've got it all wrong. It's just that, my Bankai goes against the spirit of this exchange battle. Besides, there's no need for us to determine a clear winner or loser, right? If Hakumen-kun insists, then, just consider this my surrender. Hakumen's eye twitched slightly. This guy's words were full of traps. What did he mean by, if Hakumen insists on winning, he can take the victory? Was he making it seem like Hakumen lacked the bigger picture? Hakumen narrowed his eyes. Captain Kairaku. We 10 crown guards share many abilities, but what I've shown so far is only a small fraction of my strength. If you surrender just like this, your comrades in the following battles might be at a disadvantage. Kairaku, however, burst into boisterous laughter. Haha. Friendship comes first, competition second. This exchange battle is meant to deepen our understanding of each other. It will help us cooperate better in handling the hollows in the future. If we suffer some losses, it doesn't matter. As long as we can maintain world stability, it's worth it. This sly fox. Hakumen cursed inwardly. However, Kairaku suddenly restrained his laughter, his expression turning more serious. If I simply surrender, Hakumen-kun, you probably won't be satisfied either. So, how about, we settle this with one final move? Hakumen's eyes sharpened. Couldn't ask for more. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense and heavy once again. Everyone was eager to see what techniques these two would unleash next. Hakumen lowered his stance slightly, assuming the same posture as before. 60 divine sky strikes. A white light, even more dazzling than before, shot forward. Yet this time, Kayaraka did not move. He didn't use Kido to counter it. Instead, his Ryatsu surged explosively, far more terrifying than before. Is he about to use Bankai? The captain's seats were filled with shocked expressions. They stared, eyes wide open, afraid to miss a single moment. Boom. The white light tore across the battlefield. Yet Kayaraku's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hakumen's expression shifted. He had seen it happen, or rather, he hadn't seen it at all. His Byakugan had spotted Kayaraka's presence, but it hadn't seen him move. And now. A blade rested against his neck. Its chilling edge pressed against his skin. A low whisper sounded in his ear. Hakumen-kun, there's no need to be so fixated on my Bankai. If I truly used it, one of us would surely die. Hakumen's throat moved slightly as he swallowed. His eyes still held a trace of disbelief. How could his opponent be this fast? Why hadn't he shown the speed earlier? Kayaraka withdrew his blade and let out a long sigh of relief. His Ryatsu instantly dissipated, like a balloon losing air. To be honest, I wanted to surrender at first, Kayaraka admitted. But then I thought, I've lived this long. If I lost to someone not even 20 years old, old Minyama would scold me to death. Sorry about that, Hakumen-kun. Hakumen turned to look at him. Kayaraka had already put on his usual gentle smile. For a moment, there was only silence between them. Then, Hakumen finally asked. Were you toying with me just now? Kayaraka gave a helpless smile. Don't put it that way. Maintaining the state of almost using Bankai without actually using it is pretty difficult, you know. But anyway, this match is over. Honestly, from the start, I was hoping for a draw. Hakumen was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Captain Kayaraku, you win. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 366, ch 366, The Sixth Gate. Hakumen-senpai actually lost. Terumi May watched the scene in disbelief. Just moments ago, Hakumen had been suppressing his opponent. She quickly realized something and turned to Itachi and Shursue beside her, asking, Hakumen-senpai is the strongest among us, right? If he lost, then we. Shursue pondered for a moment before replying, although it might sound disrespectful to Hakumen-senpai. He can't really be considered the strongest. Itachi silently thought to himself, I don't know who the strongest is, but I'm definitely the weakest. Hopefully, my opponent won't be too strong, or I'll end up embarrassing myself. Hyuga Hakumen was the first to obtain the Sage Mark, yet among the current 10 crown guards, his strength didn't even rank in the top 5. Kakashi, Guy, Anko, Shursue, and Kabuto were all stronger than him. Of course, only Makoto truly knew this. While Hakumen's talent was exceptional, his current strength had already far surpassed his former limits. On the other hand, Kayaraka Shunsue ranked among the top 3 in strength within the squad captains. As the two finished their respectful gestures and walked toward the seating area, Makoto smiled warmly. Your Majesty, Hakumen bowed. It's all right. You've worked hard, Makoto said with a light chuckle. Understanding the Emperor's temperament, Hakumen felt a sense of relief. His performance had been lacking, yet His Majesty had not reprimanded him, which filled him with guilt. A wave of synchronized and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. They had been instructed beforehand that, regardless of the battle's outcome, even if their captain won, they must not display excessive pride. At the same time, people watching the live broadcast in the real world were equally shocked. They didn't think Hakumen was weak, whether it was his ability to fly or his golden chakra bullets, these were not powers an ordinary ninja could possess. They were utterly stunned. Hakumen, that was a bit embarrassing. As soon as Hakumen took his seat, he heard Kakashi's voice beside him. I was simply outmatched, Hakumen replied calmly. At first, the battle had been evenly matched, but the unexpected reversal at the end caught everyone off guard. These Shinigami are quite capable, Kakashi remarked. Underestimating them could be costly. With the first match concluded, Makoto chuckled and said, I didn't expect Captain Kayaraka to be this strong, truly an eye-opening experience. From his seat, Kayaraka nodded toward the Emperor. It was merely a lucky victory. Hakumen-kun's strength is by no means inferior to mine. Just as they exchanged a few words, they noticed Kenpachi in the seating area attempting to stand up multiple times. Makoto smiled and said, it seems that Captain Kenpachi can't wait any longer. Let's start the next match as soon as possible. Head Captain Yamamoto had no objections. Kayaraka's victory had been within his expectations, though he was slightly surprised that Kayaraka hadn't used his Bankai. Kenpachi immediately sprang up from his seat, striding toward the 10 crown guards with excitement. His towering, muscular frame and fierce, menacing face exuded an imposing aura. His gaze swept across the members of the 10 crown guards one by one before he grinned and asked, "Which one of you is the strongest?" The moment he said this, Kakashi and the others frowned. How arrogant. Although Mei found his attitude unpleasant, she instinctively avoided his gaze. Kakashi didn't hesitate for long and was about to stand up when Guy stopped him. "Kakashi, let me handle this one." "All right." Might Guy stepped forward and stood beside Kenpachi, bowing toward Makoto in the chief seat. "Your Majesty." The contrast between the two was striking. Kenpachi exuded raw intimidation, while Guy, dressed in his signature green jumpsuit over a Konoha combat vest, with thick black hair and bushy eyebrows, looked almost comical. A murmur of hushed discussion spread through the audience. "Captain, good luck." Suddenly, a cheer rang out from the audience. It was a bald man shouting encouragement, and his voice quickly sparked a chorus of support from others. Kenpachi Zaraki looked down at the men before him, who was noticeably smaller in stature. "Hey, you're the strongest among them, aren't you?" Guy remained calm and said, "That's right. But to deal with you, I don't think I'll need my full strength." Hearing this, Kenpachi's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, an immensely dangerous aura emanated from him. The grin on his face widened. "Ha! Hurry up and show me, then." Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the two stepped into the center of the arena. Vice Captain Sasaki once again recited the formal announcement. Kenpachi found the ceremony irritating, just noise to him. His grip on his sword trembled slightly with excitement. "Let the match begin." "Hey, you're not using a weapon." "No need," Guy replied calmly. He himself was the best weapon. The two stood facing each other as the arena gradually fell silent. Kenpachi deliberately took up a stance full of openings, spreading his arms wide as he taunted, "Come on." Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Guy's figure vanished, reappearing right in front of him. A powerful punch smashed directly into Kenpachi's abdomen, so fast that many in the audience couldn't even see the movement. This speed. The normally composed Captain Soifan's delicate face turned serious. Kenpachi was sent flying several meters backward by the sheer force of the punch. Barely steadying himself, he locked eyes with Guy and grinned. Not bad at all. Guy wasted no words. In an instant, he reappeared at Kenpachi's side, delivering a devastating high roundhouse kick to his head. A normal person would have died instantly from such a blow. Even Kenpachi, under the immense force, was sent crashing down, his head slamming hard into the ground. Silence. The entire arena fell into a deathly stillness as everyone stared at Kenpachi, whose head was embedded in the ground. Guy did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood quietly to the side, waiting for his opponent to get up. Since this guy was so arrogant, he had to be defeated thoroughly. Kenpachi's hand twitched slightly. Gripping the scattered rubble nearby, he lifted his face from the ground. Despite taking a direct heavy blow, he appeared largely unscathed, aside from his hair now being covered in dust. "So that's how it is. You specialize in Hakuda, Taijutsu, huh? No flashy Kido tricks." "I like that," Kenpachi said. Guy's gaze sharpened. He could sense that Kenpachi's aura had grown stronger. "Keep going. You weren't using your full strength just now, were you?" Kenpachi remained in his open, defenseless stance, as if relishing the feeling of being attacked. Guy didn't hold back. At such close range, he delivered another powerful punch straight to Kenpachi's midsection. But to Guy's shock, the same men who had been unable to withstand his blows earlier didn't even budge this time. He had not held back at all. In fact, he had put in even more force than before. "What's wrong?" Kenpachi grinned, gripping his sword in one hand. His towering figure loomed over Guy. "Did your strength get weaker?" Kenpachi suddenly swung his jagged sword, bringing it down hard on Guy's shoulder. Guy didn't dodge. The blade struck his shoulder directly, but there was no scene of blood spraying or a severed limb. Instead, Kenpachi felt as if he had struck an unyielding mass of steel. A powerful recoil shot through his arm, making his grip tremble in pain. Guy's black hair began to rise on its own, despite the lack of wind. A swirling current of energy surrounded him. "Is that really all the strength you've got?" Guy countered. Normally, he wasn't aggressive by nature, but the demeanor of these Shinigami irked him. Kenpachi, however, showed no fear in the face of this unknown power. He looked utterly exhilarated. He didn't care about winning or losing. He only wanted to revel in battle. "Come on. Show me all your strength." Boom. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Guy, sending shockwaves outward. The sheer force blasted through the air, creating razor-sharp winds that forced many to shut their eyes. A swirling blue aura encircled Guy, his eyes now glowing white with pure energy. His black hair stood completely on end, his skin flushed with a deep purplish-red hue as veins bulged across his body. Within the blue chakra, a visible white radiance burst forth from Guy's body, enveloping him in a glowing aura, as if a true god had descended upon the world. Dark markings slowly crept up his cheeks. The Sixth Gate. Demonic Vanquishing Form. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 367, ch 367, You're Too Weak. Due to Makoto's alterations to history, the Eight Gates technique in this world had never achieved any particularly dazzling feats. Few truly understood its full power, aside from Makoto himself, only a handful, including Kakashi, had any real knowledge of it. The outside world only recognized Guy as an exceptionally powerful taijutsu user, but no one, not even Kakashi, knew the true extent of his strength. Everyone watching the live broadcast was tense, hoping that Guy, representing the empire of the living world, could secure a victory and turn the tide. In the Siriidi's interdimensional exchange event, the aura radiating from Guy was not Reiatsu, yet it weighed upon everyone like a towering mountain. With one hand, he directly grabbed Kenpachi Zaraki's jagged sword, gripping the blade itself. Kenpachi increased the force in his grip, but to his surprise, it felt as though his sword had been embedded into an immovable mountain. No matter how much strength he applied, it wouldn't budge an inch. A surge of immense Reiatsu erupted from Kenpachi, vast and overwhelming like a boundless ocean. Just as he was about to engage in a contest of raw strength with Guy suddenly swung his fist with lightning speed, smashing it into Kenpachi's abdomen. Boom. A powerful shockwave burst out from Kenpachi's back, sending a violent tremor through the air. The distant Sekiseki wall behind him cracked from the impact. Gah. Kenpachi coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. He nearly collapsed to his knees. Captain Kenpachi. The captains in the seating area widened their eyes in shock. Just one punch had left even Captain Kenpachi unable to endure it. They all understood Kenpachi's strength, which made this scene even more astonishing. An attack that even Sekiseki couldn't absorb. Guy released Kenpachi's sword, watching as the latter propped himself up on it. With a calm expression, he said, "What's wrong? Is that all you've got?" His fighting style appeared simple and unadorned, but every strike was pushed to its absolute limit, so fast that ordinary people had no chance of dodging. Kenpachi coughed a few times, then looked up at the men before him. Instead of frustration, a wild grin spread across his face. "Oi, why'd you stop?" Guy's glowing white eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you truly not afraid of death? If I really kill you, it would mean breaking the rules." Kenpachi scoffed. "Rules? What a load of crap. Just fight. Either I kill you, or you kill me." As soon as he spoke, an overwhelming surge of Reiatsu erupted from his body. His jagged blade swung upward in a sudden slash, sending a powerful, concentrated shockwave of sword energy hurtling toward Guy. However, the moment it came close, the blue aura surrounding Guy instantly dissipated it. Kenpachi wasted no time. With a quick reversal of his grip, he slashed again. Guy's expression remained unchanged, he simply raised an arm and blocked the strike with the back of his hand. Clang. The jagged blade struck his hand, yet the impact produced a sharp metallic ring, as if it had struck solid steel. Kenpachi had anticipated this. Without hesitation, he leaped backward to create distance. However, at that moment, Guy suddenly twisted in place. Before his foot even touched the ground, he lashed out with a diagonal kick at empty air. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long white energy blade slashed through the air at an unimaginable speed, barely visible to the naked eye. It shot past Kenpachi's head in an instant. Boom! In the distance, the Sekiseki wall was struck by the energy blade, leaving behind a deep, narrow trench. Missed, Guy slowly lowered his leg, his expression emotionless. "I did it on purpose." Jingle. A small bell tied to Kenpachi's hair came loose and fell to the ground, severed by the very edge of the energy blade. Had the attack been just slightly more precise, it wouldn't have been the bell that fell. The entire arena fell into dead silence. The sheer power of Guy's kick was evident just by looking at the terrifying trench carved into the distant Sekiseki wall. Kakashi watched Guy in the arena, falling into quiet contemplation. The Sixth Gate alone has already reached this level. If Guy were to truly go all out, even I might. Mei couldn't help but swallow hard. So all the seniors are this terrifying. Kayaraku's expression grew solemn. Even a fully chanted Danku probably wouldn't be able to block that attack. This Might Guy is far stronger than Hyuga Hakumen. After a brief moment of dead silence, something completely unexpected happened. Kenpachi, who had been standing still, suddenly burst into wild laughter. His voice echoed throughout the entire arena and, through the live broadcast, reached everyone watching. "Might Guy, is it?" Kenpachi's voice was hoarse as he locked his beast-like gaze onto Guy. Next time, don't miss. As he spoke, he reached for the eye patch he had been wearing and tore it off, revealing his other perfectly intact eye. In the audience, someone exclaimed excitedly, "Captain is finally getting serious." "So, you're not one-eyed," Guy remarked, though his tone carried no surprise. Kenpachi held the eye patch in his hand and said, "This thing is a product of the Technology Development Bureau. It constantly suppresses and drains my Ryatsu." All the Shinigami present could feel it. Kenpachi's Ryatsu was rising rapidly. Some of the weaker-seated officers were already feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Guy smirked. "Oh. So, is your Ryatsu stronger than your head, Captain?" Kenpachi's eyes flickered at those words, but he didn't respond. Guy continued, "So basically, your ability to control your Ryatsu is just terrible. That's why you need that thing to avoid accidentally hurting others, right?" Among the 10 crown guards, Mei couldn't help but whisper to the person beside her, "Why did I never notice Guy was this sharp-tongued?" The Guy she remembered was always an overly cheerful and optimistic person, so optimistic it was almost unsettling. She had never quite gotten used to it. Shursue muttered in a low voice, "Guy-senpai is standing up for Hakumen-senpai." Kenpachi's Ryatsu had finally surged to its peak. Out of the corner of his eye, Guy observed the reactions of the audience. Some people were already grimacing in pain, which gave him a rough idea of the level. Kenpachi's Ryatsu at this moment was likely even more terrifying than the sudden surge Kairaku had unleashed in the previous fight. But unfortunately for him, Guy was not a Shinigami, so Ryatsu had little effect on him. Kenpachi suddenly moved, his speed now leagues beyond what it had been before. But in Guy's eyes, it didn't seem all that different. He had not only opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates release formation but also activated the 6th level of the Sage mark on his body. At this moment, he was the strongest among the 10 crown guards. In the entire Sun Empire, he was second only to His Majesty. His jet-black hair stood on end, wildly dancing in the turbulent energy. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The captains in the seating area widened their eyes in shock at his sheer speed. Even Aizen couldn't help but adjust his glasses. Fast. Too fast. Guy disappeared for several seconds, almost no one could track his movements. Kenpachi stood still, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Just as he was about to call out, his vision blurred. A cold, indifferent voice rang in his ear, accompanied by a searing pain in his chest. "Weak. You're too weak." Boom. Another powerful shockwave burst forth, piercing through Kenpachi's body. In the distance, the pristine white wall, previously unshaken, shattered completely, crumbling to the ground. Under everyone's disbelieving gazes, Kenpachi's body wavered like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily onto the ground. The fallen captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpachi, the strongest swordsman in the Soul Society. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevat 300+ ch. Chapter 368, ch 368, Tsunade vs Anohana. Anohana Retsu cast a glance at the 4th Division members who had been waiting on standby. Realizing her signal, they quickly rushed forward to examine the fallen Kenpachi before reporting, "Captain Kenpachi has not suffered any fatal injuries." Anohana gestured for them to carry him away. Meanwhile, Makoto glanced toward Tsunade, who was seated further back among the audience. With slight reluctance, Tsunade stood up and approached Kenpachi. Without hesitation, she began treating him on the spot. As Shinigami were originally spiritual beings, their physical structure differed from that of ordinary humans. However, ever since all of Soul Society had been transported to this world, their bodies had undergone integration with those of the living. Kneeling beside him, Tsunade activated her mystical palm jutsu, administering a quick yet effective healing session. The extent of her medical ninjutsu prowess was legendary. During the 4th Ninja World War, her direct disciple, Haruno Sakura, had struggled to heal Shikamaru for an extended period, while Tsunade had been able to restore him with a mere touch. Kenpachi soon opened his eyes. As he glanced at the unfamiliar blonde-haired woman and the gathered 4th Division members, he immediately grasped the situation. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the 4th Division, Tsunade silently returned to her seat. At that moment, Makoto sternly questioned Might Guy in front of everyone. "I told you this was just an exhibition match. How could you hit so hard? Do you even see the Shinigami as true friends?" Guy cooperatively bowed and offered his apologies. Having once served as a bodyguard for a feudal lord, he was no longer some reckless hothead. "Go apologize to Captain Kenpachi properly." "No need," Head Captain Yamamoto interrupted, his tone calm. "Since this is a martial exchange, injuries and clashes are inevitable. It is understandable that one might struggle to hold back in the heat of battle. We believe Guy-san had no ill intentions." Hearing this, Makoto glanced at Guy again and said, "Well, Aren't you going to thank the head captain for his understanding? Thank you, head captain. Ever since the fight ended, Guy had been acting extremely compliant. However, despite the seemingly peaceful atmosphere, many could sense the underlying tension. The upcoming battles were bound to be even more intense. Guy and Kenpachi returned to their respective seats. Kenpachi showed no sign of frustration or resentment from his defeat. Instead, he remained surprisingly calm, his gaze toward Guy devoid of hostility. As for Guy, he had already dismissed Kenpachi from his thoughts. At that moment, Makoto suddenly spoke from the head seat. The ninjas here are my personal guards. They are different from ordinary ninja, they possess a unique ability known as Sage Marks. When activated, they can enter Sage mode. The Shinigami were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and even the people watching the live broadcast in the present world were equally shocked. Sage mode. Similar to the release of a Shinigami Zanpakuto, once this mode is activated, one's strength will increase dramatically. Both Hakumen and Guy have already demonstrated this power, Makoto explained. The Emperor was voluntarily revealing the abilities of the 10 Crown Guards. Doing so would only lower their chances of winning in the upcoming battles. Could it be that this Emperor of the present world was truly confident in his victory? Or did he simply not care about the outcome of this exchange event? Sage mode. The name alone carried an imposing presence, and the power that Might Guy had just displayed was indeed terrifying. Many present were not confident they could defeat Kenpachi so easily. Which meant, the next battles would be. Suddenly, Tsunade rose from her seat and stepped into the space between the two rows of participants. She did not bow to the Emperor but instead looked directly at the captain's seat. I am Tsunade. Please grant me the honor of a match. A woman, a young woman, with an exceptional figure and beauty. Kayaraka felt a pang of regret, he shouldn't have taken the stage so early. Tsunade's thoughts were simple. She had no idea how strong these people were or who among them was the strongest or weakest. She just wanted to finish her match as soon as possible and be done with it. The captain's seat fell into a brief silence. If the Crown Guard's representative at this moment had been a man, there would have been no hesitation. Seeing this, Aizen prepared to stand. He considered that his timing didn't matter, whether he fought now or later was irrelevant. In fact, if he waited too long, potential injuries and shifting circumstances might make things inconvenient. However, to his surprise, someone else moved before he could. Captain of the 4th Division, Retsu Anohana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. A dignified and gentle-looking woman stepped forward. Her long black hair was braided into 2 plaits resting over her chest, and her loose-fitting robes concealed her figure. She exuded an aura of kindness and warmth, an elegant, mature woman who, at first glance, inspired immediate goodwill. At this moment, Makoto's gaze flickered with intrigue as he studied her. He knew exactly how terrifying this woman was, despite her delicate and harmless appearance. Her true name, Yuichiro Anohana. 1,000 years ago, she was a notorious villain, the first Kenpachi. Among the Gotei 13 captains, her strength ranked among the highest. And yet, such a formidable individual was now the head of the Siriitei's Medical and Support Division, the 4th Division. Anohana's thoughts mirrored Tsunade's, she had no real desire to participate in this exchange event. However, the 12th Division captain, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, had provided a more compelling reason to avoid battle, securing a valid excuse under the guise of necessity. Ending the battle quickly was fine. If the opponent turned out to be too strong, Anohana could simply surrender, no one would hold it against the 4th Division captain. Besides, Tsunade's method of healing Kenpachi had piqued her interest. But if Tsunade was allowed to participate in this exchange event, it was obvious she wasn't just a medic. Makoto chuckled. Don't forget the purpose of this match, stop before causing serious harm. He understood that the outcome of this battle would depend entirely on Anohana's will. At her current level, Tsunade was probably not her match. Stop before causing serious harm. Tsunade frowned slightly in her heart. Controlling her strength was never easy for her. At worst, she'd just beat Anohana half to death and heal her afterward. At the same time, in present-day Konoha. It's Lady Tsunade. It's her match. Shizun suddenly got excited, pointing at the TV screen and shouting. Shizun, isn't this the Tsunade from another world? Rin asked from beside her. Yeah, my master isn't participating. Lady Tsunade will definitely win, right? Of course. Tsunade's popularity in the real world was undeniably high. Most people weren't even aware that there were 2 Tsunades. When she had healed Kenpachi earlier, the viewers watching the live broadcast had already been thrilled. Siriitei Real World Exchange Tournament, Central Arena. Anohana slowly drew her sword, smiling gently. Miss Tsunade, I am also a medical practitioner. Our fight might be rather dull. Her words slightly surprised Tsunade. She pondered for a moment before responding, in that case, even better. It means I'll have fewer concerns while fighting. Anohana's half-closed eyes twinkled with amusement. This Tsunade, she's quite aggressive. Are all people from the living world this bold? Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 369, ch 369, A Battle Between Women. The third match of the two-world exchange, A Battle Between Women. Both combatants were stunningly beautiful, one with a fiery, breathtaking figure, the other exuding an air of dignified elegance and gentle grace. This match stirred even more anticipation than the previous two. Even if the battle itself didn't surpass the earlier fights, simply witnessing these two women clash was already a spectacle worth watching. Tsunade casually tossed aside her green haori, leaving her in a sleeveless top that showcased her toned, athletic figure. Her overwhelming curves drew countless eager gazes. After Vice Captain Sasakai Chojiro completed the formalities, only the two fighters remained in the center of the arena. A breeze swept in through the shattered white Sekiseki wall in the distance, ruffling Anohana's robes and sending Tsunade's single ponytail swaying with the wind. Tsunade focused on her opponent. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but the previously gentle and harmless-looking Anohana now exuded a faint aura of danger. Judging by the last two fights, a captain's strength was definitely nothing to take lightly. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade declared, "I'm coming." The moment her voice fell, she launched herself forward like a cannonball. Though her speed wasn't as monstrous as Might Guy's earlier display, she was still incredibly fast. Anohana calmly watched her charge, showing no change in expression. With a single hand gripping her blade, she lightly leaped back, evading the incoming attack. Boom. The ground where Tsunade had landed exploded violently, sending tremors echoing through the battlefield. Tsunade's tightly clenched fist did not halt even though her target had vanished. Instead, it smashed directly into the ground. In an instant, the smooth floor cracked apart, sending countless fissures radiating outward. The next second, massive chunks of stone erupted violently from beneath the earth. Within mere moments, the area within several meters of Tsunade had turned into a field of shattered debris and rubble. Was this really human strength? Everyone who witnessed the scene was left utterly speechless, their shock beyond words. Anohana, who had initially planned to cast a Kido spell after retreating, now halted her movements. Her eyes narrowed slightly. If that punch had landed, this wouldn't be a laughing matter. It seemed her opponent had some real skill. Standing amidst the rising dust of the ruined battlefield, Tsunade flexed her fist. Her hand was slender and delicate-looking, making it almost unbelievable that such terrifying strength could come from it. It had been a while since her last serious battle, her body felt a bit rusty. Heido number 31, Shak Keiho. A blazing fireball shot forth from Anohana's hands, surging directly toward Tsunade. However, Tsunade's eyes flickered. She wove chakra around her hand and, with a single palm strike, effortlessly smacked the fireball apart. Swoosh! Her figure vanished as she leaped high into the air, charging straight at Anohana with incredible speed. Bakudo number 62, Hyaparankin. Anohana stood in place, raising one hand high. Countless glowing hexagonal pillars shot forth, sealing off all possible escape routes for Tsunade in midair. However, Tsunade moved with astonishing speed. With a single punch, she shattered one of the pillars. Then, timing her movements precisely, she used another pillar as a foothold to propel herself even higher. Like a falling mountain, she came crashing down. Boom. The entire ground trembled violently. This attack was even more powerful than before, and its destructive range was far greater. Half of the entire arena was reduced to rubble. Had this battle taken place in the human world rather than Soul Society, this strike alone might have caused underground water to burst forth. As the dust and debris slowly settled, only a thick haze remained. The audience let out a collective breath. The sheer force of that attack had felt like an earthquake, yet it had been unleashed by a woman who looked no older than 20. Where was Captain Anohana? Countless spectators craned their necks, searching the smoke-filled ruins for any sign of her. Yet, within the dissipating dust, only a single golden-haired figure stood. Tsunade lowered her gaze, glancing down at her abdomen. Her clothing had been sliced open, revealing fair skin beneath. A faint white steam rose from the wound. Just now, Tsunade had been wounded, a slash across her abdomen, but thanks to her powerful physique, she healed almost instantly. Bakudo number 75, Gochuteken. A thunderous roar came from above as 5 massive iron pillars, connected by thick chains, locked onto Tsunade's position and began to descend. More of these kinds of techniques. Tsunade looked up, expressionless. Just as the pillars were about to strike the ground, she suddenly vanished in a blur of speed. Boom. 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 In the next instant, all 5 massive iron pillars shattered into countless fragments. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. The glowing chains, empowered by Anohana's Ryatsu, thickened immensely, transforming into a massive serpent that roared as it shot toward Tsunade. More of these same tricks. Tsunade was growing impatient. She slammed a fist into the already fractured ground, causing countless stones to rise up, blocking the path of the snake-like chains. Dark markings began to spread slowly across her face as a massive surge of chakra erupted from her body. Swish. In a flash, Tsunade reappeared beside Anohana, her speed now on a completely different level than before. Anohana was slightly surprised by the sudden shift. She could hear the roar of Tsunade's punch cutting through the air, but just before impact, an invisible force stopped the attack. A glowing barrier surrounded Anohana's body. Ha! The barrier couldn't hold back Tsunade's punch for more than a second, but that brief moment was enough for Anohana to react. Boom. A solid hit. Tsunade was certain she had struck her opponent directly, sending her flying. Splurt. Blood splattered onto the ground, the wound was deep. Tsunade stared in shock at her own right hand, where bone was visible through the torn flesh. She hadn't even seen her opponent draw her blade. It was the same with the wound on her abdomen earlier. Was her sword draw just that fast? Her hand rapidly regenerated, fresh blood sizzling as it evaporated into steam, leaving no trace of the injury. Tsunade turned her gaze forward. Several dozen meters away, Anohana stood unharmed despite taking a direct hit. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, her right hand, which had only been casting Kido until now, slowly moved to the hilt of her blade. Shing. The sword had a slightly deeper curve than usual, and as it left its sheath, an overwhelming pressure filled the air. The captain of the 4th Division, leader of the medical corps. Anohana's voice remained as gentle as ever. It seems I'll have to show some real skill, or who knows how this battle will end. Many found her words absurd, effortlessly casting high-level Kido like Heido number 75 without incantation. Wasn't that already true skill? Whoosh. Before Tsunade could react, Anohana had already appeared right in front of her. A flash of cold steel, a blade. Tsunade instinctively stepped back and reached out to block it directly. Her body was tough, she didn't fear blades, didn't fear injuries. But in that fleeting moment of flashing steel, she caught a glimpse of cold, indifferent eyes, and suddenly, an icy pain pierced her chest. Splurt. Anohana's sword was caught in Tsunade's grip, held tightly, even as it sliced into her palm. Ignoring her bleeding hand, Tsunade looked down, and found that, at some point, a short blade had stabbed into her chest. In an instant, she understood. That was why her hand and abdomen had been wounded earlier. This woman hadn't drawn her sword at all, she had a hidden, smaller blade. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. The two women remained locked in a tense struggle, one gripping the hilt, the other clutching the blade, when suddenly, Anohana's free hand pressed against Tsunade's shoulder. In an instant, a pillar of white light shot through Tsunade, while glowing yellow chains wrapped tightly around her. At such close range, dodging was impossible, she was completely bound. TCH. Tsunade hissed, her body collapsing onto the ground. Though her strength was immense, it was built for burst power, not gradual resistance. The Ryatsu-infused chains made it difficult to break free. Now you shouldn't be able to move, right? Anohana stood over her, holding her sword with one hand, her usual gentle smile back on her face. It was as if the cold, piercing gaze Tsunade had seen moments ago had never existed, only she had seen it. The match seemed decided, yet the entire arena fell into dead silence. Regardless of pure strength, her ruthless and decisive methods made everyone re-evaluate this seemingly warm and kind woman. From the captain's seats, Kenpachi's eyes flickered with intrigue as he stared at Anohana, deep in thought. A true veteran, after all. Kairaku clicked his tongue in admiration. On the ground, Tsunade struggled briefly, then suddenly stilled. Her expression calm, she spoke evenly. What? Do you think you've won already? Anohana replied, even if you still have strength left, you should know, I had plenty of chances to finish you off while you were down. Tsunade, however, smirked. Then why don't you drive your sword into my throat and see if I actually die? Anohana's eyes narrowed slightly. And then. The ground trembled once more. With a thunderous boom, a massive vine, thick as an arm, suddenly erupted from the earth. A second vine, then a third, followed. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 370, ch 370, Anohana's Sword. Rumble. In just a short moment, an immense forest of towering trees emerged in the arena, obstructing the view of many spectators. This was the first time since the start of the exchange event that the ninja side had unleashed such a large-scale jutsu, leaving many people astonished. Within the dense wooden forest, Anohana was swiftly maneuvering through the trees. Countless thick vines came at her from all directions. She swung her blade, slicing through them one after another, but new ones rapidly sprouted in their place, growing endlessly. Seeing that all paths were being sealed off by the massive trees and vines, Anohana stopped trying to evade and instead came to a halt, preparing to cast another Kido spell. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. A colossal pillar of lightning-clad energy shot forth, instantly piercing through the entire forest like a divine blade splitting the heavens. The blinding white light swept across the battlefield, severing all the massive trees in its path. She can still forego incantations while casting an 88th level Heido. Even the captains were deeply shaken. Anohana's Ryatsu was far too powerful, and she had yet to even release her Zanpakuto. Rumble. Explosions echoed continuously as over 100 colossal trees were reduced to wreckage, crashing down in all directions. As the dust settled and the view became clear again, Anohana finally noticed, a massive wooden dragon was descending upon her from above. Anohana prepared to dodge, but the dragon's massive body was both swift and agile, leaving her with no room to evade. For a brief moment, she heard an ancient dragon's roar resonate in her ears, stirring a strange impulse within her. Rather than avoiding the attack, she suddenly had the urge to withstand it head-on, just to see how much damage it could do. This woman, Tsunade, is very strong. The same was true for the one called Might Guy. His battle against Kenpachi had been completely effortless. Are all the other members of the 10 Crowns just as powerful? A sudden unease welled up within Anohana Retsu. She feared that if she continued fighting at this intensity, she would no longer be able to restrain herself. I'm starting to forget myself. Boom. The massive wooden dragon came crashing down, swallowing her whole. This time, she neither dodged nor attempted to counter the attack. Amid the billowing dust and flying debris, a figure swiftly landed atop the dragon. It was Tsunade. She stood high above, looking down at Anohana, who was pinned beneath the dragon's crushing weight. What's wrong? Have you finally reached your limit? Anohana still held her sword in hand. The immense impact had torn parts of her haori, and some strands of her tightly braided hair had come loose. She gripped the hilt of her blade firmly, only to relax her hold a moment later. Then, she raised her other hand. At first, Tsunade thought she was about to surrender. But to her surprise, Anohana's open palm was directed straight at her. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. Blinding lightning instantly shattered the dragon's head, engulfing Tsunade in its brilliant radiance. Boom. As the light dissipated, a figure wreathed in white steam landed on the ground. Her golden hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and her right arm was a bloody mess, yet the shredded flesh was rapidly regenerating before their eyes. Tsunade had taken the full brunt of the attack with her arm. Though she had sustained grievous injuries, her body displayed an absolutely terrifying regeneration ability, making even Anohana start to believe her earlier claim about surviving a blade through the throat. Swish. Anohana flash-stepped in an instant, appearing right before Tsunade. Her blade slashed horizontally, but Tsunade was prepared this time. Ignoring the danger, she grabbed the sword directly with her bare hand, clenching her right fist tightly before swinging it forward with all her might. Splurt. Cold steel pierced through flesh once again. It was that same short hidden dagger. Tsunade hadn't even seen when her opponent struck. She only felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. This time, Anohana didn't aim for her chest. She had realized that dealing a seemingly fatal wound was useless. Instead, she sought to restrict her movements. Bakudo number 1, Sai. Tsunade suddenly felt an invisible force restraining her arms. At that moment, Anohana swiftly pulled her sword free from Tsunade's grasp. Swish. Now that her blade was unrestrained, Anohana didn't hesitate. She swung directly at her opponent. The two figures crossed past each other in a flash. A fresh wound tore open across Tsunade's abdomen, a long, narrow gash spilling fresh blood in a crimson wave. Anohana's hands trembled. But it wasn't fear. Nor was it exhaustion or nervousness. It was excitement. This long-awaited, intense battle made every cell in her body, every reishi particle, begin to tremble with exhilaration. Had she held back just now? Otherwise, that slash should have been enough to cut Tsunade in half. No. No. TSS. Tsunade hissed through gritted teeth, the sharp pain surging through her as her body once again began to rapidly regenerate. Injury after injury, she had no idea where her limit lay. So she simply stopped defending. She stopped dodging. The searing pain coursing through her body made this dreamlike world feel real. She was enjoying the battle. Enjoying the sensation of bleeding. Anohana turned to look at her and suddenly spoke. It hurts, doesn't it? Tsunade scoffed coldly. Don't worry, you'll get to feel it soon enough. She thought Anohana was mocking her, but this female captain's speed and reaction time were beyond extraordinary. Even after entering Sage mode, Tsunade still found it difficult to keep up. Anohana's gaze flickered toward the blood pooling beneath Tsunade's feet, steaming and evaporating into this world. In that moment, a chill of clarity washed over her. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the spectators. One by one, they were all enthralled by the battle unfolding before them. Her battle. She was Captain Retsu Anohana of the 4th Division. Without a word, she quietly slid her Zanpakuto back into its sheath. What's wrong? Tsunade frowned at the sight. Anohana spoke calmly. If we continue fighting like this, who knows how long it will last. This is just a spar, a friendly exchange meant to promote harmony between our two worlds. Now she was saying something like this. After all those relentless slashes just moments ago. Tsunade scoffed, her gaze cold and piercing. Are you saying you want to surrender? Anohana replied, I'd like to settle it in a single decisive exchange, like Captain Kairaka did. How about that? The two stood meters apart, surrounded by shattered wood and ruined earth. If you can land even a single punch on me, I doubt I'll be able to withstand it with your level of strength. She said this, but Tsunade knew Anohana's speed made the likelihood of landing a hit extremely low. The only way to turn the battle in her favor was to rely on her superior regeneration and would release techniques to drag out the fight until Anohana finally showed a weakness. But then Anohana added. I understand that speed isn't your forte, so for me, I must land 10 slashes to claim victory. Tsunade's face instantly darkened. This condition was outright humiliating. She let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Should I be grateful for your generosity? Anohana simply said, I just don't wish to continue fighting. Lady Tsunade, there's no need for such hostility. A spar is just a spar. You and I are simply, ourselves. She could sense that this Tsunade harbored an intense resentment, not just toward her, but toward everything. TCH. You talk too much. Boom. Tsunade's body erupted once more with a torrent of chakra, her golden hair wildly billowing in the air. The markings of Sage Mode flared at maximum output, and her entire presence transformed. Anohana, however, remained composed, gripping her slightly curved Zanpakuto with both hands. Come to think of it, you haven't even seen my true swordsmanship yet. Until now, she had only been slashing and thrusting with sheer speed, but nothing beyond that. Tsunade launched forward like a cannonball, exploding from her position. If you can land even a single slash, I'll count it as your win. Anohana's eyes opened slightly. No. I said 10 slashes. 10 slashes it will be. Her voice carried a distinct chill. She yearned for battle, yet feared it at the same time. For 1,000 years, she had lived only for atonement. She had sworn never to return to who she once was. If this fight continued unchecked, she feared she might lose herself once more. Tsunade closed the distance in a blink, the air roared around her, her fist glowing with blue energy. This punch could obliterate everything in its path. Skying. At that moment, Tsunade heard the distinct sound of a blade being drawn. A glint of cold steel. A shadow streaking through the air. This strike was unimaginably fast. Countless sword flashes seemed to appear all at once. Tsunade's eyes widened, she felt as if she was about to be torn apart by the overwhelming blade light. She threw her punch with all her might, but it struck nothing but air, smashing heavily into the ground. Boom. The sheer impact shattered the earth, sending splintered trees and broken stones surging like waves through the ground. In the distance, the towering white walls of the Siriidii trembled, and some of the seated officers were thrown off their feet by the shockwave. Neither of the previous two battles had reached this scale. Neither had carried this weight. Everyone's hearts trembled. The fallen Shinigami hurriedly lifted their heads, gaze locked onto the battlefield. Anohana was the first to reappear, standing atop the splintered trunk of a broken giant tree. Her Zanpakuto had already been sheathed, her white haori slightly torn, though her hair remained mostly intact. A timely gust of wind swept through the field, dispersing the lingering dust and smoke. Tsunade stood at the center of a massive, perfectly round crater, completely unharmed. Her expression was calm, her arms resting naturally at her sides. Neither seemed injured. Neither seemed exhausted. The battle could continue. But instead, Tsunade turned her gaze to Chojiro, who stood in the distance. I lost. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. How had the match been decided? Had all the accumulated injuries finally caught up with her? No. The answer lay in their wager. When Tsunade caught a glimpse of the sword light, 10 thin red marks had already appeared across her body. The cuts were so shallow that not even blood seeped out before they instantly healed, yet Tsunade could still feel the faint sting of each one. 10 strikes. Her opponent could have severed her arms and legs or taken her head. 10 strikes. Tsunade did not mind losing, she was not someone who couldn't accept defeat. She simply felt regret that the battle had ended so soon. This Captain Anohana, her strength was truly far above her own. Tsunade had already given everything she had, Yet Anohana hadn't even released her Zanpakuto. To force herself to fight until complete defeat would be true stubbornness, not courage. She cast one last glance at the figure of Anohana standing high above, then turned to look at Hyuga Makoto, seated in the chief's seat. Without hesitation, she turned away and strode back to her seat. It wasn't until Chojiro officially declared the results that many finally snapped out of their daze. The battle had been fierce, yet its ending had caught everyone off guard. In the living world, those watching the live broadcast remained silent for a long time. Lady Tsunade, lost. Rin murmured in disbelief. Lady Tsunade did everything she could. Shizun finally spoke. The opponent was just too strong. At the Siri-ITI exchange meeting, after a brief moment of silence, a wave of thunderous applause erupted, a genuine, heartfelt response from the Shinigami. It had been a spectacular match. The ninja were far stronger than many had expected. Every Shinigami present had now completely set aside their underestimation of them. And as for Captain Anohana, her power was beyond anyone's imagination. Her Ryatsu felt like a bottomless abyss. What a spectacular match. I never expected the captain of the medical division in Siri-ITI to be this powerful. Makoto paid no mind to Tsunade's lack of formal greeting, simply smiling as he turned to Yamamoto beside him. At that moment, Anohana returned, offering a graceful bow to both Yamamoto and Makoto before returning to her seat. Yamamoto remarked, "Miss Tsunade must also be highly skilled in medical techniques." Makoto chuckled, "In this field, there is much that ninja and Shinigami can learn from each other. Advancing together will be beneficial, especially in future joint efforts to purify hollows. What do you think, head captain?" Yamamoto nodded slightly. "Your Majesty has great foresight." At the 10 Crown Guard seats, Mei glanced at Tsunade with concern. "Tsunade-san, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Tsunade gave her a brief look, responding indifferently, "I'm fine." Her cold attitude made Mei secretly pout, thinking, "I'm number 8, you're number 9, I'm technically your senpai, you know." Yet, Tsunade's mind was elsewhere. Now that she had lost, she couldn't help but wonder how Makoto would deal with her. Before joining this exchange event, the two of them had made a strict agreement. She was allowed to win, but never to lose. At worst, he'll just humiliate me again. Her gaze flickered, deep in thought, completely unaware of her surroundings. However, she did notice one thing. The way Anohana was looking at her. She looked back, only to see Anohana giving her a gentle smile. This woman is good at hiding her true nature. Behind that smile, she was undoubtedly a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to take a life. At the chief seats, after exchanging some pleasantries with Yamamoto, Makoto resumed the proceedings of the exchange event. The fourth match, who would step onto the stage next? Both the captain's seats and the 10 Crown Guard seats showed subtle signs of tension. Even Aizen was in no hurry now, his interest had shifted to observing the strange and diverse powers of the ninja present. From the captain's seats, someone rose to their feet and stepped forward. A towering, broad-shouldered figure, his face obscured by an iron mask, concealing his true appearance. "I am Sajin Komamura, captain of the 7th Division. Please, grant me the honor of this duel." His deep, resonant voice carried strength and composure, his aura making it clear he was not to be underestimated. With both Yamamoto and the Emperor of the Living World present, Komamura chose not to refer to himself as "this old man," opting for more formal speech instead. "I am Uchiha Shursue. I would like to spar with you." A young voice quickly followed Kamamura's words. Shursue stepped forward from his seat. His attire was neat and practical, clad in a Konoha combat uniform, with a short sword strapped to his back, one of the few 10 Crown Guards who wielded a weapon. This immediately piqued the interest of many onlookers. At the chief seat, Makoto also revealed a smile of intrigue. "This match is like a Gundam vs. Gundam. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 371, ch 371, Tengen Myo vs. Susanoo. Clashing Steel and Flashing Shadows. Uchiha Shursue displayed exceptional swordsmanship and speed, making it difficult for Komamura Sajin to gain any advantage over him. However, Komamura was somewhat surprised by his opponent's strength. No longer underestimating him due to his youth, he acknowledged Shursue as a worthy adversary deserving of respect. The battle had now lasted nearly 10 minutes, yet neither had unleashed large-scale, dazzling techniques like in the previous matches. Instead, they showcased pure swordsmanship, strike after strike, technique against technique. This suited Komamura's fighting style well, as his Zanpakuto was a direct combat type. "Captain Komamura, aren't you planning to release your Zanpakuto?" Shursue took advantage of a brief pause to speak to him. Komamura, having thoroughly enjoyed the swordplay, chuckled at the question. Only if you show enough strength to warrant it. Shisui stood with his sword in one hand, the other hand tucked behind his back. A subtle, knowing smile appeared on his sunlit face. Then, Captain Komamura, you'd better be careful. As he spoke, his dark eyes slowly morphed into the three-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, he vanished with a shunshin, reappearing midair while launching a rapidly spinning shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a single hand seal, the lone shuriken suddenly multiplied into a rain of countless dark shadows, cascading toward the ground like a torrential storm. Komamura's eyes widened in surprise. He instinctively prepared to evade with Shuinpa, but the sheer scale of the attack left him with an immediate realization: there was nowhere to escape. He raised his Zanpakuto high and swung it fiercely, unleashing a powerful sword pressure that instantly carved a gap through the rain of shuriken. But when he tried to locate Shisui again, his opponent had already vanished without a trace. Komamura remained on high alert, immediately slashing his blade to the side, only to cleave through an afterimage. The next second, his vision seemed to blur, Shisui's figure multiplied in all directions, surrounding him with dozens of identical copies. What? Komamura's mind shook. Without hesitation, he released a surge of Ryatsu, his Ryatsu bursting outward. Roar, Tenken. From seemingly nowhere, a massive black hand materialized, gripping an enormous tachi. The sheer force behind it was unstoppable, it swept through the clones in an instant, obliterating them like fragile illusions. All fakes. Komamura thought to himself, his senses sharpening. Suddenly, one of the Shisui clones rushed toward him at incredible speed, prompting Komamura to swiftly raise his blade in defense. Clang. Steel clashed against steel, ringing through the battlefield. This one's real. Komamura felt certain. He ignored the other incoming Shisuis, focusing entirely on the one in front of him. However, just as he was about to command Tenken to attack, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his back, shoulder, and thigh. Slash. The sensation of blades cutting into his flesh sent a jolt of agony through his body. Blood splattered into the air. Komamura's eyes widened in shock. His stance wavered slightly, only to realize, in horror, that the Shisui he had locked blades with had already faded into an afterimage. The wounds weren't severe, and since his opponent hadn't pressed the attack, Komamura had a brief moment to breathe. With a powerful swing of his massive blade, he cleared space and retreated to a safer position. So, he's starting to use these troublesome techniques. Komamura thought to himself, his grip tightening around his Zanpakuto. Is Captain Komamura unharmed? Shisui asked with a bright, sunny smile, his expression full of warmth and sincerity. The sight of it made quite a few female officers in the audience blush. Handsome, young, incredibly strong, and even kind. Many were already captivated. Even Mei, seated among the 10 crown guards, found herself gazing at Shisui in admiration. If he were just a few years older, I would absolutely make him mine. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively glanced toward the emperor seated at the head of the gathering, her expression briefly complicated. Meanwhile, Komamura's expression remained firm. You underestimate me, sir. His deep, steady voice carried no trace of amusement. With his imposing frame standing tall, he pointed his blade directly at Shisui, ready to continue the fight. You may use all your techniques at once, I will take them all head-on. Komamura truly saw this exchange as a friendly spar between both sides. Though they all spoke of victory and defeat being unimportant, in the end, he was still representing Soul Society, Siriitii, and the Shinigami. Shisui smiled. It seems Captain Komamura doesn't enjoy this kind of battle style. Komamura, however, responded firmly, a battle is a battle, why should the methods matter? If you can defeat me, that simply means you are stronger. With that, he took his stance and let out a deep roar, Tingen. The massive arm wielding a blade came crashing down toward Shisui. Just from the sheer scale of the attack, it was clear, this was not something that could be blocked head-on. But just as Komamura struck, he suddenly felt his vision blur, Shisui's speed had increased by an entire level. His eyes now glowed an eerie crimson. Boom. A surge of powerful chakra exploded around Komamura. He raised a hand and unleashed a palm strike, but it only shattered an afterimage. Clink. Something fell to the ground, it was Komamura's shoulder armor, bearing a fresh cut. Komamura stood frozen for a moment, tightening his grip on his fist and blade. Hidden beneath his iron mask, his expression remained unreadable. He hadn't blocked it. He hadn't dodged it. Shisui had plenty of options for where to strike. Even if the attack wasn't fatal, it would have left a wound. It seems. I have been underestimated. Komamura spoke in a deep voice, his gaze locked firmly onto the young figure in the distance through his iron mask. Shisui replied calmly, Captain Komamura, you misunderstand. This is just a friendly match, not a life-or-death battle. The purpose of this exchange is to foster understanding between ninjas and Shinigami, there's no need for injuries, is there? A brief silence followed before Komamura spoke again. You are right. However, if you were to leave a few wounds on me, I would be happier. Shirsue's eyes flickered slightly. He realized that by holding back, he might have unintentionally provoked Komamura. These captains, their pride really was something else. Swoosh. Komamura suddenly raised his blade horizontally, pressing his other hand against his arm. It seems I will be the first to unleash Bankai in this exchange. I wonder if that is an honor, or a disgrace. Bankai. Shirsue's eyes sharpened. Before coming here, he had studied the basics. He knew that a Zanpakuto's ultimate release, Bankai, was a high-level technique usually only mastered by captain-class Shinigami. Once activated, it would drastically enhance the wielder's power, making them incomparable to their previous state. It wasn't just him, everyone present, whether Shinigami or ninja, tensed up, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the battlefield. For the ninjas, this would be their first time witnessing a Bankai. And even for the Shinigami, seeing a captain unleash their Bankai was a rare sight. No one wanted to miss this moment. Bankai. Komamura Sajin let out a thunderous roar, his Ryatsu surging to its peak. The sheer intensity was terrifying. Unlike the previous captains, none of whom had used Bankai, this display of overwhelming power left many seated Shinigami looking visibly strained and uncomfortable. Rumble. The ground trembled as a colossal shadow slowly rose behind Komamura. A towering black-armored warrior emerged, wielding a massive blade. Its sheer presence seemed to blot out the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring and terrifying aura. Kakujo Tingen Myo-o. Standing on the ground, Komamura swung his Zanpakuto, and in perfect synchronization, the black-armored warrior mirrored his exact movements. Not far away, Shirsue looked up at this towering figure, his gaze flickering with intrigue. He muttered, "So this is Captain Kamamura's Bankai." "That's right." Kamamura's deep voice responded. But in the next moment, Shirsue grinned and casually slid his short blade back into its sheath. "In that case, I can't hold back either. I think it's time to show some of my real power." As soon as his words fell, the patterns in his eyes shifted once more, transforming into a black four-pointed windmill, the signature shape of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Vibrant green chakra flared to life around him, flickering like flames. This energy rapidly took shape, forming a skeletal frame that encased Shirsue's body. Another giant warrior now stood in the center of the arena. However, unlike the black-armored titan, this figure was distinctly more sinister. Its glowing form exuded an eerie, menacing presence, resembling a demonic entity that had crawled out from the depths of hell itself. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 372, ch 372, You're piloting a Gundam 2. Considering the strength of the captain-level combatants, the venue was exceptionally spacious, with 4 towering snow-white walls enclosing the area. However, the appearance of the 2 colossal giants instantly created the sensation of beasts locked in a cage, ready to clash. Unlike the black-armored warrior's simple and traditional appearance, Susanoo stood with twin wings sprouting from its back, concealing 2 long blades. In its hands, it wielded a spiraled sword, its entire form enveloped in green flames, resembling a demon god from the depths of hell. While the captains present were well aware of Kamamura's Bankai, the revelation of Uchiha Shirsue's abilities left countless onlookers astonished. Among the 10 crown guards, only Itachi remained unfazed, showing no surprise. As a fellow Uchiha, Itachi was well aware of the true nature of this power. Shirsue smiled warmly and said, "Captain Komamura, our abilities are quite similar. If you don't mind, I believe we could become good friends after this exchange." Kamamura's eyes flickered with surprise. Aside from hollows, this was the first time he had encountered something that could match the sheer size of Kakujotingen Myo-o. Tightly gripping his Zanpakuto, his gaze wavered slightly as he looked at Shirsue and said, "I recall, your emperor mentioned earlier that you all possess a special ability called Sage Mode, correct?" "That's right. So, you're not planning to use it?" Shirsue smiled. "Sage Mode, huh? I'm not very good at it, so I'd rather not." This response made Kamamura's expression darken slightly. He felt as though he was being underestimated. With a cold snort, he replied, "Then you'd better be careful." With a sudden swing of his blade, the black-armored giant mirrored his movements. The massive sword tore through the air, cleaving straight toward Susanoo. Boom. The spiral sword intercepted the attack, and the clash of the 2 massive blades erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy burst forth, unleashing a violent storm that swept outward in all directions. Susanoo's massive form trembled, its colossal body sliding back a step. What incredible strength! Shirsue thought to himself. His opponent's black-armored warrior possessed terrifying slashing power. If he kept blocking head-on, he might soon find himself at a disadvantage. Whoosh! The black-armored giant once again raised its massive blade high, the edge reaching toward the sky, as if preparing to cleave the very heavens apart. However, Susanoo suddenly flapped its wings, launching itself skyward with explosive force. The gust from its wings sent many seated officers tumbling backward. The colossal shadow ascended into the sky, blotting out the sun. Watching this, both the ninja and the Shinigami felt their throats go dry. Is this truly the power of a human? Susanoo didn't linger in the air for long. It swiftly dove downward, the spiral sword piercing straight toward its opponent with an unstoppable force. The black-armored giant had no choice but to raise its blade in defense. Boom. The deafening explosion nearly ruptured the eardrums of everyone nearby, and the very ground seemed to tremble. Enormous fissures spread out beneath the black-armored giant's feet. As the blinding light faded, it was revealed that the black-armored giant had successfully blocked the strike. But then... zing! A sharp metallic sound rang out as Susanoo fully spread its wings. The extra pair of massive arms hidden within the wings suddenly moved, drawing forth a second blade. Komamura Sajin's expression changed drastically. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late to evade. He could only watch as the second deadly blade came crashing down upon him. It was a scene that left everyone in awe, two godlike giants locked in a fierce standoff. The Green War God swung its massive blade, burying it deep into the black-armored giant's shoulder. If the cut had been just a little deeper, it could have severed the entire arm. Green flames flickered violently as the long blade remained embedded in the black-armored warrior's body. On the ground, Komamura staggered suddenly, and at the same moment, blood burst from his own shoulder. While in Bankai, any damage inflicted on Kakujo Tengen-myowo would be shared directly with him. Shisui noticed this immediately. With a powerful flap of its wings, Susanoo swiftly withdrew its blade and returned it to its hidden sheath. Captain Komamura? Behind the iron mask, no one could see Komamura's expression at that moment. Only the sound of harsh, ragged coughing could be heard. After a moment, Komamura's deep voice rumbled. An incredible power. Shisui responded with a bright smile, "Thank you for the compliment." The black-armored giant once again swung its massive blade, stirring up a violent storm. Komamura roared, pouring all of his remaining strength into this single strike. His Zanpakuto, Tengen, belonged to the direct attack category. Just like his own personality, it sought to overwhelm the opponent with sheer, unstoppable force. As the colossal blade came crashing down, Shisui dared not take it head-on. Instead of defending, Susanoo unleashed several massive, glowing green magatama, hurling them toward the black-armored warrior at high speed. These magatama, wreathed in vibrant green flames, streaked through the air like meteorites, closing in on the black-armored giant in an instant. There was no way to dodge. The very moment the magatama made contact with the giant warrior's body, a series of violent explosions erupted. Boom. The shockwaves rocked the entire battlefield, sending Kakujo Tengen-myowo staggering backward. On the ground, Komamura gritted his teeth and held firm, planting his Zanpakuto into the earth to keep himself from collapsing. However, the injuries of his Bankai were shared directly with him, his body could no longer support itself. Blood dripped from beneath his iron mask, evidence of the severe wounds he had sustained. From within Susanoo's forehead, Shisui observed the scene and knew the battle was decided. With that, he dispelled Susanoo, allowing its towering form to dissolve into thin air. Moments later, Kakujo Tengen-myowo also faded into nothingness, following Susanoo's departure. Shisui wanted to check on Komamura's condition, but before he could step forward, Komamura suddenly collapsed face-first onto the ground, losing consciousness. Captain Komamura. Many people exclaimed in shock, and Shisui quickly leaped forward. Had he gone too far? No, it was that black-armored warrior, it had shared all its injuries with Komamura. Before long, members of Squad 4 rushed over to examine Komamura's condition, bringing a stretcher, seemingly preparing to carry him away. Tsunade. From the chief seats, Makoto glanced toward Hokage Tsunade. Without saying a word, Tsunade stood up and walked onto the battlefield. Just earlier, she had healed Kenpachi, so the Squad 4 medics didn't stop her. Instead, they stepped aside to make room. However, the moment her hand touched Komamura's body, Tsunade let out a small sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Shisui asked from the side. "This guy." A look of astonishment flashed across Tsunade's face as she observed Komamura's towering frame, her gaze fixating on his iron mask. "So that's why he wears this thing. He's not even human." "It's nothing." Tsunade chose not to reveal what she had discovered. It was surprising, yes, but not something worth making a fuss over. After a round of healing, Komamura finally regained consciousness. "Captain Komamura, how do you feel?" Komamura sat up, coughed a few times, and then let out a long breath. "I lost." Shisui smiled. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The purpose of this exchange event was never about proving whether ninja or Shinigami are superior. Komamura fell silent for a moment, sitting there as he stared at Shisui. You're right. Even though Shisui's words sounded nice, Komamura couldn't argue against them. The bitter taste of defeat was unpleasant, but he had no choice but to accept it. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke. You're the kind of person I can get along with. Fine, I'll accept you as a friend. Except for the fact that during their fight, Shisui had clearly underestimated him, but that was his own fault for being outmatched. Uchiha Shisui. He's only in his teens in the human world, yet his power rivals some of the strongest of the 10 Crown Guards. A terrifying individual. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 373, ch 373, Kakashi's Nichiren Blade. The winner, Ichimaru Jin. The 5th match had also concluded, with Bakura suffering defeat. The battle itself was quite spectacular, Bakura's Scorch release was powerful, but Jin's strength was clearly far superior. He maintained an effortless demeanor throughout the fight and only used his Shurikai. Afterward, Bakura stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Makoto, who simply waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern. With this, the results of the 5 sparring matches were clear. Among the 10 Crown Guards, only Might Guy and Shisui had secured victories. The situation seemed to favor the Shinigami side. How could so many people be indifferent to winning or losing? Everyone wanted their own side to perform better. At this moment, the Soul Society proposed a temporary break, allowing time to restore the battlefield, which had been left in ruins. The primary culprits for the destruction were undoubtedly the ninjas. Might Guy had broken the Sekiseki, while the ground had been devastated by Tsunade. Vice-captains came forward, offering tea and refreshments for everyone to enjoy. How long will it take to restore the area? Makoto inquired. Head Captain Yamamoto pondered for a moment before responding, we'll do our best to be quick. The Sekiseki had an extremely strong ability to block spiritual energy, and he hadn't expected the ninjas to cause such significant damage to it, nearly destroying the entire venue. At this moment, the event was being broadcasted live to the entire world. Were they really going to make the people of the living world sit in front of their screens and watch the Shinigami carry out construction work? Makoto said, no need to go through so much trouble. He pointed a single finger toward the devastated battlefield in the distance. The Shinigami who had been preparing for restoration work suddenly floated into the air uncontrollably, drifting toward the edges of the site. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the massive fallen trees disintegrated into dust and vanished. The shattered ground began to reassemble itself, and the broken walls seamlessly floated back into place, reconnecting as if they had never been damaged. It was as if time itself had reversed. In less than a minute, the entire battlefield was completely restored. There was not a single trace left of the previous battle. This. Even Yamamoto and Aizen could not help but feel a deep sense of astonishment at what they had just witnessed. What kind of power do these ninjas possess? Makoto leisurely picked up a cup of tea and said, it's time for the 6th match, isn't it? Head Captain Yamamoto gave a glance to Sasaki Chojiro. The exchange event had now entered its second half, with 5 participants remaining on each side. Shinigami side. 2nd Division Captain Soifan. 5th Division Captain Aizen Sosuke. 6th Division Captain Kichiki Byakuya. 9th Division Captain Tozen Kanami. 10th Division Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro. Ninja side. Hataki Kakashi. Mitarashi Anko. Yakushi Kabuto. Uchiha Itachi. Terumi Mei. Makoto glanced at the remaining members on his side and said, Kakashi. Hearing his name, Kakashi stood up from his seat and calmly stepped forward, his voice steady, Hataki Kakashi. Please guide me. He was the first person to be personally chosen by the Emperor of the Living World. Many of the captains present still remembered him. He had been one of the individuals who greeted them when they first arrived in the living world. Before the exchange event began, the compiled reports on the 10 Crown Guards contained a significant amount of information on Kakashi, who, alongside Hyuga Hakumen, was one of the most renowned individuals. Makoto glanced at Aizen from the corner of his eye. After witnessing Tsunade's medical techniques, Aizen had become much more composed, no longer concerned about participants being forced to withdraw due to severe injuries. On the Shinigami side, someone also stood up, 6th Division Captain, Kichiki Byakuya. I would like to spar with you. Among the remaining 10 Crown Guards, Kakashi seemed to be the only formidable opponent left. Anko and Mei were both women. While the captains had already seen Mei's strength, she was by no means among the most powerful. As for Kabuto and Itachi, they both appeared quite young, especially Itachi. Byakuya felt that he shouldn't wait any longer. As the current head of the Kichiki clan, one of the 4 great noble clans, he was born into a distinguished family and possessed strength that could not be underestimated. Among the seated officers, Rukia tensed up the moment she saw Byakuya stand. After witnessing the power of these ninjas, she felt a sense of unease about her brother's upcoming battle. During her time working in Konohagakure, she had heard of Hatake Kakashi. Many people regarded him as an idol they deeply admired. Another handsome guy, huh? Mei couldn't help but mutter, then quickly shook her head. No, no. These Shinigami are ancient monsters who have lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Byakuya had a handsome appearance, a cold and composed demeanor, and was adorned with the kansekin on his head, along with a silver-white scarf draped around his neck. In terms of strength, Kakashi ranked among the top 3 within the 10 crown guards. The only one definitively stronger than him was Might Guy, whose power was greatly amplified by sage body techniques. The strength he gained from his sage mark far surpassed that of the other crown guards. After Kakashi's battle against Nagato, Makoto had further refined the sage mark on his body, making it even more compatible with him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 warriors stepped forward to the center of the battlefield. Both were men of few words. Noticing that Kakashi was seemingly unarmed, Byakuya took the initiative to speak. You're not using a weapon either. Among the 10 crown guards, only Shursue and Itachi used weapons, everyone else fought barehanded. Kakashi, however, remained calm and replied, I am carrying a weapon. Can't you see it? Byakuya was momentarily stunned. Kakashi's hands were clearly empty. At that moment, Kakashi reached toward his waist, as if drawing something. Upon closer inspection, his hand was gripping what appeared to be an invisible blade. His weapon seemed to be completely transparent. Byakuya didn't think his opponent was simply putting on a show. His sharp eyes remained fixed on Kakashi's movements. Kakashi seemed to be gripping an invisible blade, performing a drawing stance. Clang. The distinct sound of a blade being unsheathed rang through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Under the refracted sunlight, the weapon gradually revealed itself. A black blade, only visible once drawn from its sheath. However, the moment the captain saw this black sword, their expressions changed drastically. A Zanpakuto. There was no mistaking it. While Zanpakutos had no fixed shape, the spiritual energy emanating from this black blade was unmistakably that of a Zanpakuto. No. Kakashi firmly denied. This is a Nichiren blade of the Sun Empire. He held the black sword horizontally before him, his gaze sharp and resolute. Nichiren blade. Yamamoto's eyes flickered as he observed the black sword in Kakashi's hand. The Soul Society sent 20 Asachi to the Sun Empire every month. These Asachi were the prototypes of Zanpakuto, forged by Otsunomiya, the blade god of the Zero Division. A Zanpakuto was the exclusive weapon of the Shinigami, there was no way he could be mistaken. Yamamoto spoke, Your Majesty, this Nichiren blade. Makoto smiled and said, You're right, head captain. The Nichiren blade was originally a Zanpakuto. The Empire conducted some research to make it more suitable for ninjas. Just some research. In such a short time. Yamamoto's mind raced. When they had first gifted Zanpakuto to the people of the living world, they had considered this very possibility. However, in their view, even if the living world managed to unlock the secrets of a Zanpakuto, it would take a very long time. To the living world, 100 years was an eternity, but to immortal Shinigami, it was nothing more than the blink of an eye. What is on your mind, head captain? Yamamoto turned to glance at the Emperor of the living world, whose warm smile somehow made him feel uneasy. With the Nichiren blades, ninjas will be able to purify hollows in the future. They will work better alongside Shinigami, helping to maintain the world's balance more effectively. Yamamoto was silent for a moment before finally saying, Your Majesty, you have gone to great lengths for this. Makoto chuckled. Aren't ninjas and Shinigami friends? I believe our cooperation will only grow stronger and closer in the future. As a Shinigami, Yamamoto had always resisted interactions with the living world. Shinigami were the dead, while the people of the living world were the living. If the boundary between life and death were to disappear, then what would be the purpose of the cycle of reincarnation? The future of such a world would inevitably spiral into chaos. But the drastic changes in the world left him no choice. For the sake of the Soul Society, he had to take this step forward. This was merely a temporary measure. Once the Soul Society had fully stabilized in this world, they could reconsider their approach. But what was the true purpose behind this living world emperor's enthusiasm toward the Shinigami? He had once stated that before the Soul Society's arrival, this world already had its own realm of souls. If that were true, then what was the connection between this emperor and that realm? At the center of the arena, Kakashi and Byakuya stood face to face. Byakuya spoke, Nichiren blade. I wonder how it differs from our Zanpakuto. Kakashi replied, according to His Majesty, they are more or less the same. However, a Nichiren blade belongs purely to its wielder. What does that mean? Many among the audience were puzzled by his words. Kakashi continued, Captain Kuchiki, are you not going to draw your blade? Byakuya remained calm. He knew that every single member of the 10 Crown Guards was formidable. He had no intention of underestimating Kakashi, nor did he see the need for meaningless probing. With a steady motion, Senbon Sakura was unsheathed and firmly gripped in his hand. Chojiro had already retreated, leaving only the two of them on the field. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and all the spectators instinctively held their breath. Whoosh! The two warriors moved simultaneously, vanishing from their original positions in an instant. Byakuya's Shuinpa was incredibly fast, his afterimages flickered across the battlefield in multiple locations almost at the same time. Yet Kakashi kept up flawlessly. Every time Byakuya appeared, Kakashi was already there, waiting. Clang! Blades clashed, and the sharp ringing of metal echoed throughout the arena. The seated officers watched with wide eyes, afraid to blink, yet even they struggled to follow the sheer speed of the combatants. Byakuya had already expected Kakashi to be strong, but he hadn't anticipated such intensity right from the start. A faint sense of unease settled in his heart. Another fierce collision sent a sharp vibration through his arms, numbing his hands slightly from the sheer force. He flashed backward, creating distance, then raised a single hand toward Kakashi. Heido number 33, Sakasui. A burst of blue flames shot out like a cannon blast, streaking toward Kakashi. Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Kakashi, without even forming a single hand seal, unleashed a scorching crimson blaze from beyond his mask. A massive dragon-shaped fireball roared forth, colliding head-on with Sakasui, triggering a violent explosion. Whoosh! From behind the flames, Kakashi launched himself into the air. Once again, without any hand seals, a dazzling flash of blue lightning crackled in his open palm. Reiten, Reiko Toro. Lightning release, Thunder Tiger Killing Blow. Blinding lightning shot out from Kakashi's hand, taking the shape of a ferocious hound, charging straight at Byakuya. Byakuya flickered away in a flash, dodging the attack. The Thunder Beast crashed into the ground, scorching it pitch black. Meanwhile, the residual flames from their earlier clash had begun to fade. Whoosh! Kakashi reappeared instantly, closing the distance. Byakuya swiftly raised his blade to intercept. Clang! Numbness. As they separated once more, Byakuya felt his body stiffening slightly. In that instant, he realized the truth, it wasn't just that Kakashi's strength was overwhelming. His blade carried electricity. Tightening his grip on Senbon Sakura, Byakuya's gaze sharpened. You noticed. Kakashi spoke calmly, no longer concealing it. Blue lightning crackled and coiled around the length of his black blade. A lightning-based sword? Byakuya asked. No, not exactly. Kakashi denied it. Ever since receiving his Nichiren blade from Makoto, he had learned certain truths about Zanpakuto from him. The lightning is my own power. As he spoke, blue sparks flickered in his open palm, shaping into a howling thunder beast, which instantly lunged at Byakuya once again. Byakuya dodged swiftly, but the moment the hound struck the ground, a massive surge of electricity erupted outward, spreading across the battlefield in an instant. The sudden expansion of lightning forced Byakuya into an awkward retreat, narrowly evading the attack. He can command both lightning and fire. Byakuya's thoughts raced. If he continued this direct sword fight, Kakashi's electrical current would likely paralyze him completely. Exhaling slowly, Byakuya flipped his blade, holding it upright before him. The cold gleam of the blade reflected against his composed face. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. The slender blade in Byakuya's hand suddenly shone with brilliant light, dissolving into countless cherry blossom petals. These petals gathered together, forming a majestic dragon that surged toward Kakashi with breathtaking speed. Cherry blossoms. Kakashi's gaze flickered with a brief moment of awe. The sky filled with dazzling petals, so beautiful that it seemed almost surreal. But as they drew closer, he realized. Each petal was a razor-sharp blade. And with so many of them, they could shred any opponent to pieces. A deadly menace hidden within stunning beauty, the overwhelming storm of cherry blossoms engulfed Kakashi. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as blinding lightning burst forth around him. Electric currents surged wildly, forming a protective barrier to hold back the relentless wave of razor-sharp petals. But their sheer quantity was too overwhelming. Kakashi had no choice but to retreat into the air. Byakuya remained calm and composed, silently controlling the endless storm of petals with a mere flick of his fingers, sending them in pursuit of Kakashi. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. With flawless precision, 6 glowing rods of light materialized in an instant, sealing off all of Kakashi's escape routes and attempting to immobilize him completely. Secret Sword Art, Chidori Severance. Whoosh! The surging lightning around Kakashi suddenly contracted inward, condensing into a massive, crescent-shaped arc of blinding blue energy. With one slash, it shattered the 6 rods of light into nothingness, then tore through the dense storm of cherry blossom blades, scattering them in all directions. But the blade of lightning did not stop there. Byakuya's expression shifted slightly, sensing the immense force behind the attack. He immediately vanished with a flash of Shuinpa, narrowly avoiding the sweeping arc. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the crescent energy blade continue on, until it collided with the massive, snow-white Sekiseki wall in the distance. Boom. The entire arena trembled from the impact. Fortunately, the blade was vertical, slicing downward rather than across, otherwise, the entire wall might have been cleaved in two, much like what had happened during Might Guy's battle before. Byakuya let out a long breath, yet his nerves remained taut. Watching the 10 crown guards unleash devastating attacks from the safety of the spectator seats was one thing, but facing them head-on was something else entirely. The shadow of death had lingered just moments ago. Had he tried to block that attack head-on, he might have been instantly annihilated. The razor-sharp cherry blossom blades continued to drift through the air, stirring up a fierce whirlwind around them. Byakuya didn't immediately launch another attack. Instead, he studied Kakashi carefully and spoke. "Your blade, can it be released?" Kakashi responded calmly. "Why? You want to see it?" "Bankai." Sage mode. Byakuya's expression grew even more serious. Kakashi had yet to reveal the full extent of his power, and yet, he was already this strong. It had been a long time since Byakuya had encountered an opponent this formidable. He had once been supremely confident in his own abilities, but after witnessing the previous battles, he understood, each fight was a brutal, high-stakes clash. Kakashi's hand slowly moved to gently brush against the dark blade. Lowering his gaze, he murmured softly. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tevet 300+ ch. Chapter 374, ch 374, Takamikazuchi no Kami. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, enveloping Kakashi entirely. The ground beneath him was scorched black, and his entire body crackled with surging electricity. The black blade in his hand had transformed, its once pitch-black surface now emanated a vibrant blue lightning glow. Takamikazuchi no Kami. Electricity surged within a radius of several meters around Kakashi, writhing like countless serpents twisting in the air. The sheer magnitude of the phenomenon made many present adopt solemn expressions. Lightning-based swords were rare, with the only known one belonging to 1st Division Vice Captain Sasaki Chojiro. The wind howled, cherry blossoms scattered. Byakuya raised his hand, commanding the countless cherry blossom-like blade fragments to surge toward Kakashi. Boom. The thunderous roar of lightning was far more deafening. With a resounding crash, the sky darkened, and a lightning bolt descended from the heavens like a judgment strike. The speed of the falling lightning was a mere fraction of a millisecond, far surpassing the speed of sound. This attack arrived without any forewarning, so sudden that Byakuya had no time to react before the bolt engulfed him entirely. This strike sent shockwaves through everyone present, shaking them to the core. Rukia, overwhelmed with concern, instinctively stood up. As the lightning dissipated, Byakuya remained standing, but he no longer possessed the composed elegance of a noble. His figure was disheveled, his robes scorched and tattered, and the silver-white scarf symbolizing his noble status had been reduced to half its original length. The fact that he had endured the attack head-on and remained standing caught Kakashi by surprise. The cherry blossom-like blades in the air converged before Byakuya, reforming into his Zanpakuto. At that moment, his voice resounded solemnly. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. In Kakashi's eyes, countless massive blades materialized around Byakuya, all standing upright. Then, in an instant, they shattered and dispersed into an innumerable swarm of razor-sharp cherry blossom fragments, even denser than before, filling the entire battlefield. Byakuya swung both arms, and the sea of cherry blossoms surged forward like a dragon, rushing straight toward Kakashi. The sheer speed of the incoming blades was overwhelming, covering the entire arena. There was no way to dodge, blades surrounded Kakashi from all directions, poised to shred any ordinary person into pieces. Lightning coiled around Kakashi's body, and as his chakra surged, the very ground beneath him fractured, leaving behind jagged cracks. Seeing this, Byakuya swiftly commanded the cherry blossom blades to converge, forming a massive pink sphere that completely enclosed Kakashi. Shukiai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Just as everyone thought Kakashi would be torn apart by the countless razor-sharp petals, streaks of blinding white light suddenly burst through the sphere's surface. Cracks, like fractures in glass, spread rapidly across the pink enclosure. In the next moment, an overwhelming shockwave erupted, carrying the force of a raging thunderstorm. The storm howled furiously as the cherry blossom barrier shattered into nothingness. The ground beneath them was torn apart, stones were hurled into the air, only to be instantly disintegrated by the surging lightning. Narakami Kaimatsurai. Thunder God's Wrath. The earth trembled violently, as if struck by an earthquake. Byakuya noticed that cracks were forming beneath his feet, and the oppressive thunderous energy surrounding Kakashi was rapidly expanding outward. At this moment, Byakuya was forced to acknowledge the truth. Though Kakashi had only recently acquired a Zanpakuto, the sheer power he wielded had already surpassed countless Shinigami. Boom. In an instant, an enormous lightning blade, more than 10 meters tall, burst forth from the ground, illuminating the entire battlefield with its blinding radiance. Boom. A second giant blade emerged, standing like a towering wall. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a high-level Heido spell. Heido number 96, Ito Keiso. Single blade cremation. Boom. A third lightning blade erupted into existence, encircling Byakuya completely. Above them, layers of dark clouds had gathered, swirling ominously. The wind howled like a raging tempest, carrying with it the scent of an impending storm. Flashes of lightning danced within the blackened sky, and hidden within the depths of those rolling clouds, it seemed as though something monstrous, some fearsome beast of thunder, was lying in wait. This display of power, capable of altering the very heavens, left everyone in the audience utterly stunned. Byakuya lifted his gaze toward the sky, a deep premonition settling in his heart. This next exchange would likely decide the battle. The countless cherry blossom blades whirled around him, while the three towering lightning blades, each over 10 meters high, formed an electrified cage, their currents crackling and linking together, trapping him within. His Ryatsu surged, rising to new heights. The cherry blossom blades began converging toward him, and a brilliant white light shot skyward. In the heavens above, the light split in two, transforming into a pair of luminous, flame-like wings that unfurled behind Byakuya. Shukiai, Hakutiken. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. This was his ultimate technique, concentrating every petal and all of his spiritual energy into a single sword, an attack meant to annihilate his opponent completely. Rumble. Suddenly, the skies shifted once more. The amassed storm clouds roiled, and bolts of lightning began striking downward in a relentless barrage, engulfing the entire arena. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Thunderblade underwent another transformation. What was once a simple, glowing sword had now changed, the hilt extended, forming a second blade on the opposite end. Bankai. The storm clouds above, the towering lightning blades, the currents coursing through the ground, every last spark of electricity in the battlefield surged toward Kakashi. The audience could feel the drastic change in the air, dryness scraping against their skin, an unbearable sensation spreading through their bodies. The very magnetic field of the arena had shifted, and remaining within it for too long would certainly cause harm. Take Mikazuchi no Kami, Metsusei Shingen. Thunder God of Conquest, world-destroying mantra. All the gathered lightning, all the concentrated energy, condensed into the single slash of Kakashi's blade. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors collided. Though the clash lasted but an instant, the aftermath was devastating. Blinding light consumed the entire battlefield, an artificial sun swallowing the world in its radiance. In that moment, every seated officer and spectator lost their sight and hearing. No one heard an explosion, only an excruciating pain seared through their eardrums. And then, after an eternity that could have been mere seconds, as the light finally faded, a strange and eerie silence settled over the battlefield. The sky above was now a vast, boundless blue, not a single cloud in sight, as if the storm clouds that had once loomed ominously, threatening thunder and rain, had been nothing more than an illusion. The three towering lightning blades had also vanished, leaving in their place a massive crater, several meters deep. Yet the most shocking sight of all was the once imposing walls of Sekiseki that had encircled the battlefield. Half of them were simply gone. Not cut. Not shattered. Completely obliterated, reduced to nothing but fine dust by the sheer force of the previous clash. Within the crater, only one figure remained standing. Kakashi. Byakuya was kneeling on one knee, using his sword for support. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his clothing tattered and torn, his form battered and wounded. His once pristine composure was gone, replaced by undeniable exhaustion. Kakashi's Thunderblade had already reverted to its original black form. Slowly, he sheathed it. Under the sunlight, the Nichiren blade seemed to vanish from sight once more. Captain Kachiki. Is it over? Did Captain Kachiki lose? The murmurs of the crowd grew louder as reality set in. At that moment, Sasakabe Choger, vice-captain of the 1st Division, snapped back to his senses. The match was over. The victor was. His gaze landed on Kakashi, still standing tall, his body unscathed. A lightning-based Zanpakuto, just like his own Ganryamaru. Yet he knew, beyond all doubt, that he could never reach Kakashi's level. The winner, Ataki Kakashi. After a few moments of silence, someone began clapping, setting off a ripple of applause. Had the battles in this exchange conference already reached this level? In the living world, Konohagakure. Gathered around the television, Rin, Shizun, Obito, Asuma, and Genma remained speechless for a long time. They had always known Kakashi was strong, but not this strong. The one most shaken by the match was Obito. He had failed to qualify for the 10 crown guards and had always considered Kakashi the rival he needed to surpass. Even though his friends often jokingly referred to him as Konoha's master builder, he had never once slacked off in his training. So why? Why was the gap between them only growing wider, despite all his effort? In the world of ninja, reaching the rank of Jonin was already an extraordinary feat. A Jonin could roam the ninja world with impunity. To become a Hokage meant standing at the very pinnacle of all ninja, one of the strongest figures in existence. But, was the level of battle in this exchange conference even something a Hokage could participate in? All of them had experienced war. They had seen their Hokage fight on the battlefield before, but never at this level. The 10 crown guards. Obito exhaled deeply, a sense of melancholy settling in. Ever since the empire had been established, his dream of becoming Hokage had completely evaporated. Yet, he had never been particularly disappointed about it. In his eyes, the empire was a good thing. Konoha now reigned supreme over the ninja world. So instead of striving for the title of Hokage, he had redirected his ambitions elsewhere, toward becoming one of the 10 crown guards, an elite warrior of the empire. If he could achieve that, perhaps he would finally earn Rin's admiration and his friends' recognition. But the 10 crown guards? They were an unreachable height. And it wasn't just him, everyone present could feel it. The gap between them and warriors like Kakashi and Guy was only growing wider and wider. Back at the Siriiti exchange conference venue, Byakuya's injuries were healed by Tsunade. It wasn't that Unohana was unwilling to help, rather, she realized that this girl's medical skills far surpassed her own. She could have healed Byakuya's wounds as well, but it would have taken time. Meanwhile, Tsunade had managed to restore him to full mobility in mere minutes. After rising to his feet, Byakuya gave Kakashi a slight nod. He was not someone who couldn't accept defeat. Though he represented the Siriiti and the Kachiki clan, a loss was still a loss, there was no way around it. This Hatake Kakashi was simply far stronger than him. Instead of returning to his seat, Byakuya chose to leave temporarily. The damage to his clothing from the battle left him in a state unfit to remain among the crowd, something he simply could not tolerate. With the 6th match concluded, Kakashi's performance had left countless spectators in awe. Many now held him in deep admiration and respect. It seems we have our answer. Among the seating area, Kayaraka sighed as he made his observation. The Siriiti had agreed to this exchange conference primarily to assess the true power of the ninja from the living world, to determine whether they were a force to be feared. Judging by what they had witnessed, the 10 crown guards of the empire were undoubtedly on par with the Godai 13. And if that was the case, then what level of power did the emperor of the empire possess? After all, how else could he command the loyalty of the 10 crown guards and rule over the entire living world? Kayaraku couldn't even begin to imagine. He knew his own strength well, but he was certain he would not be a match for this emperor of the empire. Perhaps only old Minyama himself could stand against him. Choosing friendship back then. That was a wise decision indeed. The number of ninja in the living world was vast. If they were to become enemies of the Soul Society, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Sitting beside Kayaraku, Hitsugaya Toshiro couldn't help but feel troubled. The battles had already escalated to this level, who knew how powerful his opponent would be when it was his turn. His gaze swept across the 10 crown guards sitting opposite him, and only 2 individuals truly caught his attention, Uchiha Itachi and Terumi Mei. Itachi was far too young. Unlike the Shinigami, who retained their appearance despite their age, those from the living world aged normally. He was truly just a teenager. Yet, after witnessing Shirsue's performance earlier, Hitsugaya knew better than to judge someone by their appearance. Then there was Terumi Mei. They had already seen her abilities before, while formidable, she was far from posing any real threat to the Godai 13. As for the others, their strength remained unknown. Among those who had yet to battle, Mitarashi Anko stood out. Her seat was positioned quite far forward, ranked 4th among the 10 crown guards. At the very top sat Hyuga Hakumen. Though he had lost to Kayaraku, the fact that his power was capable of shaking the Sekiseki, as well as his ability to fly, proved he was far from an ordinary warrior. The 2nd seat belonged to Hatake Kakashi, who had just finished his battle. Among the Crown's 10 who had already fought, his strength was undoubtedly among the very best. The 3rd seat was Might Guy, who had taken down Captain Kenpachi with ease, using only taijutsu in an incredibly short amount of time. It was clear that the Crown's 10 were not necessarily ranked by sheer strength, but the more forward one seat, the stronger they likely were. Mitarashi Anko was seated 4th, which at the very least indicated she was no weakling. Right after her sat Uchiha Shirsue, who had defeated Komamura Sajin. His swordsmanship was exceptional, his speed was astonishing, and he had demonstrated the ability to control a giant entity, one far stronger than Captain Kamamura's own. Further down the row was Yukushi Kabuto, who had yet to battle. He, too, looked quite young, appearing only slightly older than Uchiha Itachi. "What's on your mind, Captain Hitsugaya?" A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. Kayaraku was watching him with a knowing smile. Hitsugaya stiffened slightly before responding, nothing important. Kayaraku chuckled, well, it's our turn next. Hitsugaya immediately understood the implication, he was expected to step forward this round. The exchange event didn't have a set order of participation. Both sides simply took turns sending out their fighters, and whoever stepped forward first would determine the opponent's selection. He sighed inwardly. There was no point in hesitating any further. At the main seating area, Head Captain Yamamoto had finished his discussion with Makoto and now cast a brief glance in their direction, a silent signal that the captains should step forward of their own accord. Just as Hitsugaya was about to rise from his seat, someone else stood up before him. Captain of the 2nd Division, Soifan. Please enlighten me. With her delicate yet cold features, short ear-length hair, and an icy tone, she carried an aura of authority that belied her smaller stature. The 2nd Division, also known as the Stealth Force, was somewhat similar to the Umbu of the ninja world. This woman piqued Makoto's interest. With a single glance, he signaled to someone among the Crown's 10. Anko rose from her seat. Anko Mitarashi. Please enlighten me. Among the Crown's 10, there was a clear distinction between the top 5 and the bottom 5 in terms of strength. Might Guy was undoubtedly the strongest, but among the remaining 4 in the top 5, determining who was stronger wasn't so simple. Before gaining access to Sage Mode, Anko had often dominated Hakumen, Guy, and Kakashi in sparring matches. Though she had grown somewhat lazy in recent times, making her battle instinct slightly inferior to the others, her physical strength remained unmatched among them. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 375, ch 375, Anko and Soifan. Among the Crown's 10, Mitarashi Anko was undoubtedly the most low-key. Even back when she was part of the 7 Crowns, there had been little news about her. Unlike Kakashi and Hakumen, who were widely recognized, Anko remained relatively obscure. However, due to the immense fame of the Crown's 10, she naturally attracted curiosity. Various imperial magazines often described her with words like mysterious and unfathomable. To have been promoted so early to the Crown's 10, and even ranked 4th, meant she was undoubtedly exceptional. Combined with her delicate yet striking beauty, she had even garnered a quiet following of admirers. Of course, Anko herself cared little for any of that. In truth, she wasn't sure what she cared about anymore. Her life had become idle and aimless. When Makoto occasionally assigned her missions, she would pick and choose at will, going only if she felt like it. Fortunately, Makoto never forced the matter. Wealth, status, privilege, none of it mattered to her. What she had truly desired had been lost long ago. Do you have a Nichiren blade as well? In the arena, Soifan posed the question. Kakashi's weapon had clearly caught the attention of the Shinigami. Anko's expression remained indifferent. I don't have that kind of thing. Is that so? What a pity. It's just a match. Let's get it over with quickly. Anko's complete lack of concern made Soifan frown inwardly. She felt as if she were being looked down upon, and her impression of Anko instantly worsened. As soon as Sasaki Chojiro finished announcing the rules, the 7th match officially began. For a brief moment, the two stood in silent confrontation. Soifan was fully focused and prepared, while Anko stood there, her posture riddled with apparent openings. SHFF. In the end, Soifan made the first move. Renowned for her mastery of Shuinpa, she vanished in an instant and reappeared right in front of Anko. For a split second, Anko found herself startled, her field of vision suddenly filled with Soifan's figure. Bam! A powerful kick shot straight toward Anko's face. She managed to block it with both arms, but the sheer force still sent her staggering several steps backward. Soifan pressed her advantage, using Shuinpa once more to appear behind Anko, just as she was about to strike. But in that instant, Anko reacted. She twisted her body swiftly, delivering a counter kick that collided solidly with Soifan's shin. Your speed is pretty good, Anko remarked. I underestimated you. Soifan merely sneered in response, her expression filled with cold disdain. She leaped back, her speed increasing even further, leaving behind a residual afterimage where she had just been. A moment later, the number of afterimages multiplied. From Anko's perspective, the entire battlefield was now filled with Soifan's flickering figures. It was impossible to distinguish which was real. This was the pinnacle of speed, so fast that even the eye struggled to keep up. In the spectator seats, Itachi turned to Shursue and remarked, "This fighting style looks a lot like yours, Shursue." Shursue smiled faintly. It only looks similar. Creating afterimages through high-speed movement to deceive opponents, he had once favored such techniques himself. Back in the arena, Anko remained composed as she observed the scene. The Crown's 10 often sparred among themselves. After all, at their level, it was difficult to find suitable opponents elsewhere. She had already experienced this kind of technique before, from Shursui. So Soi Fan specialized in speed. Her previous kicks weren't particularly powerful. In that case, finishing this quickly seemed like the best option. With that thought, Anko's short black hair began to flow on its own, as if stirred by an invisible breeze. A mysterious airstream suddenly formed around her, and dark markings started to surface on her skin. On her cheek, a single character took shape, 4. Boom. A massive surge of chakra erupted from Anko's body, radiating outward in a blazing blue aura that crackled like visible flames around her. Meanwhile, the countless afterimages of Soi Fan closed in rapidly. It was her attack in motion. From all directions, dozens of figures rushed toward Anko, moving in a chaotic blur, making it impossible to discern where the real strike would come from. Swish. Soi Fan suddenly appeared at Anko's side, delivering a whip-like kick that struck her squarely on the face. Yet, for some reason, Anko didn't even flinch. She didn't dodge, didn't block, she simply stood still and took the hit head-on. A dull thud echoed from the impact of flesh against flesh. For a brief moment, Soi Fan's eyes widened in shock. Anko remained unmoved, her gaze locked onto her. That hit did nothing. Realizing the danger, Soi Fan instantly leaped backward, attempting to retreat. But Anko had already moved. Bam. A single punch, delivered with devastating force, sent Soi Fan flying backward. Yet before the momentum of the blow had even finished carrying her away, Anko's figure flashed, appearing behind Soi Fan in an instant. Shadow dance. Kagemai. With a well-placed strike to the waist, Soi Fan's body was forcibly launched into the air, completely out of her control. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The scorching flames surged skyward, and the massive fireball quickly engulfed Soi Fan. Sparks rained down from the sky, but with a thunderous boom, a powerful gust of energy burst outward, dispersing the flames. A shadow shot forth like a beast unleashed from its cage, streaking through the air with a white aura of energy. In the blink of an eye, Soi Fan appeared right in front of Anko, her speed so blinding that ordinary seated officers couldn't even perceive her movement. But Anko saw it clearly. Without so much as a step back, she simply raised her arm, effortlessly blocking Soi Fan's lightning-fast punch. Bam. This was no ordinary physical strike. Soi Fan's fist carried immense ryatsu, and the impact triggered a violent explosion between them. This was Shunko, the fusion of Hakuta and Kido, enhancing each attack with the destructive power of Kido. As the explosive force dissipated, Anko remained standing, completely unscathed. Soi Fan's expression flickered with unease. She hadn't held back on that punch, yet it didn't even scratch her opponent. Is that all the strength you've got? Anko asked, her voice calm. Among the 10 crown guards, in terms of sheer physical toughness, she was second only to Might Guy. Tsunade might possess incredible healing, but Anko's body never even needed that kind of regeneration. Because she hadn't been injured in a very, very long time. This body. It was a gift from Lord Orochimaru. Soi Fan gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she launched another relentless assault, her figure flashing across the battlefield. Fists and kicks blurred into countless afterimages, striking from all directions with terrifying speed. Boom. 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 Explosions erupted with each hit, shockwaves rippling outward, the very air trembling from the force of her strikes. Yet, when Soi Fan finally retreated a few steps, breathing slightly heavier, Anko remained standing, completely untouched. With an almost mocking gesture, Anko casually dusted off non-existent dirt from her clothing. Looks like, she said, her tone indifferent. You've reached your limit. Hearing those words, Soi Fan's expression darkened. Her hand instinctively rested on the Zanpakuto sheath at her lower back. Her blade possessed a unique ability. It was designed purely for killing. She hadn't wanted to use it in a mere exchange match, but if she held back now, she would lose face. Even in her Shunko state, she hadn't been able to land a single effective hit on Anko. Her only remaining option was her Zanpakuto. Anko noticed her hesitation and smirked. So, you've already decided to surrender. Sting all enemies to death, Suzumabachi. With a soft whisper, Soi Fan unsheathed her blade. Her short sword morphed, shrinking into a tiny, delicate stinger resting against her fingertip. It looked far too small and ornamental to be lethal, but appearances were deceiving. Lowering her gaze, Soi Fan locked eyes with Anko. Her Shirkai ability was two-strike kill. If she struck her opponent, a black butterfly-like marking, the Homanka, would appear on the point of impact. If she struck the exact same spot again, the target would die instantly. That was two-strike kill. But to a professional assassin, needing 2 strikes to kill was already an embarrassment. Not every opponent would give you the chance for a second blow. Anko's posture remained as arrogant as ever, making no attempt to dodge. To Soi Fan, this was the perfect opening. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. My Zanpakuto is called Suzumabachi, its ability is two-strike kill. She revealed the full ability of her Zanpakuto to her opponent. This act made Anko subtly re-evaluate her impression of Soi Fan. If Soi Fan had chosen to keep silent, Anko would have completely ignored her attacks, dismissing them as nothing more than harmless scratches. Two-strike kill. Could such a power really exist? Her gaze flickered with intrigue before she finally spoke. Soi Fan, is it? I'll remember you. Raising one arm, she added with a smirk. If you can hit me twice in the exact same spot, then I'll admit defeat. Even now, she remained as arrogant as ever. Soi Fan let out a cold laugh. Now that she had revealed her ability, she felt no more hesitation. Then you'd better pray, because if I don't miss, you won't live to regret it. Swoosh. The moment Soi Fan finished speaking, Anko suddenly flashed right in front of her. Her speed, so impossibly fast, sent a shockwave through Soi Fan's mind. She prided herself on being the fastest. She had dedicated her life to surpassing the god of Flash, Shunshin. Yet now. Was there actually someone whose speed she couldn't even follow? For an instant, an old figure surfaced in her mind. The black markings on Anko's face deepened, becoming even darker, until only the glowing 4 symbol remained clear and visible. The 10 crown guards. Soi Fan's throat felt dry. For the first time in a long while, she stared at her opponent, and in her eyes. Only Anko's imposing figure remained. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 376, ch 376, Kyoka Suigetsu. In an instant, their figures crossed paths. Soi Fan's entire body stiffened, and she trembled as she reached out to clutch her abdomen, involuntarily falling to her knees. The final strike didn't appear particularly dramatic. Given that their previous movements were already too fast for most to follow, this exchange seemed no different to the untrained eye. Only a few among the captain's seats could truly perceive what had happened. Anko's speed had reached an unfathomable level, leaving Soi Fan with no time to react. The small blade of Suzumabachi, once attached to Soi Fan's fingertip, reverted to its ordinary short sword form and clattered to the ground, while Soi Fan remained unable to rise due to the severe impact to her abdomen. Anko turned toward Vice Captain Chojiro and calmly stated, "It's over." Chojiro had hoped that Soi Fan would stand up, but after watching her remain motionless for a few seconds, he had no choice but to declare the result. The winner, Mitarashi Anko. Compared to the previous battles, this one had been purely a clash of taijutsu. Anko had completely dominated with overwhelming strength, making the fight seem far less spectacular in appearance. However, from the audience's perspective, the two were still incredibly powerful. After all, they could barely see them move. Soi Fan wasn't gravely injured and soon managed to recover, forcing herself to stand. She shot Anko a glance but remained silent as she made her way back to the captain's seats. With the 7th match concluded, the score now stood at 4-3, in favor of the ninja side. As Soi Fan returned to her seat, Jin smirked and made a sly remark, "Captain Soi Fan, you work so hard out there. But hey, at least you didn't get too hurt." Seeing Jin's ever-smiling expression, Soi Fan clenched her teeth but held back her frustration. For the 8th match, Yakushi Kabuto from the 10 Crown Guards would face Tozen Kanemi, the captain of the 9th Division. From the seating area, Mei couldn't help but say, "As long as we win one more match, we'll be undefeatable." Her mood had grown noticeably more optimistic. As long as the ninja side secured at least 5 victories, even if it was her turn to fight and she lost, it wouldn't affect the overall outcome too much. Shursue smiled at her and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best, winning or losing isn't the most important thing." How could winning and losing not be important? Mei glanced at him, knowing he was just trying to reassure her. She absolutely didn't want to be the reason the 10 Crown Guards lost. Shursue continued, "If His Majesty truly cared about winning, he wouldn't have arranged this kind of match format." Mei was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Shursue explained, "Among all the captains who have fought so far, the strongest were undoubtedly Kairaka Shunsue at the beginning and Unohana Retsu later on. And unsurprisingly, both of them won their matches. But in my opinion, if we had sent Might Guy and Kakashi against those two, we wouldn't have lost." He spoke with absolute confidence. Besides His Majesty, Shursue had never encountered anyone stronger than the current Kakashi and Might Guy. If the matchups were arranged properly, we could have gone through all 7 battles without a single loss. Shursue's words were not without basis, he knew the strength of the 10 Crown Guards well. Of the remaining 3 matches, Mei and the others had only recently joined the group and were still unfamiliar with their sage mark. Since they hadn't fully mastered them, it was natural for them to be at a disadvantage in combat. Even so, the 10 crown guards were still on track to claim a glorious victory in this exchange event. Itachi, however, sighed with mild exasperation. Don't be so certain. I wouldn't say I have much confidence in winning against those captains. Shursue grinned immediately. Oh, I wasn't counting you in. The 7 matches I mentioned included Lady Tsunade. Itachi's face instantly darkened. Seeing this, Mei couldn't help but chuckle. After laughing for a moment, she turned to Itachi and said, "Don't worry, you can pick your opponent from the last 2 matches." Shursue's gaze shifted toward the 2 remaining captains who had yet to appear, Aizen and Hitsugaya. "Mei-san, who do you think is the stronger one?" Hearing this, Mei also turned to look at them. She had been pondering this question for a while. As if sensing her gaze, Aizen gave her a warm and friendly smile. Hitsugaya looked extremely young, but Mei knew better than to judge a Shinigami's strength by their appearance. Even in the most unlikely scenario, if Hitsugaya was truly as young as he looked, his power was still likely beyond her reach. Shursue's earlier display of strength was enough proof of that. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously said that Aizen should be a bit weaker than Hitsugaya, right? Shursue immediately chuckled. Well then, we'll let Mei-san take on Aizen. Mei hesitated. That doesn't seem fair. Itachi-kun should have a choice too. Itachi quietly shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll fight whoever." Meanwhile, at the center of the arena, Kabuto and Tozen's battle had reached an intense stage. After an initial exchange of probing attacks, Tozen wasted no time in releasing his Zanpakuto. His sword was called Suzumushi, capable of attacking an enemy's senses. However, even in its Shurkai state, Tozen still couldn't do anything to Kabuto. Kabuto's physical attributes were extraordinarily high, and just by relying on evasion, he managed to dodge all of Tozen's attacks with ease. As Mei watched the match, she murmured, "Kabuto-kun is really strong too." She had only met Kabuto once, when she first joined the Crown Guards, during the welcome ceremony they held for her. Kabuto had graciously attended. His personality was mild-mannered and friendly, but beyond that, she hadn't interacted with him much. Itachi spoke up, "He holds the keys to the Empire's Biological Science Research Institute. There's no one who keeps more secrets than him." Among everyone present, Itachi was the closest to Kabuto. They had been teammates in the same Genin squad and later joined the Crown Guards at the same time. After joining the Crown Guards, Mei had learned about many things, including the fact that the Empire had 2 major research institutes, the Mechanical Science Research Institute and the Biological Science Research Institute, both located at opposite ends of Konoha's borders. These 2 institutes were responsible for different areas of research and were among the most critical divisions of the Empire. Back in the arena, realizing that his efforts were in vain, Tozen decided to stop holding back. Bankai. Suzumushi Suishiki, Enma Kurogi. Suddenly, several rapidly expanding black spheres appeared, engulfing the entire battlefield in absolute darkness. All that remained in the arena was a massive oval-shaped black dome, cutting off all visual and sensory information from the audience. The spectators immediately broke into a flurry of discussions, confused by what had just happened. Meanwhile, inside the void of darkness, Kabuto remained calm, until the next second, when he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A blade had slashed across his flesh, causing blood to spray into the empty void. "Can't see, can't hear, but I can still feel pain. A technique that deprives the senses?" The previously calm Kabuto suddenly revealed a glint of killing intent in his eyes. "This guy, he's using an ability similar to the one His Majesty once possessed. How dare he?" Without hurry, Kabuto reached into his robe and took out a small vial. Surrounded by absolute darkness, the very void itself became his disguise. Outside the arena, the spectators were filled with confusion and anxiety, desperate to know what was happening inside the black sphere. Their doubts didn't last long. The massive dome of darkness suddenly collapsed, bursting like an exploding balloon, and what lay within shocked everyone. Tozen was lying on the ground, covered in blood, his clothes tattered, unmoving, his condition unknown. In stark contrast, Kabuto stood there unscathed, save for a small tear on his shoulder where his clothes had been cut. He casually rolled his neck, as if loosening up after a light exercise. Was the battle already over? Everyone stood there, stunned. Kabuto looked at Chojiro with a gentle smile. "Apologies if I went a little overboard. Shall we call this match over?" Chojiro snapped back to his senses, his gaze shifting to Tozen, who lay motionless on the ground. Before the 4th Division members or even Tsunade could step forward, Kabuto had already walked up to Tozen's side. He pulled out another vial, swiftly injected it into Tozen's neck, and stepped back. Within moments, Tozen violently coughed, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. But to everyone's shock, he then stood up as if nothing had happened. Aside from his utterly battered and blood-stained appearance, there was no trace of his near-death state from just moments ago. Kabuto gave a polite, good-natured bow. Thank you for the match. Seated among the spectators, Mei suddenly found herself gulping nervously. The previously mild-mannered Kabuto now seemed absolutely terrifying in her eyes. Beside her, Itachi spoke calmly. Don't worry. Kabuto is very kind. To his allies. The 4th Division double-checked Tozen's condition and confirmed that there were no lasting injuries. Now, however, the silver-haired, bespectacled young man, once overlooked, had become an enigma in the hearts of every Shinigami present. Indeed, not a single participant in this exchange was ordinary. Tozen's defeat had left several captains visibly unsettled. At this point, it was undeniable, the Shinigami were at a disadvantage in this exchange event. The atmosphere grew tense, and just as the match concluded, Kabuto was given a sharp reprimand. In front of head Captain Yamamoto, he listened obediently as he was chastised, then responded with a perfectly reasonable explanation. Once Captain Tozen activated his Bankai, my senses were completely deprived. I had no way to control my strength. Then, he formally turned to Tozen and apologized with sincerity. But to Kanami Tozen, this so-called apology was nothing more than an insult. Back at his seat, Shursue suddenly asked. Why did you hit him so hard? Kabuto simply pushed up his glasses and replied calmly. That guy's ability is somewhat similar to His Majesty's. Shursue's gaze flickered. If that's the case, you should have hit him even harder. You can heal him anyway, can't you? Kabuto responded lightly. If he died, that would have been troublesome. Hearing their casual conversation, Mei couldn't help but shudder. Now came the 9th match. Mei took a deep breath and stepped forward. As she had hoped, the Shinigami captain who stood up to face her was none other than the gentle-looking man with glasses. At the same time, Makoto suddenly turned to Yamamoto and asked. That Captain Aizen, he's not weak, is he? Yamamoto's expression remained unchanged. What makes you say that? For the Emperor of Living World to specifically mention someone, it meant that person's strength was comparable to the 10 crown guards or the captains present. Makoto chuckled, eyes filled with intrigue. He feels different from the rest. As Aizen and Mei walked toward the center of the arena, Makoto's conversation with Yamamoto did not go unnoticed. Sitting close to the head seats, Jin subtly raised his head and cast a glance at Makoto, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. In Jin's understanding, no one had ever actively perceived Aizen's true nature before. Even Hirako Shinji, the former 5th Division captain, only thought he had control over Aizen because Aizen had deliberately allowed it. But this Emperor of the Living World. Yamamoto finally spoke. Your Majesty has quite the keen eye. Every captain of the Gotei 13 has their own unique qualities. Makoto chuckled. Oh, I see. At the center of the arena, Aizen greeted Mei with a warm smile. I am Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division. I had the pleasure of witnessing your impressive performance during the Imperial Ninja Martial Tournament. Mei froze for a moment, then immediately groaned inwardly. Damn it, that means he already knows my techniques. Meanwhile, I know nothing about him. How am I supposed to win this? But Aizen simply smiled and spoke with a seemingly generous tone. Since I have some understanding of your combat style, Miss Mei, to make things fair, allow me to briefly introduce my own ability. As he spoke, he slowly drew his Zanpakuto from his waist. Kyoka Suigetsu, a flowing water-type Zanpakuto that distorts the enemy's perception through the irregular reflections of mist and water. Kyoka Suigetsu's ability was no secret within Siri-Iti, Aizen himself had demonstrated it before, and most Shinigami were aware of it. Mei narrowed her eyes, then asked directly. What about its Bankai? Aizen chuckled and pushed up his glasses. Bankai. Well, that will depend on your own abilities, Miss Mei. Back in the seating area, Kabuto suddenly muttered. TSK. Another troublesome guy. I should have waited and fought later. Meanwhile, Mei felt a sense of relief. A water-based Zanpakuto. If it's related to water, then dealing with him might not be too difficult for me. The match officially began. Mei and Aizen immediately engaged in intense combat. Mei was not someone skilled in close combat, so as Aizen continued to close the distance, she chose to leap back while forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. In an area devoid of water, a giant water dragon materialized out of thin air, roaring as it charged toward Aizen. The humidity of the misty water enveloped the arena, and many could feel the sudden coolness in the air. Aizen, however, reacted swiftly. Heido number 63, Raikoho. Golden lightning shot out, directly smashing the giant water dragon and causing water to splash everywhere. Mei was not too surprised by this, the attack was just a test. She continued to form hand seals, preparing to use a more powerful water-based technique to create a favorable environment for herself. Water release, great exploding water collapsing wave. She took a deep breath, then exhaled, releasing a massive surge of water. The water forcefully lifted her upward, and she created a massive waterfall that cascaded down. The once flat arena was soon flooded with an overwhelming torrent of water, quickly spreading in all directions. The Shinigami who were tasked with cleaning up the arena finally had a chance to act. They used Shuunpa to reach the sides of the arena, employing Kido to create a massive barrier that held back the floodwaters in the center. The audience in the stands were safe, shielded from the water. Aizen, however, was completely submerged in the water. Unlike ninjas, Shinigami didn't have the ability to walk on water, especially in the Soul Society, where being submerged was completely normal. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful Ryatsu erupted from Aizen, pushing the surrounding water away and creating a vacuum around him. He glanced toward the 10 crown guards in the captain's seats before slowly releasing his grip on his Zanpakuto, letting it fall to the ground. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 377, ch 377, Excited Aizen. Just as he was about to release his Zanpakuto, Aizen suddenly sensed something, his pupils slightly dilating. But in the next instant, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Standing within the water domain, it was difficult for outsiders to discern any changes in his expression. He was smiling, barely noticeable, yet filled with astonishment and excitement, his eyes flickering with light. Ryatsu spread outward, and the accumulated water in the arena suddenly surged violently. The water dragon that had been diving toward Aizen suddenly collapsed on its own, and Mei, caught in the current, struggled to stabilize herself. To outsiders, it seemed that Aizen had released his Zanpakuto and gained control over the water domain, with no other anomalies. However, Aizen suddenly froze in place, motionless. The vacuum around him, created by the force of his Ryatsu, was instantly filled again by the rushing water. Chakra surged within Mei's body as she swiftly formed hand seals once more. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. A massive water dragon suddenly formed within the domain, engulfing Aizen entirely and shooting toward the sky at high speed. Mei also moved rapidly through the water, swiftly reaching the surface. Lava release, Dissolving Monster Jutsu. She opened her mouth and spat out a vast torrent of lava-like acid, which rained down in a massive wave toward Aizen, who was restrained by the water dragon. The water dragon disintegrated upon being covered by the acid, and the fiery red liquid continuously plummeted from the sky, yet Aizen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Mei was momentarily stunned at the sight, but then, sensing something, she quickly lowered her gaze. Looking down into the water domain, she saw that Aizen was still inside. Around him, a vacuum zone remained, untouched by the surrounding currents. What's going on? A sudden realization struck Terumi Mei. She recalled what Aizen had told her earlier about his Zanpakuto's ability. It can manipulate mist and water refraction to distort an enemy's vision. Was I deceived just now, causing my attack to miss? Her mind raced, and she abruptly clasped her hands together. Black markings instantly appeared on her face. Boom. The water domain suddenly churned like boiling water, surging with relentless waves. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the water, shielded by a protective barrier around the audience, inexplicably began to crack apart. She's increasing the water pressure, trying to crush her opponent with sheer force. Kairaku observed and spoke. This technique now covered the entire arena, ensuring that Aizen could no longer evade her attacks by disrupting her vision. However, to Mei's surprise, no matter how much chakra she poured in, the vacuum zone around Aizen remained completely unaffected, even as the force of the water was strong enough to crack the very ground beneath them. Mei gritted her teeth and pushed the power of her sage mode to the maximum. The black markings on her face became even more pronounced, and the water level in the domain visibly lowered. Under such immense pressure, an ordinary person's body would have long since collapsed. A beam of white light shot into the sky, forcefully pushing apart the water. It was Aizen's Ryatsu. He calmly sheathed his Zanpakuto, moving at an unhurried pace, and casually adjusted his glasses. Bakuto number 61, Rikujikoro. 6 golden rods of light instantly materialized around Mei, locking her in place with an unyielding force. With a gentle smile, Aizen said, "My apologies. It seems you've somewhat underestimated the Ryatsu of a captain. An attack of this level won't be enough to harm me." Bakuto number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Another glowing golden chain materialized, tightly binding Mei and completely cutting off any possibility of escape. She glanced at the barriers surrounding the arena that were preventing the water from spreading, then took a deep breath and exhaled a thick, white mist. The mist spread rapidly, engulfing the entire arena in an instant. The Ryatsu chains binding her began to corrode bit by bit. What she had released was acidic mist, one of her Kekkei Genkai, boil release. Aizen calmly observed the glowing chains gradually being eroded. His expression remained unchanged as he channeled even stronger Ryatsu into them. In an instant, the chains radiated a dazzling light, completely resisting the corrosive mist without being affected in the slightest. How strong was his Ryatsu? By his own assessment, he had yet to encounter anyone stronger than himself. To him, Mei's techniques were nothing more than child's play, he was merely humoring her. If he wished, he could completely immobilize her with Ryatsu alone. From the start, Aizen had his own purpose for attending this exchange event. His Zanpakuto was not a water type, but an illusion type. Its true ability was complete hypnosis. His initial plan had been to activate Hyuga Makoto in front of the crowd, placing the strongest warriors from both worlds under his absolute illusion. However, after witnessing the strength of the 10 crown guards, he suddenly abandoned that idea. Just now, he hadn't actually released his Zanpakuto, he had simply increased his Ryatsu. How strong was this emperor of the living world? Aizen didn't know. But he had once spent 100 years patiently lurking in the shadows for the sake of his plan. He would never recklessly act without absolute certainty. Revealing Hyuga Makoto in front of everyone didn't seem like a wise choice. If it failed, it would only expose him. When the world underwent its great upheaval, the Hogyoku suddenly vanished without a trace, rendering his long-held plans meaningless. Yet, he no longer cared. Even if he fully analyzed the Hogyoku, it might grant him immense power, but what was power truly worth? Power was merely a tool. What he desired was a new order. Just moments ago, when he pretended to release Hyuga Makoto, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar gaze upon him. A gaze that stirred something within him, a ripple in his long-stagnant heart. A new world, filled with emperor and ninjas. This unknown, this powerful existence, assured him that the path ahead would not be a lonely one. For the first time in a long while, he felt an urgent curiosity. He wanted to know the ambitions of this living world emperor. The victor, Aizen Sosuke. As expected, Mei lost the match. The 2 Bakudo spells cast on her remained unbreakable, even with the immense boost from Sage Mode. Had it been an ordinary captain's binding spell, she might have had a chance to struggle free, but even her boil release was unable to corrode the Ryatsu chains in the slightest. The gap between them was on an entirely different level. To the spectators, it merely seemed as if Aizen had defeated Mei with just 2 Kido spells. In the captain's seating area, Hitsugaya Toshiro sighed in disappointment. At first, he had thought that after obtaining Sage Mode, Mei's strength would have undergone a qualitative leap compared to the martial arts tournament. Had he known it would turn out like this, he might have stepped into fight instead. Mei felt dejected. As she bowed respectfully to Makoto, her heart was filled with shame. Among all the contestants, it seemed like her defeat had been the most decisive and thorough. Makoto, however, simply gave her a warm and gentle reassurance, telling her she had fought hard and could now go rest. His kindness only made Mei feel even more ashamed. What a shame. I was hoping to see Captain Aizen's true strength. Makoto suddenly spoke with a playful smile. Aizen, maintaining his ever-calm expression, returned a polite smile and gave a slight bow to the living world emperor. If the opportunity arises in the future, you certainly shall. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 378, ch 378, Itachi Sword. Makoto suddenly mentioned that the ninja of the living world were watching this battle via live broadcast. Head Captain Yamamoto responded, to think that with just those devices, they can transmit real-time images across 2 worlds. The technological advancements of the living world are truly impressive. Their own era was already a technological age, and things like television and live broadcasting had long existed in Soul Society. However, establishing a connection between Soul Society and the living world required far more specialized equipment. Makoto continued, from what I've observed, Soul Society's technological civilization is quite different from ours. But we are more than willing to share all living world advancements with Soul Society, free of charge. Yamamoto immediately replied, Your Majesty's generosity is overwhelming, it is more than we deserve. Makoto simply smiled, then gestured toward the spatial rift that had remained in the sky since the beginning of the battle. This rift, opened by him, was the direct gateway to the living world and also the reason they were able to receive the broadcast signal from the other side. Soul Society and the living world exist in separate dimensions, making signal transmission difficult. A passage like this can only exist temporarily. However, in the Empire, we have structures known as Towers of Solarity. These serve as signal transmission bases. I believe constructing one in Soul Society would greatly enhance our connection. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed slightly. The Towers of Solarity. During their investigations of the living world, the Shinigami had already learned about these structures. But they were not mere communication towers, they were also extremely powerful weapons. Now the living world emperor wanted to build one in Soul Society. What was his true intent? At that moment, Makoto added with a casual smile, of course, the Towers of Solarite has other functions beyond being a signal base. However, if it is to be built in Soul Society, we can completely remove any unnecessary features. No need for any misunderstandings, Head Captain. You Shinigami have a research division, don't you? They can collaborate with our people on this project. Yamamoto's sharp gaze flickered for a moment before he simply replied, we shall discuss this matter another time. Makoto did not press the matter further. Instead, he chuckled and said, if the head captain is interested, you're welcome to send people to Konoha for an inspection at any time. We will be completely open and share everything we know. The final match of the exchange event. 7th seat of the 10 Crown Guards, Uchiha Itachi. 10th Division Captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro. At first glance, the two appeared to be of similar age, practically like peers. However, in reality, Hitsugaya was likely 10 times older than Itachi. This was the last match of the event. If Hitsugaya won, the final score would be 5-5, a draw, an ideal outcome for an event that was supposedly about friendship first, competition second. A result like this would make both sides happy. This match wasn't just being watched by all the seated officers present, but was also being broadcasted to the living world. Countless people were watching. Hitsugaya could feel the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. If he lost, would that mean Shinigami were inferior to ninja? It could very well affect how Shinigami were perceived by the living world's ninja, and even impact future collaborations between Shinigami and ninja in the fight against Hollows. Hitsugaya's gaze landed on Itachi's back, noticing that he, too, carried a short sword. The hilt was silver-white, refined in design. Curious, Hitsugaya asked, are you related to Uchiha Shursue? Itachi replied calmly, we come from the same clan. He was like an older brother to me. Hitsugaya paused for a moment, deep in thought. So, a noble from the living world. He himself had grown up in Rakangai, once living as one of the lower-class souls. His views on the wealthy and privileged had always been neutral, neither looking up to them nor despising them. There were good people among the nobles as well, like his former captain. Due to his small stature, Hitsugaya always carried his sword on his back. His Zanpakuto, Hyuga, was known as the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. However, because of his young age, it was more accurate to say that he possessed limitless potential rather than absolute mastery. As Chojiro officially announced the start of the match, both fighters dashed forward at the same time. Clang! Hyuga clashed against a black short sword, producing a sharp, ringing sound. The moment Hitsugaya saw the blade, he was briefly startled. A Nichiren blade. Having witnessed Kakashi's previous battle, Hitsugaya was instantly on high alert. In that brief moment of close combat, blades flashed, exchanging rapid strikes. The black sword in Itachi's hand gleamed under the sunlight, its refined swordsmanship making it clear that Itachi was an expert. Hitsugaya could feel the pressure mounting. Whoosh! Hitsugaya suddenly leaped backward, extending one hand forward. A burst of scarlet flames shot out. Heido number 31, Shak Keiho. After the burst of flames, a powerful sword pressure, carried by a gust of wind, slashed through the attack. In an instant, Itachi's figure flashed forward. Clang! Their swords clashed once more, but this time, Hitsugaya suddenly sensed something was off. The sword in Itachi's hand was entirely black, from the blade to the hilt. Other than being slightly shorter, it was identical to the unreleased form of the black sword that Kakashi had wielded earlier. Yet, behind Itachi's back, a silver-white hilt was still sheathed. Then where did this black sword come from? As Hitsugaya withdrew again, he didn't rush to attack. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, is that a Nichiren blade in your hand? Itachi held the black sword in front of him, and under the sunlight, its dark blade suddenly shimmered, becoming nearly transparent. That's right. Before being released, the Nichiren blade exists in its Kurogatana form, it can turn invisible under sunlight. Hitsugaya had already seen Kakashi's sword demonstrate this ability earlier. His gaze shifted to the silver-white hilt on Itachi's back. Do you have two swords? Itachi answered calmly, yes. However, he had no intention of drawing the silver-white blade. He simply held his black sword, pointing it toward Hitsugaya. Nichiren blades originated from Zanpakuto. There were cases of dual swords in Soul Society, but they were extremely rare. Ever since Jushiro Yukitake mysteriously disappeared, only Kairakushu Insue remained among the captains with twin blades. Tightly gripping his own sword, Hitsugaya asked, I'm curious, what exactly is the difference between a Nichiren blade and a Zanpakuto? Itachi said, to you, there is no difference. But to us, the Nichiren blade is a sword bestowed by His Majesty. Ordinary people wouldn't know this, but those who wield a Zanpakuto essentially leave a weakness in the hands of a Chibe Hyasub. Hitsugaya took a deep breath, then suddenly lowered his stance. As his Ryatsu surged, icy cold air leaked from all around him. Whoosh! He leaped high into the air, swinging his sword. Where his blade passed, frost formed, and in an instant, an ice dragon took shape, roaring as it charged toward Itachi. Sit upon the frosted heavens, Hyuga. Cold mist spread, frigid winds raged, and the ice dragon descended from above with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Itachi swiftly dodged, just in time. The ice dragon crashed into the ground, shattering into countless fragments, leaving behind a gleaming but broken ice dragon sculpture. Hitsugaya, undeterred, swung his sword once more, summoning another ice dragon. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Itachi formed a one-handed seal and exhaled, but instead of a massive fireball, only a faint line of fire appeared before quickly fading. This unexpected failure made him pause for a moment. His fire release techniques had long been among the best, and the Great Fireball technique was a signature jutsu of the Uchiha clan. How could it fail so suddenly? Then, as the temperature around him continued to plummet and the freezing cold bit into his skin, he realized the truth. Hitsugaya spoke in a deep voice, "This might sound arrogant, but my Hyuga is known as the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. You're already within my domain, here, no flames can burn." Unable to burn. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, but he remained calm. "Is that so? I wonder if you can extinguish this kind of fire." Suddenly, he reversed the grip on his sword, tilting the blade upright in his hand, and whispered softly. "Flame that devours fire, sky that governs the heavens. Dairy Ray. Great Sun Spirit." The pitch-black blade suddenly dissolved, and in the next instant, it transformed into a swirling mass of black flames. These flames pulsed with a deadly heat, as if they were capable of consuming everything in their path, leaving nothing behind. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 379, ch 379, Ice and Black Flames. The black flame blade swung, and the incoming ice dragon shattered instantly. What happened next left everyone in shock. Those eerie black flames clung to the fragments of ice, burning fiercely. The ice melted into water, and the water evaporated into mist before the flames finally vanished. The chilling cold that had permeated the arena due to Hyuga domain was suddenly replaced by an unbearable heat. The audience felt an intense, scorching wave surge toward them. When they turned their gaze to the black flame blade in Itachi's hand, they noticed that the air around it was visibly distorted by the extreme temperature. Seated in the highest position, Yamamoto's eyes subtly flickered upon seeing those black flames. These flames. A fire-type blade, huh? Looks like we're quite the matched opponents, Hitsugaya remarked. The pitch-black short blade had lengthened slightly after transforming into black flames, still maintaining a vague shape of a sword as Itachi held it. Itachi calmly replied, "You're right. If the temperature is low enough, flames cannot burn. Conversely, if the heat is high enough, ice cannot form. Settling the fight between us is quite simple." Fire-type blades inevitably brought to mind the Ryujin Jakka wielded by the head captain, renowned as the strongest and oldest flame-based Zanpakuto. Itachi's black-flamed blade, however, looked unusual. Hitsugaya had never seen black flames before. The battlefield seemed to split in two. One half was an icy domain near Hitsugaya, freezing cold, while the other, near Itachi, radiated an overwhelming heat. Ice Dragon Tail Spin. Chilling air surged as Hitsugaya charged forward, swinging Hyuga in a sweeping arc. Ice instantly formed wherever the blade passed, rapidly spreading across the ground. The black flame blade slashed in return, and the scorching black fire engulfed the newly formed ice, burning violently upon its surface. Fire that could burn ice. Hitsugaya had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. He swiftly summoned another ice dragon, its form powerful and majestic, with razor-sharp ice scales gleaming coldly as it lunged toward Itachi. Roar. Unlike Hyuga's overwhelming and majestic presence, the black flames of Itachi's blade appeared eerie yet restrained. As he swiftly retreated, the flames on his sword suddenly surged wildly. The ice dragon charged forward with relentless momentum, aiming to crush Itachi completely. Boom. The black flames of Dairy Ray erupted, extending over 10 meters in an instant. A flash of pitch-black light streaked across the battlefield as the scorching flames pierced straight through the ice dragon's body, then slashed horizontally toward Hitsugaya's position. Swoosh. The black flames swept across the sky, resembling ink strokes on a monochrome painting. Hitsugaya swiftly dodged to the side, only for a second slash to follow immediately after. The silent black fire, like flowing ink, intertwined in midair. Immortal Fire Kagura. Clang. Forced to defend, Hitsugaya raised his blade to block. Yet the moment Hyuga touched the black flames, he was struck by an illusion. He saw the ice dragon letting out a sorrowful cry, its wail searing itself into his mind as if branded there. In his grasp, Hyuga trembled uncontrollably. Countless embers of black fire fell, many dispersing midair, but those that landed on ice clung to it, burning away the frost completely before vanishing. Landing in a safer position, Hitsugaya suddenly noticed a small flicker of black flame on his white Haori. He instinctively channeled his Ryatsu to extinguish it, only to realize it had no effect. Acting quickly, he discarded the Haori before the flames could spread. Unquenchable black flames. Just now, did Hyarinmaru feel pain? Hitsugaya lowered his gaze to his sword, lost in thought. Hyarinmaru was the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto. Was there truly something in this world that could make it feel fear? He lifted his eyes once more, staring intently at Itachi in the distance and the black-flamed blade Dairy Ray that had returned to its normal length in his hand. In the end, it was simply because he was too weak. This had nothing to do with Hyarinmaru. As long as the temperature was low enough, flames couldn't burn. No matter how strange the black flames were, they were still fire, and there was no such thing as an inextinguishable flame. Hitsugaya suddenly crouched into a stance, and in an instant, his Ryatsu skyrocketed. Bankai. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. Ice spread out in all directions. A massive ice dragon coiled around him, enormous ice wings unfurled behind his back, and 12 ice flowers hovered in the air. His form was overwhelmingly majestic. The moment he activated his Bankai, even the audience seated near Itachi felt a piercing chill. Hitsugaya's Ryatsu was now on a completely different level from before. Under the influence of Tenso Jurin, heavenly freeze, the temperature plummeted at an alarming rate. Within this freezing domain, the black flames on Itachi's Dairy Ray suddenly flickered violently. Seeing this, Hitsugaya spoke in a deep voice, just as I thought. Since it's fire, there's no reason it can't be extinguished. If the temperature is low enough, flames cannot burn. Itachi replied calmly, that may be true. But have you considered whether you yourself can withstand the temperature needed to extinguish these black flames? Hitsugaya leaped forward. Hyarinmaru is the master of the heavens, mere cold can't do anything to me. His speed increased dramatically, and in a flash, he appeared right in front of Itachi. His blade, now covered in frost, thrust straight toward his opponent. Ryasenka. Dragon Hail Spire. Itachi raised his sword to block, but the moment his blade touched Hyarinmaru, an enormous ice cross rapidly formed, sealing his entire body in an instant. Hitsugaya flickered past him, the temperature still dropping under his immense Ryatsu. However, at the same time, he felt his own body starting to stiffen. He hadn't yet fully mastered Tenso Jurin, just as Itachi had warned, the extreme cold necessary to extinguish the black flames was something even he might not be able to endure. He turned back to look at the frozen Itachi, only to be shocked by what he saw. Within the thick ice, the Dairy Ray was still burning, its black flames flickering persistently. Even this temperature isn't enough to extinguish it. If not for the protective barriers, the audience would have already been turned into ice sculptures. Even Hitsugaya himself was beginning to struggle against the extreme cold, frost had formed on his cheeks, and with no other choice, he had to slightly raise the temperature just to keep himself from freezing solid. At that moment, the black flames within the ice erupted, shattering the frozen prison in an instant. A loud crackling sound echoed through the air as the black flames burst free, breaking apart the ice. However, unlike before, the ice did not instantly melt into steam. So this is Bankai. Truly an impressive ability, but it still seems somewhat immature, Itachi said calmly. His body was slightly stiff. Had it not been for Dairy Ray's power, he wouldn't have been able to break free from the freezing trap. Hitsugaya narrowed his gaze and said, then let me see your Bankai as well. But Itachi simply shook his head. I don't have a Bankai. Hitsugaya was momentarily stunned. You. This was a battle at the captain class level. He had instinctively assumed that his opponent had already mastered Bankai. After all, Kakashi had demonstrated the terrifying power of his Bankai before. Itachi continued, although Kakashi-senpai and I obtained our Nichiren swords at the same time, I haven't trained enough to unlock Bankai yet. I can't compare to him. It wasn't a matter of talent or aptitude, Kakashi was simply older, with far greater experience and battlefield knowledge than Itachi had at this stage. Hitsugaya pondered for a moment before asking, how long have you had your Nichiren sword? Less than a month, I think. Hitsugaya. Just then, the black flames on Dairy Ray dissipated, and the blade reverted to its ordinary black form, surprising Hitsugaya slightly. Itachi spoke again, even though I don't have Bankai, I can show you the power of my other sword. He sheathed the black blade behind his back, and the moment it entered the scabbard, the entire sword vanished from sight. Then, under Hitsugaya's watchful gaze, Itachi slowly drew the silver-white hilt from his back. Along with the hilt, a radiant silver-white blade emerged, its beauty mesmerizing, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. Hitsugaya was momentarily dazed, his mind shaken. This sword, something was wrong with it. At that moment, Itachi murmured softly. God among gods, illusion beyond illusions. Tsukuyomi. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tale Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eri Tevat 300+ ch. Chapter 380, ch 380, The Emperor's Ambition. The sky instantly turned crimson, as if stained with blood. No longer was this the venue for the interdimensional exchange event, it had transformed into a vast, desolate black wasteland, with a scarlet full moon hanging high above. The entire world became overwhelmingly oppressive. Hitsugaya froze in place, his whole body suddenly feeling sluggish. Every step required an immense effort, and the sword in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In the next instant, the scene shifted abruptly. For some reason, he found himself bound to a crucifix. No matter how hard he struggled or how much he tried to release his Ryatsu, it was all in vain. Itachi appeared before him, still holding that silver-glowing blade. The blade was placed against his neck, and Hitsugaya's eyes widened in shock. He found it difficult to breathe, forced to gasp for air in deep, labored breaths. "You've lost." The sharp edge sliced through flesh. In an instant, the world spun around him, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness overtook him as his vision flipped. He saw his own headless body still bound to the cross. Had he died? Swish. Hitsugaya's vision blurred, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. The previous scene shattered like fragile glass, and his knees gave out as he collapsed to the ground. The smooth floor beneath him was scattered with ice shards. He remained there in silence for a long time. Lifting his head, he saw Itachi still standing in the same spot. The audience around them was eerily silent, the Sekiseki of the combat arena still standing tall. Hitsugaya swallowed hard. Just now. Was it all an illusion? But why did the feeling of being beheaded and nearing death feel so real? Hitsugaya couldn't help but reach up and touch his neck, it was still intact. He took one last look at the sword in Itachi's hand and fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. "I lost." When he had been trapped in the illusion, his opponent could have finished him off at any time. By holding back, Itachi had given him a dignified way out. Hitsugaya had wanted to win, but in the end, his skills were simply not enough. He exhaled deeply and repeated, "I concede." The surrounding audience erupted into an uproar. To them, all they had seen was Itachi seemingly releasing his second blade, then Hitsugaya suddenly froze in place, and before long, he had fallen to his knees and voluntarily admitted defeat. Some of the more knowledgeable spectators quickly realized that Itachi's second blade was likely an illusion-type weapon, one that had trapped Hitsugaya in a powerful hallucination, ultimately deciding the battle. In the captain's seating area, Anohana gazed at the two fighters in the arena and murmured softly, "An illusion-type blade." Beside her, Jin suddenly spoke with a playful smile, "Illusion-type blades seem pretty rare, don't they? What do you think, Captain Aizen?" Aizen's eyes flickered as he looked in Itachi's direction. After a brief pause, he returned Jin's smile, warm and composed. "Indeed, they are quite rare. The 10 Crown Guard's 3 Nichiren blades are all very impressive." Anohana spoke, however, the Nichiren blades in the living world should not be limited to just these 3. Whether the other 10 Crown Guards have obtained Nichiren blades is still uncertain. Even without them, they are already incredibly strong. Too many of the 10 Crown Guards had yet to show their full power. Those who had won their matches had clearly been holding back. Might Guy, Hataki Kakashi, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Shirsue, and Yakushi Kabuto had all displayed a level of ease in their battles. Of course, many Shinigami had also held back. Although the overall outcome of the exchange event seemed to favor the ninjas, it was still impossible to determine definitively whether ninjas or Shinigami were stronger. However, this exchange event would undoubtedly change the perception of some within the Soul Society regarding the ninja from the living world. Future policies and strategies were bound to shift as a result. Many had initially treated the ninjas with the same attitude they held toward regular humans from their own world. But after this event, they would be forced to truly acknowledge the reality. The people of the living world, and the Sun Empire, were forces that could stand on equal footing with them. With the conclusion of all the exhibition matches, Sasaki Chojiro completed the final formalities, and Makoto ordered the broadcasting team to end the live transmission. Head Captain Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni then delivered a speech, primarily addressing the relationship between Shinigami and ninjas. His words were highly official and diplomatic. At Yamamoto's invitation, the Emperor of the Living World also spoke. Makoto stated that in the future, whenever Shinigami carried out missions in the living world, they could request assistance from the local ninja guilds at any time. In the interest of world harmony and stability, the ninja guilds would provide aid to the Shinigami free of charge. Makoto then added, "You are all welcome to visit the imperial capital, Konoha, whenever you have the time. Konoha will warmly welcome you." Yamamoto had not expected those words. He did not approve of Shinigami casually visiting the living world. In his view, the boundary between life and death had to remain clear, if not, humans might lose their reverence for death and, by extension, their respect for life itself. With the exchange event concluded, the nobles and Central 46 members, who had been watching the entire time, eagerly approached. They warmly announced that a grand banquet had already been prepared to honor the esteemed guests from the empire. On the Shinigami side, only the captains were permitted to attend the banquet since nobles were present. Vice captains and other officers could only stand by and assist as needed. Abarai Renji and others could only watch the beautifully prepared dishes, their mouths watering, but they had to endure their hunger. Inside the grand hall, 2 elegant banquet tables were set. The 10 crown guards and the captain sat together. With naturally sociable people like Kairaku and Shursue present, the atmosphere remained lively rather than awkward. Unohana, intrigued by Tsunade's medical techniques, eagerly discussed them with her. In return, she explained the Shinigami healing arts, Kaido. The two became absorbed in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to those around them. Kairaku, holding his cup of sake with a smile, casually asked Hakumen whether he possessed a Nichiren blade. Hakumen replied, "His Majesty did intend to grant me one, but I declined." Why? Many, including Kairaku, were curious. "We of the Hyuga clan do not favor the use of weapons," Hakumen explained. Hyuga. Kairaku stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hakumkuin shares the same surname as His Majesty. His Majesty and I come from the same clan. Even before the empire was founded, I served as His Majesty's personal guard, Hakumen explained. Kairaku then inquired about Hakumen's eyes, and he did not conceal anything. After all, the Byakugan was well known across the entire ninja world. A 360-degree field of vision with extreme long-range sight. The captains exchanged glances, clearly astonished by this revelation. Aizen lightly adjusted his glasses but remained silent. Jin suddenly turned to Tozen with his usual sly smile and asked, "Jealous?" Tozen, silent for a moment, almost reached for his sword. With his natural charisma, Kairaku remained lively and talkative throughout the banquet. After listening to Hakumen's explanation of ninja bloodline limits, he then attempted to strike up conversations with the women among the 10 crown guards. However, Enko was rather indifferent, while Tsunade was still deep in discussion with Unohana about medical techniques. When Kairaku approached with his sake cup, Unohana merely gave him a gentle yet knowing smile, enough to make him instantly back down. He then tried chatting with Mei and Pakura, but unfortunately for him, neither of them had any interest in someone with his old man energy. Nanao Ise, watching her captain embarrassing himself from the sidelines, adjusted her glasses with a sigh. What an idiot. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya glanced across the table at Itachi, who was sipping a non-alcoholic drink. "You don't drink?" he asked. "I'm not old enough to drink yet," Itachi replied. Hitsugaya blinked, suddenly realizing that, as someone from the living world, Itachi was likely only around 13 or 14 years old. "I actually lost to a kid." Itachi, noticing the drink in front of Hitsugaya, then asked, "Why are you allowed to drink?" Hitsugaya responded with a deadpan expression, "I'm over 100 years old." Itachi stared at him, looking genuinely shocked. How is he still this weak after living for over 100 years? Itachi couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Meanwhile, Shursue was persistently trying to convince Sajin Komamura to take off his iron helmet, arguing that wearing it at a banquet made no sense, especially since it prevented him from eating anything. Komamura pointed at Kakashi and retorted, "He's wearing a mask too, and he's not eating either." Guy, on the other hand, was busy devouring his food enthusiastically when Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly asked, "Are you the strongest among you?" With his mouth full, Guy mumbled through his chewing, "Kakashi and the others are strong too." Kakashi's strength had already been displayed in his duel against Byakuya, so everyone present was well aware of his capabilities. Kenpachi then turned his gaze toward Kakashi. "Then are you the strongest?" Byakuya, overhearing the conversation, also shifted his attention to Kakashi. Since he had lost to him, it would at least be a little easier on his pride if Kakashi ranked among the strongest of the 10 crown guards. Kakashi, however, remained calm and simply replied, "No." Suddenly, Shursue, with a mischievous smile, added fuel to the fire. "Gai-senpai is the strongest. His Majesty once said that if Gai-senpai were to go all out, the 9 of us together wouldn't be his match." For a moment, the entire banquet fell into silence. Everyone had heard that statement. Hearing this, Kenpachi grinned and said to Guy, "Next time, I'll make sure you go all out." He knew well that there was a considerable gap between their strength. Guy simply tilted his head and then smiled. "Well, good luck with that." Meanwhile, Kairaku suddenly threw an arm around Hakumen's shoulders and teased, "Aren't you the leader of the 10 crown guards, Hakumen-kun? How come you're not the strongest?" Hakumen's expression darkened instantly. He had no idea when their relationship had gotten close enough for this kind of familiarity. Though he considered himself quite easygoing, Kairaku's boundaryless social style was honestly a bit overwhelming. Shursue, ever the troublemaker, chimed in again, "Hakumen-senpai is the sole pilot of the brutal justice. If we're talking about strength, we should probably count that as well." Brutal justice. Some of the captains showed puzzled expressions, while others seemed deep in thought. Kairaku asked, "Are you talking about that giant outside Konoha?" The brutal justice was indeed mentioned in their intelligence reports. It was a towering construct, revered among the people as the heavenly god of justice, said to be capable of soaring through the skies, tunneling through the earth, moving mountains, and filling seas. With a mere gesture, it could wipe out an entire nation. Kenpachi, however, asked bluntly, "Is that brutal justice really that strong?" He didn't even know what it was, he was just asking out of curiosity. Shursue smiled mischievously and said, "Well, that would be classified imperial information." Aizen chuckled softly, "It seems the strength of the Sun Empire far exceeds our imagination." Kabuto suddenly interjected, "The empire was only recently established, it's not that strong. The only one who has ever truly been powerful is His Majesty." Mei glanced toward Makoto, who was seated at another long table, engaged in conversation with head Captain Yamamoto and a group of nobles. "His Majesty. What are you looking at?" A voice suddenly sounded beside her, and Mei quickly turned her head, only to see Pakura smiling at her. Mei instantly felt a bit embarrassed. "It's nothing." At the table, the group continued discussing the differences between ninjas and Shinigami, each side finding the other fascinating. The topic soon shifted to Kekkei Genkai, and Hakumen suddenly mentioned that the Uchiha clan also possessed a unique dojutsu that was as renowned as the Byakugan. The Uchiha clan is one of Konoha's founding families, a prestigious noble house in the ninja world. They possess one of the three great dojutsu as their Kekkei Genkai, making them no less formidable than our Hyuga clan. Shursue's warm, sunlit smile always made people feel at ease. "Ah, you mean the Sharingan." His originally pitch-black eyes suddenly turned blood-red, revealing a pattern of 3 tomo. Sharingan. Byakugan. The gathered captains were all astonished. Kairaku asked, "What's the difference between the Sharingan and the Byakugan?" Shursue chuckled. "Since you're not ninjas, you probably wouldn't fully understand. As for the abilities of the Sharingan." His gaze swept across the crowd, and whether intentionally or not, he glanced toward the seat where Makoto was sitting. At Makoto's table. "Your Majesty, this Tower of Solarite you mentioned, what kind of structure is it?" A member of the Central 46 inquired. "It serves many functions," Makoto explained briefly to those present. "It can deter evildoers, annihilate enemies, protect cities, and shelter citizens. It can also act as an energy hub or a signal base station." Yamamoto remained silent, his expression unreadable. Makoto continued, "If it were built in Siriidii, it would significantly strengthen the connection between the Empire and the Soul Society. Of course, if your side is genuinely interested, the tower would be built under your full control, and any unnecessary functions would be excluded. Our role would only be to provide the technology. If needed, we can have in-depth discussions on the technical aspects. Konoha will be completely transparent and cooperative. With the Tower of Solarite, the Soul Society would officially integrate with the living world. Many technological advancements could be introduced seamlessly, eliminating numerous technical obstacles." Many at the table fell into deep thought. "Head Captain, what do you think?" In such a formal setting, Yamamoto couldn't outright reject the offer in a way that would offend anyone, so he simply said, "Since His Majesty has made this generous offer, we should at least deliberate on it carefully." His meaning was clear, this matter should be discussed privately at a later time. "I actually think this tower should be built." Suddenly, a noble spoke up. Yamamoto frowned slightly and turned to see that it was a member of the Tsuneyashiro family. "Indeed, I agree. Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri of the 12th Division is highly skilled in this field. He could oversee the project. With this, our ties with the Empire would deepen." For a moment, the table was filled with voices of agreement. Yamamoto's heart sank. He couldn't understand what these nobles were thinking, and more importantly, shouldn't a decision of this magnitude be made by the full assembly of the Central 46? Makoto raised his cup with a bright smile and said, "To the friendship between the Empire and Siriidii, and to the stability of the world, cheers. To peace." Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch. Chapter 381, ch 381, Hokage Tsunade's Unease. In the Soul Society, specifically in Siriidii, it could be said that the nobles hold absolute power. The Godii 13, aside from maintaining the normal cycle of order and reincarnation, essentially serve as mere workers for the nobility. If the nobles were to decide on something, even Yamamoto himself would be powerless to change it. Otherwise, why would the Central 46 exist in the first place? At the Senkamen, Gate of the Worlds, Yamamoto, along with all the captains, gathered to bid farewell to the guests from the living world. Though the inter-world exchange meeting was exciting, it lasted less than a day. The banquet went on for quite some time, and everything seemed to proceed smoothly. You're all welcome to visit Konoha in the future, Makoto said to the captains before leaving. Stepping through the Senkamen, Makoto returned to the living world. Shursue suddenly approached and said, Your Majesty, the transcription seal has been engraved. His Sharingan was unique. While ordinary eye techniques required direct eye contact to activate, Shursue could cast Genjutsu on anyone within his field of vision. During the banquet, he had indeed controlled the nobles seated with Makoto. Not only that, but he had also placed a transcription seal on them. Now, all they had to do was wait for the Central 46 of Siriidii to convene a full meeting, then the plan would be set in motion. There were many ways to infiltrate an enemy's inner circle. The Shinigami knew too little about ninjas. This exchange meeting only served to give them a glimpse of ninja power, which in turn lulled them into a false sense of security. Meanwhile, Makoto's knowledge of the Shinigami came from an entire manga series. At the front hall of the Imperial Palace, in a pavilion above. This exchange meeting went fairly well overall. You didn't let my investment in you go to waste, Makoto said to the 10 crown guards. Hakumen bowed deeply, expressing his shame for failing in the match and disappointing His Majesty's expectations. Makoto waved his hand dismissively and said that Kyoraku Shunsui is among the top 3 in strength among all the captains. There's always someone stronger out there, losing to superior skill is perfectly normal. Then, he addressed the rest of the group, the same goes for all of you. Don't blame yourselves too much. You may all return. After stretching lazily, Makoto signaled the 10 crown guards to take their leave, and they promptly withdrew. Samui approached at the right moment, gently massaging him with care. As Tsunade of the Hokage world was about to leave, she suddenly turned her head and glanced at Hyuga Makoto, who was enjoying Samui's attentive service. Her gaze flickered with an unreadable expression. Before the exchange meeting began, the two of them had made a private agreement. In return, Makoto had granted her immense power, yet she had ultimately lost to Unohana. Was it really over just like that? Tsunade couldn't help but ponder. Would this guy really not hold her accountable anymore? Or was he merely waiting for the perfect moment to catch her off guard in this world? For the past month, she had been training relentlessly, mastering Sage Mark and continuously enhancing her strength through the body refinement pod. Her full power had already surpassed the Tsunade of this world. If Makoto ever attempted to force her into submission like before, this time, she had the power to resist. Inside the pavilion. Your Majesty has had a tiring day. Would you like to rest at my place? Yujito and Mabui are both prepared to attend to you. There's nothing particularly urgent in today's official duties, I've already reviewed them. Makoto lay lazily on the recliner and simply replied, let them come here. Samui hesitated. But, there's no bath here. She wanted to say that if things turned out like before and upset the women in Makoto's household again, it wouldn't end well. Makoto gave no response, his eyes closed as if he had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Samui pursed her lips, quietly withdrew, and went to inform Yujito and Mabui to come to the palace. Siriiti. Yamamoto suddenly received a notification that the Central 46 had convened a meeting and was now summoning him to attend. The topic of the meeting was related to the Sun Empire in the world of the living. He was still puzzled by how the nobles at today's banquet had unanimously agreed to the construction of the Solarite Tower in Siriiti. What direct benefits could this tower bring to the Soul Society that made these people so eager for it? If the tower had to be built in Siriiti, then he had no choice but to agree. Siriiti belonged to the nobles, he could only place his hopes on the 12th Division and Kuratsuchi Mayuri. 4th Division Barracks. Captain, you worked hard at today's exchange event. Kotetsu Aisane took the initiative to prepare tea for Unohana. Unohana said, I didn't put in much effort. Those ninjas were quite strong, but fortunately, I didn't encounter anyone too powerful. Aisane smiled and said, no matter who you face, I believe the captain would definitely emerge victorious. You even defeated that Tsunade without even releasing your sword. Unohana simply smiled at this and took the teacup handed to her. If she had encountered one of the truly powerful ones, the outcome would be uncertain, and that would certainly not be a good thing. Aisane, do you think that Emperor from the world of the living is stronger than the head captain? Aisane was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. In her understanding, the head captain had always been the strongest existence, something she had been taught since childhood and had never once doubted. Captain. Might Guy, Hataki Kakashi, Uchiha Shursue, each of them is unfathomable. So as the Emperor of the world of the living, what kind of power must he possess? Unohana gently rubbed the rim of her teacup with her fingers and spoke slowly. Aisane hesitated for a moment before simply saying, he should be stronger than the 10 crown guards, right? Unohana chuckled, haven't you read the information on the Sun Empire in the living world? The empire was established in a very short time, completely founded by Hyuga Makoto alone. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps far beyond what we can imagine. She recalled how, in the middle of the exchange event, the Emperor of the living world had suddenly restored the battlefield. That was definitely not a simple telekinetic ability. Many captains had likely guessed that it involved some kind of time reversal, but none could confirm it. Manipulating time was simply too inconceivable, something never heard of before. With such an unfathomable empire as a neighbor, what would the future of the Soul Society hold? Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. At Tsunade's home, a few girls looked at her sitting there with her head lowered, silent, and her face flushed red. It seemed she had already had too much to drink. Tsunade had a good tolerance for alcohol, but even she couldn't handle being repeatedly challenged to drink by each of them in turn. Shizun brought over a plate of freshly sliced fruit, set it on the table, and, seeing that Tsunade remained unresponsive, sighed in exasperation at Rin and Kurenai. Look at what you've done to my master. Rin looked innocent. We didn't do anything. Lady Tsunade was the one drinking the most earlier, acting as if she was going to drink all of us under the table. The girls often gathered together, and their alcohol tolerance had been trained over time, especially Kurenai. Among people of their age, even most men couldn't outdrink her. Master, do you want to go to your room and rest? Shizun asked Tsunade with concern. Tsunade seemed to come back to her senses for a moment, shook her head, and then waved her hand dismissively. Rin casually picked up a slice of apple, popped it into her mouth, and quietly observed Tsunade sitting across from her. She suddenly sighed. Lady Tsunade is so beautiful, and has such a great figure. Why hasn't she found a partner yet? Kurenai replied, maybe she just hasn't found someone she likes. Some people would rather be alone than settle. Isn't that the case for you? As she spoke, her gaze flickered toward Rin, hinting at the matter between her and Obito. Any other girl would probably have been moved by Obito's unwavering devotion after all these years. Even a stone should have softened by now. But Rin had never agreed. Still waiting for Kakashi? The girls weren't sure. Whenever this topic came up, Rin always spoke less. Resting her cheek on one hand, a few strands of hair falling over her forehead, she thought about her relationship with Makoto. Her gaze suddenly dimmed. Being together was indeed enjoyable, but only when they were actually together. How much time did he really have for her? She silently picked up her cup and took a sip of sake. None of us are in a relationship anyway, so what's the rush? Kurenai turned to Anko and asked, Anko, you still haven't found someone you like? Anko replied casually, nope. Rin's gaze drifted towards Tsunade's abundant curves, filled with silent envy. If she had a figure like Lady Tsunade, Makoto would probably be glued to her all day long. Her body was slender and well-proportioned, but her chest wasn't particularly developed. She was convinced that Makoto preferred bigger ones, otherwise, why would that vixen Samui be hanging around him? Meanwhile, Shizun finally managed to drag the drunk Tsunade back to her room. At the table, only the remaining girls were left. The room was thick with the smell of alcohol. Shizun opened the window, letting in the cool night breeze, bringing a refreshing comfort. All right, time for you all to go home. It's getting late, Shizun said bluntly, not bothering to be polite. Kurenai chuckled. Kicking us out already? Shizun pointed at the mess on the table. If you stay, you're helping me clean up. At that, the three girls immediately stood up, mumbling things like, so tired, I'm so sleepy, and, I'm drunk, as they hurried to leave. Shizun was both amused and exasperated. She glared at them. Hurry up and get lost. See you. Thanks for the hospitality. The three girls laughed as they left. The sky outside was already quite dark. The streetlights cast a soft glow, illuminating the road clearly, with only a few pedestrians in sight. Hokage Tsunade returned a little late. After her training, she had taken a trip to Tanagawa. The benefits of the body-strengthening pod were too great, and she was gradually becoming somewhat reliant on it. Losing to Unohana at the exchange event still weighed on her mind. Throughout all the battles, Unohana seemed to be the only one who had won without even releasing her blade. Lady Tsunade, you're back. The room was still thick with the smell of alcohol. Shizun had just finished cleaning up. Though the windows were open, the scent hadn't fully dissipated. Did she drink? Hokage Tsunade asked, referring to the other Tsunade. Ah, Rin, Kurenai, and Anko came over today. They had a little drink together. Hokage Tsunade simply responded with a soft not caring about such things. The only thing that mattered to her now was growing stronger. With her youthful body, she once again possessed fiery energy and passion. Shizun was mopping the floor while Hokage Tsunade grabbed a set of clean clothes and headed straight for the bathroom. Tsunade was lying in the bathtub, her cheeks flushed, seemingly asleep. Hokage Tsunade sighed and splashed some water on her. Aren't you afraid of drowning? Tsunade slowly woke up, her drowsy eyes opening. It's you. She patted her forehead, took a deep breath, and let out a long exhale. Dry yourself off and go to bed, Hokage Tsunade said. She had once been a heavy drinker herself, so she didn't mock Tsunade for it. Tsunade responded briefly, still seeming a bit out of it. By the way, you went to see him again today, didn't you? Then, did he say anything? Hokage Tsunade asked. Tsunade looked at her. Say what? About me losing the match yesterday. Oh, that. Tsunade mumbled absent-mindedly. Then, all of a sudden, her expression changed. In a panic, she scrambled out of the bathtub, not even caring about her naked, dripping wet body. She yanked open the glass door and leaned over the toilet, vomiting. An indescribable smell wafted from the restroom into the bathroom. Hokage Tsunade walked over and gently patted her back. Flush. After the toilet flushed, Tsunade's complexion looked much better. Hokage Tsunade handed her a cup of water. Feeling better? Much better, Tsunade replied with relief. What were you asking me just now? I lost the match yesterday. Oh, that. Tsunade shook her head. He didn't say anything. The reason Hokage Tsunade cared so much was that she couldn't shake the feeling that Hyuga Makoto wouldn't let her off so easily. The constant anxiety was unbearable. If that bastard wanted something, he should just come at her directly. Tsunade sat on the floor without any concern for her image, one hand resting against the toilet. What, you don't trust him? Should I? Hokage Tsunade replied flatly. Then why don't you just go find him and talk about it directly? That way, this whole thing can be put to rest. Hokage Tsunade furrowed her brows and remained silent. Go to that bastard herself. Why should she? From the beginning, she had never explicitly promised him she would win the match. Besides, on the day of the event, Hyuga Makoto himself had said that losing wasn't something to dwell on. Hokage Tsunade had originally expected that, after her loss, Hyuga Makoto would use it against her in some way, forcing her into something. She wasn't his match right now. If he really wanted to do something, she probably wouldn't be able to resist. She had even mentally prepared herself for it. It wouldn't be the first time she was humiliated, and she had long stopped caring about this body. But now, Makoto hadn't made a single move, leaving her feeling deeply unsettled. It wasn't that she enjoyed being mistreated, far from it. It was just that Makoto's unpredictability made her uneasy. She couldn't tell if he truly didn't care anymore or if he was plotting something else. Honestly, she would rather he humiliate her outright than leave her in this constant state of apprehension. Should she take the initiative to find him? Tsunade dried herself off, wrapped a bath towel around her body, and left the bathroom. Meanwhile, Hokage Tsunade stood under the shower, letting the water cascade over her. No. Why should she be the one to go to him? It would make it seem like she was begging him. Why should she stoop so low? The Tsunade of this world had always ambushed her at night from time to time, humiliating her according to Hyuga Makoto's wishes. But now, with Hokage Tsunade's current strength, Tsunade definitely couldn't force her anymore. At worst, if it happened again, she'd just let it be and consider the matter settled. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 382, ch 382, Ocean Conquest Plan. The construction of the Solarite Tower in Siriiti was progressing smoothly. With the support of Central 46 and the nobles, there were no obstacles left in the way. On the Soul Society side, the captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, was in charge of overseeing the project and had come to Konoha to study and discuss the technology required for building the Solarite Tower. To this end, both sides reached an agreement. The Empire would only provide the technology, while the construction of the Solarite Tower in Siriiti would be entirely handled by the Soul Society, with no interference from the Empire. As a token of appreciation for the Empire's generosity, Siriiti promised to gift over 100 Asachi. The vast material wealth of the living world meant that there was little the Soul Society could offer as a gift, perhaps only Zanpakuto held enough value. After the exchange conference, relations between the Empire and Siriiti had stabilized. The Shinigami had also begun integrating into the living world, guiding and purifying hollows. A stable order had begun to take shape. Eastern Sea, province of the Land of Water. Two figures flew across the sky, hovering in midair. If I had known you could fly, I should have given you the sea patrol mission back then, Kakashi said to Hakumen. Would have saved me from wandering around the ocean for so long. Hakumen replied, I don't want to use this ability. The only one who should freely soar through the skies is His Majesty. Kakashi chuckled. His Majesty is broad-minded, he wouldn't care about such things. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed a blue light streaking toward them from the fleet below. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was a person. His entire body was engulfed in blue flames. Seeing the approaching figure, Hakumen's eyes flickered. He raised his hand, instantly gathering chakra, as a golden energy sphere formed in his palm. Kakashi reached out and stopped him, saying, "He's the one we're looking for." Marco's expression showed surprise and wariness upon recognizing Kakashi. "It's you." He clearly remembered Kakashi. Just recently, he had personally witnessed this young man engage in a titanic battle at sea with his old men. "Where's your captain?" Kakashi asked. Marco remained silent for a moment, his blue-flamed wings flapping. He glanced at Hakumen standing beside Kakashi before finally saying, "Come with me." He turned and flew back down to the sea, landing on the deck of the largest ship in the fleet. As Kakashi and Hakumen descended, they immediately noticed a massive figure floating quietly on the water nearby, a colossal 6-meter-tall body lying on the sea's surface as if basking in the sun. "That's Whitebeard." Hakumen's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer size of the man. This was far beyond the physique of an ordinary human. There were many people on the ship, and upon seeing Kakashi and Hakumen, they all became visibly wary. However, under Marco's reassurance, no one acted rashly. Splash. Apart from the sound of the waves, the area fell into a deep silence. The man floating on the water didn't seem to notice them, or perhaps he was simply asleep, showing no reaction for a long while. Hakumen glanced at Kakashi from the corner of his eye. Seeing that he remained silent, Hakumen also calmed himself and waited. Finally, the giant stirred. Stretching lazily in the water, as if just waking from a nap, he suddenly leaped up. A massive shadow cut through the sky before landing heavily on the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble from the impact. On the pirate ship, Whitebeard strode directly to the main seat, which had already been prepared for him, while his crew stood in formation on either side. "A familiar face has arrived. Are you here for a drink?" he said with a hearty laugh, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent, while Hakumen took a step forward and said, "Whitebeard, we are here under His Majesty's orders." Whitebeard only gave Hakumen a calm glance before turning back to Kakashi. "So, you're not here to drink, huh?" This dismissive attitude made Hakumen frown slightly. Kakashi spoke, "Whitebeard, we have no ill intentions. We've come with sincerity to negotiate with you." Hearing this, Whitebeard smirked. His enormous figure leaned forward slightly in his chair as he gazed down at the two men. "Oh. Sincerity. Do you even know what we are?" Kakashi's eyes flickered. "Pirates." Whitebeard continued, "Those who live on the sea cannot tolerate having shackles placed upon them. So, when you bring true sincerity, I will welcome you to drink on my ship." Hakumen's voice deepened. "Whitebeard, are you determined to make an enemy of the Empire?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. His powerful voice echoed across the sea, and his crew joined in, laughing along with him. This attitude made Hakumen's expression instantly darken. His chakra flared violently, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that swept through the ship like a storm, knocking many of the pirates off their feet. Marco's expression changed slightly. This white-eyed man was just as powerful as Kakashi. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure, as vast as a mountain, surged toward Hakumen, forcefully countering his aura. "Kakashi, if you're here to fight, I wouldn't mind stretching my muscles a little," Whitebeard said with a cold smirk. Kakashi replied, "This world is different from the one you came from. The entire continent is under the Empire's jurisdiction. You are free to do as you please, but if you harm the Empire's citizens, that means making an enemy of us." Whitebeard let out a disdainful scoff. "Are you threatening me?" "It's just a notification," Kakashi said. "A large number of pirates have suddenly appeared on the seas. The Empire intends to cleanse these bandits." Whitebeard remained indifferent. Those who fear death would never set sail upon the sea in the first place. Kakashi countered, "If all pirates truly lived by that ideal, then why does the Shichibukai system exist? The Empire's only goal is to maintain order and protect its territory from bandits. This world no longer holds the things you once sought, Whitebeard. If you were willing to take on the role of leader, it would be a great benefit to all pirates." Hakumen added, "The Empire plans to establish a maritime guild to unify and accommodate all pirates. We want you to serve as its leader. The only requirement is that you abide by the Empire's laws, and in return, the Empire will not interfere with your affairs. Moreover, the Empire can even provide you with..." Swish. Before Hakumen could finish his sentence, a chilling flash of light streaked across his vision. Instinctively, his entire body tensed with alertness. Whitebeard had suddenly raised his massive bisento, pointing it directly at them. At the same time, the surrounding crew members all assumed combat stances, ready for battle. Seeing this unfold, Kakashi remained calm and unshaken. "Whitebeard, do you realize how many people will die because of your refusal?" Standing in front of Whitebeard, Marco scoffed. "What a grand accusation." Whitebeard remained indifferent. "Kakashi, if you don't leave now, then the only option left is war." He had fought this young man before. Back then, Kakashi had easily defeated everyone on his ship, including Marco. Their battle had shaken the seas, yet neither had emerged victorious. The sound of crashing waves filled the air until someone on the ship angrily shouted for them to get lost. Kakashi ignored the outburst and remained silent for a while before turning to Hakumen. Let's go. There's no need to fight. Swish. The two of them transformed into streaks of white light and shot into the sky. Looking down at the fleet below, Hakumen's expression was cold as he muttered, "The next time we come, justice will descend upon you." Kakashi responded, "They are pirates. It's only natural they don't want to be bound by rules." Hakumen cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you sympathizing with them?" Kakashi paused for a moment before replying, "I once spent a day aboard Whitebeard's ship. In some ways, he's a good man." Hakumen remained indifferent. "Anyone who stands against the Empire deserves death." Kakashi, however, said, "There are 4 individuals who hold the title of the strongest on the sea. If Whitebeard refuses, someone else will accept. There's no need to rush." "Who's next?" "Red-haired Shanks. I don't know much about him, and I've never met him. When we do, we'll probably have to fight." "The archipelago surrounding the water province." "Land at last." "I'm the first one off." A figure wearing a straw hat leaped off the ship, raising both hands and shouting excitedly. "I'm second," a long-nosed man shouted right after. "I'm third," a small reindeer-like creature wearing a pink hat followed closely, yelling just as enthusiastically. The rest of the crew disembarked as well, a green-haired swordsman yawning, a blonde man in a suit with a cigarette between his lips, a curvaceous orange-haired woman, and a tall, strikingly beautiful black-haired woman. "Zoro, you're fourth." "Fourth place, got it." Yeah, I got it." "Huh. There's a city over there." "Perfect, we can stock up on supplies." "I'm going to get some ingredients." "I want to go sightseeing, too." "Ah, Nami, give me some money." "I want to go have fun." Bang. A heavy punch landed on the Straw Hat Boy's head. He looked up at the one who hit him with teary eyes, wondering why she always picked on him. "We've been drifting at sea for over a month. I wonder if anything big has happened lately. The log pose isn't working for some reason. Let's buy a map of this place first." The group made their way toward the town, but as they got closer to populated areas, they sensed something was off. The townspeople's clothing and appearances were somewhat unusual, or rather, everything here felt slightly different from what they were familiar with. As they looked around, the people on the street also turned their gazes toward them. "This is a bit strange," Sanji muttered under his breath. Zoro also became wary. The way the townspeople were looking at them didn't seem particularly friendly. Nami attempted to approach someone to ask for information, but the moment she spoke, the person ran away in fear, which made her even more suspicious. As they ventured deeper into town, a group of uniformed individuals suddenly rushed toward them. Their attire was coordinated, resembling law enforcers, but they were completely different from the Marines the Straw Hats were familiar with. The group was quickly surrounded, and Zoro instinctively placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready for action. "Hey! Are you guys pirates?" the leader of the enforcers questioned them. Without hesitation, the straw hat-wearing boy raised his hand and replied, Yeah. The Straw Hat crew." Nami, unable to hold back, punched him again. "Idiot. How can you just admit that so easily? Capture them." The enforcers immediately charged forward, swarming them. The Straw Hats had no choice but to fight their way out, and soon the streets were in complete chaos, filled with shouting and pursuit. "Run! Run!" Luffy, leading the charge, yelled at the top of his lungs. "Zoro! Hurry up, they're catching up." Chopper clung tightly to the green-haired swordsman's shoulder, gripping his clothes in fear. "Luffy, you idiot. This is all your fault." After a frantic escape, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers and hid in an empty alleyway, panting heavily as they sat on the ground. What the heck is going on? How did those people know we were pirates? It's all because of Luffy, that idiot, admitting it outright. No, they must have already confirmed we were pirates before they even approached us. Maybe someone recognized us from our bounty posters. Leaning against the wall, Nami sighed helplessly. Looks like we won't be able to buy anything here. Robin, deep in thought, remarked, everyone here dresses very uniformly. We obviously stand out as outsiders, which is probably why they were suspicious of us. We should disguise ourselves. Her suggestion was met with agreement from the crew. They snuck into a house, borrowed some clothes, and changed into them. When they walked back onto the streets, they noticed that the wary glances toward them had indeed decreased. Let's split up. This isn't a place we should stay for long, Nami instructed, assigning tasks to everyone before they each went their separate ways. Robin wandered the streets alone. Although she had changed her outfit, her nearly 1.9-meter tall stature as a woman still made her stand out. She approached a small bookstall. Do you have the latest newspaper? The bookseller handed her a copy. That'll be 5 Rio. 5 Rio. Rio. What kind of currency was that? Robin hesitated as she reached for her money. You mean? The shopkeeper, growing impatient, repeated, 5 Rio. Robin paused for a moment before taking out some berry. Do you accept berry? The bookseller looked at the unfamiliar currency in her hand, surprised. Which country's money is this? Robin. Could this place be some remote region that doesn't even recognize berry? Robin quickly glanced at the newspaper in her hands and found that the events recorded were completely unfamiliar. The interdimensional exchange conference concludes successfully. 10 Crown Guards, Lord Uchiha Shursue delivers a speech. The 22nd Solarite Tower successfully constructed. What is all this? The bookseller interrupted her reading. Hey, we don't accept that money. Do you have silver, Rio? Robin had no choice but to put the newspaper down. My apologies. After leaving the stall, she pondered deeply. They had been drifting at sea for over a month, lost due to the sudden failure of their log pose. Looking at things now, it seemed they had arrived in a completely unfamiliar world. Just as she was lost in thought, a commotion erupted nearby. Looking into the distance, she saw Luffy being chased by a group of people, his hands and mouth stuffed with meat. Robin sighed and rubbed her forehead. She really had a troublesome captain. But she had no intention of helping him. She knew those people wouldn't be able to do anything to Luffy. Right now, what she needed to do was figure out where they were. She needed to gather more information about this place. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact complete novel, Naruto Birdcage complete novel, Overlord complete novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny complete novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tavet 300+ ch. Chapter 383, ch 383, Mist City, Pirate Prison. Water Province. The construction of the Solarite Tower is something I can handle on my own. Why did you personally come, Shursue? Hyuga said with a light chuckle. It's because of the rampant pirates in the Water Province recently. Among them are quite a few formidable individuals, so His Majesty ordered me to oversee the construction. Originally, Kakashi-senpai was in charge, but he was assigned another task, so the duty fell to me, Shursue replied with a friendly smile. Speaking of pirates, Hyuga sighed. These suddenly appearing pirates are really troublesome. Even though strengthening our armed forces has made them more restrained, many people no longer dare to set sail. Every day, merchants are lining up at my office, requesting ninja escorts. Shursue asked, are you short on manpower? I recall that the number of registered ninjas in the Water Province should be quite high. Hyuga responded, there are indeed many registered ninjas, but they vary in rank. The merchants demand that their escort ninjas must be at least chunin, preferably former Kirigakure ninjas. They want dozens of them at a time and are all looking for special arrangements through me. Shursue couldn't help but laugh. Such high standards. Even the bodyguards of past daimyos and nobles weren't this extravagant. Hyuga said, well, ninjas aren't as valuable as they used to be, and these merchants have no shortage of money. With the ninja system reformed, many former rogue ninjas had officially joined the ranks, causing the total number of ninjas to surge. This, in turn, made their services less costly. Merchants could simply post a request for escort missions at the ninja guild, and a horde of ninjas would immediately apply for the job. Of course, this didn't apply to jonin. In this era, strong individuals were still highly sought after. Many small guild organizations had sprung up in each province, and most jonin were either leaders or high-ranking members of these guilds, much like mercenary captains in the past. However, they were still under guild regulations, as the Empire had enacted strict legal policies to limit the size and activities of these smaller guilds. The growth and development of the Water Province have been severely affected by these pirates. The pirate crisis must be resolved as soon as possible, Hyuga said firmly. Shursue pondered for a moment before replying, don't worry. His Majesty is already taking action on this matter. The results will become apparent soon. Hyuga nodded. I have full confidence that His Majesty will succeed. With that, he smiled and changed the subject. Enough about that. It's not every day you visit the Water Province, Shursue. Let me take this opportunity to host you properly today. Senpai, you're too kind, Shursue replied. As one of the 10 Crown Guards, Shursue held a position of immense prestige within the Empire. Nowadays, even the elders of his own clan would respectfully address him as Lord Shursue. Of course, Hyuga was an exception, after all, he bore the Hyuga name. Shursue, your remarkable display of power at the exchange conference was witnessed by ninjas across the entire empire. If the ninjas of the Water Province knew you were here, I can only imagine how many fans would come flocking to see you. Shursue chuckled. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating, Senpai. Mizugiri City, the capital of the Water Province, was once the capital of the former Land of Water. After the empire was established, Mizugiri City was extensively renovated, and the entire governmental structure was replaced by officials sent by the empire. The Straw Hat crew had all changed into the local traditional attire. Apart from Chopper, they no longer stood out too much in the crowd. Robin, why did we come here? Yeah, we've already replenished our supplies. We should just leave. If the Navy finds us again, it'll be another hassle, Usopp complained. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but scold them, idiots. Without a log pose, do you want to get lost at sea again? Robin patiently explained, I've noticed that this country is quite unusual. It seems completely disconnected from the outside world. The people here have no knowledge of the Navy or the world government, they don't even recognize berries as currency. That's why I wanted to investigate further. The previous town had likely been too wary due to frequent pirate attacks, so they had chosen to come to this city instead. Sanji remarked, if it's just some isolated small nation, is it really worth spending so much effort? Robin shook her head. A city this prosperous can't possibly belong to a mere small nation. She smiled and added, besides, discovering new and interesting places is also part of an adventure, isn't it? Sanji was instantly captivated by her smile, grinning foolishly as he nodded. Robin Chuan is absolutely right. Why don't we find a place to eat first? I want meat. Luffy said enthusiastically, completely unconcerned about staying in the city a little longer. Nami sighed helplessly, the currency difference is a hassle. We'll have to pawn some things first. Usopp suggested, don't we still have a lot of gold? The gold had been obtained from Skypiea not long ago, and Nami had brought some along on this trip. After all, gold was a universal commodity. They found a shop to exchange some gold for the local currency. Unable to resist Luffy's persistent demands, they entered a barbecue restaurant. Everyone curiously observed the netted grill and the fresh slices of meat on the plates. It was their first time trying this kind of cooking method. Fortunately, Sanji quickly got the hang of it and took on the job of grilling meat for the group. Luffy, don't eat everything at once. Leave some for the rest of us. Damn it, Luffy. Meanwhile, Usopp got into an argument with the restaurant staff after trying to order alcohol, as the staff suspected he was underage. The store owner also pointed at Chopper and firmly stated, pets are not allowed inside. You'll have to pay extra. This immediately enraged Chopper. I am not a pet. The store owner was startled to hear Chopper speak, then looked him up and down before remarking, a ninja beast, huh? My apologies. I'll bring your drinks shortly. Robin, however, wasn't focused on the meal. Her sharp eyes scanned the nearby tables, discreetly eavesdropping on conversations. Most of what she heard was mundane gossip, though some key words stood out. Guild, ninja, exchange conference. Midway through their meal, someone suddenly burst into the restaurant, shouting. Everyone. Uchiha Shisui-sama has arrived in Mizugiri City. He's at the guild hall right now. It wasn't just him shouting, similar voices echoed from the streets outside. Seeing that many people were getting up to pay their bills and leave, Robin reached out to stop one of them and asked, excuse me, who is Uchiha Shisui-sama? The person immediately gave her a look as if she were an alien. Robin smiled and explained, we're from the nearby islands, so we don't know much about affairs on the mainland. The men looked impatient. Uchiha Shisui-sama is one of the 10 crown guards. Don't bother me, I need to go now before the crowd gets too big. The Straw Hat crew exchanged glances, while Luffy, his mouth stuffed with meat, stared on with pure, dumb curiosity. Nami asked, should we go check it out? Robin nodded. I saw this name in the local newspaper. He seems to be an important figure. With that, the group left the barbecue restaurant, following the massive flow of people heading in the same direction. Mizugiri City, Ninja Guild Branch. A huge crowd of ninjas had gathered in front of the guild. Atop a temporary stage, Shisui was addressing them, speaking about the construction of the 23rd Solarite Tower. Since this was an urgent project, they needed a large workforce of ninjas to assist with construction. All participants would receive C-rank mission rewards once the project was completed. A C-rank mission wasn't particularly high-paying, but in these times of scarce missions, it was very appealing to many ninjas. Normally, most guild assignments would be snatched up by small guild organizations, but now they had a chance to earn money simply through manual labor, so why not? After Shisui finished his speech, the guild posted an enormous notice, detailing the mission specifics. Shisui then instructed those interested in signing up to queue up for registration. When Luffy and the others arrived at the guild, they found the place packed to the brim, so much so that they couldn't even squeeze through the front entrance. The entire area was a chaotic mess, with people shouting loudly, and cries of Shisui-sama echoing from inside. Usopp couldn't help but mutter, just who is the Shisui guy, anyway? Why is everyone so eager to see him? Unfortunately, a bystander overheard him and immediately sneered, where did this clueless country bumpkin come from? You don't even know Shisui-sama. Huh. Usopp flared up at the insult, his temper instantly rising, but Nami quickly held him back. This wasn't the time to start trouble. Due to her tall stature, Robin stood out even in the crowd. From her vantage point, she could just barely see into the guild's great hall, where countless people were gathered around a raised platform. At that moment, the men on stage seemed to sense something, his gaze suddenly locked onto hers. The intensity of his stare made Robin's heart skip a beat. She quickly turned to her companions and said, "Let's go." "Ah. We're leaving already." "Robin, what's wrong?" Following Robin's lead, the group quickly left the crowded area, but they had no idea what had just happened. Just as they stepped onto another street, a sudden burst of purple light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the 5 Straw Hat crew members and Chopper. "What's going on?" I can't move." The moment they were caught in the binding light, their bodies froze in place, unable to move a single muscle. The bystanders around them quickly backed away, watching from a safe distance. Not long after, a group of uniformed enforcers arrived, dressed in the same style of attire as the law enforcement officers from the first town they landed in. The leader held a strange device, scanning each of them one by one. The indicator light on the device flashed red each time. He then reached up and pressed on a miniature communicator attached to his ear. Confirmed. Ready for transfer. In the next moment, everything around them blurred, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves inside a cell. 3 walls surrounded them, with the only exit blocked by iron bars. What just happened? Where are we? Still dazed, they struggled to comprehend the situation. This unexpected turn of events had caught them completely off guard. "So, we've been captured," Sanji muttered, scanning the room with a frown. The entire crew was here. If it wasn't for Zoro staying behind to watch the ship, they might have been completely wiped out. "Let me handle this." Luffy grabbed onto the iron bars, pouring all his strength into them. The thick metal bars actually began to bend and warp under his force. Seeing this, Robin immediately used her Devil Fruit ability, working alongside him to destroy the cage. At that moment, the cell door suddenly opened, and a figure stepped inside. When they saw Luffy and Robin physically bending the prison bars, their eyes widened in shock. "Stop. Guards. They're trying to escape." Several ninjas rushed in, wielding long staffs, attempting to stop Luffy. Seeing this, Usopp immediately pulled out his slingshot. Special attack, Egg Star. The small space of the prison cell made it even more cramped with so many people crowding in, leaving no room to dodge. The black projectile shot from Usopp's slingshot exploded on one of the ninjas' faces, releasing a foul stench that quickly filled the air. "Ugh! What is that smell? Damn it! That bastard hit me with poop." "No, you idiot. It's a rotten egg." Taking advantage of the distraction, Luffy finally tore open a gap in the iron bars, launched himself out, and knocked down the group of ninjas in an instant. With an excited expression, he grinned. "We're breaking out." Beyond the prison cell lay a long, dimly lit corridor, with a faint light shining at the far end. Without hesitation, the crew rushed forward, sprinting towards the exit. However, the moment they stepped out of the prison, they froze in shock at the sight before them. A massive, circular arena stretched out before them, surrounded by cages stacked 3 stories high, resembling a gladiator coliseum, but with no spectators. "More fresh meat has arrived." "Hey, those 2 ladies ain't bad looking. I know them. That's the Straw Hat Pirates. The one with the 100 million bounty. This scrawny kid is worth 100 million. Luffy and his crew looked around, scanning the prisoners inside the cages. After a brief moment of disbelief, Nami gasped. "Wait. Are all these people pirates? More precisely, captured pirates?" Their clothing and appearances all matched the stereotypical image of pirates they were familiar with. "Luffy." Sanji suddenly spoke. "Look over there." He gestured toward a cell in the distance. Luffy followed his gaze. Unlike the rowdy prisoners, the person inside that particular cage remained calm, leaning against the wall in silence. His side profile was clear as day. "Crocodile." Robin murmured, her voice low. She had once worked for him, so she recognized him immediately. "Even a warlord of the sea has been locked up here. Just what kind of place is this?" Nami said with a grim expression. At that moment, a figure appeared on a high platform not far away, looking down at them from above. "Hey, newcomers. Be good and go back to your cells unless you want to suffer." Hearing this, Luffy simply pressed down on his straw hat. No. Robin, Sanji, and the others all readied themselves for battle. However, on the high platform, Kikyo Yasikara had no intention of making a move himself. Instead, he took out a communication device and whispered a few words. Once again, a purple beam of light shot down from the sky, enveloping them. That move again. As soon as the binding light hit them, they froze in place, unable to move. Luffy clenched his teeth, struggling with all his strength, but it was useless. Lock them up. Kikyo Yasukura instructed the guards beside him. Having just escaped from their cells a few minutes ago, Luffy and the others were dragged back to prison once more, this time with iron chains shackling their hands and feet. Usopp and Chopper shouted angrily at the jailers, hurling insults. Robin sighed. It's my fault. I got everyone caught. Nami and Sanji, however, comforted her, saying it didn't matter and that they just needed to find another way to escape. It looks like this place is only filled with pirates. A prison for pirates. Luffy stood alone in front of the iron window, silently staring outside. Luffy, what's wrong? Luffy, did you think of a way to escape? Everyone turned their eyes toward their captain, hoping he had a plan to get them out of here. Luffy gazed intently out the iron window, then suddenly took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Zoro. Come save us. Zoro. Exclusive access, all novel on Patreon. Genshin Impact Complete Novel, Naruto Birdcage Complete Novel, Overlord Complete Novel. From the Apocalypse 100+ ch, Fairy Tail Destiny Complete Novel, Genshin Impact Eerie Tave at 300+ ch.